At the tender age of 6, Xiao Tao found herself sold into a tooth extraction business by her parents for the sake of a mere acre of land. Amidst the squalor of the tooth extraction establishment, she seized every opportunity to learn the skills necessary for survival, all the while preserving her innate kindness. When calamity struck, forcing her to flee for her life across 1,000 miles, she turned her ordinary existence into a remarkable tale, transforming from a destitute refugee into a virtuous wife of a successful scholar, thereby rewriting the destiny of women from the lower strata of society. Chapter 1. The Idea. In the sweltering heat of July, Lingzhou had not seen rain for half a month. The sun had scorched the leaves, curling their edges, while the air hung heavy like the lid of a steaming pot, with not a whisper of wind to be felt. Even the cicadas chirped intermittently, and the dogtail grass beneath the old locust tree drooped listlessly, its spikes sagging to the ground, unable to lift themselves. After lunch, the farm wives and daughters could hardly sit idle. With the fields too parched to tend, they gathered under the shaded locust tree at the village's edge to weave shoe soles and pick vegetables, exchanging idle gossip about their neighbors. A patched-up Antley, while weaving, raised her voice. "Oh, Shirshan, how fortunate you are to have such a lovely daughter. She's caught the eye of landlord Zhang and has become a maidservant, bringing you an additional 5 acres of fertile land. This year, your family will not suffer from hunger. Meanwhile, those of us who have not borne such fortunate daughters are doomed. If this drought continues, our rice production is bound to plummet. After paying the taxes, we might be left with nothing but a watery porridge, and even during the new year, we might not be able to scrape together a bowl of rice." Her words struck a chord with everyone, as the rice was currently in its grain-filling stage, with the relentless heat and lack of rain causing the soil to crack as if it could swallow a hand. A shadow of worry descended upon the faces of the crowd. Shirshan, feeling proud, raised her eyebrows, her silver bracelet glinting in the light as she adjusted her meticulously arranged hair. "Ah, it's just my eldest daughter being filial. You all continue chatting. I must return and urge Shirshan's father to fetch water from the river for irrigation, especially with the addition of 5 acres to tend to." With that, she turned and walked away. As soon as she turned, a chorus of tut-tut sounds arose from the shade. The wife of Dinyo scoffed. Who doesn't know she sold her daughter to become a concubine? The girl hasn't even earned the status of a wife, and the mistress is flaunting it. Look at her showing off. The others curled their lips in disdain, feeling both contemptuous and envious of not having a pretty daughter to barter for a few acres of land. Dinyo's wife cast a glance at the nearby Xiao Tao, whose disheveled yellow hair was hastily tied with a rag, resembling a wilted dogtail grass spike. Her delicate, oval face had tanned to a deep brown, her frail frame seeming to be little more than skin draped over bone, which made her bright eyes stand out even more. At that moment, she was silently separating hemp threads with her tiny, claw-like hands, diligently helping her mother. Dinyo's wife's heart softened, and she pulled out a small handful of pumpkin seeds, nudging Xiao Tao with her elbow and placing them in her hands, exclaiming, "Xiao Tao is truly capable." Xiao Tao looked up, shyly smiling at Dinyo's wife, softly thanking her and carefully tucking the seeds into her pocket to share with her mother later. Strangely, her usually talkative mother sat today with her head bowed and eyes downcast, as if lost in thought, silently weaving shoe soles. After a short while, she could no longer contain her restlessness and stood up, calling out, "Xiao Tao, let's go home. We need to gather firewood from the back mountain this afternoon." Xiao Tao quickly gathered her hemp thread and rose. Dinyo's wife sympathetically patted her frail shoulder, opening her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately held her tongue. Xiao Tao's home was perched on the hillside, higher than the locust tree at the village's edge, requiring her to navigate past a row of villagers' houses and climb a slope. With her short legs and oversized, ill-fitting shoes, she struggled to keep pace with her mother's hurried steps. Upon reaching the top of the slope, her mother turned back to see Xiao Tao lagging behind and quickly retraced her steps, delivering a sharp kick to her calf. "Lazy girl. Why are you dawdling? Hurry up." Xiao Tao stumbled from the kick and fell to the ground. Her mother approached, seized her arm, and yanked her up, then, in a fit of anger, twisted her arm sharply before releasing her. The frail Xiao Tao winced in pain, tears welling in her eyes, but she bit her lip and quickened her pace to catch up. As soon as they entered the courtyard, her mother urgently called out, "Husband, husband." Xiao Tao's father, who had been napping with his eyes closed, responded. Her mother then turned sharply to Xiao Tao, scolding, "What are you standing there for? Get up the mountain to gather firewood." Xiao Tao squinted up at the blinding sun, responding softly, "Yes, mother." Without pausing for a drink, she grabbed the oversized backpack next to the chicken coop and stepped outside. Just a few steps in, She remembered she hadn't taken her sickle and turned back. The courtyard was empty. Her mother had already entered the bedroom where her father was resting. The mud-walled house was riddled with cracks, offering no sound insulation. From within, her mother's hushed yet excited voice could be heard. "Husband. Shirshan's eldest daughter is beautiful, and she was sold to landlord Zhang for 5 acres of land. Shirshan even got a silver bracelet. Don't you think our Xiao Tao is not bad looking too? Alas. It's a pity she's still a bit too young." Her tone was laden with regret. After a moment, Xiao Tao's father spoke solemnly. "Our Xiao Tao should understand the hardships her mother faced in carrying her brother. She ought to be considerate of you and her brother. I've heard that even wealthy families need little girls to help with chores. If she could bring back some food for you two to help recover her strength, that would be her filial duty." Her mother's voice brightened. "Husband, do you agree? Then I'll start asking around." Xiao Tao could no longer hold back the tears that had been brimming. They flowed down her neck like pearls set free from a broken string. She picked up the sickle from the corner and stepped out of the courtyard with a leaden heart. Reaching the bitter locust tree behind the house, Xiao Tao could bear it no longer. She leaned against the trunk and slid down to the ground. Whether it was the heat or something else, she felt as though a heavy stone were crushing her chest, making it hard to breathe and causing her great pain. She stared blankly at the 3 dilapidated earthen huts before her, one for the main living area, one for her parents' bedroom, and one for the kitchen. She had always slept on a wooden plank in the corner of the kitchen, which was only covered with a thin layer of dried straw and a tattered mat. When winter's chill became unbearable, she would gather some autumn-dried straw to add more warmth. The village women often gossiped behind her mother's back, recalling how she had been the most beautiful girl for miles in her youth, securing a promising marriage to a well-off family due to her looks. However, just as she was about to marry at 17, her fiancé tragically drowned one evening after stumbling into a river. From that day forth, people whispered that her mother was cursed, ruining her reputation and leaving her prospects bleak. Despite her beauty, wealthy families hesitated to take her as a concubine for fear of the supposed curse, and by 19, she remained unwed, fretting over her fate. Eventually, she settled for any family with a few acres, willing to overlook the stigma of being cursed and her ag. In the end, it was a farmer, her father, who was the second son in his family, overlooked and still unmarried at 20, who took a liking to this cursed beauty. When Xiao Tao's mother was promised to the bookkeeper of the fabric shop, the bride price was 10 taels of silver, symbolizing perfection, while an ordinary family would consider only 4 or 5 taels. This 10-tael bride price brought her maternal family much pride. However, when it came to Xiao Tao's father, a mere son of an ordinary farming household, her maternal grandmother would only offer 2 taels of silver to marry this disgraced beauty. After all, beauty alone wouldn't plow the fields. Her maternal grandmother, eager to marry off her daughter, accepted the 2 taels without hesitation. The marriage was hastily arranged, and they sent her off without even preparing a dowry, fearing she might remain at home as an old maid. Upon their marriage, Xiao Tao's parents were immediately separated in terms of household. The family possessed a total of 15 acres of rice paddy and 6 acres of dry land, yet only 3 acres of rice paddy and 1 acre of dry land were allocated to Xiao Tao's parents. Additionally, they inherited a dilapidated earthen thatched cottage from their grandparents, which had been neglected for many years and had a crumbling roof. Furthermore, the grandparents insisted on receiving an annual tribute of 101, 5 dough of rice, and 5 jin of meat. Although it was evident that the grandparents favored the uncle and elder uncle, the division of property could be deemed somewhat reasonable. After giving birth to Xiao Tao, her mother conceived again within 2 years. However, the child was lost merely 2 months into the pregnancy. The absence of a son left Xiao Tao's parents in a state of desperation. Her mother, in particular, often vented her frustrations on Xiao Tao. It was only when Xiao Tao turned 6 that her mother became pregnant once more. Experienced women in the village asserted that this pregnancy would surely yield a son, as her mother had a penchant for sour foods. Indeed, just 3 months into the pregnancy, her mother had already ceased most household chores, preferring to rest and occasionally venture to the village outskirts for gossip, merely donning a pair of shoe soles to maintain appearances. Her parents cherished this impending child immensely. While Xiao Tao could scarcely procure a single egg throughout the year, her mother indulged in one each morning. Xiao Tao's father toiled tirelessly in the fields, and her mother, already inclined towards vanity, refrained from laboring outdoors for fear of darkening her skin. Her father was more than willing to indulge her whims. Fearing hardship, her mother had made sure that Xiao Tao learned to handle household chores such as cleaning, cooking, gathering firewood, and feeding the chickens from an early age. With her mother now pregnant, All domestic responsibilities had fallen squarely upon the frail shoulders of Xiao Tao. Chapter 2: Deception in the Sweltering Summer, when the heat is oppressive and the air is thick with the buzzing of mosquitoes and the scurrying of ants. Few venture up the mountain to gather firewood. Xiao Tao sat beneath a tree, lost in thought for an indeterminate time, only to suddenly realize she had yet to collect any firewood. In a flurry, she rose to her feet, wielding a stick to prod the underbrush and scare away any lurking snakes or insects, while simultaneously picking up dry twigs. The mountains were abundant with desiccated branches, and within half an hour, she had amassed a substantial bundle. Xiao Tao laid her basket on the ground and secured the firewood tightly atop it using the rope threaded through its center. Then, leaning against the tree trunk for support, she struggled to lift the heavy basket upright. With a crouch, she slid the straps over her slender shoulders, grabbing a thicker stick to use as a makeshift cane. With a tremor of uncertainty, she steadied herself and shuffled slowly toward home. Upon reaching the narrow entrance of the yard, she found the bundle too large to pass through easily. Calling out for her mother, she hoped for a helping hand. After waiting for a moment with no response from within the house, she cautiously turned her body sideways, using one hand to brace against the earthen wall while the other steadied the basket. Inch by inch, she maneuvered until the bundle finally slipped into the courtyard. Once inside the firewood shed, she carefully laid the basket on its side, unfastened the rope, and neatly stacked the firewood, finally exhaling a long breath of relief. Sweat had thoroughly soaked her hair, sticking it to her face, and her clothes clung damply to her back. Just as she steadied herself to catch her breath, her mother's voice rang out from within the house. "Xiao Tao, hurry and pick some eggplants for dinner." "Coming, mother," Xiao Tao replied promptly, grabbing a basket and hastening to the corner of the yard where she deftly plucked several eggplants, also pulling up a few green onions for good measure. A few strides into the kitchen, she washed the vegetables thoroughly. Moving a small wooden stool beside the stove, she clambered atop it, struggling to balance the ladle as she stood on tiptoe, pouring water into the large pot. After adding enough water, she scooped 2 handfuls of aged rice from the jar and sprinkled them into the pot, covering it with the lid. Perched on the stool before the stove, Xiao Tao added more firewood, absent-mindedly pinching her calves as they throbbed from fatigue. When the pot began to bubble, she lifted the lid, removing the large logs that had been burning fiercely, and replaced them with thinner twigs to simmer. She then placed a bamboo steamer atop the boiling rice pot and set the eggplants inside to steam. Covering the pot once more, she utilized the steam to ensure both the rice and eggplants would be perfectly cooked, conserving fuel and effort. Once the porridge was ready, she removed the eggplants to cool. Xiao Tao tore the eggplants into thin strips, chopped the green onions, and sprinkled salt over them, mixing them thoroughly. Yet, something felt amiss. On a hot summer day, a touch of vinegar would surely enhance the dish's refreshing quality. Typically, a farmer's household would procure vinegar from the local vinegar shop, a mere 5 coins for a jar. However, Xiao Tao's family seldom indulged in such purchases. Her mother preferred to spend money on silk flowers for adornment. In a moment of inspiration while reaching for pickled vegetables, Xiao Tao thought, "Isn't the brine from pickled vegetables sour?" She ladled a spoonful of the tangy liquid over the eggplants and tasted it again. Indeed, the flavor was now invigorating and appetizing. As dusk fell, her father returned from fetching water for the fields. Xiao Tao quickly drew water for him to wash his hands and deftly set the dining table. When serving the rice, she first filled her bowl with the watery porridge that barely contained a few grains. The thick, hearty porridge at the bottom of the pot was reserved for her pregnant mother and her father, who had labored in the fields all day. As the meal was served, her father picked up a portion of the cold eggplant salad and remarked, "This dish is delightfully tangy and refreshing. The seasoning is quite well done." Xiao Tao's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at her father. Her mother also sampled a bite, nodding in approval. "Yes, this is quite good. This child certainly has a clever mind." Xiao Tao felt a surge of joy, her earlier discomfort in her calves forgotten. Hearing her parents praise the eggplants, she only took a small portion for herself, leaving the bulk of the porridge to accompany her pickled vegetables. After dinner, Xiao Tao tidied up the dishes and boiled a large pot of hot water for her mother to bathe. Her father, accustomed to waiting until nightfall during the summer, preferred to wash in the river down the slope. Xiao Tao stood on the small stool, laboriously ladling hot water into a large wooden tub. When her mother peeked into the kitchen, she unexpectedly said with unexpected gentleness, You should also prepare a large pot of water for a good wash. Tomorrow, I will take you to the county town. You've never been there before, and I will buy you some candy. Mother, are you serious? Xiao Tao was taken aback by this sudden surprise, hardly believing her ears. Not only had her parents praised her cooking that evening, but her mother was also being so kind, planning to take her to the county town, a place she had only dreamt of visiting. This was a thought she had never dared to entertain before. Her mother continued, grabbing a bath towel, yes, get to bed early. We will rise with the rooster's crow and wait for the ox cart beneath the old locust tree at the village entrance. That night, as Xiao Tao lay on the hard wooden board in the kitchen corner, her heart brimmed with happiness. She thought about how wonderful her parents had been that evening, and even the hard bed felt less uncomfortable. The next morning, as the rooster crowed for the first time, Xiao Tao rose in the dark, donning her best attire, a peach red, slightly altered dress once worn by her mother when she was a young girl. Though the color had faded over the years, hints of its former brightness remained, and the dress had few patches. Despite the sleeves and pant legs being slightly short, Xiao Tao felt immensely satisfied. Once she had prepared herself, she quietly made her way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. To conserve rice, she added a large basin of green beans to the porridge, cooking a pot of bean porridge. Of course, she did not forget to wash an egg for her mother, placing it in the pot to boil alongside the porridge. After breakfast, Xiao Tao noticed that her father was not going to the fields today. Instead, he sat beneath the eaves, staring intently at the fragrant ash tree at the entrance of the yard, lost in thought. Just then, her mother, dressed up for the occasion, emerged from the house. Wearing a seldom-used light green dress with narrow sleeves, her dark hair neatly arranged in a low bun adorned with a silk begonia flower. With lightly brushed eyebrows, her fair, oval face shone radiantly in the farmyard, a truly captivating beauty. It was rare to see such charm in a farmer's wife throughout the year. Xiao Tao's father momentarily lost his composure at the sight. Xiao Tao, too, was entranced. Her mother, with a hint of pride, raised her eyebrows and smiled. After rummaging through his pocket for a moment, her father produced 10 coins, beckoning Xiao Tao with a wave. Confused, she looked at him. He placed the 10 warm copper coins in Xiao Tao's small palm, his voice unusually gentle. Take this and buy some candy in the county town. Xiao Tao was overjoyed, carefully stowing away the coins. This was the first time she had held money that belonged to her. With a cheerful whisper, she said, I will bring back candy to share with you and mother. Chapter 3. The sale. Xiao Tao and her mother arrived early beneath the old locust tree. The ox cart had yet to arrive, and the men who had risen early to work were momentarily captivated by Xiao Tao's mother, while the other women whispered disdainfully behind their backs. The young girls gazed enviously at Xiao Tao's mother, their eyes glued to her vibrant attire. In a farmer's household, having a dress with few patches was already a rarity, let alone one so strikingly bright. In fact, this dress had been purchased from the cloth shop by the owner, who had taken a liking to it when Xiao Tao's mother was engaged. It had cost 600 coins, saved over the course of a month. To avoid gossip, Xiao Tao's family had handed over 20 coins to the shopkeeper, claiming it was a personal purchase, a fact the shopkeeper discreetly accepted. Arriving even earlier than Xiao Tao and her mother was Aunt Li, who had filled her own basket to the brim with tender pumpkins, green beans, eggplants, leeks, and chives, wishing she could stack even more atop. Today, she had also donned a clean outfit with few patches, her hair neatly arranged. Before long, the ox cart, driven by a sturdy ox, arrived beneath the old locust tree, ready to take on passengers. Aunt Li quickly loaded her basket onto the cart, choosing a central spot to secure it, while Xiao Tao's mother, with great experience, selected a seat nearer the front to avoid the jolting motion. Soon, villagers began arriving for the market, eagerly boarding the cart to claim their places. Once settled, the atmosphere inside buzzed with excitement. It was a rare occasion for farmers to visit the county town. As a mountain woman boarded the cart and cast a glance at Xiao Tao's mother, her gaze lingered on the delicate curve of her neck and the pale green dress before she exclaimed with jealousy, Look at Xiao Tao's mother. TSK. Not only in our village, but you won't find such a pretty wife on the entire road. Those who do not toil in the fields are indeed different. Just look at this child's fair visage. Compared to the dark-skinned Xiao Tao, who resembles a muddy loach, one might mistakenly think she was adopted. A group of women behind them snickered disdainfully. Another woman with slanted, triangular eyes glanced at her own hands, stained black with grass juice from weeding. then cast her gaze toward Xiao Tao's mother, whose half-visible face glowed with a softness so fair that one could detect the fine fuzz under the sun. She spoke with a tinge of envy indeed, were it not for the untimely demise of the cloth store's accountant. Such a delicate lady could never have fallen into our impoverished village of Old Huai Tree. Xiao Tao's mother, infuriated, ground her back teeth together, ready to confront these women. But then spotted Grandma Li, the village matriarch in her 60s, approaching with a basket. She swallowed her anger, donning a sullen expression and falling silent. Donghua promptly and respectfully accepted the basket, while the others hurriedly fawned over Grandma Li, vying for her to sit beside them. Grandma Li nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for quiet, and the crowd immediately hushed, settling down obediently. Acknowledging their understanding, she generously handed Donghua 2 small coins for the cart fare. He hesitated briefly before accepting. Finding a suitable seat, Grandma Li adjusted her nearly new, clean cotton shirt and surveyed the women in the cart. The atmosphere grew solemn, and no one dared to utter a word. The journey from Old Huai Tree Village to the county town spanned over 20 miles, 2 coins for adults, an extra coin for the burden of goods, and 1 coin for children. With reluctance, they began to gather their money. Mrs. Li, feeling the pinch, extracted 2 coins, pretending not to know that an additional charge should be levied for the vegetable basket. Donghua hesitated, wanting to remind her, but seeing her turn away, he ultimately held his tongue. When it was Xiao Tao's mother's turn, she reluctantly counted out 3 coins. Once everyone had paid, Donghua drove the cart away from Old Huai Tree Village. As they traveled further, Xiao Tao, brimming with excitement, lifted one side of her bottom slightly and leaned her head curiously to observe the scenery along the road. When the cart hit a bumpy patch, Xiao Tao's mother felt a wave of nausea. Noticing her discomfort, Xiao Tao carefully retrieved the pumpkin seeds she had abstained from eating the previous day, placing them all into her mother's hand, whispering, "Mother, please eat." Xiao Tao's mother, pleased, began to shell the seeds. Xiao Tao swallowed hard, realizing her mother was not looking at her, and turned her gaze back to the crops and farmhouses lining the road. As dawn broke, the cart arrived at the county town. Xiao Tao gazed up at the imposing gray stone city walls, where soldiers armed with long spears stood guard. The grand city gates were wide open, and people formed a long queue, each waiting to pay a coin to enter. Seeing the dense crowd, Xiao Tao nervously clutched her mother's sleeve. As their turn approached, Xiao Tao stealthily studied the dark red city gate, which towered 2 stories high, its impressive thickness astounding. Just as she wished to admire it further, she caught sight of the soldier collecting fees and quickly lowered her head, averting her gaze in fear. Upon entering the city, Mrs. Li began to grumble, "We haven't bought anything yet, and we've already spent 3 coins just to enter." Good heavens, Donghua, realizing that Mrs. Li was reluctant to part with the fare for the return journey, cheerfully called out to the group, "I'll be waiting by the willow tree tea stall near the city gate. Let us head back home by midday, don't be late." Before he finished speaking, Mrs. Li had already hurried off with her heavy basket towards the vegetable market in the West Market to secure a good position. The others dispersed in small groups. Xiao Tao lagged behind her mother, her worn shoes having developed a significant tear, exposing half her toe. In a state of embarrassment, she stood awkwardly, overlapping her feet, and softly called out, "Mother, mother, what now?" Xiao Tao's mother replied impatiently, glancing back. Xiao Tao, feeling like she had committed an offense, dared not meet her mother's gaze, lowering her head and clutching her pant leg as she mumbled, "My shoes 1T, let me walk properly." Xiao Tao's mother turned to look, exasperated, and tugged Xiao Tao toward the fabric store in the bustling West Market, intending to buy her a pair of shoes. Upon reaching the entrance of a store named Fu Xiong, Xiao Tao's mother sharply instructed, "Stay right here. Don't block the way." Hastily, Xiao Tao retracted her exposed toes and carefully positioned herself against the outer wall of the shop. The shopkeeper, eyeing Xiao Tao's mother with a hint of surprise, greeted her warmly, "Madam, what do you need?" "We offer a variety of fabrics at reasonable prices." Xiao Tao's mother scanned the shop for shoes, pointing to a pair of coarse cloth shoes, about palm-sized, and inquired, "What is the price of these shoes?" The shopkeeper bowed slightly with a smile, "Madam, these shoes are the most affordable in our store, durable and easy to clean, priced at 12 coins. 10 coins, not a penny more." Seeing the price, the shopkeeper quickly began to wrap them up. "Madam, this price is barely profitable. Is there anything else you wish to purchase?" Xiao Tao's mother's attention was caught by a vibrant green piece of fabric on the shelf. She strode over, pointing and asking, "What is the price of this fabric?" The shopkeeper praised her. "Madam has a discerning eye. This is our finest material, priced at 25 coins per foot, and I cannot negotiate on that. Just look at how finely woven and thick it is, and the color is splendid. It would be perfect for making a jacket. I assure you it would look stunning on you." Xiao Tao's mother calculated in her mind. She was 3 months pregnant now and would give birth at the end of the year. This fabric would be just right for sewing a new jacket for her confinement period, and a matching pair of shoes would be truly beautiful. Thinking of her unborn child, she negotiated, "I'll take 6 feet of this fabric, but I also need 2 feet of fine cotton fabric for my baby. Let us say this green fabric costs 20 coins per foot, and I'll take it." The shopkeeper immediately waved his hands. "That won't do, madam. This green fabric is new stock. We can't afford to sell it at a loss. How about this? The fine cotton fabric will be 18 coins per foot, usually. It's priced at 20. Xiao Tao's mother considered. 6 feet of green fabric at 25 coins totals 150 coins. And 2 feet of fine cotton fabric at 36 coins. That makes a total of 186 coins. She thought for a moment, "Since I'm buying so much, can't you round it down to 180 coins? After a moment's deliberation, the shopkeeper reluctantly agreed, smiling, "Madam, please do come back and support our business in the future." Xiao Tao anxiously fidgeted outside the shop, alternating her feet, rubbing one against the other, until finally, her mother emerged. As soon as she saw her mother, she hurriedly leaned against the wall of the fabric store and whispered. Mother Xiao Tao's mother approached, unveiling the newly purchased shoes with a smile. "Look, I bought you new shoes. Try them on." Xiao Tao, gleefully slipping on the shoes that were just the right size, felt elated, gingerly stepping on the ground. This was the first time she wore shoes made of new fabric. Previously, her shoes had always been crafted from remnants of her mother's old clothes. Overjoyed, she exclaimed, "Mother, you're so wonderful." Determined, she resolved to keep these fine shoes at home, placing them beside her pillow on the wooden bed in the kitchen, so she could admire them every night before sleeping. "Come on, let us take a stroll," her mother said, leading her on. Xiao Tao thought they were heading to buy some sweets. Her heart sweetened as if she had just sipped honey, and she skipped along beside her mother. They passed by a candy stall, the aroma of pastries wafting through the air, and Xiao Tao felt her mouth water. However, her mother pressed on, walking briskly for a quarter of an hour until they arrived at another shop. A woman in her 50s, clad in a gray-blue cross-colored cotton shirt, her hair adorned with a floral silver hairpin, stepped out. She was broad-shouldered and had a fierce countenance, her piercing eyes sparkling as she fanned herself. Upon spotting Xiao Tao's mother, her eyes lit up. However, when her gaze fell upon Xiao Tao's slightly rounded belly, she frowned slightly in disappointment. Before her gaze landed on the thin, frail Xiao Tao standing behind her mother, and understanding dawned upon her. Xiao Tao's mother stepped forward with a flattering smile. "Sister, the drought has hit our home hard, and we worry about our child going hungry. Would you consider taking her?" The woman's lips curled into a mocking smile as she scrutinized Xiao Tao. "Oh, such a dark, skinny little girl. She can't do any work and is only good for eating. No one would want her." At that moment, Xiao Tao understood everything. Her mother intended to sell her. Desperately, she grasped her mother's sleeve, her voice trembling with tears. "Mother, mother, I'll only drink the rice soup from the pot's surface, and I'll work harder every day." Overcome with sorrow, she could say no more, merely sobbing as she clung tighter to her mother's sleeve. Xiao Tao's mother immediately began to enumerate her daughter's abilities to the old woman. "This child can wash clothes, kindle a fire, cook meals, gather firewood, and sweep the house. She excels at everything." The old woman raised an eyebrow. "And how much do you expect to sell her for?" Recalling that the daughter of the Shirshan family had been sold for 40 taels, after all. She was a beautiful young lady coveted by the landlord to serve as a concubine. Xiao Tao's mother felt a profound sense of regret, knowing her daughter could not compare. Tentatively, she suggested, "How about 10 taels?" 10 taels? The old woman exclaimed in a loud voice. "Where have you seen a girl of such tender years valued at 10 taels? I wouldn't pay that for a capable, decent-looking girl in her teens." With that, she waved her hand dismissively. "Take her elsewhere. We have no need for her." Xiao Tao's mother quickly amended her offer. "Then, what do you think of 9 taels? My daughter will surely grow up to be worth more, after all. She is my own flesh and blood." As she spoke, she deliberately adjusted the silk flower in her hair, a gesture laced with artifice. At this point, The old woman fully grasped Xiao Tao's mother's intentions. She scrutinized Xiao Tao closely. Beneath long eyelashes lay a pair of eyes that shone like cold stars. Her brows were delicately arched, her face shaped like a small goose egg. Although she was somewhat dark and thin, her features were striking. If nurtured well, she would undoubtedly blossom into a beauty, fetching a handsome price in the future. Yet, she concealed her thoughts and maintained her stance, coolly stating, "Not worth it." With a steely resolve, Xiao Tao's mother bit her lip, a dead contract. The old woman continued to hold her ground, feigning indifference. "I usually don't take in children this small. They can't be sold and only add to my expenses. Seeing this child in such a pitiful state, I will do a good deed and offer you 8 taels of silver. A dead contract. If you agree, we will draft a written agreement. If not, you may take her back." Xiao Tao's mother hurriedly acquiesced, fearing the old woman might renege, pulling Xiao Tao along quick. "Thank the lady for taking you in and providing you with food." Xiao Tao sobbed uncontrollably, unable to utter a word, gripping her mother's sleeve tightly. The old woman cast a glance, unfazed by the child's distress, accustomed to such scenes. A few missed meals would soon pacify her. She extended the contract and the seal, handing over 8 taels of silver to Xiao Tao's mother. "Take it, count it carefully. Now, press your handprint." Xiao Tao's mother quickly accepted the contract, dipped her finger in the ink, and pressed it down, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the gleaming silver. Cautiously, she tucked the money into her clothing, checking it once more for reassurance. Then she instructed Xiao Tao, "Xiao Tao, behave well here and learn the rules. I'll come back to fetch you in a few days." As she spoke, she forcefully pried Xiao Tao's fingers off her sleeve and stepped briskly over the threshold of the old woman's establishment. Just as she exited, as if struck by a thought, she turned back and gently grasped Xiao Tao's hand, saying sweetly, "By the way, didn't your father give you 10 won? Let me keep it for you. I'll buy you some candy later." Without waiting for Xiao Tao to respond, she reached into her daughter's pocket, extracting the entire 10 won and counting it carefully before hastily turning to leave again. Despair filled Xiao Tao as she called out to her mother, following her out. But as she stepped over the threshold, the old woman swiftly seized the back of her collar, dragging her back inside. Chapter 4: Awakening. After Xiao Tao's mother departed, the old woman, Madame One, fanned herself as she approached the 8 immortals' table and took a generous gulp of cold tea. Beside her stood a girl of 12 or 13, clad in a coarse blue tunic, her thin face dotted with blemishes, her large eyes bulging slightly. Skin dark and devoid of luster, she stood with her hands at her sides, awaiting orders. Madame Wen raised her hand, speaking sharply, "Sanya, take her away. Explain our rules to her properly." Sanya, her head slightly bowed, replied respectfully, "Yes, Madame Wen." She stepped back a few paces, then quickly made her way to Xiao Tao, taking her hand, "Come with me." Yet Xiao Tao remained rooted to the spot, her gaze fixed on the door through which her mother had just exited, her small hands tightly clutching the empty legs of her trousers, silent tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. Sanya, glancing at Madame Wen, felt a pang of urgency. She tightened her grip on Xiao Tao's hand and whispered in her ear, "Be obedient, come with me." As she spoke, she pulled Xiao Tao toward the back courtyard. The courtyard was lined with low, gray-walled houses. The windows were dilapidated, the doors cracked with finger-width gaps, and the paint long faded beyond recognition. Pushing open a creaky little door, a musty smell wafted out. Inside, a room roughly 2 zhang wide, 4 rickety little beds were crammed together. Some beds had broken legs propped up with crumbling bricks, while others were askew and splintered. On one bed against the inner wall, dry straw served as bedding, covered with a tattered bamboo mat, which had been mended with patches of old gray cloth. A patched gray pillow made of coarse fabric rested on it, alongside a thin quilt revealing its cotton stuffing. No one else occupied the room. Sanya led Xiao Tao to an empty bed by the window. Noticing Xiao Tao still weeping, she felt a pang of sympathy and gently urged, "Stop crying, quickly tidy up your bedding. You'll sleep here from now on. And I will too. For now, it's just the 2 of us. Once Madame Wen acquires more girls, they will be arranged to stay here as well." She paused, lowering her voice, "If Madame Wen finds you haven't tidied up, be careful of the tea tree stick." This was Madame Wen's method of discipline. Disobedience or laziness earned a punishment with a tea tree stick. The trees grew slowly, their wood was tough, though not thick, a strike from it stung painfully. And the stick was not easily broken. Seeing Xiao Tao still standing like a statue, Sanya sighed, pulled her closer, wiping the tears from her face. Then she rolled up her sleeves, revealing her arms marked with raised, dark scars. Look, Sanya said softly, when I was just sold by my father. I cried every day. But what use is crying? Madam Wen gets angry and withholds food, and we still have to work. If we work slowly or poorly, we get punished with a tea tree stick. As she spoke, she rolled up her pant legs, revealing her legs similarly scarred, some wounds scabbed over, while a few fresh ones were still pink. Xiao Tao, looking at those harrowing scars, asked through her tears, Sanya, why did your father sell you? Because my parents needed money to repair our house, Sanya replied, her voice calm yet tinged with numbness. Our home was in disrepair. My younger brother is 11. Soon he will be of marrying age, and being poor means he cannot attract a good match. My 2 older sisters were sold off early. Selling me would gather enough money for the repairs. Xiao Tao clung to this glimmer of hope, urgently asking Sanya, will your parents, once they fix the house and save enough money, come to pay back Madam Wen and take you home to live in the new house? Sanya's gaze drifted outside the window, and after a moment of silence, she replied slowly, no. I don't even know where my 2 sisters were sold to. My parents never mentioned them again. I was sold last year after the new year, and for a year and a half, my parents haven't come to check on me. Once sold, it's as if I have no relation to them anymore. They no longer care whether I live or die. But I am different, Xiao Tao insisted, shaking her head vigorously, as if to convince both Sanya and herself. My parents talked about me at home. They sold me to ensure my mother could eat well and give birth to my brother. Once my brother is born, they will come to get me. My mother said she would come for me in a few days. Recalling her mother's words, she clung to that promise, desperate for it to be true. Oh, foolish child, Sanya said bitterly, if she truly cared for you, she wouldn't have sold you. That's not true, Xiao Tao quickly countered. My father even gave me 10 when this morning to buy candy. My mother bought me new shoes, she declared, ready to sit on the rickety bed to show Sanya her shoes as proof of her parents' affection. Sanya grabbed Xiao Tao's hand, stopping her from taking off her shoes, and looked into her tear-filled, hopeful eyes. She hesitated, then steeled herself, saying, do you know where this is? This is a place for buying and selling people. Madam Wen purchased us to sell us again for profit. In the shop, I chanced upon your mother. That exquisite garment she wore could fetch a considerable sum at the pawnshop. Not to mention the abundance of fine fabrics she purchased if they were truly destitute. How could she afford such extravagance? Xiao Tao froze, the shopkeeper's words echoing in her ears. That vibrant green fabric was the finest in the store. She had never donned a new dress herself, yet her mother had already procured soft cotton fabric for the brother still in her womb. Memories flooded back of their journey to the pawnshop, passing by those enticing candy stalls and pastry shops, her mother moving briskly without a moment's pause, heading directly here. And then there was the 10 coins her father had given, only to be taken away by her mother. Sanya's words dimmed the light in Xiao Tao's eyes. She finally comprehended Sanya's intention. Sanya wished to awaken her to the reality that her parents, much like Sanya's, would not return for her. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, she cast her gaze downward, staring at her toes. Chapter 5, Instruction. Noticing that the time for lunch was approaching, Sanya gently placed her hand on Xiao Tao's shoulder and earnestly said, Xiao Tao, we are both children neglected by our parents. From now on, we must rely solely on ourselves. If our parents do not care for us, we must learn to care for ourselves. Remember to address the woman who buys us as Madam Wen, and always do so with utmost respect. Look, it's almost lunchtime. If we delay Madam Wen's meal, I shall surely be punished, perhaps even deprived of food. You must keep this in mind and be quick-witted. If you inadvertently displease Madam Wen, admit your fault at once to avoid punishment. When she teaches you the rules, express your gratitude for her guidance and affirm, I shall remember, Madam Wen, learn well. And we can only hope to find a better master in the future. With that, she affectionately embraced Xiao Tao's frail shoulders, gently stroking her head. Xiao Tao buried her face deep into Sanya's arm, and after a considerable time, she cautiously lifted her head and tentatively reached out to grasp Sanya's hand. Sanya's previously dull eyes sparkled momentarily, and she promptly clasped Xiao Tao's hand tightly, leading her out towards the kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, Sanya skillfully washed the pots, filled them with water, added rice, and covered the pot to prepare 2 large bowls of rice for Madam Wen's lunch. One bowl would be served at noon, the other saved for dinner. In the evening, she would stir-fry a dish and prepare a soup for Madame Wen. As for herself and Xiao Tao, they would have one black cornmeal bun each for dinner. Xiao Tao quickly seated herself on a small stool by the stove, picking up a flintstone to help ignite the fire. Seeing this, Sanya nodded in approval, turning to start a new pot of braised pork belly for Madame Wen. The sizzling of the pork in the pot filled the air with an enticing aroma that wafted into Xiao Tao's nostrils, making her acutely aware of her growling stomach. Embarrassed, she touched her belly. Sanya smiled softly, playfully tapping Xiao Tao's nose while instructing, "This dish is for Madame Wen. We must not even glance at it, let alone touch it. If we are discovered, we would face severe consequences. Unless, of course, Madame Wen offers us leftovers." As she spoke, she deftly prepared a bowl of garlic sesame sauce with green beans. On a sweltering summer day, Xiao Tao perspired profusely while tending the fire, yet she remained silent, accustomed to the toil of cooking. Once the meal for Madame Wen was ready, Sanya took advantage of the residual heat to add water and set 2 fist-sized cornmeal buns to steam for their lunch. Sanya carried Madame Wen's meal to the table, and Xiao Tao hurriedly followed with chopsticks in hand. Once Sanya respectfully arranged the dishes to the left of Madame Wen, she signaled Xiao Tao to stand beside her and wait. Stealing a glance at Sanya, Xiao Tao observed her standing upright, head slightly bowed, hands clasped before her, eyes cast down, attentively watching Madame Wen, anxious not to miss a single silent cue or subtle gesture. After only a few bites, Madame Wen fanned herself with her hand, and Sanya quickly moved to the tea table to grab a fan, stepping back half a pace to stand behind Madame Wen, gently fanning her. Madame Wen glanced up at Sanya, a hint of satisfaction in her gaze before returning to her meal. Perhaps due to the oppressive heat, Madame Wen seemed to have little appetite, leaving behind a small portion of glistening pork belly and a spoonful of thick, dark sauce, along with half a bowl of garlic green beans. Sanya's eyes flickered with barely concealed delight as she quickly assessed the remaining meat. Once Madame Wen had finished, she languidly remarked, "Take this away and divide it." "Thank you, Madame Wen, for your generosity." Sanya immediately approached to clear the dishes, quickly signaling Xiao Tao with her eyes to fetch a cloth to wipe the table. Xiao Tao hastily grabbed the cloth and diligently began cleaning the surface. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as the back of her hand received a sting from a tea tree stick, causing her to recoil in pain, a red mark instantly appearing. Sanya watched in anguish as Madame Wen, fanning herself and sipping tea, leisurely instructed, "Remember, when wiping the table, you must sweep the food scraps towards yourself." Sanya quickly nudged Xiao Tao gently with her arm. Xiao Tao, suppressing her pain, straightened up and replied, "Yes, thank you for your guidance, Madame Wen." Back in the kitchen, Xiao Tao's hand had begun to bruise, and she bit her lip, fighting back tears. Sanya tenderly held her small hand, gently blowing on it. Afterward, she fetched 2 clean pairs of chopsticks, placing their cornmeal buns and the leftover dishes from Madame Wen on a small table. Sanya then seated Xiao Tao on a stool and carefully split one of the buns, placing a piece of pork inside along with a spoonful of the rich, fragrant sauce, soaking it through. With a smile, she handed the meat-filled bun to Xiao Tao's palm, urging, "Taste it. This braised pork is so delicious it could make you lose your tongue. I learned the skill from a chef who used to work for a wealthy family." Sadly, she didn't stay long before Madame Wen sold her, otherwise I might have learned a few more dishes. Xiao Tao stared in astonishment at the bun filled with meat and drenched in sauce, momentarily unable to move. Sanya gently patted her back, guiding her hand to bring the bun to her nose, softly coaxing, "Isn't it fragrant? Hurry, eat up. There will be opportunities to make it again in the future. You need not learn secretly, I will teach you directly." With that, Sanya took her own bun and began mopping up the remaining sauce in the bowl, until the bottom was nearly devoid of any sheen, and only then did she begin to eat with satisfaction. Xiao Tao took a deep breath, the rich aroma of the meat filling her senses. Opening her mouth, she took a small bite, the bun soaked in savory, rich meat juices, a taste so delightful she was reluctant to swallow. At home, she could only savor thin slices of meat on New Year's, and the flavor of this dish was incomparable. Even the meat from the village chief's eldest grandson's wedding banquet paled in comparison to this exquisite taste. Chapter 6, Shared Fate. After finishing their meal, Xiao Tao and Sanya tidied up the kitchen and then went to wait in the front shop. The oppressive heat made the atmosphere stifling, and by the beginning of the afternoon, most of the people on the street had dispersed. Madame Wen waved her hand, signaling the two to leave. Sanya quickly took Xiao Tao's hand, bowing respectfully as they excused themselves. Back in the backyard, Sanya moved with a lightness in her step, excitedly pulling Xiao Tao along. Xiao Tao, let us go to the firewood shed. There are several bundles of straw inside. We'll choose the sturdy ones to dry in the sun. Later, I'll help you make your bed. Xiao Tao nodded, following Sanya to the shed. Sanya carried out a bundle of stiff straw, laying it out in the corner of the yard to dry. Once the straw was laid out, she dashed back to their sleeping quarters, rummaging through a corner to retrieve a somewhat tattered bamboo mat with fewer holes, which she carried to the well. She drew water from the well, instructing Xiao Tao to scrub the mat. Xiao Tao, scrub it thoroughly. This is for you. As she spoke, she rinsed away the dirt that was coming off. After washing both sides several times until the water ran clear, she was satisfied. The bamboo soaked up the water, becoming heavy, and together they lifted it onto a wooden rack in the yard to dry. After tending to her chores, Sanya hurried to the well to fetch water, assisting Xiao Tao in cleaning the small bed by the window, which had several broken slats. Once the bed was scrubbed clean, Sanya suddenly slapped her forehead in realization, exclaiming, "Oh dear! I forgot to fetch some wide bamboo strips from the firewood shed to support the broken slats." Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed off towards the shed. Observing Sanya's flurry of activity and meticulous planning on her behalf, Xiao Tao felt a wave of indescribable warmth swell within her, her heart brimming with gratitude. Sanya rummaged through the firewood shed for quite some time, determined to find the sturdiest and straightest bamboo strips. At last, she selected several that met her satisfaction. Just as Xiao Tao was about to carry them away, Sanya raised her hand to stop her, taking up a hatchet to carefully smooth the splinters from the bamboo strips. She gently patted Xiao Tao's head, saying, "There, all smoothed out, so you won't get hurt when we replace the bed slats later." Once finished, the two girls carried the bamboo strips back to the room, meticulously placing them where the slats had broken. Having laid the bamboo strips, Sanya poked her head out the door to check that Antwan was not approaching. She then whispered to Xiao Tao, "Come lie down on my bed for a bit. You woke up early today, and I'm sure you're tired. Just rest your eyes for a moment." With that, she knelt down to help Xiao Tao remove her shoes, positioning her against the wall. Sanya sat at the edge of the bed, keeping an attentive ear on the yard's sounds while gently fanning Xiao Tao with a tattered palm leaf. Xiao Tao initially believed she would find it hard to sleep, yet her body soon succumbed to exhaustion, curling up and drifting into a deep slumber. Sanya remained vigilant nearby, listening to the noises outside. After a considerable time had passed, though reluctant to disturb her friend, Sanya gently nudged Xiao Tao and softly called, "Xiao Tao, wake up, it's time." Xiao Tao blinked her eyes open, staring in confusion at the unfamiliar tiles above her for a moment before recalling that this was not the thatched kitchen of Laohui village, but rather the servant quarters of the Yaxiang. Sanya helped Xiao Tao tidy her tousled hair. After Xiao Tao put on her shoes, they headed to the yard to collect the sun-dried straw. The sun blazed fiercely, and the straw crackled as it was touched, feeling scorching to the hand. Together, they laid the dry, hot straw on the bed and rolled up the dried bamboo mat to carry back inside. Once the mat was spread out, Sanya retrieved a small blue bundle from her pillow, opening it with an air of triumph for Xiao Tao to see. "Look at this thread and needle. A while back, a steward from a wealthy family came to buy people. When his horse got dirty in the yard, I fetched well water to clean it up. After he bought the person and saw the horse was spotless, he was so pleased that he rewarded me with 20 copper coins. I gave the money to Antwan, and since she saw that the steward liked me and I had just made a deal, she didn't take it back. That evening, she even rewarded me with the leftover chicken carcass from Ji Xiang restaurant. I used that money to buy this thread and needle." Xiao Tao looked up at Sanya, puzzled. The village women had mentioned that thread and needles could be purchased for 3 or 4 won. How could Sanya have spent so much? Was she tricked? Sanya, noticing Xiao Tao's expression, proudly explained, "You see, this isn't just any needle. There are different sizes and types for various purposes, including sewing clothes and embroidering. Look at this large needle for shoemaking and these spools of thread. The colors are numerous. I haggled for quite some time to buy these, and I secretly inquired about the prices at several shops." Xiao Tao finally understood. Sanya unfolded the neatly stacked old cloth scraps in her bundle for Xiao Tao to see, one pile of heavily patched fabric, another of relatively intact fabric with patches cut away, and a final stack of sturdier cloth. These fabrics were left behind by buyers at the Yaxiang. Antwan feared they would scorn the old, shabby clothes, so she would have them changed into the new coarse cloth uniforms provided by the Yaxiang. Once sold, the original ragged clothing could not be taken away. So they were discarded here. I've been quietly washing and collecting them. The heavily patched pieces are best for shoemaking, while the less patched, sturdier fabric will be saved for shoe tops. Sonia picked up the largest unpatched piece, her eyes sparkling with ambition. I hope to gather enough to make a small quilt cover in the future. As she spoke, Sonia threaded a thick line through a needle, laying out the tattered mat that Xiao Tao had cleaned. She selected a piece of unpatched old cloth, slightly larger than the hole, and diligently began to mend the tear. Her stitches tight and secure, enclosing the frayed edges completely. Curious, Xiao Tao asked from the side, Sonia, why did you buy an embroidery needle? Do you know how to embroider? Sonia gently poked Xiao Tao's forehead with her finger. I'm just preparing. What if one day a skilled embroiderer is sold here? Before she sold off, Aunt 11T let her idle away. While she embroidering, I'll seize the opportunity to learn in secret. With all this old fabric, I'll have the perfect chance to practice. Before long, the hole in the mat was neatly repaired. Sonia, feeling a sense of pride, stretched her neck. I learned the skill from the head cook in the kitchen. She had worked for a prominent family and was far more adept than the women in our village. Xiao Tao admired Sonia, secretly resolving to seize any opportunity to learn such a craft. Sonia carefully spread the mended mat, then meticulously wrapped her precious needlework bundle back up, tucking it beneath her pillow. As the sun began to set, Sonia hurriedly pulled Xiao Tao towards the kitchen. Xiao Tao stoked the fire, while Sonia deftly prepared a dish of loofah soup and braised eggplant. After serving Aunt Wen her meal, they finished their own cold corn buns with water once Aunt Wen had devoured her share. After tidying the kitchen and assisting Aunt Wen with her bath, the two girls quickly washed themselves with the remaining warm water from the large pot, preparing for bed. That night, as Xiao Tao lay on the unfamiliar hardboard bed, staring at the dark ceiling, sleep eluded her. Sonia quietly approached Xiao Tao's bedside, groping to grasp her hand. Sleep now, we can't afford to be tired tomorrow, or we'll be scolded or worse. In the darkness, Xiao Tao softly inquired, Sonia, do you miss home? Sonia remained silent for a long moment before replying slowly, not really. When I was your age, someone came to our village to buy people and my parents sold my older sister. She clung desperately to the yard gate, refusing to leave. The buyer, impatient, slapped her and my father sat inside, not even rising. That night, I had a nightmare, dreaming that someone came to buy me. Such nightmares became frequent. By the time my second sister was sold, I knew it would be my turn sooner or later. In the darkness, Xiao Tao felt warm droplets fall onto her hand. Wordlessly, she tightened her grip on Sonia's hand. Sonia sighed deeply and said calmly, Xiao Tao, we are both bound by this fate. They no longer want us, and we no longer want them. She lay down beside Xiao Tao, gently patting her back, and fell silent. In the dead of night, a sudden clap of thunder shook the bedboards. Instinctively, Sonia pulled Xiao Tao closer. Moments later, a torrential downpour began, the sound of rain cascading until dawn. Chapter 7. The Rules. The heavy rain that fell throughout the night finally brought a respite from the heat. In the morning, the yard and streets were filled with water in every depression. Many people were out clearing the branches blown down by the strong winds, and numerous buckets at shop entrances were filled with water dripping from the eaves. In such weather, rural households rarely enjoyed a moment of peace. The land was soaked, and stepping outside would result in muddy feet, making it impossible to work the fields. The path to the county town was even more treacherous, impassable for ox carts. The ordinarily bustling streets were now eerily quiet, with few pedestrians, and the shops lining the sides stood desolate. With nothing to do after the rain, Xiao Tao's parents rarely slept past noon. Her mother, with a sparkle in her eyes, sweetly instructed, once we get up, let us kill that black hen that hasn't even laying eggs. I need to nourish myself since I'm carrying a child. Her father merely grunted in agreement. Xiao Tao's mother lovingly extracted a bundle of silver wrapped in layers of blue cloth from their straw bedding. Counting it meticulously, we've saved over 7 taels of silver previously, and the copper coins are hidden in the sewing basket in the cupboard. This is a full 7 taels, plus the 8 taels we received yesterday. She cherished the glimmering silver, repeatedly caressing it with delight. As Xiao Tao's father gazed at the silver, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and his mind began to whirl with possibilities. How about we add 2 acres of rice paddies for our precious treasure in the belly? He continued. Once we harvest the rice, I shall venture into the county to find work, which would cover all your expenses during childbirth. Xiao Tao's mother hesitated, saying, Food is barely sufficient as it is. Perhaps we should start with just 1 acre? Xiao Tao's father, not yet satisfied, couldn't resist pinching her tender cheek affectionately, exclaiming, Fool. Trust your husband, let us purchase 2 acres. That would grant us a total of 5 acres of fine rice paddies. Coupled with the corn, wheat, and sweet potatoes in the fields, we would have an ample surplus. When the time comes, I shall certainly make you new clothes. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tao's mother bashfully threw herself into her husband's embrace. The shop was rather desolate, and Aunt Wen, finding herself idle, suddenly remembered to check on the quarters Xiao Tao had prepared, assessing whether she was indeed capable. She instructed Sanya to prepare lunch and instructed Xiao Tao to lead the way. However, as soon as they stepped outside, Xiao Tao felt a sharp blow to her leg, causing her to stumble. Aunt Wen scolded sternly, servants leading the way must not walk down the center. Keep to the side. Remember this rule. From the kitchen, Sanya peeked through the crack of the door, her heart aching for Xiao Tao, regretting that she had forgotten to teach her this rule the previous night. With tears welling in her eyes, Xiao Tao blinked and obediently stepped aside to guide them. Upon reaching the quarters, she mimicked Sanya's actions and respectfully opened the door for Aunt Wen. Standing at the threshold, Aunt Wen raised her eyelids and surveyed the neatly arranged bedding, feeling somewhat satisfied. After lunch, business remained slow in the shop. Aunt Wen, bored, cracked open some melon seeds, while Xiao Tao and Sanya stood with their hands at their sides, with Xiao Tao attempting to fan Aunt Wen. Suddenly, a man nearing 30, plump and with a face full of flesh, rushed in, his pant legs and shoes caked with yellow mud, crying out in a sobbing voice, Aunt! Aunt! Big Aunt! Aunt Wen, startled, stood up, knocking over a chair, and hurriedly asked, De Lang? What is the matter that you appear so distressed? De Lang, his body trembling with agitation, hurriedly knelt before Aunt Wen, gasping for breath, Big Aunt. Grandmother had a bowl of porridge at noon. She couldn't swallow a single spoonful and she's gone. With that, he broke down in a fit of loud sobs. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wen clutched the edge of the table and let out a long wail, Oh my dear. After a moment of weeping, she wiped her tears and hurried to assist her nephew. Aunt Wen's mother had been bedridden for over half a year, ravaged by illness until she was nothing but a frail skeleton, merely enduring the days. The burial clothes and coffin had long been prepared, and the younger generations were somewhat aware of the impending loss. Once composed, Aunt Wen began to inquire about the family's arrangements. De Lang, avoiding her gaze, reassured her. Big Aunt, do not worry. Father is at the entrance thanking relatives who came to pay their respects, while San Lang is guarding the coffin, tending to the eternal lamp and burning paper money for grandmother. The paper money has not ceased. Si Lang and I left together. He has gone to ask the cook to prepare the funeral feast. Mother is inside receiving the visiting ladies. Other relatives have asked the cousins from the third uncle's house to help announce the news. Everything is prepared at home. We will send grandmother off with dignity. He paused for a breath, then continued. We consulted the famous Li Banxian from De Luzhuang to select an auspicious date for the burial. He said that these days are inauspicious, so we can only schedule it 5 days later on the 16th day, at the very end of the yin hour, which aligns well with grandmother's birth chart, ensuring prosperity for her descendants. De Lang took a sip of tea, hesitating as he cautiously observed Aunt Wen's expression, stammering. All the other relatives have sent their cousins to announce the news. Big Aunt, I have come personally. Grandmother has only you and my father as her 2 children. We are of blood relation, but given this sweltering heat, grandmother may not endure it. If only we had ice, he added, Big Aunt. You are the most filial. You wouldn't want grandmother to suffer. We have no means, unlike you, who are acquainted with wealthy families. Aunt Wen understood that in this scorching weather, a body could not be preserved for long without ice. Yet, ice was a rare luxury reserved for the affluent. And at this critical juncture, obtaining it would cost no less than 200 taels of silver over 5 days. This was far more than enough to afford a dignified burial for her mother. It seemed her brothers had set their sights on her, hoping she would bear this heavy financial burden. Even if her brothers were drained of their assets, they could not provide such a sum. For Aunt Wen, this was akin to tearing out her own flesh, nearly half of her fortune. It was no wonder they had sent the nephew she valued most to plead. Reflecting on the fact that her ability to establish a foothold in the county town stemmed from her mother's formidable reputation through these nephews, she sighed deeply. Her own children, while clever and ruthless, could not survive on this fortune, having only managed to acquire a few dozen acres of land on the outskirts. Aunt Wen resigned herself to the notion that, regardless of the cost, she must find a way to pay for the ice. De Lang, filled with trepidation, awaited her response. The tea had been served growing lukewarm until Aunt Wen finally spoke. De Lang, return home and assist. I will find a way to procure the ice. Upon hearing this, De Lang's heart soared with joy, and he quickly knelt, bowing his head repeatedly in gratitude. Aunt Wen sent her nephew off and hurriedly departed. Employing some method, she managed to persuade the owner of the Jixiang wine house in the county town to part with several boxes of ice. However, the price was exorbitant, causing Aunt Wen's flesh to crinkle with distress. Upon returning to the dental office, Aunt Wen swiftly packed her belongings and summoned Sanya and Xiao Tao, adopting a serious demeanor as she instructed. I have urgent matters to attend to and must be away for 6 or 7 days. I will lock the front door tightly. You two must enter and exit through the side gate. Keep the courtyard tidy. Clear the ashes from the kitchen. There must be work to do. Should I find any of you slacking off, my stick does not discriminate. Besides cleaning, you're not to loiter outside. If I hear of any laziness. Her piercing gaze swept over the two children, their faces pale with fear, before she finally felt reassured enough to lock the door and leave. Chapter 8, Contentment. Aunt Wen hired a mule cart, hurriedly transporting ice back to her family for the funeral. Sanya held tightly to the small courtyard key Aunt Wen had left behind, respectfully leading Xiao Tao to see her off at the shop entrance, waiting until the mule cart disappeared around the corner before turning back to the courtyard. As soon as they entered the small courtyard, Sanya quickly secured the door. The two exchanged glances, both eyes sparkling with an uncontainable sense of relief. Xiao Tao, we can finally enjoy a few days of freedom. Sanya exclaimed excitedly, her voice tinged with emotion. Seeing Xiao Tao's eyes glisten with mirth, despite the redness, she nestled her head against Xiao Tao's shoulder, her voice bubbling with joy. In just a few days, we can sneak out of the courtyard and explore the county town. Wouldn't that be delightful? Xiao Tao beamed widely. Standing in the courtyard, Sanya's gaze fell upon the weeds sprouting in the corner. And a spark of inspiration struck her. Let us pull the weeds today. Once we're done, we can take the refuse out. Xiao Tao impressed. Thought Sanya truly clever. The soil, softened by the rain, allowed the weeds to come up easily, bringing clumps of dirt with them. The two worked swiftly, with Sanya even humming a tuneless melody. She rummaged through the woodshed and found 2 small bamboo baskets, filling them halfway with the gathered weeds and dirt, planning to finish the rest tomorrow for another chance to venture out. The refuse pit was located on the eastern edge of the city, designed for the convenience of the wealthy. The dental office was situated in the western market, requiring them to traverse much of the county town to reach the refuse pit. However, at that moment, Sanya and Xiao Tao wished the journey were even longer. Hand in hand, they walked along the cobblestone streets, with Xiao Tao timidly gazing at the clean and orderly brick shops on either side, finding everything novel and intriguing. As they passed a candy shop, she couldn't help but lower her head. Sanya, noticing, gently patted her head, asking, "Do you want some candy?" Xiao Tao remained silent. After a moment of walking in quiet contemplation, she whispered, "My mother said she would bring me to the county town to buy some sugar." Her voice was barely audible. Sanya, sensing the weight of her words, tightened her grip on Xiao Tao's hand. As they approached the West Market, they spotted Granny Zhang from the tofu shop, struggling atop a stool in her yard, laboriously dismantling the mess left by the winds that had wreaked havoc on her loofah trellis the previous night. The tendrils were ensnared, making the task exceedingly arduous, and beads of sweat glistened on Granny Zhang's brow. Sanya's gaze was fixated on the stunted, wilted loofahs clinging to the vines, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Summoning her courage, she tugged at Xiao Tao's arm and walked to the open gate, gently knocking. "Granny Zhang, it's sweltering out here. And you're getting on in years. Allow us to assist you. We were just on our way to the refuse pit and can conveniently help you dispose of the loofah vines." Granny Zhang scrutinized the bold girl at her door, recognizing Sanya as the child from the dental shop's Wen family, and a flicker of sympathy crossed her face. "Very well. You two can help me take down the trellis. Just pile the wooden slats in the corner and discard the vines by the refuse pit." After washing her hands, she beckoned the two over, pulling out a few coins to give each of them to. Sanya, taken aback by the unexpected windfall, rubbed her hands together in delight. Just as she was about to accept the money with gratitude, a thought struck her. Granny Zhang had a grandson studying at the academy, which meant there was likely some candy in the house. Biting her lip, she withdrew her outstretched hand and, blushing, softly said, "Granny Zhang, we're merely lending a hand. We can't possibly accept your money." With a charming smile, she added, "If you could reward us with a piece of candy to sweeten our day, that would be splendid." Granny Zhang was momentarily taken aback by the girl's eloquence, but decided to let it slide, turning to enter her home. Sanya quickly urged Xiao Tao to get to work. Sanya, being strong, took on the task of pulling apart the wooden slats, while Xiao Tao, nimble-fingered, untangled the vines from the slats. Their movements were swift and agile, and before long, the trellis was dismantled. Sanya gathered the loofah vines into a bundle and called out, "Granny Zhang, all cleaned up. Shall I pick the remaining loofahs for you?" Granny Zhang emerged from the house. "No need, they're not worth keeping, just throw them away." As she spoke, she handed each child 2 pieces of candy and wrapped a broken piece of tofu in a banana leaf. "I heard Aunt Wen is away for a funeral? This piece of tofu is broken. It won't last in this heat, so take it home for dinner tonight." Upon hearing this, Sanya and Xiao Tao sincerely bowed to Granny Zhang in gratitude. They carefully stowed the candy in their belongings. Sanya offered her basket to Xiao Tao to carry while she hoisted the large bundle of loofah vines. The two of them stumbled along for half a stick of incense before reaching the refuse pit. When they arrived, a few children were already discarding their waste. Sanya held Xiao Tao back from approaching and whispered, "Hold on, let us sit under that tree for a moment until they leave." Though confused, Xiao Tao obediently followed Sanya's lead. Once the other children had departed, Sanya instructed Xiao Tao to dispose of the basket. Upon returning, Xiao Tao found Sanya eagerly plucking the small loofahs from the vine, her face radiant with joy. Xiao Tao quickly found a stone to knock the dirt from the basket, then dashed to the roadside to gather some large pumpkin leaves to line the bottom and cover the top. Seeing this, Sanya praised, "Our Xiao Tao is truly clever." Xiao Tao, feeling bashful, tugged at her garment. Sanya, filled with excitement, urged, "While no one is around, hurry and pick more. Be careful." Their efforts bore fruit, and soon they had cleared the vines, filling the basket to the brim with small loofahs enough to last them 4 or 5 days. Their joy was so immense they could hardly contain their smiles. After collecting the loofahs, they placed the basket on a stone beneath the tree. Sanya found 2 sturdy branches and handed one to Xiao Tao. She then lifted the bundle of vines, leading Xiao Tao back to the refuse pit. After discarding the vines, Sanya, still unsatisfied, used her branch to rummage through the pit for anything useful, but to her disappointment, found nothing of value and reluctantly discarded the stick. On their way back to the dental shop, Xiao Tao carefully covered the basket with pumpkin leaves. Linking arms with Sanya, their steps light and buoyant, Sanya pointed out the shops lining the street, naming each one. "This is the Fuyuan grain store. That is Chen's vinegar shop, and beside the vinegar shop is Lu's cloth store." Xiao Tao, overwhelmed, could not grasp why Sanya was detailing every shop's name. Observing Xiao Tao's bewilderment, Sanya burst into a rare, hearty laugh. Upon entering their courtyard, Sanya promptly secured the door. She fetched several sturdy sticks from the woodshed to brace the door and explained as she worked, "Aunt Wen isn't worried about us escaping, she holds our indenture. But with just the 2 of us children at home, we must guard against any ill-intentioned individuals." Once the door was secured, Sanya hummed a little tune, "Tonight we shall feast." Xiao Tao glanced at the tofu and loofahs, unable to suppress a gulp of anticipation. That evening, Sanya prepared a generous bowl of clear loofah and tofu soup. She ladled a substantial portion of Aunt Wen's rice into Xiao Tao's bowl. "Sanya, I'm too small to eat this much," Xiao Tao protested anxiously. Sanya blocked her, pouring a large spoonful of soup over the rice and distributing a steamed bun to each of them, playfully teasing Xiao Tao by tapping her nose. "Tonight we won't just eat to our fill, we're going to indulge." In the end, both children savored their steamed buns, rice, and a hearty bowl of loofah tofu soup, their bellies full and content. Xiao Tao rubbed her rounded stomach while Sanya, rising to pat her belly, burped in satisfaction. It was an unprecedented experience for them both. After tidying up the kitchen and bathing, Xiao Tao hung her washed clothes on the line in the yard. Dressed in Sanya's slightly oversized attire, they sat side by side in the courtyard. Sanya used a cloth to dry Xiao Tao's damp, withered hair in the warm glow of the setting sun. The orange-red rays illuminated the corner of the wall as they watched the sun sink lower, slowly melding into the fiery clouds at the horizon. It was an evening filled with an unprecedented sense of freedom and tranquility for them. Chapter 9. Fragmentation. That night, Xiao Tao and Sanya lay comfortably in bed, relishing the rare sense of ease. Sanya no longer had to strain her ears to catch any sounds from the courtyard, and Xiao Tao was free from the fear of a sudden blow from Antwan. In this small courtyard, within this humble servant's room, even the bamboo mat beneath them, patched with tattered cloth, brought an unparalleled sense of contentment to the two children. With her hands cradled behind her head, Sanya swung her legs idly and tilted her head toward Xiao Tao, who lay sprawled out, rubbing her belly. Xiao Tao, after our outing today, do you have any questions you'd like to ask? Xiao Tao had been holding back a torrent of questions. Sanya, why didn't we just pick the loofahs while we were dismantling the trellis at Granny Zhang's? That would saved us so much trouble. And why did we have to wait until no one was around at the refuse pit to pick? Sanya patiently explained, if we had picked them in Granny Zhang's yard and someone saw, it could reach Antwan's ears, making it seem like she was mistreating us, not feeding us enough, and forcing us to beg for food, which would bring trouble to Granny Zhang. Antwan would lose face and have plenty of ways to deal with us, making our lives unbearable. In a fit of anger, it wouldn't be out of the question for her to kill us. Kill us? Xiao Tao gasped, her eyes widening in shock. Isn't it said in the plays that one must pay with their life for murder? Isn't, and when afraid the county magistrate will throw her in prison for execution? Sanya let out a short, derisive laugh. Silly girl. Before we were sold to Antwan, we were still considered people. Once sold, we're akin to the chickens, ducks, and geese she raises, her property. Tell me, if she were to kill one of her own chickens or slaughter one of her geese, could the county magistrate arrest her for that? In the darkness, Xiao Tao could see nothing, her eyes wide in bewilderment as she realized that their lives and deaths bore little distinction from the animals kept in enclosures. Sanya had not expected an answer from Xiao Tao and continued, Granny Zhang is kind-hearted. She only offered us the tofu because she learned that Antwan was away. That piece was broken, but she could eat it at home, and it's easier to sell a damaged piece to a less discerning household. She was merely looking for an excuse to help us. Finally comprehending, Xiao Tao marveled inwardly, Granny Zhang truly is a good person. Sanya added, avoiding people while picking loofahs at the refuse pit follows the same logic. But why did you insist on telling me the names of every shop along the way? Xiao Tao had been pondering this question all along. Sanya sighed, Xiao Tao. Having spent over a year in the dental shop, I have come to understand much. If a literate servant is sold and subsequently transferred to a wealthy family, the nature of their work differs vastly and the price fetched is worlds apart. The disparity is akin to that between a 5-pound lean goose and a 10-pound plump one. As I frequently venture out to purchase vegetables, I have attentively noted the names of these shops, observing their signs closely. Upon returning at night, I mentally revisit them, thereby recognizing several more characters. I can now identify dozens of characters. Her tone was tinged with both a hint of helplessness and a touch of pride. She meticulously shared this invaluable knowledge with Xiao Tao, expressing, thus, I wish for you to learn a few more characters as well. Who knows when they might prove useful in the future? It is worth noting that the young masters and mistresses of affluent families must spend considerable sums to attend the academy just to learn to read. Xiao Tao was deeply moved by Sanya's thoughtful intentions, her eyes brimming with warmth. She endeavored to recall the shop names and the characters on the signs she had seen earlier that day, only to find that she could remember none, filling her with immense regret for having squandered an opportunity and for letting down Sanya's efforts. She resolved silently, from now on, whenever I go out, I must pay attention to the characters on the signs and commit them to memory. Her heart brimmed with a multitude of words she wished to express to Sanya. Overwhelmed with gratitude and unsure how to articulate it, she finally choked out Sanya, pressing her cheek against the worn fabric of the bamboo mat. She silently vowed, from this day forth, she too would treat Sanya with the same kindness that Sanya had shown her. Chapter 10. Warmth. As dawn broke with a gentle light, Sanya rose quietly from her bed. She gently held down the stirring Xiao Tao and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, It's rare for just the two of us to be here without anyone watching. You should sleep a bit longer. With that, she retrieved her cherished bundle from under the pillow and went outside to gather Xiao Tao's drying clothes. By the time she returned, Xiao Tao had already rubbed her eyes and sat up. Just as Xiao Tao was about to change out of Sanya's clothes and into her own, She noticed Sonia intently sorting through fabric pieces of similar colors. Your clothes are too small, Sonia remarked, gesturing at the fabrics. Though it's warm now. In a couple of months it will be chilly. Since we have the luxury of time now, I will make you a change of clothes. When the cold sets in, you will have an extra layer to keep warm. During my time here, all I received from Granny One was a coarse cloth garment. I don't even know if she would be willing to give you anything. This time, she spent a significant amount on the ice. Mentioning ice? A subtle hint of concern laced Sonia's tone. Unable to resist, Xiao Tao leaned her head gently against Sonia's shoulder. Sonia, please teach me how to sew. I want to learn from you. Sonia smiled and readily agreed, handing Xiao Tao a needle. As Sonia meticulously pieced together the clothing from the old fabric scraps, Xiao Tao clumsily began to remove the patches from her old clothes under Sonia's careful guidance, practicing her stitching. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Sonia finally crafted a garment for Xiao Tao, slightly longer than her size. Despite being a patchwork, it was evident that Sonia had put much thought into it. The front and back were symmetrically sized, the colors matched as closely as possible, and the stitches were tight, fitting Xiao Tao surprisingly well. However, this effort had nearly depleted Sonia's supply of good fabric, pushing her dream of sewing a small quilt further out of reach. Xiao Tao twirled in her new clothes for Sonia to see, who nodded in satisfaction, proud of her handiwork. In contrast, Xiao Tao's own patches were crooked and uneven, with stitches of varying lengths that were quite unsightly, and her fingers bore several needle pricks. Sonia laughed gently, reassuring her, for your first attempt, this is already quite impressive. At noon, the two prepared steamed corn buns. Granny One had stored the rice away, so Sonia sifted some fine cornmeal from the mixture used for the buns, boiling it into a paste. She explained to Xiao Tao that this would be used to paste the soles of their shoes. The use of cornmeal made today's buns smaller, but after each had a generous bowl of loofah soup, they were both satisfied. After their meal, while the paste was still warm, the two began to apply it to their shoe soles. Sonia used the scraps she had collected to cover her own pair, then compared them to Xiao Tao's old soles to prepare a pair for her as well. Once finished, they placed them under the sun to dry and locked the courtyard door before heading out. As soon as they stepped outside, Xiao eagerly pulled Sonia's arm, pointing to the first shop and asking its name. Along the way, Sonia watched in astonishment as Xiao Tao seemed enchanted, her lips moving incessantly as she recited the shop names. Not wanting to interrupt her enthusiasm for learning, Sonia kindly linked her arm with Xiao Tao's, wary of her getting lost in her observations and tripping. After disposing of the grass and soil, Sonia, as usual, rummaged through the ash pit with a stick, yet again finding nothing. On the return journey, Xiao Tao walked even slower, diligently trying to recall the characters she had seen on the signs, testing her memory. To her delight, she discovered she had indeed remembered a few. Although most slipped her mind almost immediately, she thought to herself that she could return tomorrow, learn a few more, and surely imprint the names of all the shops in her mind. As they walked home, Xiao Tao could hardly believe it. She could recognize a few characters just like the grandson of the village head. The thought of being able to learn even more in the coming days, and without spending a single penny, made her feel as if Sonia were a deity sent to enlighten her. Upon returning home, Sonia began to sew the shoe soles, while Xiao Tao expertly helped her separate the hemp threads. After finishing, Xiao Tao carefully unpicked her crooked patches, fearful of breaking the thread, as it was a precious resource. This task proved even more challenging than sewing the patches, leaving her palms sweaty. She meticulously smoothed out the removed threads, soaking them in hot water for a while before hanging them to dry on a bamboo pole. In the summer heat, the threads dried in no time. While waiting for the threads to dry, Xiao Tao squatted nearby, watching Sonia as she crafted the shoe soles. Sonia, being small of stature, struggled to pierce through the thick soles, so she focused on memorizing each step. Without a thimble, Sonia had to use a piece of broken tile wrapped in cloth to push the needle through the dense layers of fabric with great effort. After finishing one sole, Sonia felt her hands sore and weak. In her mind, Sonia mused, if only I could earn a few coins in the next few days to buy a thimble. However, I must ensure Granny One remains oblivious. But who in the town doesn't know her? To keep this a secret would be akin to climbing a mountain. In the village, a thimble was considered a valuable possession for a woman. The two exchanged sighs, realizing that even this modest item was not easily attainable. Moreover, a laborer earning a meager wage in the town could only make a handful of coins in a day, a sum not to be dismissed. Observing Xiao Tao's downcast demeanor, Sonia encouraged her. Look at your patches from this afternoon. They are much better than those from the morning. With a bit more practice, you will be able to mend your clothes all by yourself. This lifted Xiao Tao's spirits once more. That night, as they lay in bed, they tossed and turned like pancakes, racking their brains for ways to earn money. Ultimately, Sonia comforted her, saying, "Stop overthinking. We won't come up with anything just lying here. Instead, let's seize the opportunity tomorrow to explore the town further. Even if we can't figure out a way to earn money, you can learn a few more characters, can't you?" Hearing this, Xiao Tao finally settled down to close her eyes and drift off to sleep. Chapter 11, A Fright. The next morning after breakfast, Xiao Tao continued to unpick the patches from the previous day, becoming even more adept at it, truly proving that practice makes perfect. Meanwhile, Sonia took out her own shoe soles and began to work on them. As the morning passed, Xiao Tao's patches not only became smoother, but also exhibited even spacing and tighter stitches. Sonia watched, praising her continually. Once Xiao Tao finished her work, she went to the kitchen to tidy up the ash. After finishing, realizing time was pressing, she hurried to light the fire for the steamed buns and prepared 2 bowls of loofah soup. Once they had eaten, Sonia found a basket in the woodshed to fill with fluffy ash, pressing it down firmly until it was full. The two then lifted it out the door with sticks. On their journey, Xiao Tao pointed to the signs along the way, introducing the names of the shops to Sanya one by one. When encountering unfamiliar characters, she would ask Sanya, and after passing several shop signs, Xiao Tao felt she had memorized quite a few. The two girls ventured through a narrow alley behind the bustling vegetable market, one that Xiao Tao had never traversed before. At the entrance of a 2-story shop, a group of flamboyantly dressed women leaned against the door, their heavy makeup accentuating their features as they waved handkerchiefs to attract customers, an overpowering scent wafting from them. Shortly thereafter, a tipsy, portly middle-aged man approached and wrapped his arms around one of the young women, who appeared to be around 17 or 18, leading her into the establishment. Inside, a sweet, flirtatious voice rang out, "Sir, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you." Xiao Tao looked at Sanya in confusion, not understanding the nature of this establishment. Why was it not wide open like others, but rather had a small door? Passers-by could scarcely see what was being sold inside, which seemed even more secretive than other businesses. Sanya, pulling Xiao Tao aside, pressed her against the corner of the alley, her face flushed with embarrassment, avoiding Xiao Tao's gaze. Curiosity piqued, Xiao Tao asked, "Sister Sanya, do you not know what this place is either? I recognize the character for building on the sign. Many restaurants on this street have it, I seem to remember." "What do the first 2 characters say? Do you recognize them? If not, should we ask someone to find out?" After inquiring, she looked up to see Sanya's face crimson, almost as if it could bleed. Leaning closer, Sanya whispered, covering her mouth, "This place is what the village folks refer to when they speak of brothels, or as the scholars call it, a house of pleasure, a den of vice." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tao's face turned equally crimson. Was this truly the place where the villagers spoke of spendthrifts wasting their money on women's pleasures? She knew this was no establishment for good people. Yet, having seen it, she timidly asked, "Then, Sister Sanya, do you recognize the first 2 characters?" Sanya furtively muttered, "It reads Hua Man Lu." Xiao Tao fixated on the sign, mouthing the words repeatedly until she was certain she had memorized them, before being tugged away by Sanya. No sooner had they walked a few steps than a piercing scream from behind startled them. Turning around, they saw the previously alluring women now pale and panicked, as 2 brutish men carried out a body wrapped in a tattered mat. The mat's edge revealed the bloodied head of a girl, no more than 16 or 17, her blood soaking through the bamboo mat and dripping onto the cobblestones, seeping into the cracks. As they carried the body away, the men grumbled, "We must take her to the graveyard. This is truly exhausting." Both Sanya and Xiao Tao trembled with fear, crouching against the wall of the alley. After what felt like an eternity, Sanya solemnly remarked, "They were sold into this life, forced into it until their demise, without even a grave to rest in." Eventually, the 2 girls, pale-faced, leaned against the wall, dragging their feet as they left the alley of Hua Man Lu. Upon seeing the familiar and lively vegetable market, they felt as if they had come back to life, finding a quiet corner to collect themselves. Watching the farmers selling their produce, Xiao Tao pondered, "Sister Sanya, what if we don't sell the ash today? Farmers need ash for their crops, it keeps the pests at bay. The market is closing soon, perhaps we should ask the vegetable sellers?" Sanya, still recovering from the shock, forced a smile and praised, "Our Xiao Tao is becoming increasingly clever." Noticing a middle-aged uncle who sold his vegetables neatly and fairly priced, who often included extra green onions and garlic for his customers, Xiao Tao approached him. He was packing up his empty basket, ready to leave. Realizing she would have to fend for herself in the future, Xiao Tao conspired with Sanya to learn how to interact with people. Sanya observed the uncle for a moment, nodding in agreement, ever vigilant to step in should Xiao Tao falter. Feeling a mix of nervousness and determination, Xiao Tao approached the uncle with an awkward smile. "Uncle, your vegetables are so cleanly picked, and your prices are fair. Everyone prefers buying from you." Complimenting others was a new experience for Xiao Tao, who had mostly endured scoldings throughout her life. Even these few sentences took her considerable time to muster. The uncle beamed at her praise, his face lighting up with joy. Having eaten more salt than she had rice, he cheerfully asked, "Little girl, is there something you need?" Xiao Tao pointed to the ash basket in front of Sanya. "Since you grow vegetables, I thought you might need ash. We would like to give it to you." With that, she let out a breath of relief. The uncle paused for a moment, then eagerly replied, "Of course. Of course." He picked up his empty basket and hurried to Sanya, scooping a handful of ash from the bottom of the basket to inspect it, nodding in satisfaction. "Good, good. This ash hasn't been rained on. I'll take it. For this large basket, I'll give you 4 copper coins. How does that sound?" Sanya and Xiao Tao nodded enthusiastically. Xiao Tao quickly rushed to the market, collecting a few banana leaves that the vendors used to line their baskets, placing them at the bottom of the uncle's basket. The uncle continued to praise Xiao Tao for her thoughtfulness. Embarrassed yet delighted, she lowered her head and fiddled with the hem of her clothing. As they reached the edge of the town, they poured the ash into the uncle's 2 baskets, creating a cloud of dust that caught the attention of the constables and nearby merchants, who did not object. Once they finished, the uncle cheerfully retrieved several copper coins from his pocket, counting out 4, giving each girl 2. They exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with joy. That night, haunted by the tragedy of the girl from Huaman Lu, Xiao Tao and Sanya squeezed into one bed. After much difficulty, Xiao Tao fell into a restless sleep, plagued by nightmares. First, the cruel men carrying out the bloodied mat, with Sanya wrapped inside. Then, the mat transformed, and it was her own adult self within. Sanya shook Xiao Tao awake, her voice filled with concern. Xiao Tao, wake up. Please wake up." Startled, Xiao Tao opened her eyes wide, drenched in sweat, her heart racing. Sanya embraced her, soothingly saying, "Forget about Huaman Lu. Think of happy things. We've earned 4 coins today." Xiao Tao remained silent for a moment, then replied, "Sister Sanya, you should sleep. I'm fine now." She turned onto her side, contemplating her future, but after much thought, she found herself at a loss and sighed inwardly, deciding that first, she needed to memorize all the characters on the shop signs along the street. Chapter 12. Farewells. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Just before Old Lady Wen's return, Sanya and Xiao Tao finished their meal of loofah and completed their shoes. Under Sanya's guidance, Xiao Tao patched her shortened garment with a piece of cloth and memorized all the shop signs along the street. That evening, Sanya pulled out a piece of candy, breaking it in half and placing one piece into Xiao Tao's mouth. The 2 girls lay in bed, savoring the sweetness, feeling a deep sense of contentment. Xiao Tao handed her other piece of candy to Sanya. "Sister Sanya, let us save it together." With a smile, Sanya accepted it, carefully wrapping it in cloth and hiding it among the straw in her pillow. The next day, Sanya took Xiao Tao to thoroughly clean the dental shop inside and out. In the afternoon, Old Lady Wen returned by donkey cart, accompanied by a tall young man in his 20s. A long scar, resembling a centipede, marred the man's face, reaching up to the corner of his eye. His sharp gaze and coarse clothing suggested a rough background. Upon entering the dental shop, Sanya promptly served tea, standing respectfully beside Old Lady Wen. After taking a sip of water, Old Lady Wen beckoned Sanya over. Sanya hurried forward. Old Lady Wen addressed the young man beside her. "This is the only girl I have left, just over 13 years old. If you find her satisfactory, you can take her for 12 taels of silver. She's quite diligent." Though Old Lady Wen could not genuinely praise Sanya's plain looks, she emphasized the importance of hard work in a farming household. The young man scrutinized Sanya with hawkish eyes, attempting to haggle. "Too expensive. She's young, thin, and looks rather dull." Sanya, feeling the sting of his words, stole a glance at the young man, unable to fathom why this rough-looking farmer would want to purchase her. He neither seemed wealthy enough to afford a servant nor was he involved in the trade of selling people. Though her heart raced with trepidation, her demeanor remained composed. Head bowed as if discussing an unrelated matter, standing obediently while the two engaged in their deliberations. The man keenly observed Sanya's reaction. Continuing with a nonchalant tone, in the village, one can wed a girl for merely 4 or 5 taels of silver. Preferably one who is both pleasant in appearance and adept at managing household affairs. You, on the other hand, will still consume years of provisions before you can be of any use. The matchmaker interjected. No respectable family in the village would dare to betroth their daughter to you. I have inquired about your circumstances. Your first engagement was abruptly terminated when your father fell gravely ill and sold off 2 mu of land for his treatment. After his passing, your mother languished in sickness for several years, leading to the sale of another 3 mu until she too passed away. Now, you are left with merely 2 mu of land and your precarious existence. A girl of such fragile fate cannot possibly attract a partner. Unfazed by the matchmaker's words, the man feigned indifference. So you've discovered I possess only 2 mu of land. I must at least retain 1 for sustenance. I propose to give your eldest son 1 mu in exchange for this girl. You would not suffer a loss. My land is adjacent to your son's prime real estate. If you truly object, I shall return to the village and search gradually. Perhaps I can find someone willing to marry for just 1 mu of good land as a bridal price. This strategy captivated the matchmaker's attention. She recognized the allure of wealth. A mu of prime land would surely entice someone. Considering her eldest son's prospects and glancing at the plain-looking but diligent Sanya, she surmised that wealthy families would overlook a girl like her for a more desirable position. Yet, she was still hardworking and had cost merely 6 taels, while that prime land near the county town was worth at least 9 taels of silver. Ultimately, it proved to be a lucrative deal. Noticing the man's apparent lack of interest in Sanya, the matchmaker produced her contract of sale and finalized the land deed with him. Sanya's heart was tumultuous. Was she truly becoming someone else's wife? Xiao Tao, aware of Sanya's fate, bit her lip fiercely, her head bowed to suppress her tears. The matchmaker waved her hand, instructing Sanya to depart immediately. Sanya respectfully bowed and softly said, "Thank you, Auntie One, for your care. May I take my old clothes with me? Though they are a bit tattered, they are still suitable for a farmer's daughter." The matchmaker, in an unusually gentle mood, replied, "Go ahead." Observing the matchmaker's amiable disposition, Sanya added, "Then I will take Xiao Tao with me to assign her tasks, sparing you the trouble." Pleased by this, Auntie Wen raised her hand in agreement. Returning to the backyard, out of the matchmaker's sight, Sanya grasped Xiao Tao's hand. Xiao Tao's tears flowed freely. Sanya embraced her, closing the door behind them. Her eyes red as she held her friend. "Xiao Tao, do not grieve for me. Though I may be a wife of lesser stature, it is still better than being sold as a servant, and I shall have more freedom. We must be brief. I shall take my bedding and pillows. These are for you." From her pillow, she retrieved a small bundle, unwrapping it to reveal needles and thread, leaving 2 needles and some scraps of cloth for Xiao Tao. "You should keep these." Xiao Tao insisted, "You will need to learn to embroider." Sanya gently patted Xiao Tao's head. "Silly girl, I am going to be a wife. Once I am free, I will find a way to buy more." She reminded her, "You will not receive a monthly wage here. Auntie Wen will only ensure you do not starve. Remember my words and be clever." With that, she retrieved 3 pieces of candy from beneath the bamboo mat and pressed them into Xiao Tao's palm, tears spilling down her cheeks. "You are so young. When the hunger becomes unbearable, take a piece of sweet candy at night." In response, Xiao Tao pulled out her 2 coins and insisted on pushing them into Sanya's bundle. "You keep this," Sanya urged, but Xiao Tao cried, "Sister Sanya, this is for you to buy a thimble." Clutching the warm coins, Sanya wept openly. The 2 girls held hands in silence for a moment, before Xiao Tao picked up the bundle, wiping her tears and forcing a smile. "Come now, Sister Sanya, the outside world awaits. I will see you off. And you will be well." At the shop's entrance, Sanya's new husband took the bundle and helped her onto the rented donkey cart. Xiao Tao watched until the cart disappeared down the road, before turning silently back to the dental clinic. Chapter 13. Schemes. After Sanya's departure, Xiao Tao assumed her responsibilities. As winter yielded to spring, 3 years swiftly passed, and Xiao Tao blossomed into a 10-year-old maiden. Sanya's husband, surnamed Zhang, was known in the village as Zhang the Hunter. During the agricultural off-season, he would venture into the mountains to hunt, earning money to supplement their household or purchase food. With only one mu of land remaining, he did not allow Sanya to toil in the fields. Instead, she managed the household, tended to the vegetable garden, and cared for some chickens and ducks. Without the oppressive presence of harsh in-laws, Sanya's husband treated her kindly, and their life was comfortable, often graced with meat in their meals. Sanya had grown taller and fairer over the years. Though not stunningly beautiful, she had become quite pleasing to the eye. Periodically, Sanya accompanied her husband to the city to sell their game. Each time, she would wait for Xiao Tao at the market, seizing the opportunity to discreetly share food with her, sometimes boiled eggs, sometimes warm meat buns, and occasionally even a small bowl of braised pork. Sanya's husband stood silently by, allowing her to provide for Xiao Tao. Deep gratitude filled Xiao Tao's heart for the couple's kindness. In the dental clinic, new faces appeared regularly, with newcomers being sold in. Auntie Wen was particularly harsh on Xiao Tao. Anytime a cook or skilled seamstress was purchased, she made sure Xiao Tao was there to learn. Should anyone dare to hide their skills, Auntie Wen would produce a wooden plank, binding them for a severe beating. Over the years, Xiao Tao mastered kitchen tasks, basic embroidery, and the art of budgeting for groceries. As time went on, Xiao Tao began to discern Auntie Wen's ulterior motives. While others came and went, she remained in the clinic. Years prior, Auntie Wen had depleted much of her savings due to her mother's funeral, and thus sought to teach Xiao Tao culinary skills to ensure her own comfort, while also utilizing her embroidery skills for profit. In the 2 years since, Auntie Wen had taken the money earned from Xiao Tao's embroidered handkerchiefs, leaving not a single coin for her. To Auntie Wen, this was merely an additional source of income. Having learned to embroider, Xiao Tao subtly guided Sanya during her city visits. Now Sanya too could create simple handkerchiefs to sell, providing her with extra income. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, when Dalong visited to present gifts to Auntie Wen, upon seeing Xiao Tao serving tea nearby, he scrutinized her closely, noting how much she had matured over the past 3 years. Her features were refined, her skin fair, and especially her eyes, which resembled a deep autumnal pool. He smirked, saying, "Auntie, your discerning eye is remarkable. In a few years, this girl will surely become your golden treasure." Auntie Wen laughed with pride when her mother brought her here. I could tell by her mother's looks that this girl would not disappoint. Otherwise, why would I have spent 8 taels of silver to purchase her and keep her for these years? Xiao Tao felt as if her heart were being torn apart. Yet her face remained placid, hands clasped respectfully as she stood by. Internally, she was acutely aware only she and Sanya had lingered in the clinic for so long. Sanya had been sold for the price of 1 mu of land, while Xiao Tao realized Auntie Wen's willingness to spend 8 taels on her was indicative of a deeper scheme. The memory of Auntie Wen's appraising gaze upon her mother resurfaced, along with the image of the bloody girl from the flower-filled building. She knew she must devise a plan to escape. Yet, urgency was not on her side. She needed to strategize carefully. In the bitter cold of the 12th lunar month, Auntie Wen brought in an elderly matron named Song, who had fallen ill during her journey. Auntie Wen unceremoniously cast her into Xiao Tao's room. That very night, Song developed a high fever. After 2 days, she lay bedridden, unable to rise. Sharing in the plight of suffering, Xiao Tao delivered her hot soup and steamed buns daily, even covering the old woman with her own tattered quilt. Song coughed painfully, waving Xiao Tao away. "Thank you, dear girl, for your care. My old bones cannot withstand this illness. You should keep your distance lest you catch the sickness." Xiao Tao's heart ached at the sight of illness in the clinic. Auntie Wen never provided medicine for the ailing, forcing them to endure their suffering. As the situation grew dire for Granny Song, Xiao Tao, with a heavy heart, sought out Aunt Wen. Cautiously, she implored, "Aunt Wen, Granny Song's illness is exceedingly grave. Might it be prudent to prepare some medicinal decoctions? If she recovers swiftly, it would certainly alleviate any hindrance to your affairs." Aunt Wen's brow furrowed in irritation as she retorted sharply, "Mind your own business. Keep your meddling to yourself. Be gone." Her gaze swept over the stick by the table, serving as a menacing warning. Reluctantly, Xiao Tao retreated, her heart heavy. Days passed, and to Xiao Tao's horror, Granny Song coughed up blood. Braving the consequences, she once again reported the matter. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wen's fury ignited like a wildfire as she violently kicked open Xiao Tao's door. She pointed an accusing finger at Granny Song, unleashing a torrent of abuse. "You old wretch. Allowing you to rest for a few days was a gesture of mercy. If you dare feign illness to avoid labor, I shall see to it that you meet your end. Should you perish on my premises, I'll skin you alive and toss your remains to the dogs." This was not mere bluster. Aunt Wen was fully capable of such cruelty. Seeing the deep hollows under Granny Song's eyes, her labored breaths, the blood at her lips, and the rattling in her throat, Aunt Wen recoiled in shock. Her anger only intensifying as she lamented the money spent on this old woman. Seething, she turned her ire towards Xiao Tao, barking, "Go to West Market and fetch Dr. Li from Huarentang." Xiao Tao hurriedly made her way to Huarentang, knowing the poor favored Dr. Li for his kindness and affordable remedies. The doctor, upon arriving, examined Granny Song's pulse and peered into her dull, lifeless eyes, shaking his head with a heavy sigh. "It's been too long. I fear she may be beyond saving." Aunt Wen's face turned ashen upon hearing this. The doctor continued, "This illness is contagious. It would be best for her to be isolated." Terrified, Aunt Wen retreated to the doorway, and upon hearing he would draft a prescription, she shouted, "Xiao Tao, see him out. No need for medicine." The doctor, resigned, departed. Once he left, Aunt Wen glared at Granny Song, her teeth grinding in frustration. She contemplated ordering her nephews to dispose of the ailing woman, but feared that Granny Song might still cling to life, leaving her open to the scorn of the neighbors. Thus, she barked at Xiao Tao. "Drag this old hag to the woodshed." In a fit of rage, she kicked the broken door several times before storming off. Once Aunt Wen was far enough away, Granny Song sighed in relief, coughing as she spoke, "Dear Xiao Tao, I have burdened you. Please help me to the woodshed." Xiao Tao cautiously assisted Granny Song to the shed, finding a sheltered corner, laying down a thick layer of dry straw, and covering her with a tattered quilt. Knowing Aunt Wen would not return, Xiao Tao prepared a meal, secretly taking some red coals from the stove and placing them in a broken warming pot she had salvaged from the ash pit, along with a bowl of hot water. Making her way back to the woodshed to provide for Granny Song. Upon reaching the shed, Xiao Tao quickly nestled the warming pot into Granny Song's icy bed, gently propping her up to pat her back and offering sips of warm water, tucking her hands back under the covers to keep warm. The following day, Aunt Wen cut off Granny Song's rations, waiting for her to pass away. Xiao Tao, after preparing a meal, secretly collected some coals to ensure the elderly woman had warmth. She saved half of her own bread, softened it with hot water, hoping to feed Granny Song, but found her breath faint and unable to swallow. Granny Song waved her hand, filled with gratitude for Xiao Tao's kindness. In a world where the wealthy often turned a blind eye to the plight of the less fortunate, it was rare to encounter such a benevolent soul in dire circumstances. Aware of her impending demise, Granny Song beckoned Xiao Tao to help her untie her undergarments. Upon doing so, Xiao Tao discovered several silver notes hidden within. She hurriedly returned them to Granny Song's hand, softly inquiring, "Granny, do you wish for me to procure medicine on your behalf?" With great effort, Granny Song shook her head. "Child, I cannot endure much longer. I was once a maidservant to the lady of the house, and upon her untimely death, the master remarried, allowing his new wife to bear him a son. They falsely accused me of stealing the late mistress's jewelry, and with the family unwilling to offend the master, they allowed me to be sold off. All my possessions were seized, save for these 20 taels, which I had sewn away. Our meeting is a stroke of fate. Hide these well, for they may serve you in the future." Xiao Tao wished to refuse, but Granny Song urged her gently, "Dear child, I have no kin, no ties to this world. I do not wish to become carrion for the dogs after I am gone. If you feel a debt of gratitude, simply dig a grave for me." With tears in her eyes, Xiao Tao accepted the silver. In the following days, Xiao Tao discreetly met with Sanya while buying vegetables, slipping her a 5-tael note and sharing Granny Song's plight, beseeching Sanya and her husband to keep watch over the graveyard and ensure Granny Song received a proper burial with a simple coffin and offerings of paper money. Sanya's husband spent 2 taels on a coffin, agreeing to return for it in a few days. Sanya then returned the remaining 3 taels to Xiao Tao, who insisted on keeping it. Sanya adamantly refused, knowing her family struggled to make ends meet, and Xiao Tao, understanding their plight, sought out a farmer at the market selling home-milled rice. She bought 100 pounds at a fair price, ensuring Sanya would have enough to eat. As night fell, Xiao Tao stealthily visited Granny Song. She had scavenged a broken pot to assist the elderly woman with her needs. Initially, Granny Song hesitated, not wanting to impose. Sensing her discomfort, Xiao Tao gently reassured her, "Granny, please do not feel troubled. Consider me your younger relative." This simple kindness brought tears to Granny Song's eyes, a rare warmth in a life filled with hardship. After helping Granny Song with her needs, Xiao Tao moistened a tattered cloth to soothe her cracked lips and offered her more warm water. Granny Song gazed at the delicate features of Xiao Tao, sighing inwardly at the injustice of life. This child, how unfortunate fate has dealt her, born into a life of struggle when she deserves so much more. I fear she will endure much hardship in the future. With her last breaths, Granny Song reached out for Xiao Tao's hand, who grasped it tightly. Do you have any wishes, Granny? With great difficulty, Granny Song articulated, Xiao Tao, with your care, I have no regrets. But Aunt One, with your beauty, may seek to exploit you, selling you into a life of filth. You could fetch a high price. Once trapped, your life would be ruined. You must prepare and plan ahead. I pray for your well-being and happiness. Seeing Granny Song, so close to death, still worrying for her, Xiao Tao's heart ached, and tears streamed down her face. Granny, I will heed your advice and make plans. But before she could finish, she noticed Granny Song's head had fallen limply to the side. Xiao Tao's tears flowed freely, fearing Aunt One would discover her sorrow. She bit her lip to stifle her cries. As Granny Song's hand grew colder, Xiao Tao withdrew her own, suppressing her grief to focus on the aftermath. She first took the pot to the servant's latrine to clean it thoroughly, then removed the warming pot from under the covers, extinguishing the coals in water before storing it with the pot to dispose of later. Next, she took a hatchet and carved a small mark on the hem of Granny Song's trousers, a sign for Sanya's husband to recognize her at the graveyard. Sitting among the straw, Xiao Tao mentally reviewed her plan, ensuring there were no oversights that might draw Aunt Wen's suspicion. She then knelt and sincerely offered her thanks to the heavens for allowing Granny Song to depart peacefully in the night. The following morning, she would inform Aunt Wen of Granny Song's passing, waiting for her to send word to her nephews for the removal of the body. By then, it would be close to noon, giving Sanya's husband ample time to provide a proper burial. Realizing Granny Song had no family, Xiao Tao bowed her head in reverence, whispering, Granny Song, may you rest in peace. Finally, she gently extinguished the flickering torch in the corner and disposed of it into the refuse pile. The following day, after assisting old Mistress Wen with her breakfast and tidying up the kitchen, Xiao Tao feigned a stroll to the firewood shed before hastily returning to report to old Mistress Wen, Aunt Wen, Mama Song has passed. Upon hearing this, old Mistress Wen slammed her teacup down in fury, gritting her teeth, that old hag. She deserves to be thrown to the wild dogs at the graveyard. She then commanded Xiao Tao, go to the edge of the city and find Wen Mozi. Have him hurry here to notify my nephews to come. Tell them I have urgent matters requiring their presence. Before her nephews arrived, old Mistress Wen prepared 2 red envelopes, each containing 120 coins, to ward off any ill fortune. If such misfortunes were to be associated with outsiders, it would tarnish her reputation for being ruthless, which would reflect poorly on her descendants. Despite the already tarnished reputation of her trade, when Dalong and his younger brother rushed over, calling out as they entered, Aunt, are you all right? Old Mistress Wen felt a warmth in her heart. Her nephews still cared for her. Alas, her elder aunt had encountered a distressing affair, the death of an old woman last night. I appreciate your help in taking her to the graveyard, she said. Recalling the 20 taels of silver that had gone to waste, she venomously added, smash her face with stones. I'll ensure she doesn't bear any good fortune in the afterlife. Xiao Tao felt a pang of anxiety, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she timidly inquired, Aunt Wen, how shall we arrange the meal for today? She assumed old Mistress Wen would insist on having her nephews stay for dinner, preparing lavish dishes and fine wine, which would surely prompt her nephews to hurry back. Indeed, old Mistress Wen replied, go to Piaoxiong Pavilion and fetch a pound of good wine, and at Jixiong Building, buy a roast chicken. Her nephew's eyes lit up at the mention of food. However, recalling her recent financial loss, old Mistress Wen swallowed her inclination to order 2 additional dishes from Jixiong Building and instead instructed, also, go to the market and buy a pound of meat, a block of tofu and stir-fried peanuts to accompany the wine. Xiao Tao complied respectfully and departed with a basket in hand. Upon exiting the tea shop, Xiao Tao hastened to the West Market, where she was immediately approached by Sanya. Xiao Tao, Xiao Tao. Seeing Sanya, Xiao Tao breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Sanya, has Brother Zhang arrived yet? We have been waiting here every day. Your urgency, could it be regarding Mama Song? With a sorrowful nod, Xiao Tao confirmed, she passed away in the middle of the night. I must trouble Brother Zhang. Sanya reassured her, we do not speak of trouble among friends. Hurry and buy the vegetables, we must not be seen together. For your safety. Feigning interest in shopping, Xiao Tao noticed Sanya had already visited the funeral shop beside the coffin maker, purchasing incense, candles, and paper offerings, while her husband was busy instructing workers to carry the coffin. Once they met, Sanya and her husband pretended to shop nearby, whispering to Xiao Tao, "Do not worry. Everything is arranged. Brother Zhang has instructed the coffin to be carried to the back of the graveyard, and a pit has been prepared there days ago. When the time comes, we will use ropes to lower the coffin into the pit and discreetly carry Mama Song over. You must leave now. I will wait for you at the West Market in a few days." Xiao Tao had no choice but to depart. As she neared Grandma Zhang's tofu shop, she spotted Wen Dalong and his brother hurriedly carrying Mama Song wrapped in a tattered mat, panting as they made their way to the graveyard. Upon arrival, they unceremoniously tossed Mama Song near the edge of the graveyard, tacitly agreeing to ignore the earlier instructions about smashing her face, for they knew their aunt would not come to check. They merely wished to hastily descend the mountain and return to the tea shop for a lavish meal. As the Wen brothers descended, Sanya's husband emerged from the woods, swiftly checking Mama Song's trousers for the small circular cut made by the knife. Confirming the task at hand, he hurriedly hoisted the elderly woman onto his back and departed. Days later, Xiao Tao encountered Sanya at the market, where Sanya recounted the details of Mama Song's burial. Reflecting on the tragic fate of slaves and servants, both women sighed in shared sorrow. However, Xiao Tao soon turned her thoughts to Sanya's circumstances, feeling happy for her. Despite having scars and a hard life, Sanya had become the legitimate wife, and her husband treated her well. With the new year only half a month away, Xiao Tao pondered over her situation, realizing that Sanya's family had provisions, which alleviated her worries. Grateful for their assistance, she decided to buy 50 pounds of corn flour at 11 coins per pound and 50 pounds of ash flour at 13 coins per pound, carrying the weight on her back. She also managed to exchange 2 taels of silver for copper coins, carefully sewing them into the lining of her tattered cotton coat before seeking out Sanya and her husband. Upon seeing the pile of grain, Sanya's husband immediately pulled out a tael of silver from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Tao. "Keep this hidden. It will be useful for your redemption in the future." Xiao Tao adamantly refused. "This is what you deserve." After much back and forth, she finally convinced Sanya and her husband to accept the grain. After bidding farewell to Sanya and her husband, Xiao Tao noticed the vegetables at the market were not as fresh as in previous years. The farmers lamented, since winter began, not a drop of rain or snow has fallen. It dawned on Xiao Tao that this winter had indeed been marked by dry, biting winds without a hint of precipitation. On her way back to the tea shop, Xiao Tao contemplated her escape plan. As she passed by Huiran Hall, she suddenly recalled Dr. Li's warning. Mama Song's illness was contagious, and it was best to isolate oneself. The word contagious echoed in her mind as a bold idea took shape. She would take a risk. At noon, after serving old mistress Wen her meal, Xiao Tao cautiously broached the subject. "Aunt Wen, I noticed you were in low spirits a couple of days ago, so I refrained from mentioning the shed." Noticing old mistress Wen's face turn pale, Xiao Tao quickly shifted her words. "What do you think about disposing of that tattered mattress and quilt, to prevent any bad luck from lingering?" The mention of Mama Song reminded old mistress Wen of her financial losses, causing her to grit her teeth in anger. "Burn them in the ash pit. Do it at once." Xiao Tao was eager to comply and hurried to the shed, fearful of incurring old mistress Wen's wrath. She fashioned a rope from straw, rolled up the mattress and quilt, and carefully concealed the fire lantern and broken pot within, unconcerned about old mistress Wen inspecting them. For the old woman was terrified of contagion. Nearing the ash pit, Xiao Tao paused on a stone pile to catch her breath, vigilantly scanning her surroundings. In the biting cold of winter, the area around the ash pit was void of life. Using the tattered bedding as a cover, she quickly unearthed several stones to reveal a broken stone slab beneath. She buried her pouch containing 2,000 copper coins beneath the slab, then skillfully restored the stones to their original position, leaving no trace behind. Afterward, she set fire to the mattress and quilt in the ash pit. On her way back, Xiao Tao meticulously reviewed her plan. That evening, she secretly boiled the leftover pickled vegetables with gardenias and Sichuan pepper until it produced a strong infusion, which she mixed into her bathing water, allowing it to cool. She buried the leftover residue in the stove ash. In the servants' restroom, she wrapped her hair in cloth and used the yellowish-brown water to wash her face and body repeatedly until her skin took on a uniform grayish-yellow hue. As the biting wind cut through her, Xiao Tao felt as though her very bones had frozen. She forced herself to pour the dirty water into the latrine and meticulously cleaned the water bucket. Returning to her room, she gently pushed open the window. The cold air rushed in, causing Xiao Tao to shiver uncontrollably, her eyelids heavy and her head spinning. After enduring the chill for what felt like an eternity, she finally rose just before dawn to securely close the window, allowing herself to succumb to a deep slumber. When breakfast time arrived, old Mistress Wen sat at the table but noticed Xiao Tao was absent with the food. Furious, she stormed into the kitchen, only to find the stove cold and the pots empty. Enraged, she kicked open the door to the servants' quarters, only to find Xiao Tao with a pale face tinged with an unusual flush, yet completely unresponsive to the commotion. Suddenly, old Mistress Wen recalled Mama Song's contagious illness, and panic seized her. She hurriedly exited the room to summon Dr. Li from Huiran Hall. Upon arrival, Dr. Li diagnosed Xiao Tao with a severe cold, his expression grave. He retrieved his silver needles to administer treatment and, noticing old Mistress Wen did not intervene, he felt perplexed. How could this girl, overnight, appear so withered, exuding the aura of a dying person? Concerned, he prescribed 2 additional doses of cold medicine. Old Mistress Wen, remembering Xiao Tao's contact with Mama Song and the bedding, was drenched in cold sweat. She immediately closed the shop and rushed back to her family home, using persuasion and deception to spend 7 taels of silver to buy a young girl named Luer, around 10 years old, instructing Wen Daoling to bring her back to the tea shop. She arranged for Luer to prepare medicine and care for Xiao Tao, while she herself claimed to need a few days' rest, conveniently taking refuge at Wen Daoling's home. Luer brewed the medicine and brought it to Xiao Tao's room, placing it on the tattered mat. "Your medicine," she said. Xiao Tao, feverish and delirious, called out for water. Luer, pretending not to hear, turned and returned to her own room next door. That night, Luer even consumed Xiao Tao's portion of steamed buns before finally bringing over a bowl of medicine. The medicine remained untouched by noon, and fearing punishment from the matron, she called out to Xiao Tao. Receiving no response, she ventured into the kitchen to fetch a large bowl, mixing both hot and cold medicine together. Without regard for temperature, she pinched Xiao Tao's chin and forced the concoction down her throat. The hastily administered medicine spilled down her neck, a significant portion escaping. Seeing that she had managed to get a good amount into Xiao Tao, Luer felt reassured enough to return to her room for sleep. Dr. Li was indeed skilled in his craft, just past the midnight hour. Xiao Tao's mind began to clear somewhat. Reminded of her plan, she bore her suffering and quietly pushed open the window. As dawn approached, she struggled to close it tightly again. This pattern continued for several days. After consuming 2 doses of medicine, Xiao Tao had not eaten a single grain of rice and her high fever persisted. When the matron returned, she stood at the doorway and, upon seeing Xiao Tao's pallid complexion, her eyes drooping, she realized the girl was on the brink of death, much like Song Momo. The matron, both anxious and furious, pointed at Xiao Tao and questioned Luer. How did she end up in such a ghastly state? Has she not eaten? Luer was taken aback, her mind racing. I forced all the medicine down her throat. She refrained from mentioning that she had consumed all of Xiao Tao's meals. The matron, upon hearing this, felt as if the ground had vanished beneath her feet, nearly collapsing. Heavens! I was counting on her to fetch 100 taels of silver in just 3 or 4 years. For these years, she could serve as free labor, embroidering handkerchiefs to earn money, and now all that is about to slip away. After lamenting for a moment, the matron resolved to sell Xiao Tao quickly, hoping to gain at least some money. The next day, she learned that a wealthy family in the county had just lost their patriarch. The old master had a concubine who had borne no children. The matriarch of the household was filled with resentment and intended to expel the concubine before the new year, declaring that the concubine should go to a secluded Taoist temple on Wonia Mountain to pray for her late husband's reincarnation as a human. The household's young men avoided her like the plague. Who would wish to accompany a woman without offspring or connections to a desolate mountain? As for when the concubine would return, that depended on when the matriarch dreamed that her husband had been reborn. The household decided to purchase 2 maidservants, one for the grandson and another to attend to the concubine. The steward was set to arrive at the pawnshop to select the girls. The matron hastily sent for Dr. Li to prescribe a potent medication. Upon learning of this, Xiao Tao calculated her options and bravely swallowed the strong medicine. The next day, she unexpectedly leaned against the wall, swaying as she attempted to head to the kitchen to prepare a meal. The matron, fearing for her safety, tossed her a box of crude rouge and coldly instructed, "Today, make sure to apply some color to your cheeks. When the steward arrives, you must hold your ground. If the steward finds you lacking, you might as well crawl to the graveyard." The steward arrived early, exuding an air of cold authority. Xiao Tao shivered involuntarily at the chill, prompting the matron to glare at her fiercely before donning a beaming smile to greet him. "Steward Zhang, you look increasingly prosperous. You've worked hard this year." The steward replied, "The master requires 2 maidservants, one to attend to the young master and the other to serve the concubine at the temple." As soon as the words left his lips, Luer's mind raced, and she quickly offered him a cup of hot tea. "Steward, on such a frigid day, you've worked hard. Please have a warm drink." Noticing the approval in the stewardess' eyes, she nudged Xiao Tao. "Look at you, so dazed. Hurry and thank the steward for your new position. You must burn incense and pray for his well-being at the temple." The matron and the steward observed with indifference, neither displeased nor pleased. Naturally, the young master would require a clever maid. It was only natural for a servant to harbor a few thoughts of her own. Xiao Tao sighed deeply in her heart. Regardless of the circumstances, she had temporarily escaped the matron's clutches. She reassured herself, "Fear not. One step at a time." After a round of bargaining between the matron and the steward, Luer's price was set at 10 taels to serve the young master, while Xiao Tao was valued at only 9 taels for attending the concubine. Upon hearing that Xiao Tao was worth merely 9 taels, the matron felt a pang of anguish, as if her heart had been pierced by countless daggers. She scrutinized Xiao Tao closely. Her eye sockets were slightly sunken, the rough rouge failing to conceal her ashen complexion. Her legs trembled weakly. After much internal conflict, she finally gritted her teeth and made the decision to part with her. After the handover of contracts, Luer learned her price and cast a triumphant glance at Xiao Tao, immediately adopting an air of superiority. Xiao Tao, with her head bowed and eyes downcast, retained an expression of timid innocence, standing obediently to the side. Luer, feeling thwarted, pouted in discontent. The matron could hardly bear to look at Xiao Tao, waving her hand to dismiss them both. They donned the coarse new clothing that the matron had procured. Luer, having heard that maidservants in wealthy households adorn themselves in gold and silver, was eager to leave behind her worn-out garments, anxious to accompany the steward. Xiao Tao, however, maintained her customary respect, bowing to the matron and softly saying, "Auntie One, I am grateful for your care over the past 3 years. My old clothes are left behind. I fear they may trouble you." She hesitated, glancing at the matron. Luer, overhearing, wore a mocking smile. The matron, swiftly catching on, urged, "Quickly, go pack your belongings. Take everything you've used. Don't keep the steward waiting. Hurry there and back." She calculated in her heart, once they departed, she would hire someone to thoroughly clean the room. First, she would go to Huarantang to buy mugwort leaves for fumigation, then to Mayachuntang to procure some medicinal herbs for herself, and afterward, she would close the pawn shop, claiming she was delivering New Year gifts to her family for a few days. If all went well, she would then head to her eldest son's home to celebrate the new year. Returning to her small room, Xiao Tao retrieved a bundle she had prepared long ago from her pillow and, from the straw beneath it, took out 3 pieces of candy that Sonia had left her. She had managed to resist the temptation for so long, yet now the sweetness flooded her senses. The candy had melted and stuck to the paper, but she carefully wrapped it in cloth and tucked it into her bundle. Now that she was older, she understood that these treats were Sonia's humble gift, a token of genuine kindness in this murky pawnshop where only Sonia had truly cared for her. She crouched down, leaning against the bedpost, and pulled out the pair of cloth shoes her mother had bought her. Her heart felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, her eyes stinging with unshed tears. She rolled the shoes together with her tattered bedding, knowing the matron would dispose of them. Wiping away her tears, she felt the small bed beneath her, as cold and piercing as her heart. With her bundle in hand, Xiao Tao and Luer followed the steward onto an ox cart, heading toward Lujiabian in the east of the city. In less than half an hour, the cart halted before a grand estate. The bumpy ride made Xiao Tao suppress her nausea, repeating the names of shops in the county in her mind to quell the rising bitterness of the medicine. After days without a morsel, her steps faltered as she disembarked, her head spinning like a half-filled bucket of water. Fortunately, Dr. Li's potent medicine had lightened her previously heavy frame, akin to a sodden quilt. Looking up, She beheld imposing green brick walls extending 6 yards on either side, with a dark red door, lacquered in tung oil, exuding a sense of antiquity and grandeur. At the entrance stood a pair of formidable stone lions. Such an imposing entrance hinted at the magnificent architecture within. Lure, bubbling with excitement, acted as if this estate were her own. As the steward disembarked, a servant at the door bowed low in greeting, beaming with a smile. "Steward Zhang, you've worked hard." Just then, the side door creaked open and several maidservants struggled to carry out a disheveled, beautiful woman. The woman, in her 30s, was voluptuous and alluring, clad in a smoke-blue satin gown, her face twisted in rage as she bared her teeth. "You wretched old hag. You disregard the Master's last wishes and will meet a terrible fate. With your vile and ugly appearance, it's no wonder the Master despised you." The beautiful woman continued with scorn. "Humph. Your entire family is venomous. One repays kindness with malice, forcibly taking in the savior as a concubine. You, old witch, to please the Master, sullied my reputation, accusing me of being a courtesan." Inside the courtyard, the matriarch, infuriated, knocked a precious double-eared vase to the ground. This concubine had been brought back by the Master from Ijo while trading furs. Not only had she captivated the Master's heart, but she had nearly ruined the lives of her 2 sons. In his final moments, the old man had even forced his sons to kneel and swear allegiance, declaring that this vixen had rendered him a great favor, deserving of the respect afforded to elders, or they would be deemed unfilial. The matriarch cursed inwardly. Bah! Such a filthy creature, how dare she presume? Even more infuriating was the fact that the old man had compelled her to vow never to beat or sell this wretched woman, or she would not be permitted to share a grave with him, nor enter the Zhang family ancestral tomb. After dedicating her life to bearing his children and managing the household, she had been treated like a thief in the end. The elderly lady's dim, aged eyes welled with a stream of sorrowful tears. Having been a formidable presence throughout her life, she cast a sidelong glance at the maid who feigned death at her side and nonchalantly wiped away the traces of her tears. With a cold smirk, she declared, "I cannot sell her, but I can let her wither away. Wishing for wealth and luxury? I shall render her destitute. I will donate 50 taels to that desolate temple to provide her with temporary shelter." Previously, the public funds provided her with sustenance and an allowance of 8 taels a month. Now that she is to live a life of asceticism, she must learn to live simply. I shall grant her only 2 taels of silver each month, withholding rice, grain, and cloth. Let us see how she survives. I am determined to see her reduced to a mere pile of bones in that temple. The steward cast a glance at the young servant, who swiftly covered her mouth and whispered, "The old lady has mentioned that the old concubine is praying for the late Master's blessings. She must abstain from meat. All the jewels, ornaments, and worldly possessions are a distraction to her spiritual practice. We shall keep them for her." With a conspiratorial wink, he conveyed a shared understanding. Xiao Tao stood obediently beside the ox cart, silent but perceptive. Both the elderly lady and the late Master were not benevolent souls. Now, the old lady sought to torment the old concubine to death, and as a mere servant accompanying her, Xiao Tao feared she too would meet a grim fate. At best, she might suffer the brunt of misplaced anger, and at worst, be coerced into harming the old concubine. Upon hearing the old concubine still hurling insults, the steward decided to send her away in the ox cart, instructing Xiao Tao to accompany her. Xiao Tao hesitated for a moment. Then an idea struck her. Wealthy families traditionally avoided bloodshed during the new year, so perhaps this tactic would work. At the very least, it would delay her demise. If caught between the old lady and the old concubine, her situation would truly be dire. Resolute in her decision, she took 2 steps forward, respectfully bowed to the steward, and with a feeble expression, said, "Thank you, esteemed steward. I once lived in the tooth shop with an elderly woman who was gravely ill. She coughed violently and bled profusely in the shed, without medicine or food, and succumbed after a few days. As soon as she passed, I fell ill myself, feeling as if something was lodged in my lungs, fearing I too would follow her path. Fortunately, the kind steward rescued me." The steward and the young servant's expression shifted dramatically, retreating a few steps in alarm. The steward was about to unleash a tirade against the old woman when he noticed the young maid, with an innocent demeanor, turning to Lu Er and saying, "Thank you, Sister Lu Er, for preparing medicine and caring for me. Once the new year is over and I receive my monthly silver, I shall return and buy flowers for you." As she spoke, her eyes inadvertently darted towards the old concubine. True to form, the old concubine erupted in fury, pointing at the steward and cursing, "You heartless wretch! You sent a consumptive to serve me? Do you wish for my death? Find me someone else. And give me that maid's indenture." She understood that by seizing the maid's contract, she could ensure that the girl would not aid the old lady in her schemes against her. The old lady, overhearing the maid's unfortunate condition from within, secretly commended the steward's effectiveness, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Such an ill-fated individual could not be allowed to return, especially not with the new year approaching. She immediately devised a plan. Leaning on her cane at the doorway, she regarded the old concubine with a victorious gaze and instructed the nearby maid, as the year draws to a close. Bring the old concubine a piece of blue cotton cloth. Her eyes conveyed a deeper meaning. Two maids emerged, bearing a piece of blue cloth, which they wrapped tightly around the old concubine, rendering her immobile. Together, they lifted her onto the ox cart. With a decisive gesture, the old lady signaled to the steward, who understood her intent and slipped the maid's indenture into the old concubine's belongings. Addressing the direction of the cart, she delivered a biting remark. "You wanted a maid's indenture? Here you are. The maid's monthly silver is now yours to manage. Change her? Not a chance. I believe she is destined to be with you. You must adhere to the rules. In this household, the mistress has the final say. Your fate was to suffer. You were sold for money by your uncle. And now I shall not sell you, but rather send you to the temple to endure your penance." Indeed, the sound of thuds emanated from the cart, the old concubine knocking against the cart's side. Sighing theatrically, the old lady lamented, "What a pity this wretched creature did not die from her illness. Yet, if she were to perish and take this sickly maid with her, who would serve us? If she remains? It would be best if they both succumb to illness together, even if they do not die. 2 taels of silver for 2 individuals is enough to see them both suffer. Let this wretched soul find her existence unbearable. That would be the sweetest revenge." Chapter 17. The audacity of desire. 2 maids remained by the old lady's side, dutifully attending to the old concubine, allowing her to lie on the cold cart floor. Their sole responsibility was to ensure the old concubine's safe arrival at the temple. Xiao Tao was ushered to the cart's entrance by the 2 maids, the biting wind chilling her to the bone, prompting her to open her bundle and wrap her head and face in a tattered old garment for warmth. One maid, adorned with lilac silver earrings, named donghua, exchanged glances with her companion and mockingly addressed Xiao Tao. "Hey, look at that ragged cloth you're wrapped in. Were you once a beggar picked up by the old woman?" Xiao Tao, half closing her eyes and leaning weakly against the door, moved her lips silently, appearing as if she were on the brink of death, provoking a fit of giggles from the 2 maids. As the coachman cracked his whip, urging the ox onward, it only trudged slower. By midday, they arrived at a town called Mingda. The coachman turned and, with a flattering tone, said to donghua, "Miss donghua, the ox has been out since early morning and can hardly move. Might we rest in town so it can drink some water and eat some fodder?" Donghua glanced outside at the cart. "Very well, find a small shop by the roadside to feed the ox. We might as well grab a bite ourselves." The ox cart halted at a mutton soup restaurant. Xiao Tao followed the maids as they disembarked. The old concubine, having lost the fiery spirit she once displayed at the estate's entrance, now lay disheveled and covered in dust, her vacant gaze reflecting despair. Donghua commanded the proprietress 3 bowls of mutton soup and 3 steamed buns. "Also, have your young lad assist with feeding the ox." Xiao Tao blinked and respectfully turned to donghua, her voice barely a whisper. "Thank you, Sister donghua, for your kind consideration. I will take these warming bowls of soup for the 2 sisters to rest with, while I tend to the old concubine." She then addressed the proprietress, "Please prepare a tray with 2 servings of mutton soup and 2 buns. I shall serve my mistress first and return for mine later." Donghua's face flushed crimson with anger as she pointed at Xiao Tao. In the end, she bit her tongue and refrained from rebuking. If word got out that she was mistreating the late master's concubine, it would bring shame upon her family, a burden she could not bear. Xiao Tao entered the cart with the tray. The old concubine's gaze remained blank, devoid of life. Xiao Tao gently said, "Old concubine, allow me to help you drink some warm soup." The old concubine's eyes remained unblinking. Xiao Tao continued, "I wonder if my performance today will be reported to the family by Sister donghua? The tooth shop's madam when taught me that in a master's household, one must abide by the rules and work diligently." Before she could finish, The old concubine suddenly growled through gritted teeth, "I am your mistress. Help me sit up." She could not allow Dong Mei to relay her pitiful state back to the old hag. She refused to give her the satisfaction. Bound by cloth. The old concubine could not move. Xiao Tao respectfully assisted her, breaking the bun into pieces and feeding her small bites. The old concubine, stifling her anger, managed to consume an entire bowl of mutton soup-soaked bun. Xiao Tao, having gone days without a morsel, soaked her own bun in the soup and savored every small bite. With her eyes downcast, she mused, "It seems the temple is still quite far. Otherwise, Dong Mei and the others would have returned after delivering the old concubine before eating." Xiao Tao returned to the inn with the tray and, before the proprietress, expressed her gratitude to Dong Mei once more. "Thank you, sister. I have never tasted such excellent soup in my life. It is akin to the nourishing meal I could have had before departing this world, like the elderly woman from the tea shop." Dong Mei, incensed, interrupted. "Are you a starving ghost reborn? Even on the verge of death, you can still eat so heartily. Spare us from such ill omens at the year's end." Xiao Tao timidly replied, "I do not mean to offend. Please forgive me, sister. I shall wait in the cart." After the group finished their meal, they continued toward Wonio Mountain. As the cart journeyed further, the surroundings grew more desolate. By twilight, they reached the mountain's base, where a narrow path, barely wide enough for two, wound steeply into the clouds, presenting a daunting challenge. Upon seeing it, Dong Mei and her companion lamented in despair. The coachman had no choice but to unload the cart and conceal it within the woods while leading the ox up the mountain. The two maids loosened the bindings around the old concubine's body. Along the way, the coachman found 2 wooden sticks for the maids to use for support. Xiao Tao also procured a stick for both the old concubine and herself. The group ascended for nearly an hour, and only as the sky turned to ink did they finally glimpse a dilapidated courtyard nestled among the misty, tangled woods at the mountaintop. Above the rusted gate, the 3 characters Qingyun Guan could be faintly discerned. The Taoist nuns within had been roused by the commotion. A Taoist priest, appearing to be in his 50s with a ruddy complexion and holding a whisk, led 6 gaunt, middle-aged nuns clad in coarse blue robes, whose hands bore the marks of age, toward the entrance to welcome them. With a sycophantic smile, the priest remarked, "Miss Dong Mei, it must have been a taxing journey. I have instructed my people to await you here this afternoon. Please, come in and partake of a simple meal." Dong Mei lifted her chin, a mocking smile playing at the corners of her lips. "There's no rush. Let us first attend to the matters entrusted by the elder." The priest hastily ushered the group into the courtyard. Inside, the grounds were overrun with weeds, moss blanketed the steps, and the walls were marred and peeling. A few incense sticks flickered intermittently in the censer, sending wisps of smoke curling into the air. Xiao Tao followed obediently, her gaze cast downward. They traversed a corridor roofed with collapsed beams on the left, which led to a small courtyard with a decrepit gate at its end. As the door creaked open, a wild expanse of grass greeted them, and among 3 small houses, the westernmost had lost half its roof and shrouded in cobwebs. Dong Mei surveyed the dilapidation of the courtyard with a look of satisfaction. The priest clasped his hands together, proclaiming, "This humble abode is most suited for quiet cultivation." The night had fully descended, and 2 nuns hurriedly approached the small courtyard, each carrying a lantern to light the way. Dong Mei tossed a pouch to Xiao Tao, casting a sidelong glance at her elderly aunt. "Aunt, you shall remain here and pray for the elder's blessings. This is 6 taels of silver for 3 months' allowance. The matriarch has generously donated 50 taels for incense. You may dwell in this courtyard without fear of intrusion." She deliberately raised her voice. "It has been agreed with the temple that you may stay here for life." Noting her aunt's silence, Dong Mei, vexed, flicked her handkerchief and turned to leave, entirely disregarding the evening meal for both her aunt and Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao, quick-witted, bowed to one of the lantern-bearing nuns. "Thank you, fairy, for the lantern." Without awaiting a response, she accepted the lantern. Dong Mei gritted her teeth in frustration, and the priest shot a fierce glare at the nun. The dilapidated courtyard was left with only the 2 women. Observing her aunt's vacant gaze and immobility, Xiao Tao promptly secured the gate and bolted it. Supporting her aunt gently, she whispered, "Aunt, let us go inside and rest." She pushed open the doors of the 2 remaining intact rooms, revealing a barren space with only a bare wooden bed and cobwebs adorning the rafters. Xiao Tao had no choice but to assist her aunt outside, where she found a rickety stool beneath the eaves. She removed her own worn clothing to cushion the seat and invited her aunt to sit. In a soft tone, Xiao Tao inquired, "Aunt, may I check the other room?" Waiting a moment and receiving no response, she ventured, "Then I shall go." With the lantern in hand, Xiao Tao entered the room with the collapsed roof. The hearth was empty. Lacking even a pot, debris scattered across the floor where the roof had caved in. Amidst the clutter in the corner, she discovered a well-preserved oil jar, albeit with green mold inside. An old stone water vat and 2 broken jars with only their bases remained. The remnants of crumbling firewood indicated that this place had been uninhabited for many years. With no other option, Xiao Tao returned to the room, guiding her aunt back inside. She folded her old clothes neatly and placed them on the bed, helping her aunt lean against the wall as she draped a piece of blue cotton fabric over her. Observing her aunt's despondent expression, Xiao Tao softly said, "Aunt, please rest." As she spoke, she began to remove her aunt's embroidered shoes, only to be startled by the sight of dark red stains on the soles of the fabric socks. Her aunt had not uttered a word throughout their journey. Xiao Tao's heart ached as she placed her own bundle beneath her aunt's feet and found a pile of old cloth to sit on, leaning against the wall to rest. The chill was biting and Xiao Tao felt utterly exhausted, yet sleep eluded her. In the dead of night, the door creaked open with a faint sound. Xiao Tao immediately nudged her aunt awake. A shadow darted to the bedside, seizing Xiao Tao's frail leg and growling menacingly, "Little girl, get out." He yanked her from the bed with force. Recognizing the voice of the coachman, Xiao Tao's heart sank. The coachman held her aunt down, spewing vile words. In the darkness, her aunt struggled desperately, the sound of tearing fabric filling the air. Xiao Tao crawled out into the night, feeling her way to the rickety stool beneath the eaves. She quickly returned to the room, summoning all her strength to swing the stool violently at the coachman's head. As she struck, she cried out in a choked voice, "Aunt, please don't lose hope and seek death. The matriarch has carefully chosen this tranquil temple for you. How could it be that the moment we arrive, there are vile men? I have never heard of any malefactors in this temple in all these years." The coachman froze. Indeed, if her aunt were to perish tonight, especially at the hands of a villain in the temple just after being sent there, the family's reputation would be tarnished, and the entire county would gossip about the matriarch's cruelty. The authorities would undoubtedly investigate the murder of a nun. Reluctantly, he released her aunt and fled over the wall in disgrace. Chapter 18. Short-sightedness. Xiao Tao and her aunt sat in silence on the cold wooden bed until dawn broke. As the first light of day filtered through, Xiao Tao turned to find her aunt's clothing torn, hair disheveled, her face pale, and her eyes hollow, staring vacantly at the rafters. Xiao Tao sighed quietly and, slipping on her shoes, stepped outside, only to notice footprints trampled on the courtyard wall. She examined the small courtyard carefully, the 3 main rooms. The eastern room where they had stayed last night, a middle bedroom, and the western kitchen with its collapsed roof. In the western corner of the courtyard stood a thatched outhouse, its roof long since collapsed and decayed. Behind the outhouse were 2 large bamboo baskets filled with dark, weathered pine needles. Xiao Tao thought to clear the baskets to store the weeds she would pull from the courtyard, reasoning that the pine needles could serve as fertilizer, and began to move them. To her surprise, the basket would not budge. She wondered why the pine needles were so heavy. Hastily, she dug through the needles and was astonished to uncover a heavy oilcloth bundle. After considerable effort, she dragged the oilcloth package out and unwrapped it. Inside lay a nearly new iron pot, a spatula, a double-handled pot, and 2 gleaming kitchen knives, all impeccably maintained, without a trace of rust. Beneath these items were more cloth bundles containing 2 pairs of scissors, a sickle, and a chopping knife, all equally well preserved. This unexpected treasure left Xiao Tao puzzled. A common nun would not require a separate kitchen. The priest certainly had better accommodations and attendants. Could these belongings belong to a woman cast aside by her family? Surely, a common family could not afford the costs of such a secluded retreat, indicating that these items likely belonged to a lady of noble birth. Her heart filled with joy, Xiao Tao rushed to share the news with her aunt, only to find her aunt hanging from the beam with the blue cotton cloth. Xiao Tao gasped in horror, stepping onto the rickety stool and tiptoeing to rescue her. Thankfully, her aunt had only just begun to hang, leaving only a red mark around her neck, and she was otherwise unharmed. Her aunt stared blankly at the beam. "Why did you save me? Do you find my suffering insufficient? What hope remains for me in this life?" Her voice trailed off as she began recounting her past. "My family is from Yizhou in the north. My mother passed away early and my father, a poor scholar, could not continue with his studies. He had a student, gifted yet impoverished. My father, valuing talent, waived his fees and promised me to him. By 17, he had achieved the status of a scholar, and both families awaited my coming of age to wed. Tears streamed down her aunt's face as she continued. But when I was 13, my father went to my uncle's house to deliver festival gifts. A man who never touched liquor became intoxicated and fell to his death in a ravine. After his burial, my uncle took me in. They often took me to the market, where affluent gentlemen would eye me, exchanging glances with my uncle and cousins. I was frightened and spread word that my father had no sons, and I would mourn for 3 years for my elder cousin. When I turned 16, the house and land would belong to my uncle. Yet, my aunt constantly lamented our poverty, insisting that wealth brought happiness, while I pretended not to understand. My aunt's complexion turned ashen. That winter, during my coming-of-age ceremony, the elder came to Ijo to trade for furs and was swindled out of 600 taels. In the ensuing altercation, a servant was killed. He fell into despair and drunkenness, lying in the street, nearly buried by the snow. I happened to pass by and, unable to bear it, rescued him. But my uncle's family, seeing him clad in brocade, became greedy, claiming that my act of saving his life had created an intimate bond. I implored the elder to help me dissuade my uncle's family, also revealing that I had a betrothed. Yet, he only gazed at me, instilling fear within me. She lowered her head, expressing her unease. I have always suspected that my cousin and the old master are plotting something. Once, I stealthily followed them into the woods and witnessed them meeting with my betrothed's mother. The old master feigned an apology, claiming that my rescue had delayed my fiancé, and he presented 100 taels of silver to her as compensation. My fiancé stood silently beside her, pursing his lips in taciturnity. After they departed, my cousin shamelessly remarked that raising me for several years had not been easy, and the old master produced another 100 taels, claiming it was a betrothal gift. My aunt trembled in anguish. That very night, they bound me, gagged me, and tossed me into the old master's carriage, from which I was taken to Lingo. Fearing that people would discover he was deceived in business, the old master ordered the servant to be beaten to death to avoid shame. And he merely announced that the servant had died of illness. He was also apprehensive of being accused of repaying kindness with ingratitude by usurping his benefactor. So he followed the old lady's suggestion to slander me, claiming that I was a man he had purchased from a brothel for thousands of taels, dismissing my plight as inconsequential. Yet, he could not bear the shame of being called ungrateful. The old lady, fearing her descendants would face similar accusations, insisted that I was a woman of ill repute, unworthy of bearing children, and administered drugs to me while the old master spent every night in my company, twisting it into a narrative of seduction on my part. As he aged, fearing the prospect of facing Yama upon his death, he ultimately protected me from being sold. Perhaps heaven finally opened its eyes. He died at a time that cast him into the realm of beasts, having been confined in a small courtyard for many years. Upon his demise, the old matron still intended to cast me into this temple, subjecting me to further humiliation. My betrothed, treacherously seeking wealth, my uncle's family, blinded by greed, and the old master, who is ungrateful, how have I, by meddling in affairs that do not concern me, brought ruin upon myself? You speak of my days steeped in bitterness, yet you do not permit me to find solace? Despair resonated in my aunt's voice. Xiao Tao, uncertain of how to console her, silently ran to the latrine and returned with an oilcloth bag, meticulously unfolding its contents before my aunt. My aunt's gaze remained devoid of emotion as she retrieved Xiao Tao's bond and placed it beside the bed. Take it. The authorities have not yet issued a red contract. Without it, you shall be free. She then set down a purse containing 6 taels of silver atop the bond, saying, Keep the silver safe. I have no need for it. With a cursory glance at the items, she remarked, If you possess the ability, find a way to remove them. Should others discover it, you would merely be sewing garments for someone else's wedding. This temple is tainted. My bond lies in the old lady's hands, and I shall remain unfree for life. Let me go. You must look after yourself. With that, she turned her back to the wall and fell silent. Xiao Tao, trembling with trepidation, recognized the bond as undoubtedly her own. Her heart raced, as if something were about to burst from her chest. She stepped beneath the eaves and slowly tore the bond into shreds, stowing the fragments in her clothing. She stared blankly at the withered grass in the courtyard. Free? In this vast world, where can I find refuge? Returning home would only lead to being sold again by my parents. I have no household registration to go elsewhere. The person inside has given me freedom and money for survival, and now lies waiting for death. How could I simply abandon them? Xiao Tao steeled herself, recalling my aunt's warning regarding making garments for others. She hurriedly dragged her belongings back to the latrine, wrapped them in the oilcloth, and concealed them deep within a bamboo basket, covering it with a thick layer of pine needles. The silver could not remain near my aunt, so she was forced to keep it. In the empty house, there was nowhere to hide. She took out a single tael to keep on her person and hid the rest in a crevice beside the stove. While hiding the silver, she unexpectedly felt a flintstone in the wall. A smile crept upon Xiao Tao's lips as she tucked it into her bosom. She retrieved the oil jar and 2 jar lids, returning to my aunt's side and softly said, "Aunt, I have a tael of silver on me. The rest is hidden in the stove's crevice. I will be stepping out for a while." Noticing my aunt's lack of response, Xiao Tao quietly slipped away. Upon exiting the small courtyard, she spotted a Taoist nun washing clothes by the well at the end of the corridor, shivering in the cold. Another nun was laboriously emptying a water vat, scraping out white mud from the bottom, breaking it into pieces to dry on a bamboo mat. Xiao Tao mused to herself. So this is where the well is, at least it's not far. In the distance, a Taoist priest, holding a whisk, led 2 nuns, Donghua and Donghun, along with a coachman. Upon seeing the bloodstain on the coachman's head, Donghua exclaimed, "Brother Ma, what happened to your head?" The coachman, avoiding eye contact, touched his nose in an attempt to disguise his embarrassment. I stayed in the woodshed outside the temple last night, and, while getting up in the dark, I stumbled and fell." The priest cast him a sidelong glance, his expression placid. Donghua smirked, "Brother Ma, be careful, a mere bump is minor, but losing your life is grave." The coachman bowed repeatedly, apologizing profusely. Once they had moved on, Xiao Tao traversed the corridor to the main courtyard. The nuns were each engrossed in their tasks, paying her no heed. She stepped outside the temple, only to find the area enveloped in swirling clouds and fog, silent all around. Looking down at the mountainside, the sea of clouds surged, obscuring the path back. However, she did see the few individuals descending the mountain. The coachman was cautiously leading the ox, taking deliberate steps as he moved, taking half an hour to cover just a short distance. At this pace, they would reach the foot of the mountain by noon. Donghua impatiently scolded, "Brother Ma, why is the ox descending so slowly? Why did you pull it up?" The coachman hurriedly apologized, "I beg your pardon, Miss Donghua. I have delayed you. But the ox is afraid of being stolen or attacked by wild beasts down there. Without the ox cart, it would take all day to walk to Mindong town through these deep mountains." Only then did Donghua begrudgingly fall silent. Xiao Tao observed them for a while, finding it dull, and turned towards the forest on the left side of the temple. The dense woods were profound, ancient trees towered high, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of decayed leaves and pine needles. She dared not venture far, remaining within sight of the small courtyard. Soon, she gathered 2 large bundles of firewood and a substantial pile of pine needles. Just as she tied the firewood and pine needles with thin vines to carry away, she noticed 2 nuns approaching with hoes. Xiao Tao instinctively hid behind a large tree. One of the nuns remarked, "The temple master has struck it rich. The old lady paid 50 taels to rent that shabby little courtyard. She gets rich while we see not a penny. She can indulge in chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Yet we must engage in ascetic practices, receiving no more than our meager rations, not even a mouthful of thin porridge extra." The other nun replied with resentment. The first nun speculated, "What if we dig up this many kudzu roots and make that much flour? It would be splendid if someone would buy it, dreaming, are we? It takes an hour to descend the mountain and another hour and a half by cart to reach the town. We cannot escape the temple master's gaze. It's abundant here. Who would pay for it? Only city folks covet kudzu flour. We have no opportunity to hide it, let alone sell it." Their voices were filled with despair. The 2 paused at a patch of vines, digging up roots. Half an hour later, each carried away a basket of root-like objects. Xiao Tao waited until they were far off before emerging, carefully noting the shapes of the vine leaves where the nuns had dug. Subsequently, she transported the firewood and pine needles back to the small courtyard in several trips. Deliberately slowing her pace, she pretended to be weak and feeble, though she truly felt faint from hunger and illness, all the while secretly observing. The 2 nuns who had returned earlier were washing the roots by the well. When she dragged the second load of firewood, she saw that they had begun peeling the roots. Xiao Tao hid behind the courtyard gate, pretending to organize the firewood. and watched as the nuns finished peeling and chopped the roots into smaller pieces, discarding them into a stone vat, one of them using a stone hammer to smash them. After checking the remnants, they added water to rinse them twice, retrieving the residue and soaking it, covering it with a wooden board. One of them said, "All right. Let it soak until tomorrow morning for a water change." The two then departed the temple, carrying their hose. Only then did Xiao Tao bring the firewood and pine needles to the eaves. Contemplating finding something to eat, she decided to wait until the clouds parted and the fog lifted to discern her bearings. Thinking of my aunt lying on the bed, Xiao Tao returned to the courtyard with the cleaned oil jar and jar lids. In a corner of the courtyard, she gathered some stones and pulled up a patch of withered grass to build a makeshift stove. Using the pine needles to start a fire, she filled the oil jar with water and placed it over the flames. Once the water boiled, she burned a pile of pine needle ash and added it to the jar to eliminate any odors, repeating the process twice until the jar was clean and odorless. Next, she built a charcoal fire, scooped some coals into the jar lid, and placed it under my aunt's south bed to help drive away the cold. In the empty room, she also used a jar lid to place coals under the bed to remove dampness. As the dawn broke through the clouds, Xiao Tao took 2 tiles from the stove and stepped outside in search of food, hoping to pry up some wild vegetables. Unfortunately, she dared not use the knife hidden in the latrine. If taken out now, the greedy priest would surely accuse her of stealing from the temple. Chapter 19. A First Encounter. Xiao Tao stepped out of the temple to observe the terrain. The temple was situated near the mountain's peak, and since the onset of winter, not a drop of rain had fallen. Wild vegetables also require nourishment from water. She speculated that the depression nestled between 2 mountains might collect water, and thus decided to venture down to investigate. The upper slopes were strewn with dead branches and decayed wood, rendering the path indistinct. Xiao Tao carefully marked her route along the way. After traversing for about the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks, as she approached the valley at the mountainside, she stood atop and gazed downward, only to discover a narrow, crescent-shaped dammed lake, shrouded amidst verdant hills, roughly the size of half a temple. Where there is water, there are fish. A surge of joy filled Xiao Tao's heart, yet she was immediately beset by worry. How could she catch them without any tools? Just as she pondered her dilemma, a rustling sound emerged from the woods below. Startled by the noise, Xiao Tao scrambled up a nearby tree, concealing herself amidst the dense foliage. She held her breath, straining to locate the source of the sound, yet found nothing. The noise came in intermittent bursts, and after a short while, it began to fade. Unable to contain her curiosity, Xiao Tao thought, could it be an injured wild animal? If it has been there for so long, it must be gravely wounded and unable to move. Perhaps I could obtain some meat. She slid down the tree, grasped a thick branch, and cautiously approached the sound. As she pushed aside the dead branches and fallen leaves, she was astonished to uncover a trap dug by a hunter. At the bottom of the pit lay a boy of about 13 or 14 years, covered in mud, his patched clothes torn, and small beads of blood seeping from his arms and face. He appeared utterly exhausted, having clearly expended all his strength in trying to escape the trap, the walls of which were worn smooth from his struggles. Xiao Tao hurriedly twisted several vines into a rope and threw it down into the pit, calling out, "Hey, are you all right? Grab the rope and I'll pull you up." The boy, hearing her voice, struggled to rise, grasping the rope and weakly replying with politeness, "Thank you, miss. Please use a bit of strength. I will climb up now." Xiao Tao braced herself against a large rock, exerting all her strength to pull the boy up. Having just recovered from an illness, and having gone without food for 2 meals, she had also gathered firewood that morning. As soon as she relaxed her effort, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Miss, the boy called out anxiously. Xiao Tao opened her eyes to meet his worried gaze. Upon closer inspection, she noticed he was slender, with inky black eyes and striking features, standing tall with an air of dignity. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she averted her gaze. The boy, bowing earnestly, said, "I am deeply grateful for your life-saving assistance, miss. My name is Xia Mingqian, though I am affectionately called Xu Weixing, and my home is in the forest above the pond." He gestured toward the upper right of the pond. "May I ask how to address you?" Following his gesture, Xiao Tao looked in that direction and saw layers of dense forest, devoid of any visible dwellings. The area to the upper right of the pond was precisely beside her own small courtyard. Gathering her thoughts, she replied, "I am called Xiao Tao. I accompany my master to the temple for a period of meditation." How could a young lady come to such a place? It is rare for anyone to visit here. Noticing the dampness of the depression and hoping to find some food, Xiao Tao mumbled somewhat awkwardly. Shuisheng's eyes lowered slightly, understanding the implication. This girl was a servant, accompanying her master, who had been punished to come here for meditation. The temple collected offerings to provide accommodations, but offered no concern for their well-being. She had just arrived and was already so hungry that she ventured out to search for food, and in the bitter cold of winter, without any tools. Her predicament must be dire. Thinking of his ailing mother, who could not afford medicine, and their nearly empty grain jar, he realized that had Xiao Tao not rescued him, he would have perished in the pit. What would become of his sick mother then? He steeled himself. Miss Xiao Tao, would you care to visit my home for a cup of warm water? Xiao Tao could not help but smile bitterly to herself. Is warm water what I truly need? What I lack is food to fill my stomach. Yet she politely declined, stating she only wished to search for wild vegetables by the pond. Shuisheng persisted. Your life-saving kindness deserves my mother's personal thanks. However, she is bedridden due to illness. Otherwise, she would certainly come to the temple to express her gratitude. Xiao Tao mused. In this deep mountain, aside from the temple, there are no other households. Shuisheng did not resemble an old hunter. His family must surely be in dire straits. To impose upon them for gratitude would be burdensome. Perhaps it would be better to simply go for a drink of water and allow his mother to say a few words of thanks. With this thought, she revealed a bashful smile. I am indeed thirsty. I shall shamelessly accept your invitation for a drink. Shuisheng quietly sighed with relief. Seeing Xiao Tao's unsteady steps, he carefully assisted her towards his home. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, a rudimentary shelter formed by several old wooden stakes appeared before them. To block the wind, 2 layers of woven branches surrounded it, filled with pine needles in between. It resembled not a home, but rather a temporary resting place for hunters. Stealing a glance at Xiao Tao, he noted her calm demeanor and lack of disdain, and thus opened the makeshift barrier. In one corner of the enclosure, they had even cultivated a small garden the size of 2 tables. Tiny radish sprouts sprawled on the ground, their leaves a deep green and glistening with moisture. It seemed the soil on the mountain was rich and fertile, flourishing as long as it was near a water source. Unfortunately, the small courtyard where he resided was overgrown with weeds, although it could be cultivated. He feared that his aunt would attract the ire of the elderly matriarch if their situation improved even slightly. Has Shuisheng returned? A frail voice emerged from within the shelter. Shuisheng hurried to the doorway and replied, Mother, are you feeling any better? We have a guest today. I accidentally fell into a pit by the pond, but fortunately, Miss Xiao Tao saved me. Rest assured, I am fine. Miss, came the grateful response, but before she could finish, the sound of creaking wood echoed as a gaunt woman struggled to rise from her bed, pulling on a patched cotton coat. Xiao Tao quickly stepped behind Shuisheng, saying, You needn't be so formal, ma'am. Meanwhile, she surreptitiously observed. The woman was emaciated, her complexion a sickly yellow, yet her features retained a delicate beauty. Explaining why Shuisheng was so striking, Shuisheng's mother, weakly clutching the bed railing, attempted to don her tattered coat to attend to their guest. Although Shuisheng was worried about his mother's health, he felt unable to stop her from rising. Xiao Tao promptly stepped forward to gently assist Shuisheng's mother. Please, ma'am. You should rest. I only came for a drink of water. You can sit and speak with me just the same. She helped steady the unsteady woman into a seated position. Shuisheng invited Xiao Tao to sit on a stool while he prepared water on a small stone stove in a sheltered corner of the dwelling. Yet, Shuisheng's mother insisted on rising, solemnly bowing in gratitude towards Xiao Tao. Startled, Xiao Tao quickly supported her. It was merely a small effort. Please don't go to such lengths. Tears welled in Shuisheng's mother's eyes. If it weren't for you today, miss, my Shuisheng might have been left with nothing but his ailing mother. My frail body cannot express the depth of my gratitude. She could only wipe away tears as she struggled to speak. Xiao Tao offered repeated reassurances, her gaze sweeping over the humble shelter. Within the single room, Shuisheng's mother lay on a simple wooden bed, covered with thin, tattered bedding. Nearby, separated by branches, Shuisheng's sleeping area was even more dilapidated, equipped with a mattress of pine needles and worn blankets. Before long, Shuisheng placed a slightly larger stool before Xiao Tao, upon which rested 2 small steamed buns and a bowl of translucent porridge. His voice was tinged with hesitation. Miss Xiao Tao, we truly have little to offer. Would you care to try my mother's steamed buns? He borrowed his mother's name, feeling bashful to admit that he had made the hard buns himself, and thought it too meager to serve his lifesaver such fare. Shuisheng's mother shot her son a surprised glance, then warmly urged, "Yes. Please, miss, do try my cooking. This is all we have." Xiao Tao's stomach grumbled in response, yet she held back her hunger, not wishing to offend. Seeing her hesitance, Shuisheng, disregarding manners, grabbed a bun and thrust it into her hand. "Have a bit of porridge to warm your stomach." He was genuinely concerned that this starving girl might faint in his home. "Sweet potato flour?" Xiao Tao was taken aback. She lifted the bowl and took a small sip, finding it smooth and delicate with a delightful texture. Having spent time in the kitchen, she instantly recognized if this ingredient were prepared with a bit more care, perhaps with sugar or osmanthus honey, it would be even more delightful. She eagerly wished to learn the recipe for the sweet potato flour, secretly resolving to master it upon returning to the temple. Encouraged by Shuisheng and his mother, Xiao Tao modestly finished both steamed buns and drank an entire bowl of sweet potato flour. Chapter 20. Transformation. With thoughts of the old matriarch at the temple weighing on her mind, Xiao Tao rose to take her leave after the meal. Shuisheng's mother appeared embarrassed that she could not provide a proper token of gratitude, while Shuisheng had already bundled the freshly pulled radish sprouts with grass rope and carefully wrapped a large package of sweet potato flour in broad leaves. Xiao Tao felt a wave of conflicted emotions. Accepting both food and gifts felt quite shameful. Yet considering that the old matriarch had gone without food for 2 meals and was in desperate need, she felt an internal struggle. Just as she was caught in her thoughts, Shuisheng had pressed the items into her hands. Shuisheng warmly invited Xiao Tao, "Miss Xiao Tao, do visit again when you have the time." Yet, as she recalled the nearly empty rice jar at home, her voice trailed off, and she awkwardly swallowed the remainder of her words. On the way back to the temple, Shuisheng earnestly stated, "Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out at my home." He noticed that whenever Miss Xiao Tao passed by the kudzu vines, she would attentively observe the areas where the roots grew, knowing full well that she wished to dig them up for sustenance. Observing her frail demeanor, he resolved to dig more of the kudzu roots in the direction of the temple, hoping to assist her should their paths cross. Shuisheng's home lay in a low-lying area, and the return to the temple involved a steep ascent, leaving Xiao Tao breathless and fatigued. In a considerate gesture, Shuisheng slowed his pace and even found a stick for her to lean on. Xiao Tao pondered that she and her elderly aunt had no thick bedding to share and, with illness afflicting her, had nowhere to seek medical aid. She needed to hurry to the market to purchase supplies. She inquired of Shuisheng, "Where do you typically go to market? How do you travel there?" "In the mountains, there are no markets. For provisions, one must journey to Mingda town. It takes nearly half a day on foot or about an hour by ox cart. To catch an ox cart, one must descend the mountain early and walk 5 miles toward Mingda town, where there are carts available. In this secluded mountain, aside from my home and the temple, no vehicles come through." Shuisheng guessed that she intended to visit the market and felt uneasy about such a young girl venturing out alone, casually asking, "Which day do you intend to go?" "Tomorrow," she replied. After escorting Xiao Tao to the temple, Shuisheng felt relieved to bid her farewell. Upon reaching the temple grounds, Xiao Tao found the items in her hands somewhat conspicuous. She gathered a bundle of pine needles from the woods and carefully wrapped the vegetable seedlings and kudzu powder in thick leaves, securing them tightly with grass rope before concealing them deep within the pine kindling, ensuring the firewood was well bound for her return to the temple. As she entered the courtyard, the Taoist priest scolded her with displeasure, "Clean up the fallen pine needles. Otherwise, do not dare to enter this courtyard again." Xiao Tao timidly responded, "Yes, Taoist priest. I will tidy up after I set down the firewood." She quickly pushed open the courtyard door and secured it. This decaying wooden barrier, though, could hardly deter those truly intent on entering. Dragging the firewood to the eaves, Xiao Tao hurried to check on her elderly aunt. She found her still lying with her back to the wall, her gaze vacant and desolate, resembling her departure from home. Silently, Xiao Tao withdrew and took up the oil can to fetch water. Before drawing water, she carefully inspected the vines along the way to ensure none of the pine needles had fallen. She also picked up a large broom from the corner and diligently swept the area. The fragrance of stewed chicken wafted through the temple courtyard. Yet the Taoist priest had dispatched the nuns to the mountains to dig for kudzu roots. Several nuns, begrudgingly carrying hoes and baskets, exited the premises. Xiao Tao secured the courtyard door and kindled a fire in the small kitchen. Upon unwrapping the parcel Shuisheng had given her, she discovered 2 steamed buns within, a testament to his understanding of her dwindling supplies, filling her with gratitude. After washing several radish seedlings and boiling water for the kudzu powder, she crumbled one of the buns and cooked it together with the seedlings, creating a porridge. Once the pot was cool enough to handle, Xiao Tao carried it into the room. Hesitating for a moment, she softly said, "Auntie, I have prepared some food for you. If you refuse to eat or drink, will it not please our adversaries? They wish to witness your suffering. By doing so, are you not gratifying their desires?" Clutching the pot, she patiently waited until the porridge cooled, at which point her aunt slowly turned her face, marked with tears, revealing a pallid expression. Xiao Tao quickly helped her sit up, speaking gently. "At present, we have no bowls or chopsticks, nor any oil or salt. Let us make do with this." Her aunt, startled by the sight of the food in the pot, exclaimed, "Where did this come from? There are no families residing in these mountains." An array of emotions surged within her as she realized the effort this young girl had made to procure food for her in such trying circumstances. Xiao Tao earnestly replied, "I went out to find something to eat and happened upon someone who had fallen into a pit. I lent a hand, and they graciously thanked me." Her aunt insisted, "You are still growing. How can you not eat? I am accustomed to fine delicacies, and I have no appetite for such fare. Let me pour half into a bowl for you." Understanding her aunt's intent, Xiao Tao discerned that she was not truly dismissing the food, but rather wishing to share it with her. Seeing through her aunt's thoughts, Xiao Tao softly urged, "Please, consume it while it's warm. I have already eaten at his home." "Silly girl. How could you go to another person's home alone? If they invited you, you simply went? In these deep mountains, if someone were to detain you, who would you call for help? For a mere bun, you could easily be lured away. In the future, avoid strangers and refrain from meddling in others' affairs." Her aunt scolded her with a mix of anxiety and frustration, wishing for her to be more cautious. Xiao Tao, having endured her aunt's reprimand, felt a chill of relief, thankful that she had encountered Shuisheng and his mother. The human heart is difficult to fathom. Even a biological mother could deceive to sell her own daughter. Had she encountered a malicious person today, the consequences were too dire to contemplate. Observing her aunt's stern facade, which could not mask her underlying concern, Xiao Tao felt warmth in her heart and patiently encouraged, "Please, drink while it's hot. If it cools, it will upset your stomach." She brought the pot to her aunt's lips and gently tilted it. Her aunt, guided by Xiao Tao's hand, quietly finished the porridge. Gazing at the concerned young girl before her, she sighed inwardly, "Alas, how can such a small child survive alone in this world? I shall endure a little longer for her sake." Chapter 21. The Market. That evening, Xiao Tao reclined against the bed and quietly conferred with her aunt. "Auntie, I shall go to the town at dawn to purchase a quilt and some rice to bring back. Is there anything else you would like me to buy?" "I cannot leave the temple grounds," her aunt worriedly replied. "The temple's people accepted the old lady's money and are now keeping a watchful eye on me. You can only wait until they open the courtyard door at the hour of the tiger for the morning lessons. With no adult by your side, how can I rest easy?" "Do not fret, Auntie," Xiao Tao comforted softly. "I have spent over 3 years in the grain shop and have encountered many people." Her aunt sighed. "But remember, do not meddle in others' affairs. Keep your silver coins separate. Do not allow anyone to see you pull out several taels, lest you invite misfortune." Suddenly recalling the transport fare, she asked, "But how will you ride the ox cart? A young girl like you cannot simply hand over silver. It is too perilous in these mountains." She was at a loss for a solution, as she had been thoroughly searched and possessed not even a copper coin. In the darkness, Xiao Tao lowered her head. The plight of old lady Song had taught her the necessity of concealing her money. She worried that if her silver notes were discovered, at least the 2,000 when hidden beneath the stones by the gray pit could save her from starvation. Suddenly, her aunt had an idea. "Xiao Tao, light a lamp and quietly go to the outhouse to fetch a pair of scissors. Cut a foot of the blue cotton cloth I have wrapped around myself. It is sufficient for an adult to make a pair of shoes and still have some left over. New cotton cloth costs about 20 won per foot. Even if it gets a bit dusty, the cart driver will find it worthwhile. You can use it to cover your fare." Xiao Tao found this suggestion agreeable and immediately rose to light the lamp. She first glanced at the courtyard door before carefully taking the lamp to the outhouse, where she stealthily retrieved the scissors. On her way back, she pretended to adjust her waistband. Upon entering the room, her aunt's sharp voice rang out, "You little maid. Did you not wash your hands after using the outhouse? Did old lady Wen not teach you proper manners?" From within, Xiao Tao's pleading voice could be heard. Auntie, it is cold, and I did not wash. I will go fetch water to wash now. With the pot in hand, Xiao Tao carried the lamp toward the courtyard door. Hearing hurried footsteps outside that quickly faded away, she feigned ignorance, allowing a few quiet sobs to escape, drew water from the well, and used the freshly cut blue cotton cloth to wipe her tears before washing it clean and returning with the pot to the small courtyard. Once back in the room, Xiao Tao extinguished the lamp and spread the damp cloth over the charcoal fire at the bottom of the jar to dry. Her aunt rose and placed the blue cotton cloth over Xiao Tao's shoulders, whispering, "You have been out all day, lean against the wall and rest. I have been lying down all day, I will tend to the fire." At the break of dawn the next day, Xiao Tao removed the coarse cloth dress provided by old Lady Wen and packed it away, pulling out the old garment that Sanya had patched together for her. Her aunt paused, gazing at the patchwork dress made from various scraps of fabric. Xiao Tao carefully brushed off the dust and concealed her silver. Concerned that Xiao Tao might acquire too many items, her aunt handed her 5 taels of silver, keeping one tael hidden in the corner of the stove, and reminded her to keep the scissors close for protection. Outside, the world remained shrouded in darkness, with only a few stars twinkling coldly in the sky. Biting at the air, Xiao Tao wrapped her head in a tattered cloth, pulling her neck in, and quietly made her way to the main courtyard. The Taoist nuns were all reciting their morning prayers in the grand hall, and the courtyard gate was already open. Xiao Tao gently pushed open the creaking door, slipping out with a graceful sidestep. After descending a few steps down the mountain, a figure suddenly emerged from behind a towering tree, whispering, "Miss Xiao Tao, it's me." Remembering that she was heading to the market today, he had come to wait for her, as he too intended to sell kudzu root powder. Startled, Xiao Tao's heart momentarily raced. In the darkness, she could barely make out the silhouette of the young man, and her anxiety eased. On such a murky night, she would have preferred not to walk alone. Xuexing was about to strike a flint to ignite the torch he had prepared, but Xiao Tao quickly grasped his sleeve. Urging in a hushed tone, "Xuexing, let us not disturb the Taoist priestess. Let us walk a bit before lighting it." A pang of concern pierced Xuexing's heart, and without thinking, he reached out to hold Xiao Tao's hand, saying, "The path down the mountain is treacherous. Allow me to guide you." Their icy hands clasped together. Both were momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, Xuexing took the lead, cautiously holding Xiao Tao's hand. Unfamiliar with the path, Xiao Tao occasionally stumbled, causing Xuexing to feel a surge of anxiety as he tightly gripped her hand to prevent her from falling. For reasons unknown, after walking a short distance, both their palms began to sweat, tension mounting with every step. Finally, it was Xiao Tao who shyly spoke up, "Xuexing, we can light the torch now." Xuexing promptly replied, "Of course." He discreetly wiped the sweat from his palms against his sleeve before lighting the torch. The flame illuminated Xuexing's unassuming gray-patched tunic and the gray bundle slung over his shoulder, the flickering light catching the mist on his forehead, causing it to glisten. Xiao Tao felt a wave of emotion. He must have set out in the dark long before her arrival. She quickly removed an old piece of clothing from her head and handed it to him, saying, "Here, wipe your forehead." Xuexing, embarrassed, hesitated to accept it. Xiao Tao gently insisted, "Don't let your mother worry. If you fall ill, who will care for her?" Her words seemed to seize Xuexing's throat, leaving him unable to refuse. He took the garment, wiped his forehead, and returned it to Xiao Tao, urging her to wrap it around her head quickly. With the torch now lit, Xiao Tao found the confidence to walk on her own. She focused intently on the path ahead, oblivious to the fiery blush creeping up Xuexing's ears. As dawn approached, the two reached the foot of the mountain. Xuexing extinguished the torch. By the time they arrived at the small village, the sky was just beginning to brighten, and several women were already waiting by the ox cart. Xuexing rummaged through his pocket, counting out 8 copper coins for the cart driver. A thought crossed his mind. It would not be appropriate for others to know that a servant of the Taoist temple was paying the fare. He stammered, "This is for my sister and me." Xiao Tao, aware of Xuexing's family struggles, stepped forward to the driver, quietly offering, "Sir, good morning. Would you accept this thick piece of cotton fabric as payment for the fare?" She explained, "With the new year approaching, it would be perfect for making shoes. This fabric was a gift to my mother. She has cherished it for years, and we've only just dusted it off. We've washed it. But it is truly new, not a single needle hole in it. Perhaps you could ask the auntie nearby who does sewing to confirm?" Before she could finish, several women had gathered around, exclaiming, "Wow, this fabric feels so soft." Only the wealthy could afford such quality. It would cost over 20 coins a foot in town. Xiao Tao blinked, realizing that this cotton was slightly more expensive in Jingdezhen than in the county town. Embarrassed, she turned to the driver. Sir, would it be acceptable to use this as payment for the fare for my brother and me? With the new year coming, we hope to save a few coins for some meat. The women, aware of the rare opportunity to possess such fine fabric, eagerly offered to cover the siblings' fare in exchange for it. The driver, noticing the commotion, thought it unwise to let others take advantage of the situation. Fearing his wife would scold him for being foolish, he declared loudly, "Little girl, I'll take the fabric. It covers the fare for both of you. Remember to wait under the big poplar tree at noon. If you're late, the money will not be refunded." He snatched the fabric and tucked it away. Xiao Tao hurriedly agreed. Xuexing opened his mouth to protest, but saw Xiao Tao had already climbed onto the cart, lightly calling, "Brother, come quickly." Xuexing, who typically walked to the market at dawn to save 4 coins, was moved by the frail girl and had reluctantly decided to take her by cart this time, not expecting her to provide the fare. The women, feeling as though a cooked duck had flown away, sighed in dismay as they clambered onto the cart. Xuexing quickly positioned himself to shield Xiao Tao from the wind. Upon reaching the market, Xiao Tao approached the driver, whispering, "Sir, can my brother and I take another cart to the town next time? We want to take this one for the return trip." The driver, realizing he hadn't lost anything, agreed. Xiao Tao instructed Xuexing to sell the kudzu root powder while she went off to shop. Xuexing, concerned that she might struggle with her small stature, wanted to accompany her. However, Xiao Tao was eager to see the market prices in Kaohsiung town. After wandering through the market, she noted, the grains at the grain shop were a full 2 coins more expensive per pound than in the county town. There were few vegetables for sale as the wealthy were scarce, and the farmers of Kaohsiung were reluctant to buy vegetables. Nevertheless, many farmers' wives were selling their hand-woven coarse cloth for only 8 coins a foot, compared to 12 in the county town. However, farmers generally wouldn't risk selling in the county town, as the round-trip fare cost 8 coins, plus 1 for entering the city and 2 for setting up a stall. If they didn't sell out, it would be a loss. Xiao Tao's home was surrounded by small hills, and the riverbank to the mountain top could be traversed in less than an incense stick's time, with no one cultivating hemp. Thus, the county market had no farmers selling their own coarse cloth. In contrast, in Kaohsiung, farmers could plant hemp on the hillside to offset their tax grain, which explained why so many farmers' wives sold coarse cloth at Mingda town. There were also plenty of wild chickens, but they were too scrawny in winter, although they looked large. They were light as a feather and cost 15 coins a pound, with few buyers as townspeople preferred the fatty pork. Kudzu root powder was abundant. Priced at only 6 coins a pound, Xiao Tao realized that with the mountains nearby, anyone capable of wielding a hoe could venture up to dig. Yet no one transported it to the county town for sale. A vague idea began to take shape in Xiao Tao's mind. She leaned closer to Xuexing, saying, "Xuexing, I want to buy some coarse cloth to sell in the county town. I saw coarse cloth selling for 12 coins there, and here it's only 8. With the new year approaching, farmers will need to buy fabric to make new clothes for their elders and children." Xuexing had never been to the county town, and no one in his family had ever engaged in such trade. He gazed at the frail Xiao Tao, her eyes sparkling with determination. Realizing how audacious she was to take such initiative as a mere servant girl, he worried that she might face punishment for this boldness, as she appeared so different from her usual timid self. Not wanting to hurt her pride, he cautiously advised, "Miss Xiao Tao, consider this. We set out early today. If you go to the county town, you'll return home late. What will your master think?" He did not finish his thought, but hoped Xiao Tao would understand. He added, "If you truly need to buy something urgently, I have around 10 coins. He couldn't offer more. As he was counting on selling the kudzu root powder to exchange for some flour to take home, they were running low on even the vegetable dumplings. Yet Xiao Tao was resolute. This is a rare opportunity. With the new year just around the corner, after that, farmers will be less willing to buy fabric. She had already begun to walk towards a woman selling cloth. Having surveyed the market as offerings, she approached the vendor, examining the fabric. It had few loose threads, was dense and thick, and when held up to the light, it was opaque. This is good fabric," she murmured, then inquired softly, "Sister, your weaving is exquisite. I have many family members and would like to buy it all. Could you offer a better price?" The vendor was taken aback. It was rare for a child to speak so boldly. She questioned, "Miss, where are your elders?" Xiao Tao smiled faintly. "The prices for hemp fabric are all similar. My parents are preoccupied and couldn't come, but my brother is here. Upon hearing this, Xuexing straightened his back as best as he could. The vendor assessed Xuexing, noting his upright posture and handsome features, and began to believe her. Miss, what do your elders say you should buy? Xiao Tao sensed an opportunity. Sister, my family has over 10 members, and we only dare to make new clothes at New Year. It wouldn't hurt to buy more. Your fabric looks sturdy and can be kept for future use. My maternal family lives not far in the county town, and several relatives have asked my mother to help them buy fabric. Purchasing here would save at least a coin. The vendor wholeheartedly agreed, knowing that every coin saved was significant for a farmer. I have over 7 lengths of fabric. Would you like to buy it all? Xiao Tao replied, typically, families buy only a few feet. If you sell it all to me, could you consider 7 coins? She continued, if you sell it by the piece, you'll have to attend many more markets. The woman became excited, seeing that the young girl's brother had not objected, and readily agreed, noting that if she didn't sell it all now, it would be even harder after the new year. Xiao Tao meticulously measured the fabric, discovering that there was indeed an ample surplus of nearly 1 foot. She carefully extracted a couple of silver coins from the seam of her cotton garment. Sister, you are a person of integrity. I will offer you 500 won, and in return, could you sell me your basket as well? A smile spread across the elder sister's face. The little girl has earned an extra 10 won. This basket was only about 70 or 80% new. With a couple of bamboo sticks, she could weave a new one at home. Nevertheless, she was indeed a person of integrity, having provided the girl with nearly an additional foot of fabric, ensuring she incurred no loss. The fabric seller, unable to provide change, suddenly recalled that her sister-in-law was also selling fabric and tentatively inquired, Miss, doesn't your relative need fabric as well? Might I show you my sister-in-law's? I assure you it's just as good, without any deceit. The price will remain the same. Saying this, she hurriedly shoved the silver back into Xiao Tao's hands, fearing she might miss the opportunity, and dashed off 3 zhang away to fetch her sister-in-law. The 2 women, panting, quickly returned with the basket and eagerly displayed the fabric for Xiao Tao's inspection. Xiao Tao examined it closely, confirming that it was indeed of the same quality as the previous fabric. Measuring 6 zhang, with more than half a foot to spare, it was evident that the 2 women were forthright individuals. The sister-in-law, overwhelmed by her sudden sale of so much fabric, could hardly believe her luck. Promptly gifted Xiao Tao her own basket without asking for a single coin, accepting only 420 won for the fabric. The 2 women gathered 80 won in change for Xiao Tao, standing there in stunned silence, unable to calm their racing hearts. Xuexing, standing aside, was already anxious, his complexion paling. With such a considerable sum spent, would Xiao Tao be safe? The maid's wages were modest. Surely, this was her master's money. He felt compelled to accompany her to the county town, devising ways to assist in selling the fabric. Xuexing hoisted his own basket, placing the 2 large rolls of fabric inside, and earnestly instructed Xiao Tao, stay behind me, keep a close watch on this fabric, not a single glance away. Xiao Tao nodded seriously. The 2 hastily boarded a sturdy cart pulled by a robust mule, heading towards the county town. The cart driver, from a nearby town, was in a hurry to return home after completing errands in Mingda town, which suited Xiao Tao perfectly. The fare was slightly higher by 2 wen, totaling 10 won for the 2 of them. Chapter 22, Selling Fabric. Although only 2 people occupied the mule cart, Xuexing tightly grasped the basket containing the fabric, his knuckles turning white from exertion, fearful of any mishap. Xiao Tao initially intended to reassure him not to be overly anxious, but the words caught in her throat as she maintained a calm facade, while internally, her heart raced. Despite her resolute confidence in front of Xuexing, she too was apprehensive. The mule cart sped along, and without delay in Mingda town, they arrived at the county town by the middle of the day. Xuexing was awestruck by the imposing stone city gates, closely following Xiao Tao, never straying an inch from her side. Xiao Tao inhaled deeply. With the year's end approaching and only a handful of days until the new year, many farming families were bringing their children into the city to join in the festivities, purchasing fruits and sweets to delight the little ones. The streets were bustling with throngs of people as small merchants vociferously hawked their wares, their faces flushed with effort, eager to earn a bit more before the year's end. The cacophony of shouts and haggling filled the air, and the streets were so crowded that it felt as if one could scarcely place a foot without stepping on another. Xiao Tao felt a sense of relief at this hour, The maids in the shops had likely finished their purchases and returned home to prepare lunch. The surging crowd, jostling together, provided the perfect cover, alleviating her fears of being recognized. She glanced back to see Xuexing clutching the 2 rolls of fabric tightly against his chest. And she thought to herself that if he were holding a living person like that, they might very well suffocate. Xuexing pursed his lips, shouldering the basket, maneuvering through the throng while keeping Xiao Tao shielded in front of him for her ease of movement. Xiao Tao, like a nimble loach, wriggled through the gaps in the crowd, determinedly forging ahead. After much effort, they finally squeezed into a vendor selling freshly milled rice. Xiao Tao glanced at the burlap sacks filled with plump, clean rice grains, devoid of broken pieces or dust, indicating that it was indeed new rice. The sacks were still full, suggesting they had not yet sold out. Though business was brisk as the new year approached, there were not many buyers for rice. In such a crowded space, if one of the sacks were to break, the rice would spill everywhere, making it difficult to find customers. However, Xiao Tao believed this rice was worth purchasing. She grasped Xuexing to steady herself and tugged at his sleeve to signal him not to move. Covering her mouth with her hand, she leaned towards the rice vendor and shouted, "Sir, how much is the rice?" The noise was so overwhelming that a quieter voice would not carry. The vendor, with a simple demeanor, replied, "This year's autumn harvest is new rice, not old grain, priced at 22 yen per jin." Xuexing furrowed his brow, puzzled as to why Xiao Tao would inquire about such an expensive commodity, wondering if perhaps she had hidden away a considerable sum of personal savings. Wasn't it said that those who lead a life of simplicity often live in poverty? Before he could ponder further, he watched as Xiao Tao began to bargain with the vendor. "Sir, how much do you have?" 100 jin, measured and selected from my home." Xiao Tao plunged her hand deep into the sack, extracting a handful of rice from the bottom to inspect closely, confirming that it matched the quality she had observed. It appeared the vendor was indeed honest, and the price was reasonable, as the shop charged 24 yen per jin. With a smile, she said, "Sir, could you lower it by 1 won? There are so many people and buyers are scarce. Everyone fears spilling it in the crowd. Selling to us would allow you to attend to your New Year's preparations sooner." The vendor, recognizing that Xiao Tao's offer was fair, agreed. Noting that selling to grain collectors at 21 was reasonable, Xiao Tao removed her basket and handed it to the vendor, directing him to place the rice sacks inside to secure their position. Just as she turned around, she was jostled tightly against Xuexing's chest by the crowd. With her back to the throng, she reached beneath her garment to feel for the silver coins she had cleverly concealed in several places. Xuexing, feeling a small hand brushing against his thigh through the fabric, instantly turned crimson with embarrassment. He wanted to scold her for her lack of understanding regarding propriety, but in such a crowded space, he found it impossible to speak up, instead lowering his gaze to avoid her eyes. He observed her scanning the surroundings warily, her small hand clenching something tightly. Only then did he realize she was searching for her silver coins, and he coughed awkwardly to mask his own discomfort. Xiao Tao beckoned him closer, whispering, "Xuexing, could you push the people behind us a bit further back? I can't turn around." Xuexing quickly gathered his strength, swaying the basket on his back from side to side. The people beside them instinctively made some room, fearing their clothes would be torn. Seizing the opportunity, Xuexing stepped back, allowing Xiao Tao to turn around. Together, they maneuvered back to the vendor's side. Xiao Tao requested Xuexing to remove his basket and hand it to the vendor, asking him to help place the 2 sacks of rice into the basket, explaining that her parents would come to collect the rice once they finished selling their vegetables. After the rice was secured in the basket, the vendor used a scale to weigh the sacks. Only then did Xiao Tao produce the 2 taels of silver, followed by extracting 80 copper coins from her inner garment. Yet, she still needed 20 more won. Just as Xuexing was about to reach for his own copper coins, he noticed Xiao Tao blushing as she negotiated with the vendor. "The shop sells coarse cloth for 12 won per foot. I'm short by 21 for the rice. Would you accept 2 feet of cloth as payment?" The farmer, well aware of the market price for coarse cloth, readily agreed. Xiao Tao quickly cut off 2 feet of fabric and handed it over. Watching her, Xuexing marveled at how swiftly her mind worked. The 2 baskets filled with rice perfectly occupied the vendor's stall. The rice seller secured the silver coins and, amidst the bustling crowd, had no choice but to stack the 2 baskets atop his head, weaving through the throng to exit. Xiao Tao tightly tied the burlap sacks, draping her old outer garment over them, and urged Xuexing to do the same with the other basket. though he was baffled as to why they needed to cover the rice with clothing in the depths of winter. He understood that this was not the moment for questions and complied without hesitation. Next, Xiao Tao wrapped her head so that only her eyes were visible and shouted loudly. Thick and tightly woven homemade coarse cloth. Selling at a bargain. Only 11 won. She directed the taller Shuisheng to lift the roll of cloth high for visibility. Before long, several women approached. Miss, would 10 won be acceptable? 2 women eagerly grasped the cloth, inspecting it. You know, in the shops, it's selling for 12 won, Xiao Tao replied. My cloth is thick and of genuine quality. I'm merely hoping to sell it quickly for some urgent needs before the new year. The women, observing the tattered cotton jackets worn by the siblings, recognized them as children from a less fortunate household. The fabric was indeed of good quality and more affordable than the shops. The cost of tailoring a garment can save one a significant sum of 8 or 9 won. A fact that astute housewives have already calculated in their minds. Upon encountering fine and affordable fabric, these women seized the opportunity to procure enough for their family members, thus sparing themselves from the burden of purchasing expensive clothing in the future. Xiao Tao timely suggested this strategy. Although the housewives were eager to buy more, the meager earnings from farming scarcely allowed them to accumulate a few taels of silver throughout the year. They could only lament their financial constraints, which limited their ability to take advantage of such bargains. Some purchased 10 feet of fabric, while those in slightly better circumstances acquired as much as 30 feet. As the crowd swelled, it became common knowledge that a pair of siblings at the Western market sold excellent and inexpensive linen, drawing throngs of eager buyers. Xiao Tao busily attended to customers, measuring and cutting fabric with a rope, while Shuisheng managed the accounts and collected payments. Before long, the fabric had all been sold. Xiao Tao carefully bundled a considerable amount of copper coins in Shuisheng's cloth wrap, entrusting him to safeguard it. With time still on their hands and the streets bustling, the 2 children struggled to navigate the throngs while carrying the heavy rice. Xiao Tao and Shuisheng deliberated on waiting until midday when the crowd would thin out before departing, finding themselves with idle time while guarding the rice. Shuisheng blushed and suggested selling the kudzu root starch as well. Xiao Tao quickly intervened, leaning in to whisper softly, do not. The Western market caters to the common folk. Kudzu root starch is not a staple, but rather a health supplement favored by the affluent. The wealthy reside near the Eastern market. Even if the shopkeepers in the Western market desired to purchase it, their maids would have already secured their goods early in the morning, returning home to prepare lunch for their masters. Look around. The streets are mostly filled with ordinary farmers and small traders. She continued to elaborate to Shuisheng, the uncle selling us rice is clearly just a regular vendor in the Western market, which is why he sold no rice before we arrived. Who among commoners would splurge on new rice? Moreover, with the market so crowded, it would be difficult to carry rice home. If he had gone to the Eastern market earlier, he could easily have sold it for 23 won a pound. The steward of a wealthy household would buy it, and upon reporting back that the grain shop sells it for 24 won a pound, he could pocket 100 won in profit. Shuisheng gazed at Xiao Tao in astonishment. How do you know so much? Xiao Tao did not meet his gaze. Her eyes drifting towards the thronging crowd, her voice calm as if recounting someone else's tale. When I was just over 6, my mother tricked me into thinking we were going to the county town to buy candies, which delighted me immensely. Instead, she bought fabric for herself and sold me to a tooth dealer instead. Shuisheng's eyes filled with sympathy. How did you endure such hardship? A tooth dealer had arranged for a girl named Sanya to take care of me. She had been sold a year and a half earlier than I. By noon that same day, I found myself squatting by the stove, helping her stoke the fire. After lunch, while wiping the table, I was chastised by the tooth dealer for my lack of decorum and struck me with a stick. I could not cry, nor could I thank her for her instruction. Crying to seek comfort from my mother? Such is a privilege reserved for pampered children, not for a tooth dealer-esque girl like me. Xiao Tao spoke in an even tone, as if narrating another story. Sanya pitied me, teaching me how to avoid punishment and how to learn characters without spending money. She would work for others to earn me sweets, piecing together discarded fabric scraps to make me clothes. When she saw me downcast, she would share her own meager portion of the tooth dealer's reward, a piece of braised meat, by placing it in my steamed bun while she herself settled for a bun to wipe the bottom of the bowl. Xiao Tao fell silent for a moment, her voice dropping to a whisper, such a genuinely kind person. And we were together for less than 10 days before the tooth dealer sold her away. In this world, I have no parents, no family. I can only rely on myself. To learn characters, I memorized the signs of every shop from the western market to the eastern street. She did not continue. Nor did she look back, her gaze lost in the throng before her. Shui Sheng felt a pang of sympathy, wishing to take Xiao Tao's hand to comfort her. But he understood that, at this moment, she did not seek his solace. After a considerable time, Xiao Tao casually turned to Shui Sheng and asked, "Is your mother afflicted with wind cold?" For reasons unbeknownst to him, despite having known Xiao Tao for merely 2 days, Shui Sheng felt compelled to share everything about himself with her. His tone softened unconsciously. "My mother has been ill for over half a month. It is indeed wind cold. Previously, we procured a prescription in Mingda town, spending over 100 won, but it proved ineffective. I wish to save up some more money to obtain a better remedy for her." He continued, "My mother and I originally resided in the countryside of Mingda town. My father was a carpenter, and many sought his services for furniture, yet all his earnings went to the family. We also had an uncle, a second uncle, and an unmarried younger uncle. I studied under an old scholar in town for several years, but no one but my parents wished to continue supporting my education." Shui Sheng cast his eyes downward, sorrowful. "Last year, my father fell ill with wind cold. The family was reluctant to spend money, hoping to endure it, but his condition worsened. After taking several prescriptions, he succumbed. My uncle's wife and my second uncle's wife voiced their grievances, claiming my education had drained the family's resources. In truth, my father contributed no less than my uncles. It was merely because I was studying that my mother worked the hardest among the 3 sisters-in-law. They further complained about the expenses of my father's illness and the subsequent funeral. As I approached the age for betrothal, I would require more funds. With that," he felt his ears grow warm and cast a furtive glance at Xiao Tao, noticing her expression remained unchanged, which left him feeling inexplicably disheartened. He continued, "The family began clamoring for a division of property. Originally, our family was entitled to 2 acres of land, but they argued that my younger uncle, who was still unmarried, was burdened by my father's illness, thus they intended to allocate my 2 acres to him. He studied his emotions. My mother quarreled with them, leading to her own illness from the distress. The family refused to provide any funds for her treatment. Ultimately, the division resulted in my grandparents being taken care of without my assistance, while the land went to my younger uncle. In a fit of anger, I moved with my mother to the mountains. After all, there was no land left in my old home, and now I only pay the head tax for myself and my mother. The shelter in the mountains was built by an old hunter from my village during his hunting days. After his passing, no one came this way anymore. The journey is too long and takes half a day. I brought my mother here last winter. She has not yet recovered, and this winter has been particularly harsh, causing her to cough persistently and grow weaker." Xiao Tao found herself at a loss for comforting words. Everyone was enduring hardships. As noon approached, the crowd in the streets gradually dispersed, with many beginning to head home. Xiao Tao squatted down, preparing to lift the rice-laden basket when Shui Sheng quickly intervened, insisting on carrying 2 bags himself. Xiao Tao smiled, instructing him to keep an eye on the rice, while she took the kudzu starch from his bundle to inquire with others. She also advised him that a shop assistant selling cotton quilts might come by to assist in carrying the rice, urging Shui Sheng to take a bag and join the assistant at the edge of the city to catch a ride. Xiao Tao first made her way to the city edge, where she found a mule driver surnamed Li, who operated the route to Mingda town, negotiating a fare of 41 to transport her to the Wenyo Daoguan. Subsequently, she wrapped her head and face in old clothing to conceal her identity, leaving only her eyes visible, and approached the Huiran Tang pharmacy. Lowering her voice, she addressed, "Dr. Li, my mother has been suffering from wind cold for over half a month. She has been coughing incessantly. I kindly ask you to prescribe 2 sets of medicine." Dr. Li waved his hand, stating, "I must examine the patient and take her pulse before I can prescribe anything." Xiao Tao pleaded, "She is too unwell to leave her bed today, and there is no one to accompany her. Please, I beg for your assistance." Dr. Li regarded the young girl's attire and sighed, eventually relenting and prescribing 2 sets of medicine, reducing the price by 21, totaling 200 won. Xiao Tao cautiously opened the package of kudzu starch, asking nervously, "Dr. Li, I have heard that kudzu starch is beneficial for health. Do you purchase it here?" Dr. Li hesitated momentarily, acknowledging that kudzu starch is indeed a fine product. He pinched a bit of the powder, examining its quality. "I do buy it here. I occasionally consume it myself. I will offer 10 won per pound." Xiao Tao expressed her gratitude without delay. Dr. Li instructed his apprentice to weigh the starch, which amounted to 13 pounds. Xiao Tao supplemented the 71 for the medicine. After securing the medicine, she hurried to the cotton quilt shop in the Eastern Market. At the quilt shop, a new cotton quilt made from 6 pounds of cotton fabric was priced at 301, and she purchased 3. A mattress made from 4 pounds of last year's cotton cost 181, and she acquired 3 of those as well. After buying so much, she asked the shopkeeper for some scraps. The shopkeeper readily obliged, providing her with a large sack filled with cotton and satin scraps. In total, Xiao Tao spent 1,441. She requested the shopkeeper's assistant to help transport the goods to the mule cart at the edge of town, where the cart early awaited. Once the assistant had loaded everything onto the cart, Xiao Tao produced 3 copper coins and said to him, "Kind sir, could I trouble you to make another trip to the West Market? Please help my brother bring back some grain. He is about 14 years old and is managing 2 baskets. If you carry 1 bag, it would weigh approximately 50 pounds. You could earn 3 won." Without hesitation, the assistant accepted the coins and agreed. When Xueqing followed the assistant to the cart and beheld the pile of goods stacked high, he was rendered speechless in astonishment. Xiao Tao instructed Xueqing to remain by the cart to guard their belongings while she hurried back to the shop, spending 10 won to purchase 10 steamed buns. Her plan was to share 2 with Xueqing on the way and give 2 to the carter, thus avoiding any further delays in Mingda town. Upon her return to the cart, Xiao Tao handed Xueqing 2 packets of medicine. Confused, he looked at her. Xiao Tao softly explained, "Take these. They are for your mother. Dr. Li is highly skilled and well-regarded. I also sold him your kudzu powder for 10 won per pound and paid him 70 won for the medicine." Xueqing was taken aback by Xiao Tao's silent act of kindness in obtaining medicine for his mother, and his eyes welled with emotion. Suddenly, he pondered how she would account for these expenses to her master. In a panic, he pulled out the remaining 30 or so copper coins from his pocket and pressed them into Xiao Tao's hand. However, upon realizing the vast difference in the amounts, his complexion turned ashen. Chapter 23, Inner Turmoil. Xueqing's face was pale as he fidgeted restlessly. He could not allow Xiao Tao to suffer punishment from her master for his sake. In a flurry of words, he exclaimed, "Xiao Tao, I will accompany you back to the temple. I will speak to your master and tell her it was I who forced you to lend me money. I will write an IOU. Borrow 41, and I shall repay her 61. If she remains unsatisfied, let her punish me. I will take your place." Thinking of the arduous task of digging kudzu and drying the powder, which would take days to earn the needed funds, he was at a loss for what to do. Xiao Tao gazed at his pallid face, feeling a warm swell in her heart. Regardless of whether her plan would succeed, she genuinely appreciated Xueqing's concern for her well-being. Today's successful fabric sale was a first for her, a moment of pride that blossomed further upon witnessing Xueqing's distress. With a smile, she reassured him, "Do not worry, I will be fine. I will report to my master upon our return, and I owe a great deal of thanks to you for your help today." As she spoke, she pressed 2 buns into Xueqing's hands, encouraging him, "We shall rise in the middle of the night, so eat quickly. Once we reach the temple, I will need your assistance in carrying the goods back." To ease Xueqing's potential embarrassment, she also took a bun for herself and began to nibble on it. In her buoyant mood, she glanced playfully at Xueqing. "What's wrong? Have you never seen someone hungry eat?" Then, feigning seriousness, she added, "Or do you not wish to help me carry things anymore?" Xueqing covertly observed the rare lightness in Xiao Tao's demeanor, her dark, thin face brightened by her sparkling, lively eyes. Yet, his mind whirled with countless questions. How could Xiao Tao, so young, discern that selling cloth could be profitable after just a brief outing in town? How could she make decisions so swiftly and find a suitable mule cart? How did she immediately recognize that the uncle selling the new rice was struggling to make sales? He, several years her senior and having studied in town for years, had never considered such matters. The stark contrast between them deepened his sense of inadequacy, causing him to lower his head in shame. Xiao Tao, puzzled, wondered what was troubling Xueqing. He had been staring at her for a while, his expression a mix of hesitation and concern. She was at a loss to understand. After a moment, she suddenly recalled, since pretending to be ill at the dentist's, she had not dared to wash her face or bathe. Oh my! Xiao Tao felt embarrassed, realizing even beggars were cleaner than she was. No wonder Xueqing's hesitance. He must have been unsure how to broach the subject of her unkempt appearance. Sighing, she resolved to find gardenia fruits upon returning to the temple and, if unsuccessful, to use other dark brown shells to brew a dye. To alleviate the awkwardness and genuinely worried about the buns getting cold, Xiao Tao urged, Shui Xing, please eat while they are still warm. Hearing her repeated encouragement, Shui Xing finally felt the pangs of hunger in his belly. The sweet, white buns were delicious, and he swallowed one in just a few bites. Looking at the other bun in his hand, he gently returned it to Xiao Tao, saying, you should have another. I'm not hungry. I ate before we left in the middle of the night. Xiao Tao was well aware of his intentions. One could not muster strength on an empty stomach. She was counting on him to assist her in the future. Shui Xing immediately and earnestly promised, if there's anything I can help with, you must let me know. Xiao Tao, half-jokingly, pressed him, no, you must eat. I can't have a little girl out eating a big boy like you, can I? Hurry up. As Shui Xing clutched the bun, his heart felt heavy. Xiao Tao, his savior, had come to his home, and he could only offer her meager, stale cornbread while she was sharing delicious, sweet white buns with him, making his own bun suddenly lose its flavor. Xiao Tao's skinny little hand playfully waved in front of him, finish eating quickly so we can rest a bit. I'm feeling drowsy now that I'm full. Shui Xing understood. This little girl was exhausted from the long day of descending the mountain in the dark, traveling several miles to board the ox cart, selling cloth, shopping, and bustling about. She never mentioned her fatigue, yet he had witnessed her walk unsteadily in hunger, her face betraying no sign of distress. He longed to let her lean against his shoulder for a moment's respite, but feared it might be inappropriate. In the end, he simply turned slightly to shield her from the cold wind that swept into the cart as they traveled. Chapter 24. Danger. As the mule cart arrived at the foot of the temple mountain, the sky darkened abruptly as if a massive black cloth had descended, obscuring the outlines of the mountains in the twilight. Occasionally, the piercing cry of a cold crow shattered the silence, echoing through the valley, adding to the chill. On the cart, Shui Xing gazed down at the sleeping Xiao Tao, resting against his shoulder, and felt reluctant to wake her. However, they had arrived at the mountain's base, and he gently called, Xiao Tao, we have arrived. Startled awake, Xiao Tao realized she had been resting against Shui Xing's shoulder, though he had thoughtfully placed a bundle between her head and his shoulder. Feeling the fabric covering her, which was originally draped over the rice bags, she found it was made of their old clothes. Instantly alert, she responded, Shui Xing, signaling her awareness, while quickly recovering the rice bags with the old clothes. Shui Xing hurriedly disembarked, gathering dry twigs and pine needles from the roadside to fashion a makeshift torch, which he lit in haste. The flickering flame illuminated the carter's face. The carter was surveying the desolate mountains with a wary eye, glancing repeatedly at the two children, his expression betraying a mix of hostility and calculation. A cold sweat broke out on Xiao Tao's back. She raised her voice, brother. Make a larger torch. Let the Shifus see the light. I told them I would rent a mule cart and return quickly. If they see the fire, they will come down to fetch us. At that moment, Shui Xing became fully alert, realizing his earlier oversight. The cart was laden with goods that could incite the carter's ill intentions. He could see the man weighing his options, contemplating whether he could overpower two half-grown children. Xiao Tao had saved his life. He would risk everything to protect her. Fortunately, the new rice was concealed beneath the old clothes, and the carter could not discern what was in the baskets. Had he known it was grain, he would likely have acted without hesitation. Shui Xing quickly grasped the situation and responded loudly, they will surely see it from above. They are likely already on their way down and will arrive at the mountain's base shortly. As he spoke, he discreetly observed the carter's movements while he and Xiao Tao swiftly unloaded the goods from the cart. Seizing the brief moment while the carter was still deliberating, they managed to unload everything. Shui Xing, striving for composure, approached the coachman with a forced smile, bowing slightly. Thank you for your hard work, brother. You should return home early to rest, lest your family worry. My sister is working at the Taoist temple, and her master will come to fetch us soon. We've agreed upon a signal with the torches, so you needn't fret over us. The coachman muttered to himself, who the hell is worried about you? Meanwhile, Xiao Tao wore a sweet smile, though one hand discreetly clutched the scissors hidden beneath her garments, ready to fight if necessary. The coachman remained silent, casting a lingering glance at Shui Xing before hesitantly climbing onto his cart and striking the mule with a whip, causing the cart to swiftly vanish into the darkness. The two exchanged glances, exhaling deeply as their taut nerves finally relaxed. Surveying their burdens, they realized they could not carry everything at once. Xiao Tao looked up at the sparse, cold stars, deducing that it would not rain tonight or tomorrow. She decisively resolved to conceal one basket of grain and a sack of ragged cloth in the nearby woods, intending for Xuexing to retrieve them for his family the next day. This would not only lighten their load for the night, but also prevent the Taoist nuns from developing greedy thoughts over an excess of new rice. They were simply too exhausted to carry everything tonight. Xuexing loaded a sack of rice into his basket, layering 2 quilts and 2 mattresses on top. Xiao Tao secured a quilt and a mattress with strips of cloth, carrying them on her back. Although Xuexing wished to shoulder the entire burden himself, he understood Xiao Tao's determination, thus compromising. Xiao Tao, leaning on her staff and brandishing a torch, led the way, illuminating their path. Xuexing followed behind, occasionally reaching out to support the heavy bedding on her back, alleviating her burden slightly. They gritted their teeth, legs trembling, sustaining their resolve until they finally reached the mountain summit at the hour of the pig. Leaning against the basket, they paused to catch their breath. Xiao Tao removed the bedding she carried and placed it in the woods along Xuexing's route home, instructing him to take care of it upon his return. At the Taoist temple, the elderly matron was already fraught with anxiety. After noon passed without Xiao Tao's return, her unease grew. By late afternoon, it had escalated into agitation. As the last few cold stars twinkled outside, her heart was tumultuous with self-reproach for being powerless, cursing her fate that left a young girl with silver to navigate these treacherous mountains alone. What if she fell victim to malice? A flicker of suspicion crossed her mind. Could it be that this wretched girl had deceived her? Had she taken the contract and silver and fled, leaving her to perish? How foolish she had been to worry for her. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed against the temple doors. The elderly matron could no longer contain herself. With her hair disheveled and skirts in hand, she dashed towards the door. Upon reaching the entrance, her heart sank. Heavy bolts barred the door from within, and a large lock hung ominously. "Is it you, Xiao Tao?" The matron called out to the outside. "It is I, elderly matron." Xiao Tao's voice immediately responded. "Wait," the matron exclaimed, leaving those words behind as she turned to bang on the doors of the Taoist nuns. She pounded for what felt like an eternity, only to be met with silence from within. It dawned on her that the nuns had awakened, but were deliberately refusing to open the door. Bending down, she picked up a heavy brick and stood outside the nuns' chamber, her voice rising with desperate determination. "I know you are all awake. Listen. If you do not open this door, I shall hurl this brick into your chambers or smash through your roof. I can no longer fear death in my current state." After a moment of silence, the door creaked open. The Taoist priest emerged, her gentle demeanor replaced by a menacing glare that cut through the matron like a knife. "No wonder your old lady sent you here. You still cannot behave yourself in such a place." With a gesture, several nuns charged at the matron, ropes in hand, aiming to bind her. Seeing their intent, the matron realized that her earlier bravado had been a mere fade. She was now truly cornered. The blood rushed to her head as she recalled her life of humiliation and oppression. "You wish to bind me and see me perish? Come then. Let us see who meets their end first," she roared, brandishing the brick and charging toward the priest. The priest paled, instinctively pushing 2 nuns in front of her for protection. The nuns, taken aback by the matron's reckless determination, hesitated to advance. Outside, Xiao Tao strained to hear the commotion within. Piecing together the situation, she inhaled deeply and called out into the courtyard, "Elderly matron, do not worry about me. If they refuse to open the door, I shall gather firewood and light a fire outside the temple to keep warm. I returned late because I encountered some young ladies from affluent families in the county town. They mocked my plight, saying they feasted while we waited to die on the mountain. I would not stand for it, insisting that my elderly matron has long been favored, and everyone in the county knows it. She came here to pray for blessings with the 1,000 taels of silver bestowed upon her by the old master. They did not believe me. I insisted that my elderly matron is not at fault, but rather devoted to the old master. Would the old lady seize her treasure simply because the old master is gone? They laughed at me, claiming that with so much wealth, my elderly matron and I would soon perish in this temple. I vowed to visit them often to prove that I am alive and well. They said if I disappeared for 10 days or half a month, it would mean I had died here. It was this argument that delayed my return." Within the courtyard, the priest nearly choked on her own rage. This mad girl had placed them in a precarious position. If the elderly matron were to die in the temple, it would be tantamount to them committing murder for profit. If they claimed the concubine arrived without a penny to her name, It would imply the old lady had robbed her, ruining her reputation. Though the old lady had indeed done so, who would dare send anyone to this temple again? Listening to Xiao Tao, the matron's fierce facade softened slightly as a flicker of joy ignited within her. Could it be that heaven had sent her such a clever girl? Hidden in the shadows of the woods outside the temple, Xuexing gazed in awe at Xiao Tao's blurred silhouette. The priest, seething with anger, waved her hand in resignation, signaling for the nuns to open the door. The matron, disregarding her own hesitation, rushed to the entrance. As the door swung open, illuminated by the faint starlight, she beheld a weary Xiao Tao, clearly struggling to stand, her frail form appearing even more fragile in the biting wind, the empty pant legs outlining her bony limbs. Beside her was a basket filled to the brim with bedding, bulging at the bottom with grain, and understanding dawned upon the matron. Recalling her own arduous ascent to the mountain with empty hands, her heart ached upon witnessing this frail child carrying such a heavy load. Before Xiao Tao could react, the matron squatted down, gritting her teeth as she lifted the burdensome basket onto her back. Years of indulgence caused her to stumble as she stood, lurching forward several steps before regaining her balance. Xiao Tao hurried to steady her arm. Determined not to show weakness in front of the nuns, the matron straightened her back, feigning ease as she carried the basket inside, not forgetting to chastise Xiao Tao behind her. "Why are you standing there like a fool? Let us go." Chapter 25. Negotiation. Xuexing remained hidden in the woods outside the temple, his heart finally at ease when he saw Xiao Tao safely enter through the temple doors. He shouldered the bedding Xiao Tao had left behind, along with 2 packets of medicine for his mother, and set off on the path home. In the small courtyard, Xiao Tao assisted the elderly matron in unloading the heavy basket. The matron, surprisingly calm, remained composed amidst the chaos. She instructed Xiao Tao to fetch the flint, while she squatted beside the small stove in the corner of the courtyard, adding kindling to boil water. Once the water reached a rolling boil, she scooped some kudzu powder and stirred it into the pot. Meanwhile, Xiao Tao hurriedly placed the steamed buns she had brought back next to the fire to warm them, all the while discreetly observing her aunt. At this moment, the fierce demeanor of her aunt from the previous day had dissipated, leaving her with a serene expression, although her eyes concealed a heavy burden of thoughts. Xiao Tao felt a pang of guilt and softly murmured, "I'm sorry, aunt. I forgot to take out the flint from my pocket, and you went without food all day while I returned so late, causing you worry." She expected her aunt to explode with anger. Instead, her aunt simply stared blankly at the flickering flames. With great care, Xiao Tao placed the 2 warm, soft, and fragrant buns into her aunt's hands. Her aunt accepted one but pressed it back into Xiao Tao's hand, speaking softly, "I haven't done any work at home, so I'm not hungry. You've been out all day, have another one. Drink it with the kudzu porridge." There was a hint of concern in her tone. Xiao Tao quickly waved her hands. "This is for you. I've already eaten on the way back." Without allowing further argument, her aunt insisted, "Eat." Reluctantly, Xiao Tao accepted the bun. They sat by the fire, each enjoying their bun and sipping the warm kudzu porridge. With warm food in their bellies and the fire providing warmth, their frozen bodies gradually began to thaw. Once Xiao Tao finished eating and stood up to tidy the pot, her aunt blocked her with a hand, saying, "Just rest. The others have gone back to lie down after getting cold. I'll go wash by the well. Who knows? They might spread word of my efforts to the old lady, which might endear me to her." Xiao Tao found it difficult to respond and simply complied, adding branches to the fire, understanding that her aunt was concerned for her, wanting her to take a break. She thought to herself, "With this new bedding, I won't have to squeeze against my aunt on the cold wooden floor tonight." A small wave of satisfaction washed over her. Xiao Tao fashioned a small torch and ventured inside, rummaging through her bundle for some old cloth scraps to use as rags, preparing to fetch water from the well to clean the bed. Unexpectedly, her aunt quietly took a few pieces of cloth as well, mimicking Xiao Tao, and silently began wiping her own bedboard. Together, they diligently cleaned both beds and arranged the soft, warm new bedding. Xiao Tao then used the bottom of a broken jar to hold the glowing charcoal, placing it beneath the bed to ward off the chill. Xiao Tao planned to sleep alone that night. She and her aunt carefully tucked the grains from their backpack under the bed. Everything was in order. And just as Xiao Tao was about to speak to her aunt about the accounts, her aunt gently said, "With the new bedding tonight, let us both have a good rest. We can discuss everything else tomorrow." Upon returning to her own small room, Xiao Tao lay on the soft, warm new bedding. The warmth from the charcoal beneath the bed rose in wisps, and she couldn't help but bury her head into the quilt, inhaling the fresh scent of new cotton deeply, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. She could finally sleep in a cozy bed. When Xiao Tao opened her eyes again, the courtyard was already enveloped in mist, and daylight had arrived. I actually slept until this hour. A hint of a smile graced her face as she thought about preparing some kudzu porridge to share with her aunt, only to find her aunt entering with the pot, softly stating, "I've already had some. It's not hot, just right." Xiao Tao was momentarily taken aback. In her memory, only Sonia had cared for her in such a manner. Her aunt, rarely smiling, now had a hint of a smile as she urged, "Why are you dawdling? Hurry and drink." After finishing the porridge, Xiao Tao noticed her aunt still sitting by her bedside, and she felt it was a good opportunity to discuss matters. "Aunt, I returned so late yesterday because I truly went to the county town." She glanced at her aunt, who wore a calm expression, waiting for her to continue, and recounted everything that had happened the previous day in detail. After finishing, she noticed her aunt with her head bowed, brows furrowed as if in deep contemplation. And Xiao Tao quietly waited. After a long while, her aunt finally lifted her head. "As if having pondered deeply, there was a time when I truly wished not to live any longer. But seeing you like this makes me want to endure. If I were to die, wouldn't that please those heartless people? Yet, life together is indeed harsh. You have the ability to earn money outside, therefore. Let us do this. I will manage my own expenses, and you manage yours. We will share the food equally. If I cannot leave this temple, I will rely on you for shopping. You've saved me, so you owe me nothing. The money for the burlap yesterday shall be considered a loan for your ventures. To the outside world, you are still my maid, which will allow you to stay here. Once the new year passes, you will be 11. And in a few years when you are engaged, you will be free." Xiao Tao actually had some silver notes, however, it seemed inappropriate to bring them out now. She decided to wait for an opportunity to give her aunt some money later. The mention of money reminded Xiao Tao of the burlap trade, a matter that could not be delayed, and she needed to hasten to discuss it with Xuexing. When Xiao Tao arrived at Xuexing's home, it was his frail and emaciated mother who answered the door. She guessed it was Xiao Tao, for no one else would come to their secluded home in the mountains. Upon seeing Xiao Tao, tears welled in Xuexing's mother's eyes. "Young lady, I truly do not know how to repay you. You saved my son's life and spent money to buy medicine for me, yet there is nothing we can do for you. My son told me you wished to trade burlap, and since he lacks significant skills, let him accompany you in the mornings. At least there will be someone to ease your mind." Xiao Tao hurriedly assisted her back to bed, saying, "Aunt, you are too kind. Xuexing was a tremendous help yesterday. It was truly thanks to him." As she spoke, she noticed the bedding Xuexing had brought back, untouched and tied with cloth rope on his bed. Immediately feeling relieved, he was not a greedy person. This further solidified her intention to partner with Xuexing in business, as they could look out for one another. At that moment, the sound of the gate creaking open reached them, and Xuexing returned, carrying the grain and scraps he had fetched from the mountains. Upon seeing Xiao Tao, his eyes brightened involuntarily, and he asked, "Shall we take the supplies back to the temple now?" Xiao Tao replied that there was no need. Once Xuexing set down the backpack, Xiao Tao gestured for him to join her in the courtyard to discuss matters. Understanding that Xuexing felt uneasy about the debt for the medicine, she proposed, "Starting tomorrow, let us trade burlap every day until the new year. You will keep 30% of the earnings, and I will keep 70%. Xuexing grew anxious. "I don't want any money. I just want to follow you and help you keep watch. How can I accept money?" Xiao Tao insisted firmly, "No. If it's not like this, then I want to let you go." Unable to argue further, Xuexing eventually conceded. Xiao Tao looked at him earnestly and said, "Xuexing, your mother's cold will worsen if she doesn't sleep warm, and getting chilled is not good. Therefore, the new bedding you brought back last night should be for your mother. Add the old bedding from her bed to yours to make do." Xuexing was about to refuse again, but Xiao Tao preempted him, speaking sincerely, "Xuexing, when I was at the dentist's, there was an old lady who contracted a cold. The dentist was reluctant to hire a doctor, and the old lady was given only thin and tattered old bedding." She paused, not finishing her thought. Xuexing's expression darkened, understanding her implication, and felt as if a stone was pressing down on his heart. Xiao Tao continued, "If your mother sleeps warmly and eats well, let her drink some rice porridge. Being well-fed and warm, along with the right medicine, will help her recover quickly and suffer less. If you feel indebted to me, consider it a loan." Xuexing gazed at Xiao Tao, a torrent of words stuck in his throat, ultimately only able to choke out, "Xiao Tao." He quickly lowered his eyelids, fighting to keep the tears from falling. Chapter 26. Prosperity. Xiao Tao seized the opportunity of the Taoist nun performing her morning prayers at the break of dawn to slip out of the temple. Upon exiting, she saw Xuexing waiting for her in the woods, carrying his backpack. Upon seeing him, Xiao Tao felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance, and her steps lightened unconsciously. Xuexing. His face flushed, made an effort to sound steady, saying, "The path is steep, I'll lead you." The night was shrouded in darkness, rendering Xiao Tao unable to discern the flush upon his face. Just as she was about to decline, Xuexing naturally took her hand in his. In the chilly night air, the two could only hear the sound of their footsteps and the rhythm of their heartbeats. Occasionally, a piercing cry from a cold crow would slice through the night sky, prompting Xuexing to grip Xiao Tao's hand even tighter. After walking for a while, Xiao Tao reminded Xuexing to light a torch. The sudden flare of the fire forced Xuexing to release her hand. For reasons unknown, a sense of loss welled up within him. After traversing approximately 5 li, dawn broke. A bullock cart awaited by the roadside. Xiao Tao hurried forward, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she greeted the driver. "Good morning, uncle. My brother and I have arrived." The driver took a moment to scrutinize the little girl whose head was covered in ragged cloth, then welcomed them with a smile. "Since you're here, hop on. Today's fare can be settled with that piece of cloth you provided last time. I remember it well." Xiao Tao recalled the piece of green cotton fabric she had given 2 days prior, which the driver's wife had been quite pleased with. Once aboard, Xuexing kindly positioned himself on the outer side to shield Xiao Tao from the wind, gently suggesting, "Sister, it's still early. Why not close your eyes for a bit?" As he spoke, he adjusted his bundle on his shoulder, offering her a place to lean against. Xiao Tao felt a twinge of shyness, but the fatigue from the past few days coupled with the gentle swaying of the cart lulled her into slumber against Xuexing's shoulder. Xuexing quietly observed the sleeping Xiao Tao, whose complexion appeared sallow and dark circles under her eyes bespoke an indefinable weariness. Upon arriving at Mingda town, he softly called out, "Sister, we've arrived." Xiao Tao opened her eyes to find the cart had come to a halt in the town. The women accompanying them chuckled, saying, "Girl, your brother treats you exceptionally well, watching over you all the way to ensure you don't stumble." At a loss for words, Xiao Tao could only muster a shy smile. Xuexing, his ears flushed with embarrassment, had already alighted from the cart while extending a hand to assist her. With her meager savings, combined with the over 400 when earned from selling fabric yesterday, Xiao Tao realized she had scarcely less than 1 tael. Today, she intended to conduct business using her own silver, though she preferred Xuexing to believe it belonged to their master. The auspicious days before the new year were limited to these few days, hence, she must seize the opportunity to earn as much as possible. In the town, Xiao Tao hurriedly said about her purchases. She spent 3 taels on high-quality coarse linen, priced at 7 won per foot. Although slightly inferior cloth was available for 6 won, she resolved to buy only the finest fabric, believing that once in the county town, farmers would feel remiss if they missed out on such a bargain, thus ensuring quicker sales. She then remembered that the county town had many affluent individuals fond of game meat, and with Mingda town being near the mountains, wild chickens were more affordable than in the county. After some haggling, she managed to buy 10 wild chickens, each weighing over 2 jin for just 31. The streets were bustling with women and girls selling kudzu powder, yet customers were scarce as the mountainous fields yielded little, leaving many impoverished and eager to earn a few coins before the new year. Xiao Tao noticed an elderly woman, perhaps in her 50s or 60s, her face etched with hardship, garbed in tattered clothing, carrying a large sack of kudzu powder while eagerly watching each passerby. Approaching her, the old woman assumed Xiao Tao intended to set up her own stall and quickly shifted her sack aside. Xiao Tao smiled appreciatively, saying, "Elder, my family has several relatives in the county town who entrusted us to purchase kudzu powder. How much do you charge for yours?" The old woman widened her eyes in disbelief. "Young lady, don't you understand? A small spoonful can dilute into half a bowl. Why would you need so much?" Taken aback by her candor, Xiao Tao chuckled and explained, "Elder, it's truly for my relatives. They don't live near the mountains, and several families have pooled together to send gifts to relatives for the new year." At that moment, Xuexing stepped forward, affirming, "Elder, what my sister says is true." The old woman, noticing Xuexing's worn yet handsome appearance, believed him at once. Xiao Tao lowered her head, a lump forming in her throat. Realizing they were genuine buyers, the old woman, unwilling to miss this rare opportunity, quickly stated, 6-1. Seeing Xiao Tao hesitate, she hastily lowered the price. If you're taking them all, let us make it 5-1. As she spoke, she scrutinized the siblings, her tone still leaving room for negotiation. Xiao Tao calculated, recalling that Huiran Hall in the county town sold for 10-1, and the East Market could fetch the same. Thus, she did not haggle further. For 32 gene of powder, the old woman only charged for 30. With everything sold, the old woman was immensely satisfied and even assisted Xiao Tao in loading the sack onto the mule cart headed for the county town. Upon arrival in the county town, Xiao Tao took Shuixing directly to the East Market. As they neared Jixiang restaurant, she covered her head and face with the ragged cloth once again, revealing only her eyes. Upon reaching the entrance, the young attendant, spotting the beggar-like girl, impatiently waved her away. Go on, go on. This is no place for you. Fearing recognition, Xiao Tao hurriedly whispered, Brother, pardon the intrusion. We are not beggars. My family hunts in Mingda town. As she quickly pressed 3 copper coins into the attendant's hand. We just caught over 10 wild chickens and wanted to ask if your restaurant would be interested in purchasing. The attendant glanced at the coins, his demeanor softening somewhat. Wait by the wall, don't block the entrance. I'll ask the manager. Moments later, a middle-aged man dressed in fine cotton emerged with the attendant. He surveyed the siblings, his gaze lingering appreciatively on Shuixing. Xiao Tao promptly stepped forward, carrying the wild chickens. Good day, manager. These are freshly caught wild chickens from my family. I've heard your restaurant is well regarded in the county, frequented by those who enjoy game meat, so we came to you. The manager examined one of the chickens, noting its bright eyes, affirming its freshness. With the restaurant bustling with business during the new year, game meat was indeed in high demand. The manager inquired, Where are your elders? Shuixing promptly stepped forward, smiling sincerely, Manager, as the proprietor of a grand restaurant, you would not slight my sister and me. Whatever you offer, we shall accept. This statement pleased the manager immensely. Xiao Tao, raising her head with respect, inquired, Manager, I've heard that the wealthy in the county town are keen on health. My family has dried a large bag of kudzu powder. Could you advise where it might sell well? The manager chuckled, Little girl. Are you trying to be clever with me? Are you inquiring whether we would like some for the restaurant? Shuixing hurriedly opened the sack. The manager inspected the powder. 10 per gene, I'll take it all. Please take it to the kitchen in the back courtyard. Xiao Tao felt her heart race, nearly leaping from her chest. She blinked rapidly, suppressing the urge to cheer, striving to maintain her composure. Ultimately, the wild chickens sold for 621, while the kudzu powder fetched 321. Xiao Tao gestured for Shuixing to take the money, which he received with a respectful bow of gratitude. As they prepared to leave, Xiao Tao paused, turning back to bow once more to the manager. He nodded inwardly, appreciative of her manners, which endeared her to him even more. Xiao Tao asked, Manager, may I inquire if you still need wild chickens and kudzu powder before the new year? The manager, glancing at the ragged cloth covering her head, felt a pang of sympathy. We still need wild chickens, but that will be the price for the new year. As for kudzu powder, we don't need it at the moment. Xiao Tao promptly expressed her gratitude once again. Upon exiting the restaurant, Shuixing was equally astonished, gazing at Xiao Tao in disbelief. He meticulously arranged the heavy copper coins, unable to resist the urge to check his concealed money, fearing it might slip away. Xiao Tao chuckled softly, reminding him, Brother Shuixing, we don't appear wealthy. If you continue to guard the coins so cautiously, anyone will know where you've hidden your money. Startled, Shuixing quickly adopted a nonchalant demeanor, clutching the coarse linen tightly as he followed Xiao Tao towards the West Market. Today, they needed to find their own stall, and the West Market remained as crowded as ever. Xiao Tao found a small corner and paid the 2-win stall fee to the constable. Last time, they had encroached upon the rice vendor's space, but the crowd had been so dense that they were not checked. Once settled, Xiao Tao instructed Shuixing to hold the fabric high while she energetically called out, Come and buy our coarse linen, spun at 11-1. Thick and dense. This immediately attracted several women who reached out to examine the cloth. In the midst of her bustling activity, Shuixing observed as Xiao Tao deftly extracted scissors and measured the string, cutting the fabric with remarkable efficiency while enthusiastically discussing with the elder women, Auntie, is 8 feet sufficient? It's a rare bargain. We ought to procure a few more feet. For later we shall be compelled to purchase at a premium. I'll take 7 feet. I require 20 feet. Watching the industrious Xiao Tao with her eyes sparkling with excitement, Shuisheng momentarily lost his focus. They had acquired a considerable amount of cloth in Mingdatown, yet by midday, everything had been sold out. Both were filled with exhilaration. Taking advantage of the cover of her basket, Xiao Tao cautiously concealed the copper coins within the inner pocket of her cotton coat, feeling the weight of her newfound wealth. Shuisheng cast a glance at Xiao Tao, noting her composed demeanor, and inwardly chastised himself for allowing others to perceive that he was hiding money on his person. With little to purchase, he watched as Xiao Tao procured 5 bowls for 41. She planned to buy chopsticks and wooden basins in Mingdatown, where timber was somewhat more affordable. As was their custom, they bought steamed buns and requested a bowl of hot water from the vendor to accompany their meal. Upon returning to Mingdatown, the throngs of market-goers had long since dispersed, and the vendors were in the process of packing up. Seizing a fortunate opportunity, Xiao Tao managed to acquire 2 wooden basins and a comb for merely 91, items that would have cost 101 in the morning. The vendor even included several pairs of chopsticks and a rice scoop as a bonus. Spotting some wild chickens that the hunters had failed to sell, Xiao Tao bought 2 for just 51. The price of lard had also decreased to 15 won per pound, down from the usual 18 won, prompting Xiao Tao to purchase 10 pounds. She also acquired 20 pounds of gray flour from a local farm, priced at 12 won per pound. Shuisheng silently placed all the food into his basket. As they ascended the mountain back to the temple, Xiao Tao remarked to Shuisheng, "Your mother needs nourishment to regain her strength. One must eat well to have energy." Like Xiao Tao, Shuisheng's mother suffered from frailty, partly due to inadequate nutrition. Shuisheng bowed his head in silence, for he too wished to provide better sustenance for his mother. Yet, thanks to Xiao Tao, she had only just yesterday been able to enjoy steamed buns made from fine wheat flour after more than a year. Xiao Tao glanced at Shuisheng and spoke softly, "Brother Shuisheng, it will be inconvenient for us to stew the chicken at the temple." Understanding her implication immediately, Shuisheng lifted his gaze. "I will prepare it over the next few nights and deliver it to you at the temple during the early hours." Grateful, Xiao Tao insisted they split the provisions evenly, asserting that if Shuisheng did not reserve half for himself, she would refrain from cooking at his home. Reluctantly, Shuisheng agreed, aware that Xiao Tao was subtly ensuring that he and his mother would enjoy better meals. Xiao Tao then began to meticulously calculate their expenses. "Your share of the lard amounts to 75 won, half of the flour is 121. The chicken is 25 won, transportation costs total 18 won, and the buns we consumed came to 8 won. The total profit is approximately 651. After deducting your previous expenses of 71 for medicine, you are left with 334 won. I will give you 134 won. And we will keep 200 won as capital. Does that sound agreeable?" Since moving from his old home, Shuisheng had never held such a substantial sum of money. He could only stare blankly at Xiao Tao, speechless. Xiao Tao smiled, her lips curving into a satisfied grin. "Indeed, Brother Shuisheng, today we have struck it rich." Shuisheng's lips involuntarily curled upwards in response. As was customary, Shuisheng accompanied Xiao Tao to the temple, handing her the bowls, chopsticks, spoon, wooden basins, and half of the flour, promising to bring the oil he had prepared in a jar later. Within the temple, the old matron had become aware that Xiao Tao would be returning late, as darkness fell. She stationed herself at the gate, refusing to allow the nuns to lock it. Having witnessed her fierce demeanor, the nuns dared not argue and simply grumbled as they refrained from securing the door. Upon hearing Xiao Tao knock, the old matron promptly opened the door herself. She accepted Xiao Tao's basket, and together they returned to the small courtyard. A smile graced the old matron's face as she surveyed the contents of the basket. She had already retrieved the concealed pot and knife earlier that day and had moved firewood into the small kitchen. She planned to make porridge and steamed buns while Xiao Tao continued her endeavors outside. Xiao Tao quietly informed her that a man she had once saved would deliver the stewed wild chicken soup the following early morning. They exchanged knowing glances, both eyes sparkling with anticipation. Chapter 27, A Bountiful Year. Before the break of dawn, the old matron had already risen, preparing porridge and steaming a pot of buns. She even heated water in a small jar in the courtyard for Xiao Tao to wash her face. Xiao Tao felt a pang of guilt watching the old matron rise in the middle of the night to attend to her needs. However, the old matron appeared unfazed. "I rise early now, and once you leave, I can catch up on some sleep. I could sleep all day if I wished. You, at such a young age, are out running errands every day. Compared to your efforts, this is nothing." Thinking of Shuisheng's promise to deliver the chicken soup at dawn, Xiao Tao slipped out of the temple as soon as the nuns opened the courtyard gate for their morning prayers. True to his word, Xuexing awaited her in the woods, carefully wrapping 2 jars in old clothing, one containing steaming chicken soup and the other filled with rendered lard. Xuexing cautiously handed the jar of chicken soup to Xiao Tao, his voice unexpectedly gentle. "The soup is still warm. Hurry back and enjoy a bowl while it's hot." Xiao Tao hurried back to the small courtyard, secured the door, and hid inside with the old matron. Having grown accustomed to fine delicacies, the old matron remained calm. However, Xiao Tao was different. She had not savored chicken soup in years and felt a rush of eagerness. The old matron served her a generous bowl of fragrant chicken soup, complete with meat. Cradling the bowl, Xiao Tao sipped slowly, reluctant to even discard the bones, savoring every morsel as she chewed. The old matron, seeing her struggle to part with the bones, could not help but remark, "You've chewed them to a pulp, just spit them out already." Xiao Tao's cheeks flushed as she finally discarded the remnants. The old matron promptly filled her bowl to the brim once more. As Xiao Tao relished the soup, she suddenly recalled the large bag of scraps at Xuexing's home. Tentatively, she inquired, "Old auntie, when I purchased bedding, the shopkeeper gifted me a large bag of fabric scraps, including several pieces of fine cotton and silk remnants. I was thinking of sorting through them and, when I have time, embroidering some pouches to sell." Upon finishing her sentence, she discreetly observed the old matron's reaction. After a moment of contemplation, the old matron replied, "In recent years, I have been confined to the courtyard. I have only been able to occupy my time with needlework, and my skills are quite decent. Bring back some of the scraps, and I will embroider some pieces during the day when I have nothing else to do." Xiao Tao let out a breath of relief. She had feared that the old matron might succumb to boredom. Delighted, she exclaimed, "Wonderful. I will have Brother Xuexing bring them tomorrow. Once you've finished embroidering, I will help you take them to the county town to sell." Having enjoyed 2 bowls of hearty chicken soup and 2 buns that morning, Xiao Tao felt a warm glow enveloping her entire being. It was a feast far superior to the meals she had experienced during the New Year in Lahuai Tree Village. If only she could return to her warm bed for a cozy nap, but alas, Xuexing was waiting for her in the woods. With a buoyant step, she exited the temple, and as soon as she appeared, Xuexing emerged from the trees, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he naturally took her hand in his. After walking a short distance down the mountain, Xuexing lit a torch. In the flickering light, he softly spoke. "My mother has taken the medicine from the county and is sleeping warmly. She is feeling much better. This morning, my mother and I also enjoyed chicken soup." "You were right. Eating well is more effective than medicine." "Thank you, Miss Xiao Tao." "There's no need for formalities," Xiao Tao replied. "Aren't you the one who accompanies me on my business ventures every day? Ensure your mother has ample sustenance, steamed buns, chicken soup, and fresh rice porridge. Once she is well fed, there will be no need for further medication." She felt a surge of gratitude, thankful for Xuexing's reliability, allowing her to traverse this long journey alone in the middle of the night without fear. Xiao Tao proposed an idea. "Once your mother has fully recovered, we have that large bag of fabric scraps, right? My employer mentioned she enjoys embroidering pouches to pass the time, and I plan to help her sell them. By the way, Brother Xuexing, can your mother embroider items that can be sold? If she can, it would provide an additional income for your household." Xuexing shook his head. "My mother only knows how to do basic sewing. She is not skilled in creating sellable embroidery. However, thinking of her health, I feel uplifted. As long as my mother regains her strength, I have nothing to worry about." The two continued their journey, discussing their business plans along the way. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the 29th day of the 12th month. On the way back to the temple in the evening, Xiao Tao and Xuexing calculated the earnings Xuexing had made, purchasing candles and incense paper for the new year. They bought 5 pounds of meat, 2 wild chickens, and 2 heads of cabbage in Mingda town, leaving them with 4 taels and 761. What brought him even greater joy was that his mother had regained her health and no longer needed medication. She could now enjoy steamed buns and porridge daily, start her mornings with a bowl of kudzu powder, and occasionally savor chicken soup every couple of days, her complexion becoming rosy. She was even able to help Xuexing with cooking. If it weren't for Xuexing's insistence, she would have wanted to go up the mountain to dig for kudzu roots. A sense of unexplainable relief filled Xuexing's heart. Yet he was at a loss for how to repay Xiao Tao's kindness. Xiao Tao purchased an equal amount of provisions for herself as well. However, She acquired an additional 8 feet of smoke blue cotton cloth to make a new jacket for her old aunt and bought 6 feet of light blue fine cotton fabric along with 4 pounds of new cotton for herself. She planned for both herself and her old aunt to craft new cotton jackets for the new year, reserving the remaining cotton for future use. She also set aside about 100 feet of coarse linen to make 2 sets of unpatched coarse garments for Shui Sheng, his mother, and herself. It was always better to dress decently when going out for business, but not too ostentatiously. Coarse linen was just right. As for her old aunt, Xiao Tao felt it inappropriate to have her wear coarse linen, fearing it might evoke painful memories. On the morning of New Year's Eve, Xiao Tao and her old aunt prepared a bowl of kudzu powder and enthusiastically began to prepare lunch. A sumptuous meal was a must for the new year. The small courtyard was secured with a bolt and locked. The lock, purchased by Xiao Tao for 101, might not deter the most ruthless of thieves, but it would certainly keep out the pesky Taoist priests from next door. With the door locked, they could focus on stewing meat and preparing chicken in their cozy kitchen. The previous day, her old aunt had thoroughly cleaned the stone water vat in the kitchen and filled it with water using the wooden barrel they had bought later. She arranged to stew meat in a large pot and cook new rice in a jar. Xiao Tao deftly plucked the feathers from the wild chickens and eviscerated them. At noon, the table was laid with a large bowl of vibrant, fragrant chicken stewed with chestnuts, a generous bowl of glistening, rich braised pork, a bowl of creamy egg and radish soup garnished with fresh coriander, and 2 bowls of enticingly aromatic white rice. Xiao Tao turned away, swallowing hard. Only when her old aunt urged her to sit down did she smile gently, steadily picking up her chopsticks and eating delicately. Despite her efforts to maintain decorum, the food was simply too delicious, and she couldn't help but add another bowl of rice, nearly finishing off half of the dishes on the table. Her old aunt, worried that Xiao Tao might feel embarrassed, remarked, "You're at an age where you need to eat more. When I was your age back in the north, I could devour 3 large steamed buns along with a bowl of porridge in one sitting." This made Xiao Tao's cheeks flush even deeper. In Lingo, it was customary not to eat dumplings during the new year, but Xiao Tao knew her old aunt was from the north. Therefore, she decided to make dumplings in the evening. By mid-afternoon, the sounds of chopping meat and vegetables resonated in the small courtyard. Her old aunt kneaded the dough, rolled out the skins, and wrapped the dumplings while Xiao Tao assisted, learning how to make dumplings in the process. In the evening, a steaming plate of plump, delightful dumplings was presented at the table. As her old aunt picked up one dumpling, her eyes instantly welled with tears. Xiao Tao said nothing, merely using her new chopsticks to continuously serve dumplings into her old aunt's bowl. As dusk fell, Xiao Tao and her old aunt tidied up the kitchen and enjoyed a comforting hot bath. They went to her old aunt's bedroom, which had been meticulously cleaned with the new broom Xiao Tao had purchased. Even the cobwebs on the ceiling had been swept away. They lay on her old aunt's warm bed, with a charcoal fire crackling beneath. Xiao Tao lit a lamp and began to account for expenses: food, bedding, clothing, and so forth. Her old aunt's expenditures totaled around 3 taels and 701. However, the household was now well stocked with rice and oil, and all necessary bedding and clothing were in place. Moving forward, their primary concern would be daily food expenses. Initially, her old aunt had given Xiao Tao 5 taels of silver, of which Xiao Tao had hidden 1 tael in the kitchen. Xiao Tao spoke softly, "Old aunt, please take the 1 tael from the kitchen. After deducting your expenditures from the 5 taels you gave me, there remains 1 tael and 301. She opened her small bundle, counted out 1 tael and 301, and placed it in her old aunt's hands. Then she counted out 651. "This is from the money earned selling the pouch you embroidered." Her old aunt was taken aback and did not accept the money. "Xiao Tao, keep it. You will need it for your purchases. I don't spend much here." Xiao Tao smiled. "Old aunt, please take it. This is money earned through your own craftsmanship." After saying this, she took out 10 taels of silver and solemnly placed it in her old aunt's hands. Her old aunt was startled. "Where did you get so much money?" Xiao Tao had no choice but to briefly explain her business dealings during this time, of course omitting the details about her initial investment and sharing profits with Shui Sheng. Her old aunt did not understand why Xiao Tao was giving her the money. Xiao Tao grasped her old aunt's hand and earnestly said, "Thank you for granting me my freedom. This 10 taels of silver is my ransom." Her old aunt adamantly refused to accept it. Xiao Tao urged, "I am already immensely grateful to you for my freedom." She paused, her voice softening further. "Old aunt, please accept it. There are still plenty of good pieces of cloth at home. If you have time, you can embroider pouches to sell. I will also learn to embroider. I never imagined that in such a short time with you, I would gain my freedom. You are still young. There are many days ahead. And having silver to rely on is always beneficial. Her old aunt stared blankly at the flickering flame of the lamp, remaining silent. Xiao Tao, too, fell into silence. Life is long, and some matters must be pondered by her old aunt in her own time. Xiao Tao merely suggested that her old aunt hide the money in separate places. As for herself, she had saved over 3 taels of silver from her business endeavors, in addition to the original 12 taels, totaling 15 taels. The 2 taels hidden beneath the slate in the county town had remained untouched, of course. Only she knew about it. Chapter 28. Gifts. On the morning of the first day of the new year, Xiao Tao greeted with a beaming smile, "Happy New Year, old aunt." Her old aunt returned a gentle smile, handing Xiao Tao 10 yuan. "There is no red paper left at home, but I wish you a prosperous new year." Xiao Tao delighted in these words. She happily accepted the money. Working alongside Shui Xing, her greatest hope was for everything to go smoothly. After breakfast, Shui Xing could hardly contain his excitement as he hurried to the temple. Throughout the journey, he repeatedly pressed his hand against the gift tucked in his bosom, his heart racing. However, he waited until noon without seeing Xiao Tao emerge. Meanwhile, Xiao Tao was at home, eagerly cutting new cotton jackets with her old aunt. This was her first time wearing new fabric and new cotton. Her old aunt, oblivious to Xiao Tao's excitement, had no idea how Shui Xing had been anxiously rushing since morning, only to leave disappointed after waiting in vain. Xiao Tao and her old aunt spent the entire day crafting their new cotton jackets. Having spent a significant amount of money, the garments were not perfectly fitted. Xiao Tao deliberately made her jacket a hand's length longer, planning to let it out next year when she grew taller. The smoke blue cotton fabric her old aunt used still had over a foot remaining, which Xiao Tao took to create a headscarf for herself. On the morning of the second day of the new year, after breakfast, Xiao Tao thought about venturing into the mountains. Having been busy coming and going, she had not had the opportunity to gather dyed gardenias and brown fruit shells. Usually bathing at midnight, she would cover herself with old clothes, leaving only her eyes visible, so no one noticed her transformation. However, since she had taken the time to wash thoroughly on the evening of New Year's Day, the yellow dye on her skin had been removed. Upon seeing Xiao Tao wearing the light blue new cotton jacket in the morning, her old aunt was taken aback. The young girl before her had skin as delicate and white as jade, with eyes like cold stars shimmering in water, bright and lively. This was a stark contrast to the frail, sallow, and lifeless girl she had first encountered. Shocked, she pointed at Xiao Tao. You. Xiao Tao suppressed a smile. "I was very ill at that time, living with you, eating well, and my health improved. I always covered my head and face when going out. Perhaps it just made me look fairer. It's all thanks to you. In the new year, one must refrain from uttering inauspicious words." Xiao Tao spoke with grace, and there was another reason. Her old aunt no longer had the authority to sell her. The old aunt was skeptical of Xiao Tao's transformation, finding it hard to believe that in just over 10 days, she had undergone such a remarkable change. Yet, having spent nearly 2 decades in the inner quarters, she understood well the importance of not prying into matters that were best left unasked. After all, Xiao Tao was now a free woman, no longer the maid under her control. Xiao Tao continued with a smile, "I have no particular plans. I simply wish to stroll in the mountains." The old aunt naturally did not hinder her. Xiao Tao wrapped her head and face in cloth, leaving only her eyes exposed, and ventured towards the forest in the direction of Shui Xing's home. When she reached a secluded area deep within the woods, she removed the cloth from her face. Not far into her exploration, she stumbled upon a cluster of wild tea seeds. After cracking them open with a stone, she preserved the brown hard shells in a piece of fabric. For the remainder of her time, she primarily sought out gardenias. Since she had come out, she also kept an eye out for kudzu roots, marking locations to return and dig them up when she had the chance. The fruit of the gardenia trees, having endured a winter, had shriveled into a brown hue, precisely what she desired. In the mountains, such treasures were abundant. Before long, she had gathered a considerable amount, wrapping them in her handkerchief to take home. Suddenly, she heard footsteps nearby, startling her. She quickly crouched down and concealed herself behind some shrubs. Once she discerned that it was Shui Xing hastily making his way towards the temple, she sprang up and called out, "Brother Shui Xing." Shui Xing halted in his tracks. Momentarily mesmerized by the young girl before him, her head wrapped in a grayish-blue scarf, revealing a delicate face as smooth and pale as jade, with exquisitely drawn brows and eyes as bright and clear as stars reflected in autumn waters. His heart raced, and he found himself at a loss for words. Typically, he felt an irresistible urge to draw near to Xiao Tao, but in this moment, he felt an acute shyness that left him unable to move. Xiao Tao, radiant amidst the misty mountain landscape, appeared almost ethereal, evoking both admiration and a sense of unfamiliarity within him. Reflecting on her composure and resolute decisiveness in the face of challenges, a wave of profound disappointment washed over Shuisheng. How could someone as beautiful and intelligent as Xiao Tao ever be within his reach? His complexion paled as he stuttered. "Miss Xiao Tao, what is this?" Xiao Tao recognized his confusion. He was inquiring about her remarkable transformation, but she offered no explanation, merely smiling gently. "I came up the mountain for a stroll today." As she beamed at him, Shuisheng's heart felt heavy. He stammered, struggling to find words, wishing only to retreat home. The meticulously prepared red silk headband in his pocket felt like a burden he could no longer bear. The anticipation of seeing Xiao Tao vanished, replaced by self-consciousness over his patched clothing. The good fortune of recent days was a gift from Xiao Tao. The medicine for his mother's illness was purchased thanks to her. And the new rice, flour, oil, meat, wild chicken, and the coarse linen his mother was sewing were all because of her generosity. Xiao Tao had even saved his life. Yet he wondered what he could possibly offer her in return. He had secretly saved money, dreaming of one day being able to redeem her. But now even that notion felt like a fanciful delusion, leaving him uncertain if Xiao Tao would even welcome such a proposition. Seeing Shuisheng's pallor, Xiao Tao grew concerned, suspecting he had been overworked lately, particularly since he had insisted on carrying heavy loads. She inquired with genuine concern, "Brother Shuisheng, are you feeling unwell?" Shuisheng hurriedly shook his head. No. Since fate had brought them together, Xiao Tao proposed, after the new year, selling coarse linen at the West Market will become difficult, as the farmers have already made their purchases. I plan to collect wild chickens in Mingda town this spring to sell in the county city. Additionally, I aim to inquire at the inn about whether any outside merchants are in need of kudzu flour and coarse linen. Shuisheng responded eagerly, yes, yes. In truth, his mind was a blank slate, having failed to grasp Xiao Tao's plans. In the presence of such beauty, his thoughts were utterly disarrayed. Noticing his distracted demeanor, Xiao Tao assumed he was merely unwell. "Brother Shuisheng, you should return home to rest. I shall also head back shortly." Shuisheng could hardly recall how he returned home in a daze. Once there, he felt utterly dispirited, only managing to tell his mother he was a bit tired before collapsing onto his bed in a stupor. He touched the red headband he had yet to gift, bitterly reflecting, "At least I didn't present it in my current shabby state. I would only have troubled Miss Xiao Tao. I truly am of no use." His mother observed the contrast between her son's earlier enthusiasm and his current despondency, filled with confusion, believing he had simply worn himself out lately. On the 6th day of the new year, Xiao Tao and Shuisheng resumed their entrepreneurial endeavors. When Shuisheng saw Xiao Tao, her complexion a dull yellow, clad in rough linen clothing, he momentarily doubted whether the ethereal beauty he had encountered in the woods was merely a dream. As they descended the mountain, he instinctively reached out to take her hand, but his arm hung awkwardly in the air. Xiao Tao seemed oblivious to his gesture, walking ahead with a lightness that suggested she no longer required his support. Witnessing her indifference to his unfulfilled gesture, Shuisheng's head drooped in silent sorrow. He pondered that he was now 15, approaching the age of betrothal. His mother, seeing the capable and kind-hearted Xiao Tao, looked at her with admiration. Xiao Tao was also nearly 12, a suitable age for courtship. However, both he and his mother were acutely aware of their impoverished circumstances, which extinguished any thoughts of such possibilities. Moreover, having witnessed Xiao Tao's breathtaking beauty, he felt it was beyond his reach to even hope for such a future. The post-New Year business was indeed less prosperous than before. The demand for wild chickens had diminished, and the purchase price from county city restaurants had plummeted to 20 coins per pound, with the buying price in Mingda town dropping to 13 coins. Conversely, kudzu flour had found a market. Xiao Tao discovered a merchant in the county inn who regularly came to Ling'o for grain trading. He agreed to visit bi-weekly, purchasing 100 pounds of kudzu flour and 100 links of coarse linen each time. Worried that the merchant might bypass her and go directly to Mingda town for purchases, Xiao Tao fabricated a story, claiming she and her brother were selling on behalf of the villagers. The kudzu flour was offered to the merchant at 7 coins per pound, while the coarse linen was priced at 9 coins per foot. This arrangement allowed Xiao Tao to earn over 3 taels of silver each month, with Shuisheng earning more than a tael as well. For an ordinary farming family, this was a considerable income. It is noteworthy that Shuisheng's yearly tuition at the private school had been merely 3 taels. Even a typical farming household might not save a tael after a whole year of hard work. With this newfound income, both Xiao Tao and Shuisheng were assured of 3 full meals a day, and they could occasionally splurge on a pound of meat or a wild chicken, living more comfortably than the wealthiest families in their village. Both were content, and they continued to grow taller. As March arrived, Dongmei, Dongyun, and the coachman returned to the temple. Upon seeing the old aunt dressed in a worn cotton garment, listlessly sitting on a rickety stool in the courtyard, and Xiao Tao in patched rough clothing, her complexion dull, crouched in the yard tending to a fire while boiling dark wild vegetable dumplings, the Taoist approached Dong Mei and whispered a few words in her ear. Immediately, Dong Mei reprimanded Xiao Tao sharply, "You unruly girl. Who permitted you to leave at midnight and return only in the evening?" The old aunt's expression changed, and before she could speak, Xiao Tao, head bowed, timidly replied, "Sister Dong Mei, we spent all our money on betting. We truly have no funds left for grain. I had no choice but to walk to town in the dead of night to scavenge some discarded vegetable scraps to get by. I couldn't afford a carriage, and returning home late was inevitable. I beg you, Sister Dong Mei, please show some compassion and speak to the old lady on our behalf, so we might receive a little more money to have a decent meal." Dong Mei gazed upon the pallid and emaciated Xiao Tao, her heart brimming with pity, before casting a glance at the dilapidated courtyard, her thoughts crystallizing. With an air of haughty defiance, she tilted her chin and let out a derisive laugh. If the old concubine is here for a period of asceticism, she must embody the essence of such a lifestyle. Internally lamenting, she mused, "Alas, this girl possesses a tenacity of spirit. She has endured through such illness." She tossed a purse containing 6 taels of silver into Xiao Tao's hands and turned away, satisfied that the woeful state of the two would suffice for her to report back. Not even bothering to inspect the old concubine's quarters, she feared soiling her shoes amidst the overgrown weeds. Outside, Xiao Tao overheard the Taoist priest flattering Dong Mei, urging her to stay for a meal. Dong Mei merely retorted, "Our business is concluded. We shall depart," and left without a backward glance. Since last winter, not a single drop of rain had graced the earth. Typically, by April, blossoms would burst forth and the gentle spring rains would nourish the fields, marking the time for farmers to transplant seedlings. Yet this year, the fields lay parched, unable to accommodate even a single sapling. The willow leaves by the roadside drooped and curled, concealing swarms of tiny black insects. Even the foliage atop the surrounding mountains had begun to yellow. Upon witnessing this dismal scene, Xiao Tao felt a heavy weight in her heart and quickly conferred with Shuisheng about purchasing grain. When she shared her concerns with the old concubine, though dismissive, the latter did not oppose the idea, recognizing that grain would eventually need to be procured. Xiao Tao and Shuisheng made their way to the county town. In previous years, they would have completed the transplanting by this season, yet now the rice paddies remained dry and unplowed. The price of flour at the Western market had surged to 18 won per pound. More alarming was the revelation that home-milled old rice had reached 30 won per pound. In just over half a month, the price of old rice had escalated by 12 won. Upon hearing these prices, Shuisheng hesitated. His family had purchased ample grain last month, sufficient to last for another 3 months. However, Xiao Tao decisively proclaimed, "Buy it." She promptly acquired 300 pounds of flour and 100 pounds of old rice, splitting the cost between the two families, each spending 4 taels and 200 won, nearly half of Shuisheng's family's entire wealth. By the time they returned to the foot of the mountain with their supplies, the fiery orange sun still lingered on the horizon. Despite it being April, the air was already thick with an oppressive heat. Shuisheng's mother had fully recuperated. Several months of hearty meals had restored her complexion to a rosy glow, and she now busied herself digging for kudzu roots on the mountain. Aware of their grain purchase, she had prepared early, concealing a large basket in the woods to welcome them. As soon as the grain was unloaded from the ox cart and the driver departed, Shuisheng's mother immediately assisted in hiding the provisions deep within the forest. Rural women possessed considerable strength. She could carry 80 to 90 pounds uphill without difficulty. They agreed to transfer all the grain to Shuisheng's home for safekeeping. His mother forbade Xiao Tao from carrying heavy items. "You're still growing, and carrying too much will hinder your growth." Grateful for Xiao Tao's kindness in saving her son, buying medicine, and helping Shuisheng in business, she felt compelled to look after her. Shuisheng, too, was reluctant to see Xiao Tao suffer, though he refrained from expressing too much in front of his mother, instead seriously instructing, "Someone must guard the grain, Xiao Tao. You stay in the woods." Unable to argue, Xiao Tao acquiesced and remained to watch over the provisions. Shuisheng and his mother made several trips back and forth, working tirelessly until deep into the night to transport everything. As the drought worsened, the women of Mingda town ceased selling coarse linen, fearing poor harvests would necessitate reserving their hemp for tax grain. Game had become scarce, and just the transportation costs to the county town amounted to several won, rendering it unfeasible. After deliberation, Xiao Tao and Shuisheng resolved that their stored grain would suffice until early winter, and they would refrain from selling the kudzu flour they had saved. Instead, they would focus on foraging kudzu roots while Xiao Tao and the old concubine embroidered pouches at home. By May, the heavens remained stubbornly dry. When Shuisheng accompanied Xiao Tao to the county town to sell her pouches, he was shocked to discover that there was no grain left for sale at the Western market. Lines formed outside the grain shop, with people jostling and clamoring to purchase what little was available. The shopkeeper had to beat a gong and shout, "Today, each person is limited to 10 pounds. Only the first 50 will be served. The rest must go elsewhere." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a scuffle broke out over the positions in line. The price of old rice had soared to 50 yuan per pound, while flour had risen to 40 yuan per pound. Shuisheng's face turned pale with fear. Had it not been for Xiao Tao's foresight in stockpiling grain, they would have been unable to afford anything at the current prices, and it was likely they would find none available even with money in hand. Xiao Tao lowered her head, her heart heavy with foreboding. Typically, by late August, farmers would harvest their rice. However, previous years had seen grain supplies nearly exhausted by the end of June, relying on foraged wild vegetables to stretch their dwindling resources until the new harvest arrived. This year's drought had rendered wild vegetables scarce and withered, suggesting that calamity had indeed befallen them. It was imperative to devise a means to stockpile food. Observing Xiao Tao's troubled demeanor, Shuisheng understood that his only recourse was to labor tirelessly to dig up kudzu roots. For this period of inactivity in trade, he and his mother rose before dawn to ascend the mountain, subsisting on little more than water and steamed buns during the day, all for the sake of gathering more. They had already amassed over 100 pounds of kudzu flour, and their own mountain was nearly exhausted of roots. At the Taoist temple, aside from the priest, the other Taoist nuns also ascended the mountain at dawn, depleting the kudzu from the nearby hills. During this time, Xiao Tao and the old concubine diligently embroidered pouches. Xiao Tao had completed 40, selling them for 441, while the old concubine had stitched 35, earning 385 won. Fortunately, they had utilized scraps of fabric for their work, as fine satin was costly and the remnants of quality cloth in their home were dwindling. Mindful of the wear on Shuisheng and his mother's shoes from their daily treks, Xiao Tao covered her face with a cloth at the Western market and spent 50 went on 2 large sacks of fabric, mostly coarse cloth with some ordinary cotton mixed in, perfect for mending shoe soles. Seizing the opportunity while trade was slow, Xiao Tao also spent 200 won on 4 pounds of cotton, intending to craft 4 pairs of sturdy cotton shoes, recalling all too vividly the discomfort of frozen feet last winter. The remaining cotton was set aside for future garments and bedding. Shuisheng's mother was too busy to sew, so Xiao Tao took it upon herself to prepare the shoe soles and deliver the cotton to her. A young girl making shoes for a young man was improper. It was a task suited only for an engaged fiancé. Xiao Tao was also concerned about the leaky roof of the small courtyard. If the precious bedding were to get wet, it would be disastrous. Thus, she spent a tael of silver to purchase a large piece of waterproof cloth. Furthermore, she invested in hiring several individuals with large families to assist, pooling their resources with Shuisheng's family, and spent 560 won to buy 20 pounds of salt, dividing it equally between the 2 households. As they observed the soaring prices of goods, both Xiao Tao and Shuisheng returned to the Taoist temple, burdened by their worries. Upon arriving, Xiao Tao relayed the alarming situation regarding the skyrocketing grain prices and the rising anxiety among the populace to the old concubine. The old concubine was taken aback, but remained convinced that a rain would soon arrive, allowing for the planting of seedlings. When Xuexing shared the news with his mother, she too was stunned. Had it not been for Xiao Tao, they would now be facing starvation. She admonished her son to assist Xiao Tao whenever possible, resolved to share half of their kudzu flour with her when the time came. By the end of June, the relentless sun continued to blaze overhead, with not a hint of rain in sight. The temple's old well was nearing depletion, yielding only a scant trickle of water each day. Xiao Tao and the Taoist nuns had been compelled to wash their clothes and faces at the Crescent Bay, where the water had dwindled to a shallow pool. The stone cliffs between the mountains no longer flowed with water, only damp earth slowly seeped with moisture. Xuexing deepened the Crescent Bay, filling buckets with water to transport back home whenever there was a slight increase. In mid-June, Xuexing unexpectedly spotted a few figures at the bottom of the valley, foraging for wild vegetables and uprooting roots. Alarmed, he rushed to the Taoist temple, tossing stones into Xiao Tao's courtyard to alert her. Xiao Tao emerged, and together with Xuexing, they concealed themselves behind a large tree to observe. As night fell completely, those figures remained, with some laying out tattered bedding by the roadside to sleep. It appeared to be a family of 5 or 6, all looking gaunt and skeletal. Xiao Tao and Xuexing dared not make a sound, quietly retreating back to the temple atop the mountain. Xiao Tao's heart was heavy with dread. This was indeed troubling. The surrounding areas of the county town likely harbored no food, as the masses were gradually migrating toward the desolate mountains. Currently, they had not ascended the temple's mountain because they understood its desolate state. The temple was impoverished, and in their dire condition, climbing up would take considerable time. If they were to reach the top only to find no food, survival would become a formidable challenge. However, there is a lingering fear that as more people gather at the foot of the mountain, a desperate fugitive might venture up and discover the provisions in your home, plunging you into peril. Upon hearing this, Xuexing immediately disregarded everything else and hurriedly took Xiao Tao back to his house. Upon relaying the situation at the foot of the mountain to his mother, who had experienced famine before, Xuexing's mother quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. People driven to starvation could commit unspeakable acts. Xuexing recalled a certain location, near the mountain's peak. There lay a steep and treacherous cliff concealing a cave. The entrance was exceedingly small, barely allowing one person to slip through, requiring sturdy branches to aid in the descent. Surrounded by towering trees and thorny brambles, it was remarkably secluded. Inside the cave, the space was ample enough to accommodate dozens, and it extended further to reveal a tranquil pool. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tao promptly resolved to persuade Xuexing's mother to relocate there as soon as possible. Understanding the urgency of the matter, Xuexing realized that moving during the day would attract too much attention, and thus they would have to wait until nightfall. Xuexing and his mother utilized woven baskets to carry the food supplies, while Xiao Tao assisted with bedding, clothing, utensils, pots, knives, and other miscellaneous items. After completing 2 trips with lighter belongings, Xuexing hurriedly escorted her back to the Taoist temple, lest they be locked out. For the remaining heavier items, Xuexing and his mother labored through the night. At the entrance of the temple, Xuexing quietly instructed Xiao Tao, when night falls, prop the door shut with a sturdy stick, and keep another stick inside for protection. At dawn, I shall return to guide you to the cave. Watching Xiao Tao enter the courtyard, he then turned and swiftly vanished into the night. Upon returning to her small courtyard, Xiao Tao found her old aunt had prepared a simple meal. After finishing the meal and tidying up, the old aunt gazed at Xiao Tao, who had secured the door with a thick wooden stick, a puzzled expression on her face. Xiao Tao motioned for her to remain silent, and once they were both in bed, she leaned close to her aunt's ear and whispered about the gathering refugees at the foot of the mountain. The old aunt was taken aback, and noticing Xiao Tao's pallid complexion, she hesitated for a moment before quietly pleading, "Xiao Tao, we have been together for over 6 months now. Could you possibly procure some of that potion for me to wash myself and appear like you?" She was genuinely fearful that her delicate skin would attract disaster. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Tao nodded and whispered in her ear, "At dawn, before the sun rises, you shall wash. I have brewed a pot, just pour 2 bowls into water." The following morning, with bloodshot eyes, Xuexing anxiously awaited in the woods. He instructed Xiao Tao to lead the way, ensuring she remembered the route. Upon reaching the cave, with Xuexing's help, Xiao Tao climbed the sturdy branches and slipped into the hidden cavern. Her eyes brightened as she beheld the spacious interior. The cave was tall enough for 2 people, And along the stone walls, several natural alcoves could accommodate 4 or 5 individuals each. Shui Sheng's mother had already tidied the cave. The provisions were neatly stacked on a makeshift wooden rack, and the floor had been washed, devoid of any foul odors. The cave was shaded, and sitting on a small wooden stool, the mountain breeze flowed in, providing a refreshing coolness. Shui Sheng's mother grasped Xiao Tao's hand, her face etched with concern. "Xiao Tao, what will you do at the Taoist temple? Is it possible for you to move here as well?" Shui Sheng lowered his head, his heart filled with anxiety, lamenting his inability to gather enough funds to redeem Xiao Tao, leaving her in such a predicament. Xiao Tao smiled gratefully at Shui Sheng's mother. "Thank you for your concern, but I must remain for the time being. However, with so many people at the temple, it should be safe for now. If the situation worsens, I will devise a way to come over." Xiao Tao felt a surge of relief, grateful that all the provisions had been hidden at Shui Sheng's house. The 600 to 700 pounds of grain, along with over 100 pounds of kudzu root powder stored there, would suffice for their needs until the end of the year. Observing the spaciousness of the cave, she suggested, as more people may flock to the mountain, it would be prudent to gather enough firewood now. The cave is large enough to store a significant amount. Shui Sheng's mother promptly agreed. "I will gather firewood in the coming days." Shui Sheng planned to dismantle the bed and stealthily transport it that night to avoid being seen during the day. Xiao Tao and Shui Sheng agreed that while the Taoist nuns were engaged in evening prayers, they would find a way to carry out her winter coat, cotton shoes, spare clothing, and the hidden knife, pot, oilcloth, and fabric. At the hour of the rooster, while the nuns were chanting in the main hall, Xiao Tao not only managed to transport her clothing, bedding, knives, pots, oilcloth, and fabric, but she also gritted her teeth and brought out most of the stored grain. Shui Sheng hurriedly sent Xiao Tao back to the temple, instructing her to conceal her belongings in the woods. He himself made several trips in the dark, carrying everything into the cave. For several days, Xiao Tao gradually moved her possessions out of the temple until only 5 or 6 pounds of flour, 2 or 3 pounds of rice, 2 or 3 pounds of kudzu root powder, a small jar of oil, and a pot for porridge remained. The bed was left with only a thin blanket, as there was no need for a thick quilt during the sweltering summer. She had already asked Shui Sheng to take that as well. With her accumulated belongings safely relocated to the hidden cave, Xiao Tao finally felt a sense of relief. Exhaling deeply. Chapter 30. Torrential Rain. In July, the heavens continued to withhold rain, and the scorching sun blazed upon the mountains and fields. As far as the eye could see, green grass was a rarity, and many individuals at the foot of the mountain had resorted to digging for roots to chew on. The once lush landscape began to turn yellow and wither. The sun hung high in the sky from dawn, illuminating the day. Xiao Tao and her old aunt's meals consisted of kudzu root powder paired with steamed buns, while the vegetables were pickled radish sent by Shui Sheng. They could only fetch water in the dead of night, filling a barrel at the temple's well, as they no longer dared to venture outside. The temple's gate had been tightly locked for several days, and the number of people gathering below continued to swell. The county's matriarch had ceased sending money through donghua to the temple since June. The mountainsides were teeming with people wielding hoes in search of kudzu roots. And even within the temple courtyard, the sounds of the desperate crowd could be heard. It was not uncommon for scuffles to break out over meager food supplies. Xiao Tao urged her old aunt to accompany her to the cave, but the old aunt insisted on waiting a little longer, preferring her small courtyard over the unfamiliarity of Shui Sheng's home, as Shui Sheng's savior was Xiao Tao, not her. On the afternoon of the 6th day of July, a sudden darkness descended upon the mountain, as ominous black clouds obscured the sun, plunging the entire range into shadows. Before anyone could react, a deafening roar of thunder shook the ground, and fierce winds howled. The sky appeared to tear open, and torrential rain cascaded down from above. Xiao Tao hurriedly retrieved the oilcloth to cover the bedding. By midnight, rain began to leak into the old aunt's and Xiao Tao's quarters, flooding the space. With such downpours, Shui Sheng could not venture out to check on Xiao Tao. By noon the following day, the old aunt and Xiao Tao gathered the firewood that had remained dry against the wall and stacked it under the eaves to avoid the rain. They heated water in a pot and mixed it with kudzu root powder, managing to warm up 2 buns for a meager meal. On the 3rd day, Xiao Tao's small courtyard was submerged in knee-deep muddy water, unable to drain away, transforming it into a pond and allowing water to seep into the house. Xiao Tao and her old aunt could no longer kindle a fire to boil water, forcing them to eat cold steamed buns. On the 5th night, A sudden series of loud thuds echoed against the temple gate, drowning out the sound of the downpour. Startled awake, the old aunt and Xiao Tao listened as the banging continued. The old aunt contemplated reinforcing the door with another stick, but Xiao Tao grasped her arm and whispered, "There are surely many people outside, desperate souls driven by hunger braving the storm. They are not friendly." They hurriedly wrapped everything in oilcloth and cleaned up, ensuring no signs of habitation remained. Once all was packed away, they waded through the water towards the thatched cottage. Just as they reached the cottage, a jubilant cheer erupted from outside the temple. The gate had been forced open. Xiao Tao signaled her aunt to remain silent, and she carefully rolled up her pant legs, stealthily making her way through the water to the courtyard entrance, where she released the latch and removed the lock before slipping back into the thatched cottage. Xiao Tao meticulously recalled that all the kitchen utensils and knives had been taken away by Shui Sheng, leaving the stove bare and the kitchen inundated with water up to her ankles, floating with ash. In the 2 rooms where people resided, only the bed frame remained, devoid of any bedding. The latrine where she stood with her elderly aunt had suffered from days of relentless rain, causing the roof to collapse. And now they were sheltering under an oilcloth as torrents poured down upon them. Just as her aunt was about to inquire what Xiao Tao intended to do at the courtyard entrance, they were startled by the chilling screams of Taoist nuns next door, accompanied by the cacophony of frantic rummaging. Excited shouts of "We found food! We've located grain!" echoed, and after an hour, disheveled footsteps approached their small courtyard as dawn began to break. Her aunt, having lingered at the latrine door for an hour, turned pale with fear upon hearing the commotion drawing closer, her hands trembling. Xiao Tao clutched a pair of scissors tightly, standing against the wall. They soon heard one of the intruders bellowing orders, "Search this courtyard. Is anyone living here?" Several hurried footsteps could be heard heading towards the 2 bedrooms. "This room is empty, just a bed frame, clearly no one resides here," came a voice from the kitchen. "Boss, the kitchen has collapsed, half the roof is gone. And there are no pots on the stove, indicating no one lives here." Another sycophantic voice chimed in, "Boss, this courtyard is overgrown with weeds. And the gate has no latch, there should be no one here." The commanding voice of the leader declared, "This courtyard is devoid of anything, brothers. Let us go throw out the old nun from the temple and make it our home." The scattered footsteps then made their way from the small courtyard to the larger temple yard. Xiao Tao realized they could not afford to wait any longer and whispered urgently to her aunt, "We must leave now. If we wait until dawn, we won't be able to escape. The villains will take residence in the temple, and we will eventually be discovered. The heavy rain will wash away any traces of our escape." Her aunt's lips turned pale as her eyes widened in fear. "How can we climb? It's too high. I can't scale the wall." At that moment, Xiao Tao heard a small stone splash into the water in the courtyard, followed by another. She confirmed that Shui Sheng had arrived and stealthily exited the thatched hut. Shui Sheng quickly tossed another stone and, seeing Xiao Tao in a raincoat crouched at the corner of the courtyard wall, urged her and her aunt to join him. "Xiao Tao, hurry. You and your aunt must leave. I brought a rope to pull you up, and I'll jump down to catch you. We must be swift. Dawn is approaching." He first secured her aunt with the rope and pulled her up to the corner. Then, Xiao Tao tied her oilcloth bundle with the rope and climbed up the wall using her hands and feet. Holding onto the rope, she instructed Shui Sheng to slide down first, followed by her aunt, who she guided down inch by inch while Shui Sheng waited below to catch her. When it was Xiao Tao's turn, she tied the oilcloth bundle and slid down, leaving herself without the rope. Shui Sheng fixed his gaze on her intently and said earnestly, "Xiao Tao, jump down, I can catch you." Time was of the essence. Steeling herself, Xiao Tao closed her eyes and leaped. Shui Sheng caught her securely, a rush of exhilaration flooding his heart. "Hurry, we must go," Xiao Tao urged. And Shui Sheng snapped back to reality. The 3 of them made their way through the torrential rain towards the cave. As her aunt reached the cave entrance, Shui Sheng's mother warmly assisted her inside, and Shui Sheng guided Xiao Tao in, noticing her aunt's pale lips and ashen face. Xiao Tao gently reassured her, "This cave is very safe. Do not worry." Once they settled down and caught their breath, Shui Sheng's mother had already prepared 2 pots of hot water for them to wash up. Xiao Tao and her aunt were in one small cavern while Shui Sheng occupied another. After they finished washing, Shui Sheng's mother invited them to sit by the fire, concerned about them catching a chill after their trek in the rain. She brewed a large bowl of the medicine she had purchased when she fell ill for each of them. After they finished their medicine, She began washing the bowls and chopsticks Xiao Tao had brought. Her aunt expressed her gratitude to both Xuexing and his mother. Please do not mention it. From now on, we shall live together here, Xuexing's mother replied cheerfully. Her aunt surveyed the cave. To the right inside, there was a neatly stacked pile of firewood sufficient for a year. 2 small caverns had stone foundations with wooden beds, one furnished with bedding. The other 2 small caverns also had wooden beds, but lacked bedding, though they were clean, suggesting they had been prepared for her and Xiao Tao. To the right against the wall, 2 stoves had been constructed, accompanied by a row of jars, including their oil jar. Further outside, a stone base was topped with a wooden board serving as a dining table, while the left cavern held grains and 2 bags of fabric. Nodding discreetly, she thought, this cave is well organized and well planned. Xuexing's mother handed each of them a steaming bowl of kudzu flour, a large basin of hot steamed buns, and a bowl of pickled radish greens. Having gone 2 days without food, Xiao Tao and her aunt ate 3 buns and a bowl of kudzu flour with refined manners. After swiftly tidying up, Xuexing's mother poured each of them a bowl of hot water. Her aunt paused in silence for a moment before lifting her head to force a gentle smile. Xiao Tao and I have troubled you, and I must thank Xuexing for saving our lives tonight. Xuexing and his mother politely urged her not to worry about it. Her aunt continued, my surname is Zhao, and I am 37 this year. May I ask how old you are, Xuexing's mother? Oh dear, you look much younger than I. But I am 3 years your junior. Xuexing's mother replied with a hearty laugh. In truth, she wanted to say that her aunt was both youthful and beautiful, but refrained, feeling it inappropriate to say so given her aunt's status. Her aunt appreciated Xuexing's mother's forthright nature and said quietly, given my status, perhaps you could call me Sister Zhao? Of course, Sister Zhao. Xuexing's mother responded, her tone warm. From now on, just call me Xuexing's mother. We will live here like one family. So please do not feel uncomfortable. Our current good fortune is all thanks to Miss Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao, picking up on the sentiment, smiled at her aunt and said, from now on, I will call you Aunt Zhao. Xuexing, sensing that Xiao Tao and Aunt Zhao might be feeling overwhelmed, kindly suggested, Aunt Zhao, how about you rest in the small cavern on the left? You could take a moment to recuperate. Upon hearing this, Xuexing's mother quickly took the bedding for Xiao Tao and her aunt to warm by the fire. You should rest on my bed for a while, Sister Zhao. Her aunt softly replied, let us wait a bit, I would like to chat for a while. Xiao Tao, aware that her aunt might feel it inappropriate to rest without first exchanging pleasantries with Xuexing's mother, feigned nonchalance and asked, Xuexing, how did you arrive so timely? With a heavy heart, Xuexing explained, we returned just before dawn, and you didn't see how crowded the mountain was with people. The day before yesterday, I had already been to the temple. The mountain foot was inundated with muddy water, rising perilously high, resembling a large river with yellow waters swelling continuously. Many elders and children were floating in the water. The temple remained closed. The people on the mountain were already plotting to raid it, which is why I didn't dare knock or jump the wall to avoid being seen. I didn't mention how a group of starving individuals struggled against the rain, unable to scale the wall. When I came at night, I hid in the woods and overheard a group of ruthless individuals planning to murder the nuns and seize the temple's grain. I waited until they all rushed into the temple before seizing the opportunity to climb over the wall. Both her aunt and Xiao Tao trembled in fear, while Xuexing's mother, unaware of the chaos outside, was equally pale with fright. Xuexing felt a sense of dread at having revealed the dire situation, fearing his mother would not let him venture out to rescue Xiao Tao, as they were all women in the cave. He felt a responsibility to uphold the weight of his family like a man. With a poise befitting maturity, he reassured them, fear not, for no one shall discover us here. Within this cavern lies a pool of water, sufficient provisions. We can survive in this refuge. Chapter 31, Divergence. As the torrential rain subsided in the early hours of the 7th day, a glimmer of golden light pierced the horizon. Xiao Tao and Xuexing cautiously emerged from their rocky shelter, intent on stealthily assessing their surroundings. With utmost vigilance, they scrutinized their environment. Approaching the temple, Xuexing abruptly raised his hand to cover Xiao Tao's eyes, the acrid stench of decaying corpses wafting through the air. Xiao Tao pulled down his hand, and the sight before her caused her limbs to weaken, nearly rendering her unable to stand. The mountainside was littered with bloated bodies, grotesquely distended as though they might burst at a mere touch. Some bore severed limbs, others had gaping wounds at their necks, and many had hollow eye sockets, ravaged by scavenging beasts. Some corpses had already ruptured, their entrails spilling onto the ground, crawling with insects, ants, and flies. The base of the mountain had transformed into a murky, yellow river, strewn with countless swollen bodies, drifting alongside withered branches and dead grass. In a flurry, Shuixing tore a strip from Xiao Tao's headscarf, wrapping one half around her mouth and nose, while he covered his own face with the other. His lips turned pale with fear, and his hands trembled uncontrollably as he struggled to utter a word. Gently, he placed his trembling hand over Xiao Tao's eyes, enfolding her in his embrace as they turned to retreat. After a time that felt akin to the burning of an incense stick, Shuixing held the quaking Xiao Tao, who seemed utterly lost, and whispered softly, "Xiao Tao, do not fear, I am here." Noticing her violent shivers, he tenderly pressed her head against his chest, repeatedly soothing her. "Do not fear, Xiao Tao, I am here." Gradually, Xiao Tao regained her composure, realizing she was cradled in Shuixing's arms. Yet, she felt his own body shivering just as fiercely. She lifted her hand and gently returned the embrace. Seeing her come back to herself, Shuixing raised a hand to tenderly caress her hair. Lowering himself, he murmured softly, "Xiao Tao, do not fear. Climb onto my back." However, Xiao Tao merely tugged at his garment and shook her head. Reluctantly, Shuixing took her hand, leading her back to the cave. As Shuixing's mother and the old matron were about to inquire about the outside world, they were met with the sight of the two children, their faces ashen and lips tinged with blue. Shuixing's mother hastily offered a bowl of warm water, but as Xiao Tao took a sip, she rushed to the cave entrance and retched violently. Disregarding decorum in the presence of elders, Shuixing enveloped Xiao Tao in a protective embrace, gently patting her back while soothingly murmuring, "Xiao Tao, do not dwell on it. We are safe now, back in the cave." Xiao Tao continued to retch, expelling bile, which alarmed both Shuixing's mother and the old matron. With tears in her eyes, the old matron exclaimed, "Xiao Tao, dear, what has happened to you? Do not fear. We are all here." Shuixing quickly gestured to his mother and the old matron, signaling them to refrain from questioning her. Understanding, Shuixing's mother poured hot water into Xiao Tao's handkerchief and handed it to the old matron, who carefully washed Xiao Tao's face and hands. Shuixing's mother then poured another bowl of water, gently caressing Xiao Tao's back as she coaxed, "Come now, Xiao Tao, rinse your mouth, be a good girl." After giving her a few sips, they encouraged her to expel the contents once more. The old matron supported Xiao Tao, softly reassuring her, "Do not fear. No one can find us here, and we are with you." She assisted Xiao Tao to the edge of the bed, crouching down to remove her shoes and placing her legs atop the bed. One hand held Xiao Tao's, while the other gently patted her back, her tone imbued with unprecedented tenderness. "Close your eyes and rest. I shall not leave even if you fall asleep." Xiao Tao fell ill for over half a month, unable to keep food down, growing so gaunt that she resembled nothing more than a collection of bones. The old matron vigilantly watched over her bedside, even accompanying her into slumber each night with gentle pats on her back. Shuixing had relayed the grim realities of the outside world to the old matron and his mother, leading them to fear venturing outside the cave. Shuixing's mother often woke in the night to check on Shuixing, who was similarly plagued by nightmares. As Xiao Tao showed no signs of recovery, her plight left everyone at a loss for what to do. To distract her, the old matron rummaged through scraps of fabric, guiding her to mend shoe soles and craft new shoes. In solidarity, Shuixing sat beside her, helping to shape the soles. With something to occupy her mind, Xiao Tao gradually regained a semblance of vitality. After crafting shoes for half a month, everyone had several new pairs, and Xiao Tao forced a smile, assuring them that she was well. Yet, Shuixing could easily discern her fade. Observing their concern for her, she compelled herself to eat enough at each meal, acutely aware that in these tumultuous times, without good health, they would lack the strength to escape peril. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, their thoughts remained fixated on her care. Xiao Tao understood that Shuixing too often awoke in the night, troubled. More pressing was the dwindling food supply, which could not sustain them indefinitely. After lunch, as they gathered around the table, Xiao Tao softly spoke, "This year has begun with drought. Many have been left without sustenance and have flocked to the mountains to dig for roots. Now, with the flood, countless people have lost their homes and are cut off from food. Such torrential rains have likely rendered neighboring counties similarly desolate. The towns may already be submerged, leaving no grain to be found. With the waters receding for a month, those fortunate enough to survive are probably facing utter chaos outside." as they remained trapped here. The silence descended, each understanding that once their stored provisions ran out in the winter, their fates would be sealed. Shuixing's mother lamented, after the flood. I reckon 7 or 8 out of 10 will have perished. Indeed, not everyone is as fortunate as they to reside in a high temple. The outside world was filled with people who starved, were beaten to death for food, or drowned. Only a scant few would emerge alive. With a hint of forlorn hope. She added, land will surely be cheaper. If we could acquire a few acres to grow grain, we might survive. Shuixing scrutinized Xiao Tao, noting her grave expression, and cautiously inquired, Xiao Tao, what do you and Aunt Xiao think? To him, the old matron held authority over Xiao Tao, and her desires would require the old matron's consent. The old matron turned to Xiao Tao, what do you say? Having spent her life confined within the depths of the estate, her perspective was limited compared to Xiao Tao, who had often ventured beyond. Xiao Tao replied softly, if it were up to me, I would wish to leave this place. She paused, glancing at Shuixing, who immediately tensed. Xiao Tao continued, to leave Lingzhou. Shuixing pondered for a moment. Where would you wish to go? Xiao Tao whispered, I wish to go north to Liaodong. Shuixing's mother appeared bewildered. A simple rural woman who had never left Mingde town, entirely ignorant of Liaodong's location. The old matron was equally taken aback. Though she hailed from Yizhou in the north and had slightly more knowledge than Shuixing's mother, she understood Liaodong to be even further north, a harsher land. And beyond that, she knew nothing. Having studied for a few years, Shuixing's expression grew serious as he asked, why venture to such a frigid, inhospitable place? There were certain truths Xiao Tao was reluctant to voice, how the villagers in the old Huaishu village had bartered their beautiful daughters for mere plots of land, prompting her own mother to entertain the thought of selling her. Despite gaining her freedom, her household registration would still revert to her parents. She had no desire to return to Huaishu village only to face the same fate again. Instead, she yearned to seize this moment of chaos and escape to Liaodong. She merely whispered, I have heard tales of Liaodong while at the trading house. The court has stationed 10,000 soldiers there, and those convicted in the capital are often exiled to become military settlers, cultivating the land. It is said that the land is vast and sparsely populated, fertile and seemingly endless. Though the bitter cold permits only one harvest a year, it remains a frozen wasteland. And many exiles perish on the way. She could not urge anyone to accompany her. The journey would be fraught with peril and hardship, and all she would receive in return might be their grievances. After she finished speaking, both Shuixing's mother and the old matron fell into a contemplative silence. The old concubine was acutely aware that, back in the day, her journey from Yizhou to Lingzhou by horse-drawn carriage took over half a month. What more would it be to trek on foot to the even more distant Liaodong? For the past 20 years, she had been confined within the confines of a small courtyard, and the last time she had walked down the mountain to the temple, her feet had been blistered and bloody. She had merely gritted her teeth and endured, unwilling to let Dongmei and those elderly maids see her in a state of weakness. Now, she was utterly incapable of making the journey to Liaodong. Furthermore, with no children or family to speak of, and having lost her parents long ago, there was no one left in this world to whom she felt tethered. After much contemplation, she turned to Xiao Tao and said, Xiao Tao, you should act according to your own judgment. The road ahead is long and treacherous. Be wary during your travels. And do not meddle in affairs before Shuixing and his mother. It would be improper for her to say outright not to act with misplaced benevolence. She had learned that lesson in blood. I shall remain here in this cave, observing the situation as it unfolds. In truth, the old concubine thought that compared to the horrors of being robbed and violated outside, quietly passing away in this cave could be considered a peaceful end. Shuixing's mother had no desire to venture north. She had never left Mingde town in her life and could only wait for her son to make decisions. Such was the nature of a peasant woman. She would go wherever her son directed. Shuixing was in turmoil. The north was far, and given their small number, it was uncertain whether they would survive the journey to Liaodong. Yet, seeing Xiao Tao's resolute determination, he could not persuade her to stay. The thought that he might never see Xiao Tao again due to his own decision struck his heart like a series of brutal blows, leaving him in anguish. Xiao Tao lifted her gaze, taking in the reactions of those around her, and softly said, Please think it over carefully and discuss it. With that, she rose to find coarse cloth to cover her cotton bedding, ensuring it was well protected, with patches sewn on wherever necessary. In these chaotic times, displaying wealth was akin to a child parading gold through a bustling market. Chapter 32, Companions. More than a month had passed since the torrential rains and flooding, and now the relentless sun beat down upon the parched earth. Xiao Tao proposed to check at the foot of the mountain to see if the river had receded, as they needed the road to dry before embarking on their journey. As evening fell and the sun sank completely behind the mountains, dusk enveloped the peaks. Xuexing accompanied Xiao Tao, covering their mouths and noses with cloth, stealthily making their way to the woods near the temple. After confirming that the temple was deserted, Xuexing took Xiao Tao's hand and carefully descended the mountain to assess the situation at the base. However, the closer they got to the foot of the mountain, the more horrifying the scene became. Along the mountain path, everywhere was strewn with dry, muddy bones, piled high like hills. Xuexing's face turned pale, and he gripped Xiao Tao's hand tightly, causing her pain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the sight of even more heaps of bones amidst the trees was shocking. Xuexing could no longer contain himself, bending over and violently retching until he expelled bile. Xiao Tao bit her lip, fighting back tears as she noticed the path was indeed dry. She tugged at Xuexing's sleeve, signaling him to hurry back to the cave. As they ascended in the dark, Xiao Tao forbade Xuexing from lighting a torch, fearing it would alert the bandits in the temple. Her legs felt weak, and as she stumbled, thinking she had stepped on a dry branch, she instinctively reached down to discard it, only to grasp something cold and hard, a severed arm bone. Terrified, she trembled all over, biting her lip tightly, and silently followed Xuexing, feeling as though an invisible hand of bone was gripping her wrist. The oppressive darkness of the mountains sent a chill of cold sweat down her spine. Perhaps soon, she would have to walk this path alone, without even Xuexing by her side for support. After surveying the mountain path, Xiao Tao methodically began her final preparations. She draped coarse cloth over her cotton bedding, carefully sewing on a few inconspicuous patches. She covered her light blue cotton jacket with a layer of gray coarse cloth to obscure its original color, adding large patches at the elbows. Using gray coarse cloth rope, she tightly wrapped her oilcloth-covered bedding. Every detail was a step in her plan to journey north to Liaodong. Seeing Xiao Tao work diligently, Xuexing's heart raced, and he finally made his decision. He informed his mother that he intended to accompany Xiao Tao to the north. Xuexing's mother widened her eyes in terror. Is it absolutely necessary? Xuexing solemnly nodded. With a resolution set, Xuexing conveyed his and his mother's intentions to Xiao Tao and the old concubine during breakfast the following day. Xiao Tao paused, instinctively glancing at the old concubine. Recalling the old concubine's attentive care during her illness, Xiao Tao felt a pang of guilt at the thought of leaving her behind. Aunt Zhao, shall we go to your room to talk? The old concubine felt an overwhelming void. With everyone preparing to leave, this vast cave would ultimately be left with her alone. Xiao Tao gently grasped her hand. Aunt Zhao, we reside atop this mountain at the temple. The last time I ventured out to scout, I witnessed the foot of the mountain had turned into a vast sea. This indicates that the low-lying areas of Lingzhou, including the county seat, must be submerged beyond the rooftops. Seeing the old concubine's puzzled expression, Xiao Tao paused and quietly added, what I mean to say is, Lujiawen is in a low-lying area with no mountains for the elderly women to seek refuge. It's unlikely they survived. Like you, I am now free. Xiao Tao knew the old concubine had never formally registered her status with the authorities upon entering the household. Aunt Zhao, I hope you can live well from now on. Having never witnessed the horrors below the mountain, the old concubine could not fathom the difference between hearing and seeing. She never imagined that the shackles that had bound her for half her life would be shattered in such a manner at the age of just over 30. Gazing into Xiao Tao's hopeful eyes, she hesitated and asked, with a hint of disbelief, is that truly so? Xiao Tao smiled and nodded vigorously. Everyone immediately busied themselves. Xiao Tao brewed a strong pot of gardenia tea for everyone to wash themselves thoroughly. Even Xuexing, having lived in the cave for months, had grown pale, and his conspicuous appearance was a liability. His complexion had to be darkened to blend in. Xuexing's mother and the old concubine quickly fashioned patched coarse cloth garments. They prepared flour, mixing it with salt and carefully placing it into cleaned double-layer cotton bags. They sewed 2 burlap sacks together to create a double-layered bag, filling it robustly with rice. They also crafted over a dozen scarves from fine cotton, with the outer layer sewn from inconspicuous gray coarse cloth, serving to shield from wind and dust while also concealing their faces. Their heads were wrapped in patched cloth headscarves. They packed pots, pans, knives, and hoes, all essential for survival and weapons for the road ahead. However, carrying hundreds of pounds of grain on their backs alone was impractical. They needed a cart. Furthermore, the water outside was now undrinkable, as it posed a risk of infection. Shuisheng unearthed his father's carpentry tools and, under his mother's guidance, dismantled the wooden planks from the bed, spending 2 days reassembling an old cart into a rough but sturdy vehicle. After testing it in the cave, he found it serviceable. Since the cart could not descend the mountain, Shuisheng disassembled it again, and, along with Xiao Tao, they carried the parts to hide in the woods at the mountain's base, planning to reassemble it before departing. On the eve of their departure, Shuisheng's mother and Xiao Tao steamed 4 pots of buns, wrapping them in cloth and stowing them in patched bundles. The weather had turned cooler, and these provisions would suffice for 7 or 8 days. Xiao Tao filled 4 large baskets with grain, covering the top with patched old clothes. The tightly bundled bedding was secured with rope on top of the baskets, and the outer layer was a large patchwork cloth made from various remnants she had saved from her time at the pawnshop, both to keep out dust and to present a guise of poverty. 1 wooden barrel held pots and pans, while another contained knives. Xiao Tao's bundle included 2 axes and 2 kitchen knives, and Shuisheng's hoe was also brought along. 2 clay pots for porridge and 2 wooden buckets for carrying water were filled with boiled and cooled water, as Xiao Tao planned to rely on this water for at least a fortnight. With all preparations complete, on the evening of August 19th, the 4 donned their gray, patched coarse cloth garments, their skin dyed a dull yellowish gray, ready to set forth for Liaodong. They carefully lowered the heavy supplies down the cave entrance. Shuisheng and his mother insisted that Xiao Tao not carry any grain, as 1 basket filled with grain, topped with bedding, weighed over 100 pounds, which was far too heavy for Xiao Tao and the old concubine to bear. In the cloak of night, Shuisheng and his mother leaned on their staffs, diligently transporting baskets and provisions to a concealed spot in the woods at the path leading to the Taoist temple before stealthily descending the mountain. Xiao Tao, burdened with a bundle and carrying pots and various utensils, tore apart the last remaining silk garment of her late aunt, discarding it beside a pile of white bones, presumably belonging to a woman. The aunt, unwilling to burden the group, gritted her teeth and, with a burlap sack on her back, descended the mountain carrying 70 to 80 pounds of kudzu root powder. The group busily traversed back and forth until the first light of dawn began to illuminate the eastern horizon, finally transporting all their supplies to the foot of the mountain. At the base, Shuisheng swiftly assembled a cart, securely fastening their belongings with ropes. As the faint light of dawn illuminated the path, Shuisheng's mother and the aunt discerned the ground beneath them. The mud had cracked under the scorching sun into hard, shell-like fragments, revealing scattered white bones underneath, while the sudden emergence of a mud-caked skull startled the aunt, nearly causing her to faint. Xiao Tao quickly hushed them, urging silence to avoid alarming the bandits at the temple. Shuisheng's mother, trembling, could barely support herself on the cart, retching as bile escaped her lips, mirroring the aunt's distress. Chapter 33. A Sudden Encounter. The group pushed the cart for about 10 miles on the road to Mingda town, surrounded only by scattered bones, devoid of any human presence. Shuisheng's mother assisted with the cart, alternating with Xiao Tao or the aunt when fatigue set in. As Xiao Tao supported the aunt, she vigilantly scanned the sides of the road. Suddenly, 5 gaunt figures burst forth from the nearby woods, each emaciated with sunken faces, clad in tattered clothing caked with thick yellow mud, brandishing clubs with eyes fierce as ravenous wolves. They swiftly encircled the cart. Trembling, Shuisheng's mother stammered, "Big brother, what is this?" Before she could finish, a man to Shuisheng's left swung his club violently towards her. Xiao Tao reacted with remarkable speed, shoving the aunt aside and seizing a hoe leaning against the cart, striking the man fiercely on the head. A dull thud echoed as blood erupted from his scalp, and he fell without a sound. Xiao Tao shouted urgently, "Shuisheng," as she tossed the hoe to him, diving to seize the fallen man's club. Shuisheng's mother and the aunt were paralyzed with terror, clinging to the cart, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Initially stunned by the sudden assault, Shuisheng quickly grasped the hoe, swinging it wildly at the encroaching assailants. Xiao Tao, positioned beside him, seized an opportunity to strike the nearest man's knee with all her might. This was a tactic she had learned from enduring beatings. A blow to the leg would incapacitate a foe. Indeed, the man howled in agony, collapsing to the ground. Without hesitation, Xiao Tao charged forward, delivering another brutal blow to his head. In an instant, 2 assailants lay defeated. Xiao Tao swiftly tossed the club to Shuisheng's mother, her gaze darting to the weapon beside the second fallen man, signaling Shuisheng with a determined glance. Summoning his courage, Shuisheng swung the hoe again, pushing back the remaining attackers. The assailants, evidently starving for days, moved sluggishly, lacking the energy to evade. Seizing the moment, Xiao Tao rolled to snatch up a second club from the ground, joining Shuisheng as they brandished their weapons in unison. The assailants, now faltering, began to show signs of fear. Seeing her son under attack, Shuisheng's mother abandoned all restraint, wildly swinging her club in desperation. Xiao Tao capitalized on an opening, striking one assailant's calf. In pain, he staggered, prompting Xiao Tao to shout, "Shuisheng, hit him on the head." Hearing her call, Shuisheng raised the hoe and brought it down with force upon the assailant's skull. At this moment, the ant had retrieved a machete hidden in the cart. Xiao Tao urgently shouted, "Aim for his knee." With eyes closed, the ant struck down on the knee of a groaning assailant. Though she lacked the heart to deliver a fatal blow, unexpectedly, another downed assailant lunged for her wrist, attempting to snatch the machete. The ant screamed in fright, nearly losing her grip on the weapon. Xiao Tao swiftly dashed over, delivering a solid blow to the back of the assailant's head, causing him to crumple. She then quickly followed up with another strike to another assailant trying to rise. At last, the remaining 3 attackers displayed visible fear. 1. A square-faced man in a tattered gray shirt attempted to feign ferocity, declaring, "You've committed murder. That's a death sentence. Leave the cart. And we want to report you." Upon hearing the words death sentence, Shuisheng's mother felt her legs weaken, nearly collapsing in supplication. Xiao Tao scoffed, retorting, "Report us? Shouldn't you hurry to the magistrate to collect your reward? Since you're robbing us, do you still speak of justice?" Inspired by Xiao Tao's words, Shuisheng's mother mustered her strength, standing tall beside the cart. Shuisheng and Xiao Tao stood back to back, warily watching each other. The ant raised the machete beside Shuisheng's mother, who widened her eyes, brandishing a club. Both women prepared to fight with unwavering determination. The 3 remaining assailants, 2 square-faced men in their 40s, one clad in blue and the other in gray, along with a gaunt, monkey-faced man in his 30s, formed a circle, weapons raised, locked in a tense standoff with Xiao Tao and the others. Suddenly, the gray-clad assailant cast a glance at Shuisheng's mother, and he and the blue-clad assailant lunged simultaneously towards her and the ant. Alarmed, Shuisheng rushed forward, swinging the hoe, but his blows were deftly avoided. Witnessing her son's peril, Shuisheng's mother swung her club with reckless abandon. Meanwhile, the gaunt assailant charged at Xiao Tao, who, without hesitation, turned and sprinted away. The gaunt man pursued for several steps before becoming winded. Seeing the gaunt man distracted, Xiao Tao yelled back to Shuisheng, "Shuisheng, quickly, take them down." Understanding her intent, Shuisheng shouted, "Mother, let us fight them." Shuisheng's mother closed her eyes and swung her club wildly, making it difficult for the 2 assailants to approach. Seizing the moment when the assailants faltered, Shuisheng swung the hoe down hard upon the back of the gray-clad assailant. As he bent in pain, Shuisheng aimed another blow at his arm. The gray-clad man howled, losing his grip on the club. The ant, emboldened by the scene, charged forward, bringing the machete down on the assailant's injured arm with all her might. Blood gushed forth, rendering him utterly incapable of further resistance. Seeing the tide turn, the blue-clad assailant attempted to flee. Shuisheng's mother struck his back with her club, and Shuisheng, emulating Xiao Tao's earlier tactic, swung the hoe forcefully at the bend of his leg. The blue-clad man screamed and collapsed, and Shuisheng followed up with another blow to his body. The ant, now experienced, rushed forward, aiming a strike at the assailant's wrist holding the club. The gaunt man, realizing all his companions had fallen, fled in terror towards the woods. Xiao Tao shouted, "Don't let him escape to alert others." Though Shuisheng's mother secretly believed it might be safer for the gaunt man to flee, Shuisheng and the ant rushed into the woods to intercept him. The 3 of them worked together, quickly overpowering the gaunt man. Xiao Tao seized the machete from the ant's hand, striking down decisively upon the gaunt man's knee. He let out a piercing scream, collapsing into unconsciousness. Xiao Tao picked up his club, and only then did they retreat from the woods. Upon returning to the cart, the 4 of them leaned against the cart's yoke, gasping for breath, hearts still racing with fear. After a brief respite, Xiao Tao collected the scattered clubs from the fallen assailants, placing them in an accessible spot on the cart for their future defense. Shuisheng regarded Xiao Tao with profound shame, realizing that in a moment of crisis, he, a man, had failed to respond swiftly to protect them all. Had it not been for Xiao Tao's decisive and fierce actions, they might have already met their doom. Their dreams of reaching Liaodong dashed, perhaps never even making it to Mingda town. Xu Weisheng's mother, still shaken, approached him, her voice trembling as she whispered, "Xu Weisheng, should we continue?" The implication of her words was unmistakable. Faced with such peril at the very onset of their journey, should they still venture to the distant Liaodong? The elderly aunt silently grasped the hatchet and positioned herself beside Xiao Tao. Meeting the gaze of the elderly aunt, Xiao Tao managed to force a faint smile. She understood that the elderly aunt was silently conveying her unwavering support. A warmth blossomed in her heart as she gently squeezed the elderly aunt's hand, whispering, "Let us put the knife on the cart. Carrying it is exhausting. If someone truly arrives, we can take it up then." She awaited Xu Weisheng's decision, resolutely refusing to encourage the mother and son to embark on this perilous adventure alongside her. Xu Weisheng, unable to look Xiao Tao in the eyes due to his mother's words, feared she might misinterpret his intentions and hastily interjected, "Not leaving? Are we to remain here and await death?" He was anxious that a delayed response might lead Xiao Tao to misunderstand his determination to accompany her to Liaodong. Xiao Tao lifted her gaze, her expression calm and earnest as she regarded them. "This journey is fraught with unforeseen dangers. Should you decide to turn back now, it is not too far." Her use of you was clearly directed at the mother and son. The elderly aunt's choice was evidently to follow Xiao Tao. Xu Weisheng felt a pang of sorrow and urgently interrupted, "We should head straight for Mingda town. We can rest once we arrive there." He sensed the distance in Xiao Tao's words, the term "you" pricking at his heart. Xiao Tao fell silent for a moment, choosing not to respond further. The elderly aunt adjusted her coarse cloth headscarf, stepped forward to grasp the cart's handle, and spoke gently to Xu Weisheng. "Xu Weisheng, you've been pushing for quite a while and must be fatigued. Allow me to take a turn at pushing. The road ahead is long. You shouldn't bear all the burden alone." Xiao Tao quietly positioned herself beside the elderly aunt, calmly adding, "I would like to learn as well." The elderly aunt did not refuse, offering a gentle smile. "Very well, you can help me steady the cart." Xu Weisheng's mother, a bit embarrassed, blushed and hastily remarked, "Sister Zhao, you are a noble lady. How can you partake in such menial labor? Allow me to do it." The elderly aunt shook her head, her smile warm. "What noble lady? Now we are all mere refugees. We must learn to manage. Once I tire, I will let you take over, Xu Weisheng." Just as Xu Weisheng intended to step forward and reclaim the cart, he met Xiao Tao's soft, distant gaze. Xiao Tao smiled at him and gently suggested, "Xu Weisheng, you should take a break before coming back." Her smile was polite yet detached, leaving Xu Weisheng feeling as though an unexpected wound had been inflicted on his heart. Cold and painful. Chapter 34. Stabilization. The elderly aunt pushed the cart in silence, while Xu Weisheng and his mother assisted alongside her, and Xiao Tao vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. Upon reaching Mingda town, they observed the rooftops were coated with mud and debris left by the flood. Every household lay empty. Surprisingly, the streets bore few corpses. Xu Weisheng's mother, with a hint of joy, inquired, "Xu Weisheng, what is happening? Does it mean that the disaster in Mingda town is not severe?" She cast a furtive glance at Xiao Tao, hoping that if the calamity wasn't so grave, they might not have to leave their homeland behind. Xiao Tao maintained a placid expression, avoiding eye contact with Xu Weisheng's mother, seemingly unaffected by her question. She understood the deep-seated reluctance Xu Weisheng's mother felt about leaving her homeland, as well as the anxiety of departing from familiar grounds. She wished to prevent any future blame directed at her should they face peril or hardship. Xu Weisheng could not voice any other thoughts and merely mentioned he felt a bit hungry. Xiao Tao advised the elderly aunt to rest, for it was already late afternoon. She used a bamboo skewer to pierce a steamed bun and handed it to Xu Weisheng's mother. With a hint of frustration, Xu Weisheng's mother muttered, "We're all fleeing. There's no need for such delicacy." Xiao Tao softly explained, "There are corpses everywhere. We must be cautious of disease. Our hands are unclean. So we use the skewer to eat. Once we're done, we can discard it." After this, she pierced another bun and offered it to Xu Weisheng. Xu Weisheng quickly donned a somewhat ingratiating smile, but Xiao Tao pretended not to notice, calmly providing 2 buns for the elderly aunt and herself, followed by a half bowl of water. Encouraging Xu Weisheng's mother to eat another bun, Xiao Tao allowed Xu Weisheng, a young man, to have 3 buns in total. After they had all eaten and rested, Xiao Tao noticed a bloodstain, the size of a fingertip, blooming on the elderly aunt's cloth stockings, while her hair clung to her forehead, damp with sweat. The elderly aunt had pushed the cart for over an hour without uttering a word of complaint, bearing her hardships with stoicism. Unlike Xuexing and Xiao Tao, who traversed vast distances daily for trade, or Xuexing's mother, who toiled as a farmer, the elderly aunt had been sheltered and pampered in her past life. Once everyone had rested sufficiently, Xiao Tao calmly addressed Xuexing's mother. I recall that your home is in a village near Mingda town. Having been away for so long, perhaps you are worried about your homeland. Why not return for a visit to ease your mind? It would be wise to see more before making any decisions. Turning to the elderly aunt, she gently asked, Aunt Zhao, are you still able to carry a burden? The elderly aunt paused, glanced at Xiao Tao and without hesitation replied, I can. Xiao Tao then organized their belongings. Instructing, I will carry one load, and the aunt will carry another. We shall fill our baskets with their provisions and bedding. I also intend to take 2 wooden buckets, one for pots and tools, and the other for clean water. We will have 2 bundles, one containing clothing and the other buns. The buns I plan to share with Xuexing, while the kudzu root powder belongs to his family. So I shall not take any. Xuexing observed Xiao Tao's composed demeanor, realizing she intended to part ways with them. His face turned pale as he approached his mother, wishing to shield her from further contemplation. Mother, we have less than 5 taels of silver. In Mingda town, we can only afford a plot of land on a mountain. Even if we purchase that land, we will need money for seeds, and given the current chaos, any crops cultivated may not be ours. There are still survivors hiding in the mountains. If we are discovered, our food will be taken, and we may lose our lives. Mother, I have sought Xiao Tao's companionship for us. In truth, Xuexing had attended private school. Should the government's relief efforts prove effective, stability might gradually return. However, this was a sentiment he could not divulge to his mother. It was also possible that, as he said, they could lose their food and their lives. Xuexing's mother felt a surge of panic upon realizing her son had pleaded to stay with them. She had presumed that it was Xiao Tao and the elderly aunt, 2 frail women, who desired her son's protection in their journey. Xiao Tao cast a glance at Xuexing's mother without looking at Xuexing, her tone inexplicably gentle, Madam. It is perfectly understandable if you wish to remain in your homeland. We cannot predict the chaos outside. Aunt Zhao has no children to fear for her life. And I am merely a discarded servant. My demise would not be a great loss. Our funds are limited, and I cannot be certain if we can arrange for passes. The tumultuous state of affairs makes it unclear how much silver is needed for such arrangements. Upon hearing this, Xuexing's complexion shifted dramatically. Although he had recently consumed the tea brewed by Xiao Tao, he could not hide his reaction. He felt as if he were being choked, unable to express his wish to accompany Xiao Tao and the others. Surely, he could not admit that he and his mother intended to rely on her for financial support in obtaining passes. Xuexing's mother, now alarmed, understood Xiao Tao's clear message. First, traveling north could easily lead to their demise, and if they chose to follow her and encountered misfortune, they should not complain. She had laid it out plainly. Second, obtaining passes required money, which they did not possess. Previously, they had not been concerned. But it was evident now that Xiao Tao had no intention of taking them along. Money was a scarce commodity, and even Xuexing's uncles and aunts hesitated to spend funds for their own sick relatives, let alone Xiao Tao, who was neither kin nor ally. Faced with such a reality, they had no reason to burden her further. Overwhelmed by confusion and despair, Xuexing's mother could only gaze tearfully at her son. Xuexing bit his lip tightly, resolving to leave the cart and some provisions for Xiao Tao and her aunt, yet he could not bear the thought of them. 2 vulnerable women, journeying alone for miles without his protection. Xiao Tao found a shaded spot against a wall in Mingda town, a place less likely to attract attention. Devoid of corpses. She turned to the elderly aunt and spoke softly, Aunt Zhao, let us rest here for a while. We will resume our journey after dark. Traveling at night may be safer. The living are likely scavenging for food during the day and sleeping in the mountains, making it less likely for them to be spotted at night. With great difficulty, Xuexing finally managed to utter a few words from his throat. Then let us rest as well. We shall depart tonight. Auntie praised Xiao Tao, saying, You have chosen a splendid place. It is quite clean. Xiao Tao replied, Mingda town is nestled against the mountains. It is a small town with few inhabitants. During the previous drought, the impoverished sought sustenance in the mountains and did not linger in this town. Besides, with so many people heading towards the mountains, those from the town have long since fled. Who would remain here? With so few people in the town, naturally, the number of deceased is diminished. Shui Sheng's mother felt an immense sense of regret, realizing that the townsfolk had long since departed, while she had thought the disaster was not so dire here. It felt as though she had swallowed bitter herbs, her heart heavy with sorrow, knowing her own miscalculations had harmed her son. Xiao Tao urged Ani to lean against the cart, taking a soft bundle to place at her neck, softly saying, "Quickly, take a nap." Afterward, she also found a bundle to lean against the cart, closing her eyes. Shui Sheng and his mother had no choice but to rest against the cart, their minds in turmoil, unable to find sleep. Shui Sheng glanced at Xiao Tao's closed eyelids. The thought of never seeing her again made him want to gaze upon her forever. His heart ached, but he could not bear to look any longer. So he too closed his eyes, tormenting himself with thoughts. As twilight deepened, Xiao Tao rose, preparing to set off. Suddenly, Shui Sheng's mother had a moment of clarity and hurried to Auntie, tears brimming in her eyes, ready to kneel. Shui Sheng panicked. "Mother, what are you doing?" Auntie firmly grasped Shui Sheng's mother's arm, preventing her from kneeling, gently saying, "What is this, Shui Sheng's mother? Speak your mind slowly." Shui Sheng's mother pleaded. "As a humble farmer's wife, I am unlearned. Please, bear with me and Xiao Tao." Xiao Tao kept her head bowed, while Auntie softly replied, "Indeed. The northern lands are harsh and frigid, and given the long journey, both Xiao Tao and I may very well lose our lives along the way. Perhaps you and your son should consider this carefully." This was Auntie's intention to keep Shui Sheng's mother in check, to avoid any potential discord during their travels. Moreover, she observed how well Shui Sheng treated Xiao Tao and wished to secure a safeguard for her. Shui Sheng's mother quickly assured, "In these times, even if we were to lose our lives on the road, they are still our lives. As for the travel permit, should our funds fall short, we ask for your assistance. If it is excessive, we shall remain in Lingno." Her words were articulated in a manner that left no room for criticism. And Auntie readily agreed. Chapter 35. Rescuing Lives. The four of them set off from Mingda town in the evening, careful not to ignite torches for fear of alarming the disaster-stricken. Under the veil of night, the moonlight elongated their shadows. Shui Sheng's mother eagerly pushed the cart, while Auntie supported her from the side. Xiao Tao kept a watchful eye on the road, with Shui Sheng bringing up the rear, vigilant of their surroundings. After 2 hours of travel, they paused under the clear moonlight to drink water and eat steamed buns to replenish their strength, resting against the cart for a brief respite. Xiao Tao attempted to relieve Shui Sheng's mother of her duties, but Shui Sheng, fearing Xiao Tao was too small to manage the cart, quickly interceded. Blocking her and taking the handle himself, he cast a glance at his mother and said deliberately, "Miss Xiao Tao, among us, you are the most alert. You shall walk at the back, keeping a keen eye." Xiao Tao found it difficult to contest this, and Shui Sheng's mother immediately declared, "Indeed, Miss Xiao Tao, your vigilance is unparalleled. You shall take responsibility for the rear, allowing us to travel with peace of mind." Xiao Tao had no choice but to silently grasp a stick and walk at the back. A large red disk rose from the horizon, casting strands of golden light through the clouds. The fine dust particles danced in the sunlight. Exhausted from their journey, they finally arrived 2 miles from the city gate, their pant legs covered in grime, their shoes thick with dust. Shui Sheng's mother gazed reverently at the imposing stone city walls, timidly inching closer to Shui Sheng. "Do not fear, mother," Shui Sheng reassured her softly, though he too was taken aback by the grandeur of the walls. As a man, he felt it imperative to maintain composure in front of Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao noticed mud stains high on the city wall and leaned closer to Auntie, whispering, "Aunt Zhao, look at the mud stains on the wall. They are so high. Lujiaban's terrain is even lower than the county town, surrounded by farmland. They could not have escaped." Auntie lowered her head in response, yet her demeanor did not reflect joy. Xiao Tao understood Auntie's feelings, despite the malice of the elders. Countless lives had been lost due to this calamity. Just as she did not wish ill upon her own parents, she hoped they would not perish in the flood. Xiao Tao was deeply concerned for Sanya, wondering how she fared. Since her visit to the Taoist temple, she had not seen her again, and she prayed for her safety. As they approached the city wall, they were met by a throng of refugees, their bodies emaciated, filthy, and covered in dust, leaving them startled and unsure of where to hide. Xiao Tao quickly instructed Shui Sheng to take hold of the hoe while she and Shui Sheng's mother wielded wooden sticks. Auntie studied the cart, placing the machete within easy reach of the cart handle. Xiao Tao observed that the soldiers at the city gate had doubled in number, Now standing in rows, all armed with swords, there were likely 30 or 40 of them. Many refugees were eyeing Xiao Tao and her companions, some unable to resist approaching the cart, their movements unsteady, as if a single poke would send them tumbling. As the refugees drew nearer, their hair matted with dirt and filth, a foul stench assaulted the senses, making one feel nauseous. Upon closer inspection, one could see the black mud caked on their ears and necks, their eye sockets hollow, their faces ashen, staring at Xiao Tao and the cart with red-rimmed eyes. Their fists clenched tightly, almost breaking the skin, filled with an expression of greed and ferocity. Auntie brandished the machete, standing close to Xiao Tao, who handed her the stick and raised the knife, calling out loudly, "If you come any closer to my cart, my knife knows no mercy. We come from the mountains with nothing to eat, only these tattered blankets to beg for food in the city. If you wish to rob us of our meager belongings, we shall fight to the death." The refugees halted in their tracks, their gazes sweeping over Xiao Tao and her companions, as if evaluating the truth of her words. Upon noticing that they did not appear famished, it was clear they had some food. Xiao Tao added, "Staying with us will not feed you. Does the magistrate not distribute gruel?" One of the refugees, weak and weary, scoffed. "Only in the afternoon do they give half a bowl of muddy water porridge at the city gate, and you could hardly find 2 grains of rice in it. Do you still hope for food?" Xiao Tao feigned ignorance, asking, "Does Lord Sun not care for us?" "Care? Lord Sun fled on the 3rd day of the storm," a voice replied. Xiao Tao inquired, "Then why do you not seek sustenance in the neighboring counties?" Another refugee chimed in. "Yun County and Feng County are just as we are, 8 out of 10 have perished." Xiao Tao was taken aback. Lingo governed Yun County, Feng County, and their own Jia County, all substantial counties. Such a significant disaster had persisted for over a month, yet no aid had been dispatched from above. Feigning ignorance, Xiao Tao asked, "Sir, why do you not beg for food in the city? There are many wealthy people there." Unbeknownst to her, the rooftops had been submerged for 7 days, and many had drowned. Any grain left in the muddy waters would have rotted beyond salvage after weeks. One refugee responded, "To enter the city costs 100 won." Shui Sheng felt a surge of anger. Was the government seizing this opportunity for profit, or did they simply wish to keep the refugees out? He weighed the few taels of silver in his hand, realizing it would not suffice for a travel permit. Disheartened, he clutched the hoe, unsure of where to direct his frustrations. Suddenly, chaos erupted at the city gate as refugees began to fight. A dozen soldiers rushed out, swords drawn, attacking indiscriminately. The sounds of screams filled the air, sending the surrounding crowd scattering in all directions. Several of the fighting refugees were slain, blood pooling on the ground. The soldiers returned to the city after their brutal display. This scene frightened the refugees who had gathered around Xiao Tao's cart, causing them to retreat reluctantly, some glancing back with longing, their eyes fixed on the cart. Xiao Tao whispered, "Let us push the cart to the edge of the road, beneath the trees, far from the refugee camp. We cannot eat anything today, we must endure for now. Let us observe the situation and strive to leave tomorrow." In the early afternoon, a considerable number of soldiers emerged carrying large cauldrons. Upon sighting them, the disaster-stricken populace surged toward the city gates. The soldiers brandished their blades, urging everyone to form an orderly queue, and those who pushed forward recklessly received a sharp rap from the flat of the sword. Shui Sheng's mother observed Xiao Tao, the old concubine, and her own son, all seemingly unmoved, and lamented, "It's free, even half a bowl would suffice." Shui Sheng cast a glance at Xiao Tao, who remained unperturbed, and patiently explained to his mother, "Mother, do you think it's worth it to risk our lives for a mere half bowl of watery gruel, only to be pushed aside and robbed? Moreover, considering the countless corpses lying in the water-filled wells, do you truly believe it is safe to drink?" Shui Sheng's mother hung her head, expressing her concern. "I fear we may be stranded here for a while, consuming our resources until there's nothing left." Shui Sheng comforted her with a reassuring pat on the hand. "Let us devise a plan together." As dusk fell, another contingent of soldiers emerged from the city gates, commanding the relatively healthier survivors to form teams of 4 to carry away the deceased, disposing of them in a large pit outside the city. Several groups of survivors toiled back and forth until their legs trembled from exhaustion, ultimately replaced by other survivors until nightfall marked the completion of the grim task. The soldiers ordered the refugees to pour a sack of lime over the bodies before shoveling dirt to cover them. After their labor, the workers received a single black corn bun each from the soldiers as recompense. The survivors beneath the city wall stared numbly at the lifeless bodies being carted away, indifferent to their own hunger, lying there as they gasped for breath. They all desired the corn buns, but only those capable of lifting bodies could hope to obtain one. Soon, the sky darkened like a heavy shroud. Xiao Tao reminded everyone to keep their belongings close. Extracting 2 pairs of scissors from her bundle, one for the old concubine and one for herself, each securing it within their clothing. After a moment's hesitation, she urged Shuisheng's mother to find her scissors and keep them close. With so many refugees around, one mustn't show weakness, lest they become the next victim. Under the cover of night, Xiao Tao instructed Shuisheng and his mother to crouch beside their cart to eat steamed buns and drink water, emphasizing the importance of filling their stomachs. Fearing the night would bring unrest, she and the old concubine would keep watch. Once Shuisheng and his mother had satisfied their hunger, Xiao Tao led the old concubine to hide behind the cart to eat and drink quickly. After they finished and tidied themselves, Xiao Tao reminded everyone to brush off their clothes and wipe their mouths, cautioning against any sign of having eaten, as even the slightest carelessness could prove perilous. As the night deepened, the moon shone brightly amidst scattered stars, with a gentle breeze carrying a hint of chill. The old concubine whispered to Xiao Tao, I need to relieve myself. They had all refrained from doing so for an entire day, fortunate to have sweated, as they dared not drink water during the day. Xiao Tao relayed the situation to Shuisheng's mother, advising her and her son to guard the cart while she accompanied the old concubine to find a place to relieve themselves. Familiar with the area outside the county, Xiao Tao led the old concubine to a cluster of large trees 2 miles from the city gate. As they arrived, the old concubine's ankle was suddenly seized by someone, prompting her to instinctively kick and strike with her hatchet. A child's voice, hoarse from fear, cried out, "Help! Help!" The old concubine, having learned from past experiences, knew better than to interfere in others' affairs, especially under such dire circumstances. She resolutely decided against intervening. Xiao Tao, too, had no intention of getting involved. Having witnessed numerous schemes in her years on the streets, she understood the dangers. A man lunged forward, covering the child's mouth, glaring at Xiao Tao's stick and the old concubine's glinting hatchet, issuing a fierce warning for them not to meddle. The child clung desperately to the old concubine's leg, kicking frantically, while a lean man was pinned to the ground by 3 survivors, utterly helpless. The man, in a state of despair, pleaded with the old concubine and Xiao Tao, "Please, save my son." The child wailed, "Father, Father, I don't want to be thrown into the pot to become a meal. Please save me." At hearing this, the old concubine acted on impulse, bending down to strike the arm of the man who was covering the child's mouth, causing him to loosen his grip. "Let go," she commanded. The boy, quick-witted, immediately complied. Without waiting for the assailant to react, she charged toward him, delivering a fierce blow to his back, while Xiao Tao rushed in with her stick, delivering a decisive strike to the would-be captor, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Suddenly, the boy dropped to his knees, beseeching, "Auntie, please save my father." The old concubine, angered by the child's audacity, found herself torn. Despite her frustration, she could not bring herself to abandon them, brandishing her hatchet as she charged at the remaining assailants. Xiao Tao, witnessing the unfolding chaos, quickly joined her, striking the attackers with her stick. The famished assailants, weakened from hunger, succumbed to the blows, falling unconscious. The old concubine managed to pull the child's father free, only to discover that he could barely stand. The boy, resourceful as ever, grasped the old concubine's pant leg, expressing gratitude, "Thank you, auntie and sister, for saving my father." The old concubine felt a sense of dread. It seemed she had now acquired an additional burden. The father, struggling to maintain his balance, nonetheless managed to express his thanks to the women. Xiao Tao found a secluded spot behind another tree to relieve herself. Upon returning, she helped support the child's father while directing the old concubine to another tree where she could take care of her needs. The sight of the 2 struggling father and son tugged at her heartstrings as the child clung tightly to the old concubine's pants. Sighing, the old concubine looked at Xiao Tao, who recognized the sound as a signal of her unwillingness to abandon the boy. "Can you still walk?" she asked the child. The boy glanced at his unsteady father and promptly replied, "Yes, auntie. If you help my father, I can manage on my own." The old concubine bit down on her molars, thinking, "This clever child fears we might leave his father behind." The boy struggled along, gripping the old concubine's pant leg for support. Just as Xiao Tao began to head back, She spotted two figures approaching, one of whom was a pregnant woman supported by a tall man carrying a large bundle. The expectant mother called tentatively, "Xiao Tao?" Filled with joy, Xiao Tao rushed forward, "Sister Sanya." Both women, teary-eyed, were overwhelmed by the sheer happiness of finding each other alive amidst the calamity. Sanya explained, "When you first arrived with your cart, you drew attention. Few among the disaster survivors possess carts. Your brother Zhang, being tall, noticed you from afar and recognized your voice as you shouted about chopping someone. He feared for your safety during the day and decided to wait until nightfall to find you. We saw you leave with an older woman and came to seek you out, as your cart is perilous at night. He wanted to assist you. I heard you were at the temple during the new year, and when I became pregnant, my family was absent, making it impossible for Zhang to visit. When the floodwaters rose, I found solace in knowing you were safe at the temple, but I worried about your food situation." Xiao Tao inquired, "How did you escape the flood? The county's location isn't particularly elevated." Sanya replied with relief, "Zhang is a hunter. Our home is halfway up the mountain. As the water rose, he carried me to the summit where he had a hunting shelter. He brought our food with us, allowing us to survive this disaster until now." However, her expression turned somber as she continued, "Many people in low-lying areas didn't make it. I'm due in 2 months, and our supplies are nearly depleted. Many disaster survivors have flocked to the mountain, and countless lives have been lost. We can no longer stay there. We have only been at the city gate for 2 days, and given our circumstances, Zhang is considering leaving. If not, I fear I may not be able to give birth." Xiao Tao glanced at Sanya's husband, noting that his previously robust form had significantly withered, while Sanya herself appeared slightly thinner, though not alarmingly so, evidence that her husband had prioritized her sustenance. Sanya whispered, "We wish to leave this place. What about you? Xiao Tao, can you come with us? In light of the natural disaster, who knows if your master will demand less for your ransom. Currently, 1 or 2 taels of silver can secure a person in the refugee camp. Do you still possess the silver note given by Granny Song? Not enough. We can add a little more. Or perhaps we should plead with your mistress. Is she amiable?" Xiao Tao tightened her grip on Sanya's hand and whispered, "Do not fret. I have long been a free spirit. She treats me well and cares for me, much like a mother would for her child. She is a concubine. But her master should have perished in the flood. She has not signed the red contract, so she too must be free. I call her Aunt Zhao." Sanya expressed her joy, saying, "Xiao Tao, I am truly happy for you." The old concubine, supporting the child's father, called out anxiously, "Xiao Tao." Xiao Tao led Sanya and her husband to the old concubine. Upon seeing the large scar on Sanya's husband's face, the old concubine immediately warned, "Xiao Tao, come here." She adopted a fierce demeanor, brandishing a hatchet for Sanya's husband to see. Seeing the old concubine's reaction, Sanya believed Xiao Tao's words. Unable to bow due to her condition, she smiled and said, "Aunt Zhao, Xiao Tao is truly fortunate to have encountered you." Xiao Tao hurried over to tug at the old concubine's sleeve. "Do not be afraid. This is Brother Zhang. He is Sanya's husband. Sanya treats me with the same kindness as you do." The old concubine, wary of Xiao Tao being deceived, maintained her vigilance. Xiao Tao reassured her, "These are trustworthy individuals. Let us hasten to the cart." Upon reaching the cart, Shui Xing observed the old concubine and Xiao Tao returning with several people. He, being astute, refrained from asking questions, waiting for Xiao Tao to explain. Xiao Tao introduced, "Auntie, Brother Shui Sheng, this is Sanya, who cares for me deeply and is trustworthy. And this is Sanya's husband, Brother Zhang." Shui Sheng promptly greeted them. Xiao Tao continued, "We encountered some rogues who intended to abduct the child for nefarious purposes, but we rescued this father and son." Xiao Tao quickly laid out her bedding on the cart, instructing Sanya's husband to lift Sanya onto it so she could rest against it. Sanya's husband deduced that the cart belonged to Shui Sheng and promptly expressed his gratitude, pulling out a quilt from his own bundle to cover Sanya. Xiao Tao found some patched clothing to wrap around Sanya's head, recognizing that in such circumstances, one must avoid catching a chill. The old concubine helped the child's father lean against the cart and then gently inquired, "Do you have any other relatives here?" The child shook his head and whispered, "It is just my father and me. My sister passed away from illness last year, and my mother left when I was born." The old concubine instinctively gathered the child into her arms, empathizing with his loss. She lovingly stroked the child's head and quietly asked, "Have you eaten today?" The child softly shook his head. Father saw the half bowl of porridge they brought back. The water was yellow and there were no grains. He feared we might fall ill from eating it. Many people die here every day, so we did not take any. After speaking, he leaned against the old concubine's chest. Having lost all strength, the old concubine called Xiao Tao over and discreetly whispered in her ear, "Can we give the child something to eat?" Xiao Tao took her bundle, secretly using a bamboo stick to spear 2 buns for Sanya, instructing her husband to shield Sanya while she distributed 2 more for himself. Sanya's husband quickly surveyed the surroundings to ensure no one was watching, then brought out a water jug to give Sanya a drink before allowing her to eat the buns. Once Sanya finished the 2, he offered her another. But she waved her hand, saying she was full and urged him to eat quickly since he needed to be strong. Xiao Tao also speared 2 buns for the old concubine and handed her the water jug, positioning herself to shield the old concubine. The old concubine softly advised the child, "Take small sips of water. This water is clean. Have a few sips before you take small bites of the bun. Do not rush." Her tone was gentle. After allowing the child to drink a few sips, she handed him the bamboo stick. The child obediently took small bites, though he ate quickly. So the old concubine diligently offered him more water. The child, left with 1 bun, looked up for his father. And the old concubine's heart softened immensely. "Finish your meal first. Your father will have some later." The child whispered, "This is for father first." His cheeks reddening as he shyly added, "If there is more, I will eat." The old concubine held him a bit tighter and whispered, "Hurry and eat. Do not let the rogues discover that we have food or that you have eaten, understood?" The child earnestly nodded, "I understand." Seeing the child exhausted, Xiao Tao conferred with Shui Sheng and decided to place the child beside Sanya, covering them both with a quilt. The child, displaying maturity, turned to the side to avoid disturbing Sanya's belly. As Sanya was soon to become a mother, witnessing the child's thoughtfulness stirred a natural maternal affection within her. She embraced the child and gently patted his back, reassuring him to sleep soundly. The child glanced at his father, who, holding his breath, expressed gratitude to everyone and nodded at his son. Only then did the child relax and close his eyes in slumber. Xiao Tao speared 2 buns for the old concubine, who was supporting the child's father, patiently feeding him a few sips of water before placing the buns near his lips. Xiao Tao remained silent, merely holding the hatchet at an angle to shield them. Chapter 36. The Disclosure. Xiao Tao spread an oilcloth against the cart and laid out the old concubine's bedding. Sanya's husband hastily brought forth his own bedding to hand to Xiao Tao. Once the 2 beds were arranged, the old concubine assisted the child's father in lying down, then tugged at Xiao Tao's sleeve, signaling for her to rest while she took the watch. Sanya's husband surveyed the group and solemnly declared, "You all should find a way to sleep. I will keep watch first, and you can relieve me in the latter half of the night." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tao promptly organized, "Aunt Zhao, you should rest as well. Brother Shuixing, Auntie, you all should take this opportunity to rest. I will keep watch with Brother Zhang during the first half of the night, and then you can take over." Understanding that the old concubine and Shuixing's family still harbored reservations about Sanya's husband, she voluntarily chose to remain and keep watch. Shuixing wished to stay with Xiao Tao, but she softly urged, "In the latter half of the night, we will rely on you all. Hurry and rest." Reluctantly, Shuixing complied and lay down with his mother. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the area, most of the disaster victims beneath the city walls had succumbed to sleep. Several shadowy figures crept towards the cart, using the moonlight for cover. Just as they neared, Sanya's husband calmly raised his bow and arrow. The assailants hesitated, daunted by his stance. Sanya's husband shot a glance at the leading man, drawing the bowstring taut towards his chest, exuding an indescribable calmness. The leading man, assessing the situation, begrudgingly gestured for his companions to retreat cautiously, moving back to a distance of 10 paces before turning to leave, visibly disgruntled. Xiao Tao observed the hatchet beside her, her heart filled with mixed emotions, and sighed silently. No matter how much one might scream or scheme, in the face of absolute power, all efforts ultimately seem futile. Watersheng, who had prepared to rise and confront the rogues alongside Sanya's husband, witnessed the entire scene and, glancing at his frail frame, bowed his head in silence. Sanya's husband's display had undeniably instilled a profound sense of security within the group. The old concubine rose and subtly beckoned Xiao Tao. "Come here and rest with me for a while. I will keep watch." Seeing this, Shuixing's mother also hurried to rise and keep watch. They lacked the prowess of Sanya's husband, who could single-handedly deter a group of rogues. The old concubine, quick to act, gently pressed Shui Sheng's mother back down. Sister, lie down quickly. We have many people here now, and you have exerted yourself all day. You need to rest. If there is any commotion, I will call for you. It is not too late. She understood that she and Xiao Tao had brought additional burdens to Shui Sheng's family. Empathizing. She recognized that if Shui Sheng's family had brought strangers, she and Xiao Tao would undoubtedly have reservations as well. She then spoke softly to Shui Sheng. You two should lie down. It is crucial to conserve your strength. Shui Sheng's mother, touched by the old concubine's kindness, felt much of her earlier discontent dissipate. Xiao Tao observed the situation silently, her heart aching with a quiet lament. The old concubine, whenever she desired, could adeptly handle matters to the point where no one could utter a word against her. The petty schemes of Shui Sheng's mother paled in comparison before the old concubine. Sanya's husband lay beside her, and Sanya lovingly tucked the blanket around him. As dawn approached, Xiao Tao rose and distributed water and steamed buns, knowing that opportunities to eat would be scarce during the day. After the group had hastily consumed their meal, Zhou Xiaocai felt that this temporarily assembled company needed to foster mutual understanding to build trust amidst the perilous journey of fleeing disaster. He took the initiative to speak. Sharing his own circumstances, he was surnamed Zhou, a scholar who had once run a private school in his hometown. His wife had tragically died in childbirth, and his daughter had succumbed to illness the previous year. Now he was left with only his son, Jingyu, to rely on. His plan was to head to Lingzhou Prefecture. In his view, the 3 counties that had suffered from the flood would take a long time to recover. With corpses strewn about, homes abandoned, and a multitude of disaster victims, raising the likelihood of subsequent chaos among the displaced. He learned that it was only 10 days after the flood receded that the new county magistrate arrived, yet every day, lives were lost in the city, and the authorities could not provide effective assistance to the victims. The old concubine cast a glance at Zhou Xiaocai. He was of average stature, scholarly and refined. Yet his complexion was pale and his lips cracked and bleeding, a clear indication of his frailty. Young Jingyu, however, was charmingly delicate, with exquisite features. No wonder he had attracted the attention of nefarious individuals. Xiao Tao understood it was her turn to introduce Sanya and the old concubine. She pointed to the old concubine and said, "This is Aunt Zhao. She hails from Yizhou in the northern region, where her father was also a scholar, and they depended on each other for survival. After her father met with an unfortunate accident, she lived with her uncle. In her youth, she saved a wealthy merchant passing through. Little did she know that her uncle and cousin, driven by greed for the merchant's wealth, conspired with the merchant, who lusted after Aunt Zhao's beauty, to betray her and bring her here to serve as the merchant's concubine." She specifically highlighted the old concubine's plight to prevent anyone from looking down upon her due to her status as a concubine. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaocai was incensed by the tale of his benefactor's misfortune, exclaiming that the wealthy merchant was devoid of morals. Shui Sheng's mother, now devoid of sarcasm, sympathetically called out, "Sister Zhao." The old concubine, with an indifferent expression, simply replied, "It is my unfortunate fate." Zhou Xiaocai retorted with indignation, "What does fate have to do with it? It is those wretches who are less than beasts." Meanwhile, Jingyu struggled to be held by the old concubine. Once she embraced him, he firmly wrapped his little hands around her neck, raised his face, and earnestly gazed into her eyes, declaring, "I and father will treat you well in the future. We are not like those vile creatures." Xiao Tao revealed the old concubine's background merely to dispel any disdain regarding her status. She then disclosed the merchant's location, speculating that the entire household had likely perished in the flood. Internally, Xiao Tao planned to find a way to secure an identity for the old concubine to escape, confident that no one would uncover the truth. She continued, "Sanya is someone I met at the pawnshop. She has always looked after me. At the pawnshop, I could only afford a single steamed bun for each meal, and after her marriage, she frequently brought me meat buns, eggs, and braised pork. In my heart, she and Aunt Zhao are like family. Her husband, Brother Zhang, is a hunter." The detailed account of the food Sanya brought was intended to convey the sincerity of the rural folk towards her. Now, the old concubine, holding Jingyu, no longer feared Sanya's husband's scarred face. She stepped forward to express her gratitude, saying, "I am truly grateful for your care of Xiao Tao. I consider her as my own daughter." This demonstrated the old concubine's clarity of thought. She did not thank Sanya, but rather her husband, acknowledging that without his permission, Sanya could not have brought food for Xiao Tao. Sanya's husband softened, replying warmly, "Aunt Xiao, please do not mention it. After all, Miss Xiao Tao is also looking after us." Xiao Tao seized the moment to introduce Xue Sheng and his mother, saying, "This is Xue Sheng and his mother, who live in the mountains behind the temple." Xue Sheng quickly added, "Miss Xiao Tao is my savior." Young Jingyu, perceiving the old concubine's demeanor had relaxed, released his grip and obediently took her hand. Once everyone had familiarized themselves with one another, Xiao Tao shared her and the old concubine's decision. "Aunt Zhao and I have agreed to go to Liaodong to quell any confusion." She proactively explained the reasoning. "While at the pawn shop, I heard people say that Liaodong is heavily guarded by the Imperial Army. Although the region is frigid and sparsely populated, the land is exceptionally fertile and stretches endlessly, perhaps offering a glimmer of hope." Upon hearing this, Sanya and her husband were immediately enveloped in anxiety. They possessed little silver, and all surrounding counties were disaster-stricken, leaving them at a loss for where to go. As daylight broke, the city gates swung open. Soldiers suddenly set up several tables, and one soldier climbed atop a table, striking a gong vigorously while shouting, "Form a line. Those with land, to the left for registration. Those without land, to the right for registration. Follow the instructions to receive rations." Shortly after, officials and soldiers began to carry out baskets of grain, arranging them at the city gate. Eyes met across the group. Sanya's husband turned to Zhou Xiaotai, speaking respectfully, "Uncle Zhou, as a scholar, you have broader knowledge than we do. Given the current situation, we hope you can guide us." Zhou Xiaotai solemnly nodded. "Whatever I know, I shall not conceal." He observed the rapidly forming line at the city gate, saying, "Let us first investigate what exactly is going on here." After a brief interval, someone emerged from the crowd. Clutching a grain bag to their chest, Zhou Xiaotai exchanged a glance with Xiao Tao, signaling her to join him in gathering information while the others remained behind to guard the cart. Xiao Tao identified a target, a middle-aged man who had just collected his rations and bore a slightly smug expression, and approached him cheerfully. "Uncle, you are quite fortunate. You must have queued near the front to receive your rations." "Oh, why do I get the impression that you received more than others? Is it by head count?" The man, brimming with pride, replied, "Not at all. I exchanged 3 mu of my 6-acre field. Each mu was priced at 7 taels of silver, totaling 21 taels. This silver isn't given in cash, it's converted into grain for us, distributed monthly for a full 12 months, that's a whole year. Each month, we receive grain equivalent to 1,751. White rice is 90 won per jin, flour 70 won per jin, and cornmeal 60 won per jin. You can choose what you need." Xiao Tao continued her inquiries, "And what about those without land?" "Those without land must work the fields for others. Strong laborers earn 25 won a day, while ordinary laborers earn 15 won. The host family provides 1 steamed bun in the morning and another at noon, and work concludes at sunset. Naturally, their wages are also converted into grain at the same prices as ours. Furthermore, the county will distribute porridge every afternoon and evening. Everyone just needs to bring a bowl to receive it." After expressing her gratitude to the man, Xiao Tao and Zhou Xiaotai sought out several others for information, receiving largely consistent reports. With solemn expressions, the two returned to the cart to relay the gathered intelligence. Xue Sheng's mother nearly fainted upon hearing that her family owned no land at all. She and Xue Sheng would struggle to earn even a jin of cornmeal in a day's labor. How could they endure such a life? Sanya's husband respectfully inquired, "Uncle Zhou, what is your take on this arrangement?" Zhou Xiaotai analyzed. The county's pricing for land, based on favorable years, is not low. However, the fact that they only provide grain and no cash implies that those purchasing the land have significant backing and can amass large quantities of grain. Moreover, with the grain distributed monthly, people will find it hard to save any surplus for relatives and friends. The common folk, in their desperation to survive, will have no choice but to sell their land. I suspect that after this flood disaster, vast tracts of land will likely be concentrated in the hands of a few wealthy individuals." Xue Sheng pulled his mother aside and whispered, "Mother, we only have a little over 4 taels of silver. We cannot buy even 1 mu of land, let alone 100 jin of cornmeal. Even if we survive the winter, both of us working will not earn enough to exchange for a single jin of cornmeal. In the coming years, finding wild chickens or flax for weaving will be exceedingly difficult." Xue Sheng's mother was filled with dread as she realized they had no home, no land, and even the wild kudzu in the mountains had been stripped bare. Her son, Shui Sheng, would soon turn 17, yet no marriage prospects were in sight. She instinctively glanced at Xiao Tao, her gaze intricate. However, upon reflecting on Xiao Tao's current abilities and status, she ultimately dared not voice her thoughts. Shui Sheng grasped his mother's hand, his tone resolute. "Mother, I have made up my mind. If the opportunity arises, I shall follow Miss Xiao Tao to Liaodong." Shui Sheng's mother regarded her son, understanding that this was their sole path forward. She patted his hand and said, "Wherever you go, my son, I shall follow." Sanya's husband possessed merely an acre of meager land, yielding enough grain to last at most a month. Once consumed, even if he sought labor, the earnings would scarcely sustain the soon-to-be-delivered Sanya. He swiftly resolved to depart with Xiao Tao and her group. At noon, the city gates indeed commenced distributing porridge. Shui Sheng led his mother to queue and assess the situation, witnessing the meager bowls of murky yellow water, with scarcely any rice visible. Shui Sheng's mother whispered her complaints in his ear. "Doesn't the government have grain? Why can't they spare a few more grains?" Many shared her sentiments, with some unable to refrain from grumbling. The soldier distributing the porridge bellowed menacingly. "Having something to eat is fortunate enough. How can you be so picky? Let me tell you, next year, the porridge will be the same. We, the government, are showing compassion to the common folk by distributing porridge until the autumn harvest next year. Instead of being grateful, you dare to complain? If you don't want it, then leave." Startled, Shui Sheng's mother shivered, now hoping for a swift departure. In the afternoon, disaster-stricken individuals gradually signed land sale contracts or labor agreements, receiving grain and heading back towards their hometowns. Initially, some wished to linger for additional servings of porridge, but after witnessing the insipid broth at noon, most abandoned that notion and signed labor contracts instead. By mid-afternoon, the crowd at the city gates thinned. Discussions arose regarding entering the city. Noticing that Scholar Zhou still walked with little strength, the old auntie took it upon herself to carry Jingyu to avoid hindering others. Sanya's husband pushed a cart, while Xiao Tao carefully assisted Sanya, and Shui Sheng and his mother supported the cart from the side as they all proceeded towards the city gate. Chapter 37. The Pass. A fee of 100 won was required for each person to enter the city, and Scholar Zhou produced the necessary funds for the group. The soldier collecting the fees scrutinized the group with keen eyes. Upon entering the city, Xiao Tao beheld the once bustling streets and taverns now adorned with dried mud resembling tortoise shells, their doors and windows decayed from flooding, roofs obscured by a mixture of dead branches and mud atop the tiles, and all the shops stood desolate. In haste, the group made their way to the county office, where the gatekeeper impatiently urged them to leave. "Get lost. This is not a place for just anyone." Xiao Tao stepped forward, placing a pouch containing 100 went into the gatekeeper's hand, flattering him. "Brother, you've worked hard during this time. Please accept a cup of tea." The gatekeeper weighed the pouch in his hand, casting an irritable glance at Xiao Tao and inquired, "What brings you all here?" Xiao Tao promptly replied, "To obtain a travel pass." The gatekeeper scrutinized Xiao Tao and her group, questioning, "You think you can secure a pass?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Tao smiled and replied, "Brother, the proprietor of Jixiang restaurant previously recommended my father to manage elsewhere. He hadn't considered it before, but now that times are tough. We wish to seek a livelihood together." The gatekeeper's gaze shifted to Scholar Zhou, assessing him before simply stating, "Wait." After a moment, the gatekeeper returned to inform them they could enter. Just as he was about to prevent Xiao Tao and the others from bringing in the cart, Xiao Tao quickly offered another pouch, pleading, "Brother, my relative is about to give birth. We fear there may be complications, and with the cart, we can ensure it is placed in a corner out of the way. I beg your leniency." The gatekeeper smirked, pocketing the pouch without a word. Xiao Tao signaled to Sanya's husband to proceed. At such a time, the provisions of many must remain in sight. The group was led to the office of the clerk. The gatekeeper ingratiatingly addressed, "Master Zhang, these individuals wish to obtain a travel pass." The clerk stroked his beard, glanced over and declared, 30 taels per family. You are 3 families, totaling 90 taels. The revelation left everyone astonished, with Shui Sheng and Scholar Zhou struggling to contain their anger. The clerk added, "If you lack the cash, you may substitute with land contracts." He pointed to Scholar Zhou, asking, "What is your household registration?" Scholar Zhou, suppressing his frustration, provided the information. The clerk's assistant quickly retrieved the documents and respectfully handed them to the clerk. Upon reviewing Scholar Zhou, the clerk expressed surprise. You are a scholar? Your family of 4 requires 30 taels. The old Andy cast a glance at Xiao Tao, hesitating to speak, while Xiao Tao gently shook her head. Scholar Zhou, striving to maintain calm, inquired why a travel pass that previously cost merely 2 taels now demanded such a sum. The clerk, showing impatience, retorted, times have changed. The assistant, rolling his eyes, asked Scholar Zhou, how much land does your family possess? Scholar Zhou realized he could not escape this predicament and reluctantly answered, 11 acres. The assistant chuckled. Is that not sufficient? You require enough to feed your family of 4 for a year. Wouldn't it be better for your daughter and son to eat well elsewhere than to suffer here? Your land could cover 2 families, don't you think? Seeing Shuisheng and Sanya's husband silent, the assistant barked, I'm asking you. Xiao Tao pondered for a moment and then bowed to the clerk, imploring, Master. We truly cannot afford the fee. We are counting on this land for our sustenance. Please consider. The clerk waved his hand, signaling her to cease. The assistant scanned the group, asking Shuisheng and Sanya's husband whether they possessed any land. Shuisheng, suppressing his anger, replied, none. Sanya's husband hesitated before admitting only an acre. The assistant remarked, then pay an additional 6 taels, and it will be settled. You may discuss among yourselves. Scholar Zhou whispered, we cannot remain on this land, yet I have only a little over 6 taels. I can't cover much for them. My household registration indicates 4 members, with my daughter being only a decade old, similar in age to Xiao Tao. Therefore, Xiao Tao's old auntie could register under Scholar Zhou's household without needing to pay 30 taels. Xiao Tao and her aunt possessed a total of more than 30 taels, and they would need money in the future. Using the names of Scholar Zhou's wife and daughter would suffice. Xiao Tao was troubled about whose name the old auntie should use. Shuisheng and Sanya's husband appeared despondent, with Shuisheng's eyes reddening. Miss Xiao Tao, take care of yourself and Aunt Zhao in the future. Sanya lowered her head, tears welling as she murmured, Xiao Tao, I hope you have a good life ahead. This was their farewell. Xiao Tao leaned close to Scholar Zhou, whispering, could we use your land to cover 1 more household? Scholar Zhou contemplated for a long moment, concluding, your lives were saved by us. It can be done. With tears brimming, Xiao Tao addressed the clerk, Master, I implore you. We are seeking a livelihood because we lack funds. We truly cannot produce the money. Please allow us to use my 11 acres along with my relative's acre for 3 travel passes. The clerk coldly replied no. Xiao Tao prepared to make a final attempt, thinking that if she failed, she still had Scholar Zhou. She addressed the assistant, my father is indeed indecisive. He cannot bear to part with the land as it is meant for my younger brother's future. This land could not be bought for even 8 taels previously. If it comes to it, we must return home and see if the proprietor of Jixiang restaurant can send us something to eat. The assistant glanced at the clerk, seeking his judgment. Observing the clerk subtly nodding at the assistant, Xiao Tao felt a flicker of hope. The assistant then proclaimed, Master, you are known for your kindness. Consider their difficulties and give them a chance for survival. Allow them to use their 12 acres, yes? The clerk sighed, adopting a serious tone. Very well. You two have it hard. I shall purchase this 12 acres at a generous price for you. He then proceeded to issue travel passes to each family, stamping them with the official seal. Scholar Zhou bowed to the clerk, realizing he was still in another's jurisdiction. Upon exiting the yamen, as they passed through the eastern market, Xiao Tao noticed 2 constables pushing a cart laden with an assortment of vases, all caked in mud, both large and small. Zhou Xiaocai cast a fleeting glance, his eyes alight with astonishment. Xiao Tao recalled the teachings of Old Lady One, who had instructed her that a single exquisite vase from a wealthy household could be worth dozens or even hundreds of acres of land. Immediately, she approached with a bright smile, offering each constable a pouch of coins, whispering, Gentlemen, I appreciate your hard work. Might you spare a few vases for me? We are embarking on a journey to visit relatives and need some vessels for water. You're not taking these back home, are you? Allow me to treat you to some tea. The 2 constables exchanged glances. Pushing the cart to the yamen did not concern them, and selling a few along the way would go unnoticed, especially as they were pilfered from the estates of long-deceased wealthy families. One of them leaned in and murmured, These are fine items, coveted by the affluent. They fetch 10 taels each. Xiao Tao replied softly, Alas, good sirs, we are destitute, bound for distant relatives, with hardly any silver to spare. Once we leave, we shall not return, having even mortgaged our land to the yamen. If we had wealth, we wouldn't be selling land. The constables exchanged another look. Anyone with the means to enter the city possessed some wealth. How much do you have then? Xiao Tao admitted. I have saved 2 taels of silver, all that I possess. The constables scrutinized Zhou Xiaotai and the elderly woman. It was clear they did not appear to be impoverished. Noticing their disinterest, the elderly woman feigned impatience, saying, "Girl, what are you dawdling for? Let us be off." Fearing Xiao Tao might back out, the constables urged, "Hand over the money. Choose 2, but no large ones. If we take the larger ones, we'll have a hard time explaining to the magistrate and the clerk when we return." Xiao Tao reluctantly handed over 2 taels and, glancing at Zhou Xiaotai, pretended to ponder over the vases. As her fingers brushed against a May vase adorned with intertwining lotus and plum patterns, Zhou Xiaotai's eyes widened slightly. Seizing the moment, Xiao Tao quickly lifted it, exclaiming, "I shan't trouble you further, gentlemen. I found another matching one in the cart. It appears to be a pair." She embraced the vases and departed. The constables, noting her selection of inconspicuous vases, chose not to object. Seeing no soldiers around, they hastily pushed the cart towards the yamen. Xiao Tao hurried to the cart, retrieving her patched clothing to wrap the vases securely, ensuring they would not be damaged, before placing them in her backpack. Water Sheng's mother whispered in his ear, "How splendid it would be to use that for buying grain. What use do we have for these muddy vases?" A large water jar used to cost only 201. Water Sheng, though perplexed, understood that Xiao Tao was no fool. He replied softly to his mother, "We are but simple folk from the countryside. While Xiao Tao has lived in the county for several years, she is not Navi." The group hastened to exit the city before the gates closed. Xiao Tao led them through the eastern market and towards the eastern city gate. At the edge, by a gray pit, she dashed to the roadside and retrieved her oilcloth, pulling out 2,000 when concealed within the layers of her clothing. She had sewn hidden compartments into several garments in preparation for her journey to the north. Water Sheng, seeing this, lowered his head, feeling an increasing distance between himself and Xiao Tao. Zhou Xiaotai was taken aback, realizing the depth of Xiao Tao's cunning. As they crossed the city gates, the sun dipped low in the sky, prompting Zhou Xiaotai to suggest, "Let us travel 10 more miles before nightfall. We must hurry along and rest later." Everyone concurred, having already delayed a day, and time was of the essence as their water supply dwindled. 3's man offered Water Sheng's mother a seat in the cart, knowing that their family had the means to procure a travel pass, which they owed Zhou Xiaotai 30 taels for. She said, "Let Jingyu sit with 3. Zhao Jia is weary." Zhou Xiaotai could hardly carry his son, his own strength waning. Had it not been for the previous night's meager meals of water and steamed buns, he might have faltered. Jingyu glanced at the cart and quietly insisted, "I can walk on my own. This cart is not ours, and the driver is not my father." Xiao Tao patted Jingyu's head, lifted him onto the cart, and reassured him, "Rest with Sister Sanya. A short nap will do you well." Zhou Xiaotai expressed his gratitude, and in no time, Jingyu fell asleep beside Sanya. Chapter 38, Bandits. After traveling for about 10 miles, they encountered numerous disaster-stricken villagers, clutching small sacks of grain and warily surveying their surroundings, their steps unsteady. Some were suddenly struck down by stones from behind, their grain snatched away. The road bore the grim sight of those who had been robbed and killed. 3's man, armed with a bow and arrow, stood vigilant. Whenever someone eyed their cart, he would coldly raise his weapon, successfully deterring would-be thieves. Xiao Tao and Water Sheng's mother wielded sticks on either side, while the elderly woman clutched a stick close to Zhou Xiaotai. As darkness enveloped the land, the crispness of early September settled in. The group found refuge in a dilapidated temple, where 2 other groups of disaster victims also sought shelter for the night. 3's man kept watch during the first half of the night, followed by Water Sheng in the latter half. Later that night, Xiao Tao, rising to relieve herself, initially intended to call the elderly woman for company. However, seeing the elderly woman exhausted and deep in slumber, Xiao Tao refrained from disturbing her. 3's man reminded her to stay alert. With a stick in hand, Xiao Tao stepped outside the crumbling temple. Water Sheng, roused by the noise, opened his eyes to see Xiao Tao leaving and quickly got up to follow her. Xiao Tao glanced back, reassured by Water Sheng's presence as she navigated past a group of disaster victims and found a low thicket to attend to her needs. Upon her return, she caught sight of several villagers gathered around a large pot, cooking over a fire. Their eyes glistened with hunger, and the pot bubbled ominously. Curious, she leaned in closer, horrified to see the pot contained the emaciated limbs of a child. Overwhelmed, Xiao Tao staggered, unable to maintain her balance. Water Sheng, sensing her distress, rushed over and scooped her up, carrying her back to the temple. 3's man was taken aback, having not heard any commotion. Xiao Tao pushed Watershing away and stumbled to the temple railing, retching violently. The others were startled awake, and the elderly woman rushed to embrace her in concern. Xiao Tao, what troubles you? What has happened? All eyes turned to Watershing as he had carried her back. He anxiously explained when Xiao Tao went out. She saw the villagers cooking food. For reasons unknown, she couldn't bear it and collapsed. The elderly woman turned Xiao Tao's face towards her. The girl's eyes were wide with terror, her body trembling uncontrollably. Do not fear, dear, your brother's bow and arrow are formidable, she comforted, cradling Xiao Tao in her arms. Xiao Tao wept silently, soaking the elderly woman's clothing with her tears. 3's man, alarmed, implored, what is wrong with you? Xiao Tao? Zhou Xiaozai suggested, let us give her a few sips of water. Watershing quickly fetched a canteen and handed it to the elderly woman, his heart aching for Xiao Tao. The elderly woman offered her a few sips. Jingyu, awakened by the commotion, climbed down from the cart and pressed close to the elderly woman, worry etched across his face. Sister, what's wrong? He asked, recalling the fierce image of Xiao Tao wielding a stick against the wrongdoers. After a long pause, Xiao Tao turned, her fear evident as she looked at Jingyu, and managed to say, Sister is fine, but you must stay close to the adults, not straying even a step. Do you understand? Jingyu nodded vigorously. I will listen to you. Zhou Xiaozai, now somber, gazed at the flickering fires of the disaster victims outside, realizing the grim truth of what Xiao Tao had witnessed in that pot. As an elder, he approached and gently patted her head. Xiao Tao, feeling the weight of the moment, recognized that even before they had left their own county, calamity had already found them. The journey to Liaodong stretched 1,000 miles ahead, fraught with unknown challenges yet to come. She wiped away her tears, striving to steady her emotions, and spoke in a calm, steady voice. I just witnessed them boiling 2 sheep's legs in their large pot, surrounded by a throng of people, all salivating in anticipation. At this, Jingyu, frightened, squeezed into his aunt's embrace, timidly uttering, I'm scared. The man from the Sanya couple, soon to be a father, comforted Jingyu, saying, what is there to fear? I possess a bow and arrows, they all fear my weapon. But you must be obedient and stick close to the adults, lest you be lured away. Jingyu nodded vigorously, realizing that without Aunt Zhao and Sister Xiao Tao, he might have already ended up in someone else's pot. Sleep eluded everyone. Scholar Zhou remarked, since we are all awake, let us deliberate on our respective plans. This matter essentially concerns the Sanya couple. The husband of Sanya first expressed his gratitude to Scholar Zhou. We are indebted to everyone's care. Henceforth, you may call me Huaiqing and my wife Sanya. For this journey, I owe Uncle Zhou 23 taels of silver, while my wife and I possess merely over 8 taels. Our food supply will only last 2 to 3 days, and Sanya is due to give birth. Therefore, Uncle Zhou, I shall return 3 taels to you first. Once you reach the prefecture, please leave an address so we may write an IOU using someone else's ink and paper. The debts I owe will be repaid every 6 months, though it may take a considerable time to settle. Scholar Zhou replied, given that Sanya is on the verge of childbirth and the grain prices are soaring, let us postpone repayment for now. Focus on overcoming your immediate challenges. Watershing immediately expressed his willingness to write an IOU, though he lacked the confidence of Sanya's husband in stating he would repay in 6 months. Having only earned a meager 10 taels of silver with Xiao Tao's assistance, he felt ashamed, admitting, Uncle Zhou, the money I owe may take a long time to repay. Watershing's mother was even more anxious. They had never seen 30 taels of silver in their lifetime, let alone earned it. She was at a loss as to how her son could ever repay it, feeling as if a colossal weight pressed upon her chest. Scholar Zhou, aware of both families' situations, merely nodded in understanding. Xiao Tao inquired of Scholar Zhou about their route to the prefectural city. He outlined 2 paths, one through Feng County, bordering Hejia County, which would take approximately 4 to 5 days, and another through Jiao County, taking about 3 to 4 days to reach the city. The second route involved a perilous mountain path at the junction of Huang County, which, if traversed, could lead them to the prefectural city in 1 day. However, this route had previously been fraught with banditry, and in light of the current calamity, there was a strong possibility of encountering even more nefarious individuals. At their current pace, they could reach Minglang Mountain in less than a day, while the mountain path would take around half a day. If all went well, they could arrive at the prefectural city in 2 to 3 days. This predicament left everyone in a quandary. The longer routes through Feng County and Jiao County would take too long, and there was a scarcity of drinking water. The main concern was the absence of clean water sources along the way, compounded by the current instability. Ultimately, they decided to take the Menglang Mountain route. Xiao Tao asked Scholar Zhou, since we must traverse the mountain path for nearly half a day, surely the mountain spans a considerable distance. And it cannot be infested with bandits at every turn. How many could there possibly be? Bandits must have specific locations to ambush travelers, otherwise, how could they pursue anyone fleeing up the mountain? Scholar Zhou nodded in agreement. Indeed, they would likely lurk at a treacherous segment of the route. He sighed, unfortunately. I do not possess a map. Xiao Tao continued, it is unlikely that bandits would ambush us immediately upon entering the mountain. If they did, we would have no choice but to turn back. Besides, bandits must sleep at night. If we rest before entering the mountains, we could traverse them under the cover of darkness. There would likely be fewer guards at the entrance at night. Scholar Zhou glanced at Sanya's husband. We must eliminate the guards at the entrance without alerting the bandits, as we may need to confront them if necessary. What he meant to imply was that they might have to resort to lethal measures if the situation demanded it. He shot a meaningful look at Sanya's husband. The man remained silent, meticulously polishing his arrows. Sanya glanced at her husband, lowering her head to caress her belly. Her husband always took care to clean his bow and arrows before embarking on a hunt. Although he said nothing, his actions spoke volumes. As the starlight dimmed and dawn approached, Watersheng distributed buns and water to everyone, silently sitting beside Xiao Tao. She forced herself to eat 2 buns, knowing that if she faltered, she would hold everyone back. Sanya, heavily pregnant, sat in the cart, with her husband primarily pushing it, fearing others would look down upon them. Observing Watersheng's troubled demeanor, Xiao Tao softly reassured him, do not worry about me, I will manage. And do not fret about how we will repay Uncle Zhou. Once we settle down, we will figure it out together. Watersheng felt as if Xiao Tao resided within his heart. She seemed to know his thoughts, bringing him closer to her. He looked up, seriousness etched on his face. I may lack abilities, but I will fight for you in times of need, so do not be afraid. It would be a lie to say he was not moved. Xiao Tao felt a strange sensation fluttering within her heart. They exchanged glances, both sensing an overwhelming emotion welling up in each other's eyes. Watersheng suddenly felt a tightening in his chest, longing to embrace Xiao Tao, yet he knew he could not. Their journey continued, and after a full day of travel, they finally arrived at a location 5 miles from Menglang Mountain just as the sun began to set. Looking up, they beheld the sky awash in hues of crimson. The blood-red sun sinking into the mountain hollow, casting golden light upon the steep, rugged rocks. Menglang Mountain loomed majestically, its peaks rising into the clouds, a series of undulating ridges. The treetops at the summit were tinged with yellow, a remnant of a recent downpour that had left the mountain lush and green. Were it not for the dire circumstances compelling them to flee, one might marvel at the breathtaking scenery, oblivious to the skeletal remains obscured by wild grass. Scholar Zhou solemnly advised everyone, let us rest here, but keep the noise to a minimum. We shall sleep for 2 hours and set out at the first watch of the night. Sanya's husband parked the cart by the roadside while Xiao Tao approached her sister-in-law to knead the swollen calves. Sanya touched Xiao Tao's face, managing a faint smile. I am fine. You should rest early. Crossing the mountain at night will not be easy. Xiao Tao smiled back. I will rest shortly. I just wanted to speak with you. As Xiao Tao continued to massage Sanya's legs, her husband had already been pushing the cart all day, solely because Sanya was inside. The couple feared others may blame Xiao Tao for bringing them along, thus enduring their hardships in silence. After a while, the old aunt stepped forward, cheerfully declaring, crossing the mountain at night will be challenging. We will rely on you. Huiqing and Watersheng, you all should sleep. I will keep watch. If anyone approaches, I will call for you. Watersheng observed his mother lying down on the bedding with a sigh. There was nothing more to say to her. After a moment of silence, he added, Aunt Zhao, I will stay with you. The old aunt replied with a smile, now is not the time for formalities. Just sleep. I will call you if anything arises. Watersheng had no choice but to lie down. Knowing that crossing Menglang Mountain was fraught with uncertainty and that they needed their strength to face whatever lay ahead. At the hour of the pig, the moon shone brightly in the sky, marking the perfect time for nocturnal travel. Everyone rose, well-fed and hydrated. Xiao Tao handed 5 buns to Sanya's husband and Watersheng, while Scholar Zhou waved his hand, requesting only 3. They all indulged in a hearty meal. Water Xing's mother quietly complained to her son, with such a meal. We can only eat for one day. Water Xing sighed, knowing his mother meant well. He calmly reassured her, Mother, tonight we will be confronting bandits. They are not mere refugees. They will strike without hesitation. If we do not fill our stomachs, we will lack the strength to prevail. If we cannot cross Menglang Mountain, the food will fall into the hands of the bandits. If we can traverse the mountain, we shall reach the prefectural city in a day, where food is not scarce due to the flood. Water Xing's mother grumbled, grain prices are exorbitant now, we must conserve our silver. Water Xing immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Mother, if others overhear you, they will not allow us to travel together. Do you remember how we came by this grain? It was Xiao Tao who provided it for us. He was grateful that he had only told his mother they were going to assist Xiao Tao, mentioning the inconvenience of transporting grain back to the temple, as it was stored at Xiao Tao's home. In his heart, he genuinely believed that all of this belonged to Xiao Tao. He understood she had intended to help them. Moreover, the sum of money that Xiao Tao had given him was substantial, considering that a laborer in the countryside earned little more than 20 won a day. Mother, if it were just you and I, do you think we could survive the journey? Could we procure the necessary travel permits? Remaining in our hometown to work means that if we miss even a single day's labor, we would be unable to afford even a simple corn bun. Have you forgotten how long you lay in that sickbed without funds for your treatment? Shui Xing, in his determination to secure medicine for his mother, posed a harsh question. If you were in our hometown and fell ill like I did, would you be able to earn the money for your medicine? The kudzu on the mountain has already been exhausted. Who would be left to see you through to the end? Shui Xing's mother, her face pale with worry, quickly interjected, Stop talking such nonsense. Do not utter words of ill omen. Gripping his mother's hand, Shui Xing replied, Mother, our lives were granted to us by Xiao Tao. I cannot become an ungrateful person. Shui Xing's mother lowered her head, shame evident in her expression. It was my greed. After soothing his mother, Shui Xing joined the others in preparing to brave the perilous Wolf Mountain. The hoe was too unwieldy, so he opted for a sturdy stick, securing a chopping knife at his waist. The men from Sanya, being hunters, brought bows and arrows and strapped small knives for skinning game to their legs. Both Xiao Tao and the old ant carried scissors tucked into their bosoms. Xiao Tao wielded a stick with a kitchen knife, while the old ant relied on her familiar chopping knife. Zhou Xiuzai, a scholar, resolved to avoid being a hindrance. His slight frame lacked the strength, and after being robbed in the disaster relief camp and enduring 2 days of hunger, he forced himself to walk. Thus, he armed himself with a stick and followed the old ant, keeping an eye on his son and watching over Sanya. Xiao Tao, being small and agile, paired with the sharp-eyed Sanya hunter, who was adept at sensing the slightest disturbances in their surroundings. The two ventured ahead to scout the path, ensuring safety before allowing the others to follow. The path to Wolf Mountain was narrow at the foot of the mountain, barely wide enough for a single cart to pass. Such a constricted route was hardly surprising as a choice for bandits to establish their lair. The duo tread lightly for nearly an hour, yet found no signs of bandits. Xiao Tao and the Sanya hunter proceeded to scout the second stretch of the path. After traversing nearly half an hour, they merely heard the occasional chirp of a bird. Upon reaching the third section, Zhou Xiuzai cautioned them to be vigilant, as they had already traversed a significant distance and were likely nearing the bandit checkpoint. This time, the Sanya hunter took the lead, and Xiao Tao observed him bending low against the forest as he walked, keenly alert to their surroundings, allowing the trees to shield his silhouette from the moonlight. His footsteps were as silent as a wildcat in the woods. Xiao Tao mimicked his caution. After a brief interval, the hunter gestured for her to halt and concealed her in the thicket beside the road. He then climbed a nearby tree and spotted a bend in the road about 2 miles away, a terrain ideally suited for ambush by bandits. The Sanya hunter descended and returned to gather the others to devise a strategy. Ultimately, they decided that Sanya would hide with Jingyu in the thicket by the roadside, pushing the cart into the underbrush. Though anxiety gnawed at her stomach, Sanya maintained a facade of calm, leading Jingyu into the woods without revealing her distress, determined not to distract her husband. Once in the forest, sweat beaded on her forehead as she leaned against the cart, feeling the kitchen knife within reach. Jingyu, too, caught the tension, gathering fist-sized stones from the ground to place by his feet. The Sanya hunter led the group to the mountain path beneath the rocky cliff, where no trees obstructed their view. He instructed everyone to lie flat on the ground and peered out under the moonlight, observing that the road ahead made a sharp turn. This turn formed a concave angle, revealing a cave-like pathway. Bandits had erected a waist-high wooden barrier at the entrance of this narrow passage, making it easy to defend yet difficult to assault. The Sanya hunter counted 5 burly bandits, their faces brutish, as they feasted on peanuts and drank liquor. One, marked by a scar on his hand, commanded respect from the others, suggesting he was the leader. Xiao Tao and the others began to retreat stealthily. Zhou Xiaocai, upon hearing the Sanya hunter's account, contemplated for a long while. We must not act rashly. Observe them. They are stationed at a treacherous bend in the road, with a cliff overhead. They are but 5. If they were mere traveling merchants, such a small number would not intimidate them. So why is this route so foreboding? How do they swiftly learn of approaching merchant caravans? They might have sent scouts to the mountain entrance during the day. But what about those of us who travel under the cover of night? How do these few manage to relay news so quickly? If they were to encounter a larger merchant convoy, even the fiercest among them could not hold them back. We must act swiftly to prevent them from notifying their accomplices on Wolf Mountain. They might ignite a signal flare. Or there could very well be a lookout positioned on the opposite cliff, as our approach into the bend would make it easy for them to discern our movements. Watching, you should observe the cliff across from us at the point where we need to turn. Identify which location affords the best view of our approach. Imagine yourself as a bandit. Where would you position yourself to observe us most effectively? The Sanya hunter, with keen eyes under the moonlight, spotted a thicket on the opposite cliff that would serve as an ideal vantage point. Zhou Xiaocai inquired if there was a method to create a diversion, some noise to draw the lookout's attention, allowing them to eliminate him while he investigates. The Sanya hunter assessed the distance and affirmed that it was possible. He produced a slingshot. Zhou Xiaocai instructed the hunter to aim slightly beside the thicket to launch a stone and asked Shui Sheng to be prepared with the bow and arrows. The moment the lookout stood, the Sanya hunter was to shoot without delay. Time was of the essence. They could not afford for the lookout to detect any trouble and alert his comrades, should the lookout fall from the cliff. Shui Sheng must be ready to hand the arrows to the Sanya hunter, who would swiftly take down the 5 bandits at the checkpoint. If they did not strike a lethal blow, they would need to rush in to finish the job. Shui Sheng gazed at Zhou Xiaocai with admiration. His father had passed away early, and he had never received proper guidance. Even if his father had lived, he likely would not have possessed such knowledge. The schoolmaster in town was merely a novice and could not compare to Zhou Xiaocai's erudition. For the first time, Shui Sheng realized the importance of surrounding oneself with knowledgeable individuals to broaden one's horizons. The Sanya hunter calmly stated, "As long as their reinforcements do not arrive, I am confident I can eliminate them all." Chapter 39. A Test of Skill. Zhou Xiaocai paced back and forth, deep in thought. Hua Qing, go scout again. It would be best to wait until they have had a few drinks before we act. See if there are any intoxicated individuals among them. If so, that would present a prime opportunity, as those who are drunk are slow to react. Shui Sheng listened to Zhou Xiaocai's analysis of the timing for their assault, deepening his admiration for him. The Sanya hunter again crawled to the bend to observe, spotting 2 goons raising their cups to toast the scar-faced man, their hands unsteady. He quickly withdrew and reported back to Zhou Xiaocai. The scholar's voice suddenly turned firm and resolute as he issued commands. Hua Qing, prepare the slingshot. Shui Sheng, ready the bow and arrows, positioning yourself to the right of Hua Qing for immediate access. After we deal with the lookout, we will swiftly take down those 5 bandits. Remember, the lookout is more critical than the 5 bandits. We can contend with the 5, but if the lookout alerts his comrades, we will all perish on Wolf Mountain. Hearing this, Xiao Tao tightened her grip on her knife, her anxiety palpable. The Sanya hunter slightly adjusted his position, seeking the perfect angle. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the stone flew toward the thicket on the cliff. A shadow rose to investigate the noise just as the arrow in the Sanya hunter's hand glimmered in the moonlight before shooting forth with lightning speed. A piercing scream echoed as the lookout tumbled from the cliff. The bandits at the checkpoint were momentarily stunned by the unexpected cry. In that fleeting moment, the Sanya hunter dashed to the bend, knocking an arrow aimed squarely at the scar-faced man's chest. In rapid succession, he released a flurry of arrows, and several bandits fell to the ground, struck. Without pausing, the Sanya hunter lunged toward the barrier, vaulting over it. A few bandits, still clinging to life, glared with bloodshot eyes, struggling to rise and fight back. The man from Sanya bore an impassive expression as he wielded a machete, methodically delivering precise strikes to the necks of the fallen one by one. Shui Sheng exerted considerable effort to climb over the fence, and upon beholding the corpses strewn across the ground, he trembled as he conducted a thorough inspection, ensuring that none could rise again. Outside the fence, Zhou Xiaotai urged anxiously. Shuixing aimed directly for the pulse at the wrist. Although Shuixing did not comprehend the reasoning behind this directive, he understood that obeying Zhou Xiaotai would lead to the right course of action. Observing that the battle had largely concluded and that her presence was no longer required, Xiao Tao decided to return with her old aunt to fetch Sanya and Jingyu, bringing along a cart. The man from Sanya lifted the bandit's cleaver and, with a few deft strokes, shattered the fence. Shuixing hurried back to assist Xiao Tao with the cart. As everyone congregated at the bend, they were met with the sight of several bandits sprawled haphazardly on the ground, blood bubbling from their arrow wounds. Instinctively, Sanya raised her hand to shield Jingyu's eyes, but Zhou Xiaotai intervened, saying, "Sanya, let him see. In these chaotic times, one cannot afford to be timid." He glanced at the man from Sanya. "Huaqing, would you lend Jingyu the small knife from your leg?" Without a word, the man silently produced the knife and handed it to Jingyu. Zhou Xiaotai admonished his son sternly, "Find one who is not yet fully deceased, and with all your strength, plunge the knife into his chest." Jingyu's hands trembled like leaves in a gale, tears welling in his eyes as he pitifully pleaded, "Father, Father." The weight of fear rendered him unable to act. Zhou Xiaotai shouted, "If it weren't for Aunt Zhao and Sister Xiao Tao, you would have long since been consumed by others." Jingyu cast a glance at his father, then at the bandit whose wrist still oozed blood. And with a sudden determination, he squeezed his eyes shut and forcefully drove the knife into the bandit's chest. Unbeknownst to him, both the man from Sanya and his father observed closely, prepared to intervene should the bandit prove not entirely lifeless. With all his might, he thrust the knife deep, rendering it momentarily stuck. The man from Sanya approached impassively and calmly extracted the blade, now slick with blood. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Xiaotai took a bandit's wrist and pointed at the pulse, stating, "Severing this vein guarantees death." He then indicated the bandit's neck. Casting an appreciative glance at the man from Sanya, Huaqing did well. Targeting the neck ensures blood will flow uncontrollably, even if the opponent is not entirely dead. And as for the chest, bear in mind that a misplaced thrust may not suffice. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tao thought that such an invaluable opportunity for practice must not be squandered. With an experienced instructor at hand and an abundance of corpses, she promptly seized the knife from the man from Sanya and, while the bodies were still warm, began to learn by cutting wrists, stabbing chests, and slashing throats. Her near-manic actions rendered all but Zhou Xiaotai and the man from Sanya utterly dumbfounded. Jingyu, terrified at the slightest sound, clutched his old aunt's hand and stammered, "Aunt Zhao, there's a noise over there." Xiao Tao gently stroked Jingyu's head, assuming the child was merely frightened. However, upon listening closely, she discerned a faint dripping sound. She stepped over and pushed aside the thick moss, discovering clear droplets of water trickling from a crevice into a small puddle below, beside which lay a gourd ladle. Overjoyed, Xiao Tao exclaimed, "Everyone, come quickly. There is clean water here." The group hurried over. Xiao Tao scooped half a ladle of water and brought it to Jingyu's lips, exclaiming with a smile, "Our Jingyu is the great hero. It was you who discovered this water." Jingyu beamed with pride, steadying the ladle as he glanced at his father. "Father, may I drink first?" With the bandits dispatched and a temporary safety achieved, Zhou Xiaotai felt a weight lifted and chuckled. "Drink up. Your saliva has already mingled with it. Who else can drink now?" Jingyu, reassured, began to gulp down the water. After consuming half a ladle, he paused, looked up, and nudged the ladle. Xiao Tao laughed. "There is plenty of water in the puddle. Drink to your heart's content." With that, Jingyu finished the remaining water, patting his belly with earnestness. "This water is truly sweet. You all must drink plenty as well." His adorable demeanor elicited laughter from everyone. Once all had quenched their thirst, they discovered, as Jingyu had claimed, that the water was indeed refreshingly sweet. After days without satisfactory hydration, they had previously struggled even to relieve themselves. Xiao Tao filled buckets and containers with water. Spotting a bandit's wine jar, she weighed it and estimated it still held 4 to 5 pounds, promptly stowing it in her backpack. She poured half a bowl of peanuts into a clean cloth bag and placed it in Jingyu's pouch. "We come from a flood-affected area, where many have perished. We must be cautious of any unclean substances. We shall eat only after washing our hands, understood?" Jingyu nodded obediently. "Yes, we will share when the time comes." Xiao Tao was momentarily taken aback, blinking in surprise. In that instant, she felt a fleeting resemblance to her former self, who had been equally perceptive. Xiao Tao removed a bandit's outer garment and asked her old aunt to help fetch water. Using the damp garment, she meticulously cleaned several knives, placing them in the cart, and began rummaging through the clothing of a bandit with scars. Shui Sheng's mother quickly grasped her son's arm, whispering, "It is ill-omened." As a young woman, she should not touch the bodies of dead men. However, upon noticing Shui Sheng's face flushed with anger, she fell silent. Shui Sheng, disregarding everything else, yanked his mother's arm and, gritting his teeth, growled, "Mother, do not say another word. We are returning to our hometown. I am your son. If you wish to live, I shall accompany you, lest your incessant nagging drives me mad." Startled, Shui Sheng's mother released her grip. Xiao Tao stole a glance, feigning ignorance as she continued her search and indeed, extracted from the bandit's inner garments a finely crafted emerald bracelet, a golden hairpin, a pair of gold earrings, 11 or 12 taels of silver, and some copper coins. Shui Sheng's mother lamented her oversight. While she may not have recognized the value of the green bracelet, the golden hairpin and the shining silver coins were undeniably precious treasures. Xiao Tao urged everyone, search thoroughly. These are spoils from their heinous deeds. The man from Sanya uncovered 2 silver hairpins, over 3 taels of silver, and some copper coins. Shui Sheng's mother, abandoning her previous reservations, tore open the bandit's clothing and discovered several hundred copper coins. Each person enjoyed a bountiful harvest, with Xiao Tao finding the most. The others, aside from the man from Sanya, mostly unearthed several hundred copper coins. Once they concluded their search, the group aided the man from Sanya in retrieving the arrows they had loosed from the bodies, knowing they would be needed later. The spoils collected in the bandit's lair filled everyone with elation, even Jingyu, who, though frightened, could not suppress his excitement as he rummaged through the dead men's pockets. Time was of the essence. They needed to depart before dawn. Zhou Xiaocai instructed everyone to wash their hands and faces with the clean water while they could. Once they escaped the ferocious Wolf Mountain, they would leave the flood zone behind. The refugees had no means to pay for a guide to the city, and they could not afford to appear as beggars. With the moonlight guiding their way, they traversed safely out of Wolf Mountain. After traveling about 10 miles, dawn broke. In the fields, the rice had been harvested, and stacks of straw dotted the ridges. Zhou Xiaocai approached the edge of the field, crouched down to touch the delicate rice roots, and sighed. The weather has been unkind these past few years, making life difficult for the common folk. For my tenants, I only collected 40% of the rent, though I claimed it was 60. Even this 40% leaves the people struggling to fill their bellies. At least this rice crop has been spared from the flood, yielding some harvest. At this revelation, not only Shui Sheng, but even Shui Sheng's mother gazed at Zhou Xiaocai with newfound respect. The landlords of Mingda Town were known to demand their full 60%. Zhou Xiaocai found a spacious spot by a water dam where they could rest. With ample water available, Xiao Tao suggested they cook some rice porridge. As the farmers had already harvested their rice and they were distanced from any households, even if someone passed by and caught a whiff of the rice's aroma, it wouldn't draw too much attention, and no refugees would come to steal it. Zhou Xiaocai nodded in agreement, eager for a comforting meal. Together, they gathered firewood and, using the water in their containers, commenced cooking in 2 pots simultaneously. Within half an hour, the delightful scent of rice wafted through the air. Those who did not assist in the cooking spread the oilcloth on the ground, laying out the bedding in preparation to eat and then retire for the night. After a grueling journey spanning several days, in celebration of their successful escape from the treacherous Wolf Mountain, each person received a generous bowl of thick rice porridge. Xiao Tao distributed the remaining steamed buns among them. As everyone finished their meal, Jingyu, noticing the joy on their faces, cleverly poured all the peanuts from his cloth bag into a small bowl and offered it to everyone. Not only did the old auntie smile, but even the usually taciturn Sanya's husband showed a glimmer of affection in his eyes for the clever child. Zhou Xiaocai inquired of Xiao Tao, "Are there any bowls left?" Shui Sheng promptly brought out several bowls from his home. Zhou Xiaocai, filled with delight, suggested, "Let us pour some wine. It's a joyous occasion that we have reached this point." Xiao Tao and a few of the women waved their hands to indicate they would not drink. Shui Sheng accompanied Sanya's husband and Zhou Xiaocai in consuming a small half-bowl of wine. Having never drunk before, but feeling quite mature after the brushes with death, he believed he must become a reliable support for Xiao Tao and her mother. His alcohol tolerance was still unpracticed. Even this small amount made his face flush and neck swell. He raised his wine bowl, slightly tipsy, and respectfully toasted Zhou Xiaotai, saying, "Uncle Zhou, thank you for your assistance. It has given my mother and me the chance to escape. Moreover, your profound knowledge has truly benefited me." He then took a large sip, leading to a fit of coughing. His mother, ever considerate, gently patted his back, but did not stop him from toasting, well aware of the immense debt of gratitude they owed. Once Shuixing regained his composure, he lifted his bowl again. "Brother Zhang, I toast to you. I am grateful for your and Uncle Zhou's help last night." Sanya's husband nodded, lifting his bowl and tilting it back, laughing, "Just keep this up. And once you've built your tolerance, we won't let you off so easily." Shuixing, blushing, took another large gulp. Xiao Tao observed his flushed neck and dazed eyes as he swayed slightly while walking. Unexpectedly, Shuixing staggered over to her and sat beside her, raising his wine bowl before her, slurring but gently saying, "Xiao Tao, you haven't had any either, have you? Would you like to try a bit? It's a little spicy on the throat, just sip a little." Xiao Tao, blushing, waved her hand. "If you're drunk, you should rest." Shuixing obediently downed the contents of his bowl in one go, lay back on the oilcloth bedding, arms crossed over his chest, legs extended straight, and mumbled indistinctly, "I'll listen to you. I'll rest for just a moment before falling asleep." Sanya remarked, "I often sleep on the wagon and am not at all sleepy now. I'll keep watch over the cart. If anyone comes, I'll wake you. You all should sleep quickly." With no one around to disturb them, the group, relieved from their worries, fell into a deep slumber as soon as their heads touched the bedding. When they awakened, it was nearly afternoon. They hurried to the water dam to wash their bowls and jars, tidying up their bedding before setting off for the city. By evening, they arrived at a small town named Fushui. The town, with its green bricks and dark tiles, boasted clean stone-paved streets, clearly an affluent area untouched by flooding. They found a reasonably priced inn, preparing to rest adequately. After securing their rooms, Zhou Xiaotai took his son to purchase fresh clothing. His bundle had been stolen in the disaster relief camp, leaving him with only over 6 taels of silver and a modest sum of 400 when he had scavenged from the bandits. Entering a fabric shop, he and his son each purchased a cotton shirt and a pair of cloth shoes, spending over 600 won. Upon returning to the inn, they requested hot water from the waiter and took a proper bath. The orderly environment of the city meant Shuixing no longer needed to dye his clothes with gardenia tea water. Xiao Tao and the old auntie washed twice, only adding a little gardenia tea water to the second clean rinse when the water was clear. They all donned clean, unpatched clothes and shoes, with the dust washed away. The old auntie no longer concealed her face, clad in a smoke-gray fine cotton shirt. Even the slight tint from the gardenia tea water could not obscure her graceful figure and lovely features. Jingyu rushed over, embracing the old auntie's pant leg, his bright eyes sparkling as he exclaimed, "Aunt Zhao, you look truly beautiful." This compliment momentarily left Zhou Xiaotai at a loss for words, prompting him to awkwardly suggest, "Ahem. Let us all go eat something." As they descended the stairs, he stole a glance at the old auntie, feeling a warmth rise to his face. Upon arriving on the inn's first floor, the waiter enthusiastically led them to a dining table, recommending, "Dear guests, you're in for a treat. Our landlord's relative just slaughtered a pig, and we have half a pig available for purchase." Hearing this, Xiao Tao recalled how she hadn't had meat in months and felt a sudden craving. Deciding to treat everyone as she and the old auntie had the most money, she ordered 2 pig trotters cooked with mushroom soup, instructing the waiter to separate them for Sanya and Jingyu. She also ordered a plate of stir-fried meat, a bowl of braised pork, and 2 vegetable dishes, along with a bowl of green vegetable soup. When the pig trotter soup was served, it was distributed to Sanya and Jingyu. Sanya and her husband felt grateful for Xiao Tao's kindness. Jingyu gazed at the entire soft-cooked pig trotter in front of him and sincerely thanked Xiao Tao. "Sister Xiao Tao, thank you. You are so generous. My father never let me have a whole pig trotter even during the New Year." This statement elicited laughter from the table, leaving everyone unsure how to respond. The old auntie gently ruffled Jingyu's hair, saying, "Sister Sanya needs to replenish her strength as she is with child, and you are young. So it's only fair you both enjoy it. Eat it while it's hot." In her heart, she thought, Sister Xiao Tao has probably never even had a pig trotter in her life, let alone a whole one. After speaking, she tenderly placed a piece of braised pork on Xiao Tao's plate. After the meal, the old auntie requested Jingyu to hand over his dirty clothes, offering to wash them. She was particularly concerned since Zhou Xiaocai had been injured by scoundrels in the county. Just as Zhou Xiaocai was about to politely decline, his son had already dashed over, bringing the dirty clothes for both of them. The old auntie glanced at Zhou Xiaocai's clothing, a fleeting look of discomfort crossing her face, but she remained silent and quietly washed both their garments. That night, Xiao Tao shared a room with the old auntie. It was then that Xiao Tao noticed the large patches of skin missing from the old auntie's tender, pale soles and heels, revealing red, raw flesh. The following morning, as the dawn light began to break and the stores in town opened, Xiao Tao ventured out to the pharmacy. She purchased a small jar of ointment for treating wounds for 300 won and, considering the proximity to the mountains, also had the doctor prepare 4 prescriptions of herbs for preventing colds, spending 600 won. Xiao Tao mused, money truly doesn't last long. On her way back to the inn, she saw cattle, mules, and donkeys tied to trees on the edge of town, with someone standing guard nearby. Curious, she inquired with a shopkeeper, learning that it was a livestock market. Considering the long journey ahead, she realized that having a vehicle would make travel much easier. Unlike in Jia County, where refugees would swarm around a living cow, the absence of famine here meant that livestock prices would likely be lower than in the capital. Seeing the sturdy mule, which was strong and had great endurance, she wandered through the market until she found a tall and robust mule and asked the price. The seller replied, "The asking price is 20 taels. This mule is just 2.5 years old, in prime working condition, and can serve you for many years to come. I want to negotiate. If you want to buy, send your family elder to discuss it. I have complete confidence in my mule and am not worried about selling." Xiao Tao then inquired about the cart. The seller pointed to a shop that had not yet opened, stating that a good cedar cart would cost 2 taels of silver, while a pine cart would be 1 tael. After gathering information about the prices of cattle and donkeys, she had a rough estimate in mind. Hurrying back to the inn, she gathered everyone to assist in inspecting the mule. Sanya's husband had the seller lead the mule around for 2 laps, carefully examining its teeth, hooves, and legs. Before nodding at Xiao Tao, she attempted to negotiate, ultimately reducing the price by 600 won. Afterward, she asked the seller to help knock on the door of the cart shop, as the mule seller was familiar with the shopkeeper. They managed to negotiate 100 won off the cart price as well. This cedar cart was sturdy and spacious, in her hometown of Jia County. Such a fine cart would never be found for less than 3 taels of silver. Xiao Tao also purchased 40 jin of soybean meal for feeding the mule at 15 won per jin, which had doubled in price since the floods. Now, Xiao Tao was left with just over 3 taels of silver. Upon returning to the inn, Xiao Tao carefully applied ointment to the old auntie's feet and then gently wrapped them in clean, fine cotton cloth. Afterward, they proceeded to the steamed bun shop, purchasing a large bag of buns and requesting 2 jars of hot water to take along for the journey. The rough cart, belonging to Xue Sheng, was sold to a local vegetable farmer for 51. Sanya's husband was responsible for driving the cart, and everyone eagerly took their seats on the mule cart. Xue Sheng's mother gazed enviously at the brand new cart, reflecting that in Mingda town, such a vehicle was the privilege of affluent families. However, since she too was enjoying the comforts of this journey, she refrained from uttering any unsavory remarks. The group, welcoming the rising sun, departed from Fushue town, heading towards the capital city. Chapter 40, A Good Teacher. As dusk began to settle, the group arrived at the capital city. On the advice of Scholar Zhou, they found a modest and remote inn to settle in. After handing over the mule cart to the inn's attendant for care and feeding, Xiao Tao retrieved 4 won and handed it to the boy, softly inquiring, "Could you kindly assist us? Which pawn shops in the capital are reputable?" Noticing Xiao Tao's maturity, the attendant's demeanor became more cordial. "Rest assured, miss, I will take good care of the mule. As for pawn shops, Donghua and Sanhe are both excellent choices, though I recommend you inquire further." Observing the group and recognizing their foreign accents, he noted they did not appear to be well off, yet he remained enthusiastic. "Miss, to reach Donghua, just take a left upon exiting our inn and walk for the duration of a joss stick burn. Sanhe is located on the same street." Xiao Tao expressed her gratitude. "Thank you so much for your guidance. We are fortunate to have your assistance after our long journey." The attendant felt a sense of satisfaction, recognizing Xiao Tao as a thoughtful young lady. That evening, after bathing, the group hesitated to dine at the inn, uncertain of the city's prices. with their limited funds. They needed to be frugal. They requested the attendant to bring 2 pots of hot water, and each person prepared a bowl of kudzu powder, which they ate alongside the cold buns. Before retiring for the night, Xiao Tao turned to Scholar Zhou. Uncle Zhou, I would like to trouble you to accompany me to the pawnshop tomorrow. As soon as she finished speaking, the old maid beside her gently pinched Xiao Tao's hand under the table, whispering, "You should first spend the money you have." She was reluctant to reveal that she still possessed over a dozen taels of silver for Xiao Tao, fearing that displaying wealth at the pawnshop might attract unwanted attention. Sanya glanced at her husband, her eyes pleading. It was too dangerous for Xiao Tao, a young girl, to carry gold jewelry without protection in such an unfamiliar city. Her husband, being the strongest, was the most suitable to guard Xiao Tao, especially since she had been so kind to them, a sister by spirit, if not by blood. Sanya's husband recalled how Xiao Tao had helped them purchase grain with the silver bestowed by Grandma Song at the onset of the flood. Those 200 jin of grain had been life-saving. Resolute in his decision to protect Xiao Tao, he vowed that anyone who dared to covet her treasures would face dire consequences. Shu Xing quickly chimed in, "Xiao Tao, I shall accompany you as well." How could he not be by her side when she had matters to attend to? He lamented his own lack of prowess compared to Sanya's husband and Scholar Zhou, momentarily lowering his head in disappointment. Upon hearing Xiao Tao mention the pawnshop, Shu Xing's mother was immediately stirred. Heavens! I must see how much those gold hairpins and earrings can fetch. She regretted not thinking to strip the bandits of their clothing sooner. Scholar Zhou surveyed the group, nodding inwardly. This group possesses commendable character. Xiao Tao's possessions should be safe. Considering Shu Xing's mother's temperament, he realized that denying her the chance to accompany them would only lead to her restlessness. Sanya's husband must protect her. The old maid would certainly follow, and he too needed to be present to negotiate. Ultimately, he suggested, "Xiao Tao, since we have the mule cart, why don't we all take a stroll to appreciate the sights of the capital?" Xiao Tao understood his intentions and smiled in agreement. Indeed, it would be perfect to explore the city together. Scholar Zhou then advised everyone to prepare themselves neatly for the outing, emphasizing that this was the capital, not a place for ragged appearances, as they might be looked down upon by the innkeepers. That evening, after discussing with the old maid, she wholeheartedly agreed that they must dress well to support Xiao Tao's presence. The following morning, as the exquisitely graceful old maid emerged from her room, clad in a smoky gray cotton blouse, her hair arranged in an elegant bun, her skin as smooth as jade, and her eyes sparkling like autumn waters, she was accompanied by Xiao Tao, who carried a large bundle, her complexion fair as snow, her features delicately beautiful. Upon seeing them, Shu Xing's mother was momentarily taken aback, unsure of where to place her hands and feet. Shu Xing, Sanya, and her husband gazed in astonishment, realizing they had never before recognized the old maid's stunning beauty. Scholar Zhou felt a sudden tightness in his throat as he compared his own shabby attire to her elegance, a thought unconsciously drifting into his mind. If only Miss Zhao adorned herself with a ruby hairpin, it would be more fitting. He quickly chided himself for such unworthy thoughts, feeling a wave of shame wash over him. His adorable son, upon seeing the old maid, instinctively took a step back, as if he didn't recognize her, and pleaded with his father, "Father, can we go back so you can wash my face again? How can I walk with Aunt Zhao looking like this?" His son's remark, unintentionally embarrassing, caused Scholar Zhou's face to flush crimson, prompting him to hastily cover up the awkwardness. Time is of the essence. "Let us be on our way." He took his son's hand and hurried out. The group climbed aboard the mule cart, traversing the wide stone-paved streets lined with grand brick shops, displaying exquisite goods from north and south. The bustling market was adorned with lavishly decorated carriages, and ladies draped in silk-embroidered skirts veiled their beauty, while vendors called out, selling an array of snacks. The vibrancy of the capital city enveloped them. Shu Xing's mother, feeling timid, dared not speak. Jingyu, his eyes wide with wonder, pointed excitedly at the myriad of novel sights beyond the window, exclaiming softly, "Father, look." Shu Xing and Sanya shared their feelings of inadequacy, feeling out of place amid such splendor. They glanced at Scholar Zhou and the old maid with Xiao Tao, perceiving a harmony in their demeanor, the gentlemen exuding refinement, the ladies radiating beauty, and the children exuding charm, as if they were indeed the offspring of affluent families in the capital. The group first visited Sanhe to inquire, then proceeded to the entrance of Dingyuan. The attendant greeting them was momentarily stunned upon seeing the old maid, silently acknowledging her beauty before quickly donning a smile and bowing respectfully. "Esteemed guests, please come inside." The shopkeeper, upon noticing Scholar Zhou and the old maid S group, recognized their distinguished bearing and greeted them with a measure of respect. The old maid adjusted her hair ornament and, with a light smile, presented her hairpin to the shopkeeper. "Could you kindly assess this hairpin for me?" The shopkeeper took it with both hands, suppressing his astonishment, and examined it closely. The gold pin was of excellent quality, intricately carved with auspicious cloud patterns. "Likely a gift from an elder." He replied solemnly, "My lady, may I inquire whether you intend to pawn it outright or temporarily?" The old maid, maintaining her composure, responded, "Please elaborate on the prices." The shopkeeper discreetly appraised Scholar Zhou before stating, "For a temporary pawn, this pin is worth 28 taels, while for an outright pawn, it is 35 taels." Xiao Tao caught Scholar Zhou's composed expression and subtly nodded at her. With a sweet smile, she addressed the shopkeeper, "Sir, it is said that your establishment is renowned for its fair pricing. Could you also evaluate these earrings belonging to my mother?" The old maid, following suit, removed the earrings and handed them over. The shopkeeper inspected them and remarked, "Their quality is on par with that of the hairpin. These earrings are worth 8 taels for temporary pawn and 11 for outright." Xiao Tao turned to the old maid, gently suggesting, "Mother, let us opt for the outright pawn. Once we overcome our difficulties, father can purchase you even finer jewelry." Jingyu, glancing between the old maid and Scholar Zhou, quickly connected the dots. Why is Xiao Tao calling him father now? But if father is wealthy enough to buy Aunt Zhou something nice, then I'm all for it. He rushed to take the old maid's hand, chiming in, "Yes, let us have father buy something finer." Scholar Zhou, feeling an intense flush of embarrassment, was misinterpreted by the shopkeeper as a sign of his disgraceful predicament, needing his wife to pawn her jewelry, thus his face turned crimson. He smiled, sincerely responding, "Indeed, my lady. Your husband possesses an extraordinary demeanor, and it is certain that he will achieve great success in the future." Even the old concubine cannot help but feel her ears flush with warmth. Zhou Xiaocai catches a glimpse of the rosy hue behind her ear, and although he feigns an expression of calm, his heart beats like a drum. At the opportune moment, Xiao Tao interjects, "Let us proceed as the shopkeeper suggests. These 2 items are worth a total of 46 taels." Shui Xingyang, listening nearby, feels as though her teeth are filled with bitterness. Xiao Tao then lowers her head, feigning sadness, and softly implores, "Uncle shopkeeper, this bundle contains my father's cherished belongings. I kindly ask you to take a look." As she speaks, she unwraps the delicate cotton cloth, revealing a pair of elegantly hued, ink-black, entwined lotus-patterned plum vases. Upon seeing them, Shui Xingyang is astonished at how the vase, once covered in mud, has undergone such a transformation. Little does she know that Xiao Tao and the old concubine had spent nearly an hour cleaning them the night before. The shopkeeper, unable to conceal his amazement, exclaims, "These treasures are indeed a rare sight." Even Shui Xingyang, lacking in experience, understands that items deemed treasures must surely possess considerable value. The shopkeeper cannot help but glance at Zhou Xiaocai again, pondering, no wonder she carries them. Who would dare to bear such precious items themselves? It seems he has fallen on hard times, as evidenced by the fact that he even pawned the hairpin atop his wife's head. After a moment's hesitation, he tentatively suggests, "The vases are indeed fine pieces. If we were to accept them as collateral, I could offer 700 taels. This price is undeniably excessive." And he notices that the expression of the gentleman is far from pleased. Zhou Xiaocai, caught in a dilemma, responds to the shopkeeper, "This is a pair. You are more knowledgeable about their worth than I. Were it not for our unfortunate circumstances, I would never part with them." His words evoke a sense of reverence for the vases, causing Xiao Tao to feel as if they have become a rarity of immense worth. She thinks that if they were to be sold, she would be a sinner for allowing such treasures to be traded, as they ought to be gifted to someone who truly cherishes them, like Zhou Xiaocai. The shopkeeper, feeling slightly awkward, raises his offer to 950 taels, adding that he would round it up to 1,000 taels, including the gold ornaments. Before Zhou Xiaocai can respond, Shui Xingyang's face turns ashen. Shui Xing clings tightly to his mother's arm, fearing she might faint and complicate matters. Not only Shui Xingyang but also he and Sanya are equally terrified, holding their breath lest they inadvertently knock over the precious vases. The old concubine, familiar with the ways of the affluent, is equally astonished by the vase's value. She glances at Zhou Xiaocai, finding him as steady as a mountain, and instantly realizes that their status as the Zhou couple must not falter, lest they appear unsophisticated. Straightening her back, she restores her composure. Xiao Tao, blushing, says, "Shopkeeper, may I trouble you for 900 taels in banknotes and the rest in cash?" The shopkeeper readily agrees, cherishing the plum vases as he carefully places them in a silk-lined rosewood box. Shui Xingyang, having lived a long life, knows from the silk lining that these vases are truly priceless treasures. Eagerly, she wishes to return home to inquire of her son how this seemingly inconspicuous pair of vases could be worth 100 times more than a gold hairpin or earrings. Sanya's husband, observing Zhou Xiaocai's expression, discerns that the shop's pricing is fair and offers his 2 silver hairpins as collateral for 5 taels. Zhou Xiaocai is aware that Xiao Tao has yet to pawn her jade bracelet, promptly expressing his gratitude to the shopkeeper and solemnly stating, "Let us return." Xiao Tao glances at Zhou Xiaocai, recognizing that now is not the time for further inquiries, and represses her curiosity as they prepare to return to the inn. Upon their return, Xiao Tao proposes that they convene in Zhou Xiaocai's room to discuss matters. Once everyone is inside, she securely shuts the door and bolts it. A lesson learned from Sanya at the pawnshop: wealth should not be flaunted, and discussions of importance should be conducted privately. Xiao Tao states, "I have gathered you all in Uncle Zhou's room to discuss a matter. The wealth we uncovered on the Fierce Wolf Mountain, I propose we divide it amongst ourselves. This way, in times of need, we shall not be so preoccupied with seizing riches that we forget our safety." Zhou Xiaocai nods in agreement, understanding that fairness in distribution is essential to maintaining morale. Xiao Tao continues, "The greatest contributors were Brother Zhang and Uncle Zhou, without whom we would not have succeeded. Therefore, they shall share 60%. The remaining 40% will be divided equally among the rest of us, except for Sanya and Jingyu." The old concubine glances at Shui Xingyang and chuckles, "Alas, none of us have slain a single bandit. We have merely basked in the glory of Zhou Xiaocai and Huiqing." Of course, Shui Xing is quite valiant as well. "It feels a bit shameful to receive a share, but I shall graciously accept my portion." Shui Xingyang, hearing this, feels it awkward to insist otherwise since they truly had not slain any bandits, and the wealth was indeed unearthed by Xiao Tao. Blushing, she fears her son might refuse their share, hastily adds, "Xiao Tao's proposal is splendid. I am in favor." The group promptly presents the money they had collected from the bandits. Sanya's husband contributes his 5 taels from the hairpins, and although Shui Xingyang feels a pang of regret, she refrains from hiding any of it. Xiao Tao counts, gold hairpins, gold earrings, along with the 11 taels and over 200 copper coins I collected, amount to a total of over 57 taels. I still have a jade bracelet that I haven't pawned. Let us estimate its worth. The old concubine secretly believes that all the items should belong to Xiao Tao. Yet, she cannot voice this sentiment. Shui Xingyang, elated at the prospect of sharing, quickly suggests, "Let us reserve this bracelet for Miss Xiao Tao." Shui Xing breathes a sigh of relief, grateful that his mother did not advocate for hastily pawning it. Sanya's husband decisively states, "In the future, we shall follow Xiao Tao's lead in dividing anything similar according to contributions. This time, none of us anticipated the treasures buried in the bandits' clothing, and thus the bracelet shall serve as a reward for Xiao Tao's discovery." Does anyone have any objections? Shui Xingyang promptly reiterates, "None whatsoever." Shui Sheng concurs. Brother Zhang speaks wisely. Zhou Xiaocai naturally nods in agreement. Xiao Tao then proclaims, "Very well, I shall accept this bracelet, regardless of its actual worth. Let us value it at 100 taels." As she speaks, she produces a 100-tael banknote and places it on the table. Shui Xingyang gazes at the banknote, her face flushed with embarrassment, feeling even more ashamed when comparing herself to the grace of this young lady. The total amount gathered by the group comes to approximately 187 taels. Zhou Xiaocai and Sanya's husband each receive 56 taels, while Shui Xing and his mother, along with Xiao Tao and the old concubine, each receive 37 taels and 501. Sanya's husband promptly presents 23 taels to Zhou Xiaocai, bowing deeply, "Thank you, Uncle Zhou, for your assistance. Please accept this." Zhou Xiaocai nods and graciously accepts it. Shui Xingyang quickly retrieves 30 taels, blushing as she states, "We have not contributed much. It was all thanks to everyone's support. We appreciate Uncle Zhou's help." In his heart, he feels immense gratitude towards Xiao Tao. Zhou Xiaotai only accepts 20 taels from Shui Xing, saying, "You should retain some funds for emergencies. The remaining 10 taels can be repaid later." Shui Xingyang secretly rejoices, relieved that her son has managed their finances so well, especially among such a crowd where she felt rather out of place. Chapter 41, Enlightenment. Everyone notices that Xiao Tao seems to have more to discuss with Zhou Xiaotai. Shui Xing, understanding the situation, pulls her mother aside, suggesting they retire to their room for a rest. Sanya's husband also uses the opportunity to escort Sanya, who is heavily pregnant, back to their quarters, creating space for Xiao Tao and Zhou Xiaotai to converse. Xiao Tao sincerely bows to Zhou Xiaotai and places 200 taels and banknotes on the table beside him, saying, "Uncle Zhou, thank you. Were it not for your guidance, I would have never fathomed the value of these vases. I only heard in the pawnshop that ornaments from affluent families are worth considerable sums, and my fortune today is entirely due to your astute insights." Suddenly, her voice quivers as she continues, "Uncle Zhou, please do not mock me. I have been orphaned since childhood. At just over 6 years old, I was sold to the pawnshop by my parents. Fortunately, Sister Sanya, who shared my plight, has looked after me. Every day in the pawnshop, I learned to navigate the world by observing others. When they discussed matters I was unaware of, I would find ways to listen closely. Each day, while shopping for vegetables and disposing of refuse, I keenly observed the storytellers and tricksters alike, even conversing with diligent farmers about their planting experiences. I have had to rely solely on myself to survive. Subsequently, I became a maid under Aunt Zhao, who did not treat me as a mere servant. Instead, she made provisions for my future, releasing me from my contract and granting me freedom. Now, having the opportunity to receive guidance from a person as erudite and knowledgeable as yourself is indeed a stroke of fortune." Scholar Zhou nodded, acknowledging the girl's perceptiveness. It was evident that her genuine affection for both Aunt Zhao and the third maid stemmed from her clarity of thought. Although she felt grateful for Aunt Zhao and Xiao Tao's salvation of her and her father's lives, the way this young lady cherished your kindness is truly remarkable. Seeing Xiao Tao with red-rimmed eyes struggling to hold back tears, Aunt Zhao's heart ached. Ignoring the propriety of addressing Xiao Tao as a young lady, she pulled her onto her lap and took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. "Today, you called me mother at the pawnshop, and from now on, I shall be your mother. I will cherish you. Those heartless wretches, when they sold you, you had already repaid their kindness. From now on, I will look after you." Scholar Zhou felt a pang of sympathy for Xiao Tao. Her parents were truly unworthy. Jingyu grasped Xiao Tao's hand. "Sister Xiao Tao, you now have a mother. Aunt Zhao has become your mother. You and Aunt Zhao saved me and my father, so I will make my father your father too. From now on, you will have both a mother and a father." Xiao Tao wished not to burden Aunt Zhao or create discomfort for Scholar Zhou. While she was inclined to support Aunt Zhao in the future, she did not want to put her in a difficult position. Moreover, Scholar Zhou, being a learned gentleman, valued his reputation highly and would not want Aunt Zhao to be looked down upon for her past as a concubine. Recognizing Aunt Zhao as her mother was sufficient. At that moment, she stifled her tears and gently stroked Jingyu's head. "Once a teacher, always a father. Scholar Zhou's earnest guidance to me holds the same significance as that of a father." She adeptly alleviated his discomfort, making her words resonate harmoniously with him. Scholar Zhou was profoundly struck. This child was indeed a gem, and her parents were blind to her worth. She was truly deserving of mentorship. Xiao Tao voiced her curiosity. "Scholar Zhou, why do you not suggest that I pawn the bracelet?" Scholar Zhou replied, "This is indeed a rare piece of jadeite, with exceptional quality, a treasure seldom encountered, potentially worth thousands of taels. As you prepare for your journey to the Northern Territories, such extraordinary items cannot be easily acquired with money. The vase is large and part of a pair, which is also quite rare. However, considering your long journey and the fragility of porcelain, it may be damaged along the way and become worthless. Furthermore, the literati in the northern regions are not as numerous as those in Ling'o, and such refined items may not fetch a high price there. Therefore, while I do not prevent you from pawning the vase, gold hairpins can be found anywhere as long as you have the money. Also, by distributing these possessions, they will no longer covet the jade bracelet. Keep it hidden. There are many wealthy and powerful individuals, and we are neither. You, a young girl, should not flaunt wealth in the market. It is perilous." Xiao Tao gazed at Scholar Zhou, her eyes brimming with admiration and longing. Realizing that knowledge could indeed be worth its weight in gold, with great difficulty, she mustered the courage to speak. Scholar Zhou, since we are now in the capital, might I request you to teach me how to appreciate porcelain and jadeite? You are a learned man. Could you perhaps allow me to listen in while you teach Jingyu? After saying this, she felt she had imposed upon him. Yet, she was determined not to miss the chance to learn from Scholar Zhou, a man of strategy, profound knowledge, insight, and integrity, qualities that are hard to come by. After a long pause, Scholar Zhou finally replied, "Very well. If you are willing to stay in the capital for 2 months, I will endeavor to teach you the 1,000-character classic, so you may at least read somewhat. As for appraising porcelain and jadeite, we can only visit the larger jewelry stores in the capital. Of course, if you go every day without purchasing anything, the shopkeepers may grow weary of us. My understanding of appraisal is not profound. I too have learned from books." Xiao Tao immediately suggested, "Then we shall occasionally purchase small, exquisite items that we can afford. Consider it my tuition. Perhaps if we keep them safe, we can sell them in the northern territories without incurring a loss." Hearing this, Scholar Zhou could not suppress a paternal smile and affectionately ruffled her hair. "Good child, I will do my utmost to teach you." Xiao Tao expressed her gratitude. Tinged with guilt, "Scholar Zhou, I fear that repaying kindness in such a manner is not entirely honorable." Aunt Zhao quickly stood up, sincerely saying, "Scholar Zhou, you are aware of my past. I genuinely care for this child. I wish to repay you for teaching her. She has never known the affection of an elder, and has struggled to survive in this world. If she can learn more, I hope her future will be brighter." As she spoke, she prepared to kneel. Xiao Tao gasped in alarm. "Mother, what are you doing?" She clutched Aunt Zhao's arm tightly, unwilling to let her mother kneel in supplication on her behalf. Her mother had endured more suffering than bitter gall. She could not bear to see her personal desires impose further hardship on her mother. Scholar Zhou, equally flustered, was at a loss. He wished to assist, but felt it inappropriate to reach out, fearing it might be deemed reckless, and worried that others might look down on Aunt Zhao. Seizing upon Xiao Tao's urgent plea, he quickly affirmed, "Xiao Tao's mother, you are my benefactor. Please do not belittle me. Accept the 200 taels that Xiao Tao has given you. Consider it her tuition. As a humble scholar, finding work in the capital may not yield even 1 tael a month, so please do not feel burdened." Aunt Zhao, now officially Xiao Tao's mother, felt both bittersweet and joyful. To express her gratitude for Scholar Zhou's guidance, she blushed and said hesitantly, "Scholar Zhou, if you do not mind my ignorance of etiquette, if you do not find me frivolous, please take this 200 taels, and I shall sew it into your clothing." In these chaotic times, she felt it unnecessary to adhere to conventions. She had washed Scholar Zhou's clothes, which were likely already dry, and planned to sew the banknotes inside. Though Scholar Zhou had words of refusal poised on his lips, he swallowed them down, not wanting Xiao Tao's mother to feel rejected. He clasped his hands together. "Indeed, I cannot trust others, and I am not skilled with needle and thread, so I shall trouble you, Xiao Tao's mother." He then took out the banknotes and handed them to her. Chapter 42, Awakening. Aunt Zhao, newly elevated to motherhood, walked with a spring in her step, leading Xiao Tao back to her own quarters. After collecting Scholar Zhou's clothes, Xiao Tao suggested, "One note should be sewn into the front of the inner garment, and the other into the edge of the undergarment." Blushing, Aunt Zhao acquiesced to Xiao Tao's advice. After securing the banknotes, she neatly folded Scholar Zhou's clothes, preparing for Xiao Tao to deliver them. Once Aunt Zhao had sewn the banknotes into the garments, Xiao Tao quietly said, "Mother, keep these for yourself. Our separation provides us both with greater security." Initially, Aunt Zhao intended to refuse, but seeing the reason in Xiao Tao's words, she relented. Regardless, she decided to sew them onto her own clothing, one on the inner garment and the other on the undergarment, whispering, "Remember the locations where I sew them." When Xiao Tao delivered the clothes to Scholar Zhou, she took the opportunity to indicate where the banknotes were sewn, blushing as Scholar Zhou acknowledged the practicality of their arrangement. In these turbulent times, safeguarding money outweighed rigid adherence to decorum. Upon returning to her quarters, Xiao Tao was excitedly pulled by her mother. "Come, dear. I shall take you to have some clothes made. People often respect attire before they respect the person. Though I may be hesitant to speak on other matters, I have a keen eye for clothing and adornments." Aunt Zhao led Xiao Tao to several fabric stores, selecting a light lotus pink brocade for a skirt, a piece of pale green for a blouse, creating a lovely ensemble. She also chose a deep green fabric for a top and a light purple for another skirt. The shopkeeper, initially taken aback by Aunt Zhao's beauty, now genuinely admired how tastefully she coordinated her daughter's outfits. Xiao Tao sweetly smiled and said, "Uncle, please help us find 2 pieces suitable for my mother." Aunt Xiao wanted to intervene, wishing to conserve their funds, thinking it unnecessary to spend a fortune on brocade at her age. However, Xiao Tao whispered in her ear, "Mother, you will need to accompany me to the jewelry store. We cannot let anyone underestimate us." They had to have 2 complete outfits, deeming the expenditure essential. Upon hearing her mother's words, little Tao felt a sense of agreement, and then considered the matter of favors. She gently advised little Tao, "My dear, select 2 fine pieces of fabric for Scholar Zhou. After all, he is your mentor. Crafting garments for him as a disciple is a token of your filial piety. Parents appreciate when others treat their children well, as it reflects kindness towards themselves. Additionally, choose 2 pieces of fabric for Jingyu. I shall make them, which I am sure will delight Scholar Zhou." Little Tao was about to counter her mother's assertion, thinking that her biological parents had never shown her kindness, and thus, the goodwill of others was of little consequence. Suddenly, she recalled how her current mother, in her eagerness for little Tao to learn something, was willing to kneel without hesitation. She remembered the painful blisters on her feet from pushing the cart, yet her mother, so resolute, chose to kneel for her sake. Tears welled in her eyes, but she held them back, not wishing to reveal her tumultuous emotions. Instead, she forced a smile and jested, "Mother, seeing you choose such beautiful fabric has brought me to the brink of tears." Little Tao's mother affectionately patted her head, assuring her, "I will make you garments that are truly splendid." Little Tao, upon settling the bill of 21 taels of silver, felt a bit dazed, realizing that this amount could buy 1,000 pounds of new rice before the famine struck in Jia County. Unfazed, little Tao's mother remarked, "Shopkeeper, since we are purchasing such a quantity of fabric, how about we settle on 18 taels for good fortune? We can negotiate for a better price next time." The shopkeeper, unable to object, smiled and replied, "We appreciate your auspicious words, madam. We shall adhere to your proposed price." Little Tao's mother continued, "Shopkeeper, do you have any remnants of fabric? I wish to purchase some for practical use. When little Tao learns her letters, she will embroider pouches. Every copper coin counts." In truth, she could read, but knowing Scholar Zhou's knowledge surpassed her own, she refrained from undertaking such tasks, respecting his expertise. The shopkeeper, recognizing the potential for future business, smiled and ordered a young assistant, "Fetch a bag of good remnants for this lady." After returning to the inn and placing the fabric down, little Tao suggested they dine at a small restaurant. After some discussion, they settled on a wonton shop. Upon finishing their meal and preparing to pay, the shopkeeper announced, 101 per bowl. Waterborne's mother nearly spat out her food in disbelief. Before the famine, a large bowl of fresh meat wontons in Mingda town cost merely 21. Noticing the change in expression among several patrons as they prepared to pay, the shopkeeper quickly explained, "Last summer, it was 25 won per bowl, but since the new year, we have faced continuous drought, followed by severe floods in several major counties. The prices of food have skyrocketed. We do not wish to charge so much, but fewer customers can afford it." Once outside the wonton shop, the group hurried to the grain store to inquire about prices. Indeed, as the shopkeeper had said, grain prices had soared. However, they found them somewhat cheaper than in Jia County. Rice was 71, flour 51, and cornmeal 31. Seizing the opportunity while the young assistant assisted customers with their grain, Scholar Zhou discreetly slipped a few coins to him and inquired, "Why have grain prices risen so drastically in the capital?" The assistant replied, "Several major counties have suffered disastrous harvests, leaving them with nothing." Scholar Zhou pressed on, "But wouldn't other regions send grain here? It shouldn't be so exorbitantly priced." The assistant glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one else was within earshot, before whispering to Scholar Zhou, "Currently, the grain stores are prohibited from selling grain privately. I cannot divulge more." A chill ran through Scholar Zhou as he thanked the assistant, his expression grave. They then ventured to the vegetable market, relieved to find that the prices of vegetables and meat had only doubled since the drought in Jia County. Returning to the inn, little Tao proposed, "What if we rent a secluded courtyard? Sister Sonia, being with child, needs to eat well, and dining out is exceedingly expensive. We can buy our own vegetables and meat, cooking together to share the cost. As for the grain, let us use mine without charge. Each person can account for their own expenses incurred while out." Waterborne immediately interjected, "We should combine our grain, and you can handle the arrangements." He didn't even glance at his mother. This time, Waterborne's mother sincerely agreed. Let us heed Waterborne's suggestion. The high prices have truly frightened us. Our household has the least silver, and we cannot sustain ourselves by eating out. She added, we must be frugal, as we do not know what the future holds. Little Tao's mother was quite pleased with Waterborne's mother's awareness and praised, you are right, Waterborne's mother. The young ones are often unaware. Matters like these need the guidance of someone more seasoned. You, my dear sister, should take charge of the grain arrangements. Everyone will feel at ease. Feeling a newfound sense of responsibility, Waterborne's mother thought to herself that little Tao's mother, accustomed to a life of ease, could hardly be as resourceful. This task, indeed, fell to her, and she declared cheerfully, I will ensure the grain is well managed. With a sincere smile, little Tao's mother grasped Waterborne's mother's hand, saying, we shall rely on you for this. I appreciate your efforts. Waterborne's mother beamed, we are all in this together. Scholar Zhou cast a sidelong glance at little Tao's mother, realizing both mother and daughter were no ordinary pair. Waterborne felt a sense of pride, finally witnessing his mother speak with authority. Though she was easily swayed by little Tao's mother's words, she was still not comparable to the women of the grand households. Eagerly, little Tao sought out the young assistant who had previously helped her with the mule, asking him to inquire where they could find an inexpensive courtyard with a well, as lacking water would be inconvenient for Sister Sonia during childbirth. The assistant hurriedly replied, Miss, could you wait until my shift ends? I can help you find a place without involving middlemen. There is a small courtyard I know of. Let me check it out for you. If it works out, how about a reward for my efforts? Little Tao readily agreed. I appreciate your assistance. Chapter 43. Cooperation. In the dead of night, everyone had retired to rest. Little Tao heard hesitant footsteps pacing back and forth in the corridor outside her room. But there was no knock on the door. A hushed voice emerged, Madam, Miss, are you resting? I have news about the courtyard you inquired about. Little Tao quickly roused her mother, and they donned their clothes. Little Tao's mother, pursing her lips, realized the assistant was truly anxious, deliberately modulating his voice just right for them to overhear. She responded, we are already awake. Please inform my husband next door. Before long, Scholar Zhou stood in the corridor, having personally summoned Huiqing and Waterborne. His tone carried a hint of displeasure. Is it necessary to disturb people at this hour? Couldn't he this wait until morning? The assistant hastily offered an apology. I know the young lady is eager for news, so I rushed to deliver it as soon as I had information. I sincerely apologize for disturbing your rest. Little Tao thought, clearly, you're the one in a hurry, yet you speak so charmingly. With a smile, she replied, thank you. Kind sir, could you please share the details? There is a small courtyard not far from our inn, just 2 miles down the road. It has 5 rooms, along with a firewood storage and kitchen. Most importantly, it has a well, just as you requested, the assistant explained. Little Tao responded cheerfully. What are the shortcomings of this courtyard? The assistant hesitated, glancing at the group's expressions before stammering, well, there was a woman who took her own life here some time ago, which is why it has remained vacant. However, the furnishings are all complete, which will save you the trouble of acquiring new ones. Upon hearing this, Scholar Zhou's expression darkened, struggling to suppress his anger. Little Tao's mother noticed his demeanor and promptly adopted a serious expression. Little Tao feigned ignorance, looking at the assistant with confusion, her eyes brimming with questions. Why would you offer us such an inauspicious place? The assistant quickly backtracked. If it weren't for that incident, this place wouldn't have remained vacant for so long. You see, after the disaster, wealthy families from nearby counties have flocked to the capital, he added, discreetly glancing at Little Tao's parents' expressions. Little Tao interjected to smooth things over. If we reside there, perhaps our presence will bring some life to the house. Thus the owner wouldn't charge the same exorbitant rates as elsewhere? The assistant eagerly agreed. Indeed, that's correct. I would never deceive you. Previously, such a courtyard rented for 3 taels a month, but after the disaster, it has increased to 6 or 7. Little Tao replied with a smile. Those who can afford to rent at 6 or 7 taels are discerning individuals. They certainly wouldn't choose a place with such a grim past. The assistant thought to himself, this girl is certainly not easily fooled. Xiao Tao expressed her gratitude for the overnight assistance in their inquiries, stating, if you can persuade the landlord to accept a total of 3 taels and 5 coins for 2.5 months, we would gladly take up residence. She added, once we have occupied the place and gathered some popularity, We would be able to secure a better rate for future rentals. The innkeeper interjected, Miss. Such a price is unattainable in the capital. Xiao Tao replied, if it weren't for several families joining us, we would not dare to live there. The price is steep, and my relatives would likely be unwilling. In any case, her parents have already made their reluctance clear, so she must negotiate a lower rate. Moreover, who among the locals would fear a haunted house? The wronged have their grievances and debts have their owners. Whoever wronged that unfortunate woman should be the one she seeks out. Seeing that none of the group showed interest in renting, the innkeeper revealed, to be honest, the landlord demands at least 5 taels for 2 months. Xiao Tao turned to her parents, shall we go take a look? I truly wish to avoid staying in an inn any longer. The innkeeper, instantly beaming, replied, indeed, let us go and see before making a decision. Scholar Zhou and Xiao Tao's mother accompanied them after Xiao Tao's persistent pleas. Shui Xing held back his mother, who was eager to see the commotion, while the other 2 families returned to their rooms to rest. Xiao Tao's mother insisted that her son accompany them to avoid inadvertently disturbing the haunted house. The innkeeper felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, sensing a loss of control. He courteously arranged a mule cart for Xiao Tao's family, and within a teacup's worth of time, they arrived. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, with morning glories sprawling across the ground, invading every corner. The courtyard was not small, with blue bricks and white walls, yet spider webs adorned the door, and the corners bore mildew from lack of ventilation, with a thick layer of dust settled on the doors and windows. Inside, the furniture was worn, and Xiao Tao's mother paused, her gaze lingering on a substantial stack of books on the writing desk in the master bedroom. As Xiao Tao explored, she noted how the dust had yellowed and faded the pages. Without needing to look at Scholar Zhou, Xiao Tao's mother understood their shared sentiments and, before the innkeeper could speak, remarked with disinterest, this courtyard is far too desolate. It feels eerie. Scholar Zhou promptly responded, then let us return. They did not even bother to inspect the kitchen. The innkeeper, anxious, glanced at Xiao Tao, hoping this cherished daughter could sway her parents' decision. Xiao Tao feigned innocence, father, mother. Look how beautifully the morning glories bloom in this courtyard. I quite like it. She made no mention of the condition of the house. If this sentiment reached the landlord, he would feel reassured by the mention of wildflowers, which would hardly influence her parents' decision. It would be more effective to express fondness for the intricately carved bed. Observing the innkeeper's despondent demeanor, she added, you could tell the landlord to extend the rental by another half-month. We would offer 5 taels for 3 months. Otherwise, this house will remain vacant and unoccupied. Xiao Tao's primary concern was to allow Sanya more time to stay after giving birth. The innkeeper assessed the couple and, seeing they still lacked the intention to rent, refrained from contradicting Xiao Tao, sensing an opportunity might arise. Xiao Tao added, father, as a scholar, you should be the least superstitious about ghosts and deities. Please persuade mother. This statement sparked a light in the innkeeper's eyes. He realized he could inform the landlord that this was a house previously rented by a scholar, which would likely make it more appealing for future tenants, potentially raising the price. However, noticing Scholar Zhou's continued look of dissatisfaction and his wife's eagerness to leave, he swiftly reassured them, fear not, young lady. I will do my utmost to negotiate on your behalf. I trust your wishes will be fulfilled. Not wishing to delay the rest of the family's rest any longer, he hastily offered to escort them back. He needed to inform the landlord that upon renting, he would receive 500 won for his efforts, equivalent to a month's rent. Upon returning to the inn, once the innkeeper had departed, Scholar Zhou quietly instructed, you two may begin packing. This matter is nearly settled. However, let us refrain from informing the other 2 families to avoid alerting the innkeeper. Once everything is finalized, you may share the news with them. I anticipate we shall receive word by tomorrow. Xiao Tao's mother nodded, and they returned to their chambers. Scholar Zhou and his son went back to their room. But he found himself restless, staring at the blue fabric of the canopy above, sighing. How wonderful it would have been to meet such an admirable woman like Xiao Tao's mother earlier. It would have required no words to understand each other's intentions, and our cooperation would have been impeccable. He spent the night lamenting his missed opportunities. Chapter 44. Taking Residence. Early the next morning, the innkeeper seized the opportunity while delivering hot water to arrive at the corridor where Xiao Tao and her mother were staying. They had prepared themselves for the day, and upon hearing footsteps, they engaged in conversation before opening the door. Xiao Tao greeted him with a smile. Good morning, brother. Thank you for bringing hot water so early. She made no inquiries about the house. Seeing that Xiao Tao's mother displayed no interest in the rental details, the innkeeper, fearing the young lady might change her mind, quickly ingratiated himself. It is only right. I have news from the landlord regarding your preferred courtyard. He is delighted to have a scholar residing in his property and holds scholars in great esteem, thus he is willing to overlook financial matters, agreeing to your proposed rate of 5 taels for 3 months. In other places, that would scarcely cover a month. Xiao Tao internally marveled. Look how eloquent this innkeeper is. He not only preserves our dignity in light of our inability to afford high-priced lodgings, but also elevates my father's status while portraying the landlord as a person of talent. She replied with gratitude, "Thank you for your efforts, brother. My parents will surely agree." She then inquired, "Where shall we sign the rental agreement if this goes through?" The innkeeper had already prepared the contract, including the guarantor, the owner of the inn. Xiao Tao understood that the landlord must be related to the innkeeper, who was thus able to negotiate on both sides. As she was not well versed in such matters and could not recognize all the characters, she handed the contract to her mother, saying, "Mother, I have already agreed to this brother's assistance." Her mother, feigning exasperation, accepted the document, glanced at it, and casually remarked, "Let your father review it first." This left the innkeeper feeling uncertain, so he continued to flatter Xiao Tao. "Miss, should you require more hot water, do not hesitate to inform me. I will gladly bring it up." Xiao Tao replied, "If the need arises, I shall trouble you again. I know you are concerned about the house, so I will seek out father right away, not wishing to keep you waiting." She knocked on Scholar Zhou's door. When he emerged, she handed the contract to her father and quietly said, "Father, I have agreed to the house this brother found for us. Please take a look at the contract. Is it satisfactory?" After reviewing it, Scholar Zhou stated, "Since you have already given your consent, your mother and I shall comply with your wishes. Let us provide this brother with a deposit of 3 taels, and we will go downstairs to borrow ink and sign the contract." Xiao Tao eagerly produced the silver and handed it to the innkeeper. As he accepted the coins, a weight lifted from his heart. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Tao slipped him an additional 201, saying, "Brother, thank you for your help. Please treat yourself to a bowl of tea." The innkeeper joyfully accepted the money, wishing her and her family peace and success. Xiao Tao felt elated upon hearing his words. For them, who had fled calamity, peace and smooth sailing were all they desired. Soon, Scholar Zhou returned upstairs to inform everyone to prepare for their move to the new courtyard. Upon arriving at their new abode, Xuexing and his mother, along with Sanya and her husband, expressed their immense satisfaction with the blue-bricked, white-walled house. How splendid! To reside in such a house in this lifetime is worth it, Xuexing's mother thought, feeling it surpassed their home in their hometown. They entered the main room, where Xiao Tao had already taken out some patched cloth. Xuexing helped draw water from the courtyard, and together they cleaned the benches in the main room until they gleamed. Once everyone was seated, Scholar Zhou initiated the discussion. "Let us settle the accounts. The rental fee is 5 taels, with a deposit of 3 taels. Each family shall contribute 2 taels first, and we will divide the deposit upon its return." Hua Qing quickly produced 2 taels. Xuexing's mother, feeling a pang of reluctance, voiced her concerns. "How are we to find work in the capital? Scholar Zhou, could you offer some guidance? Perhaps I could help with cleaning or laundry. In my hometown, laborers like me typically earn about 15 won per day. I wonder if the wages in the capital city amount to 500 won a month?" This question left Scholar Zhou at a loss for words. He glanced at Xuexing, conveying a look of inquiry. Xuexing, feeling awkward, turned to Scholar Zhou and said, "Uncle Zhou, please be understanding. My mother lacks the ability to articulate her thoughts." Xuexing's mother, growing impatient, interjected, "What does her ability to speak have to do with it? They still owe you money. Moreover, considering the high expenses in the capital, the little savings they had for food and rent would soon be depleted. Could she not be anxious? If only she had the fortune of Miss Xiao Tao. With a mule cart and several hundred taels of silver, she wouldn't feel rushed, and she'd still insist that Xuexing take her out to explore the capital. Can people really be compared?" Madame Xiao Tao cast a sympathetic glance at the troubled Scholar Zhou, stepped forward and grasped Xuexing's mother's hand, speaking gently. "Xuexing is still but a child. He cannot fathom the worries you bear as his mother. Natural disasters have rendered food precious, leaving everyone in a state of unease." At last, Xuexing's mother found someone who understood her, feeling a sense of relief in her heart. She quickly responded, "Madame Xiao Tao, you truly understand me. Madame Xiao Tao smiled sincerely. We are not familiar with this capital, so it may take some time to find work. Shuisheng is also concerned about you. However, with our large group living together, we will need to clean, do laundry, and cook. Naturally, the 3 pregnant women cannot assist. As for Scholar Zhou and his son cooking, we might find ourselves waiting a long time, hungry. I am not as capable as the other sisters. You see, our 3 families can contribute 900 won a month. 300 won each for the sisters. I hope you can bear with us a little more. You shall work harder, if that is agreeable. Madame Xiao Tao noticed Shuisheng was about to speak and quickly said, please do not hastily refuse. This arrangement spans several months, not merely a few meals. If you do not accept, Scholar Zhou and his son, along with us, will always be uneasy about our meals. Consider it a way for us to eat with peace of mind. Scholar Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. There could be no more suitable arrangement. Madame Xiao Tao then addressed the couple. It was improper of me to make a decision on your behalf. However, I thought of the burdens on the 3 of you. And given that I have never given birth, it is comforting to have an elder to look after us. Hua Qing quickly expressed gratitude to Madame Xiao Tao, saying, thank you, Aunt Zhao, for considering our needs so thoroughly. We lack any elders around us, so we hope you will look after us more. Turning to Shuisheng's mother, he added, I hope Aunt Shui can keep an eye on Sanya. Shuisheng's mother cheerfully replied, rest assured. I will take responsibility for cooking, doing laundry, and cleaning. And I will also look after Sanya. Shuisheng watched in amazement as his mother was so easily cheered by Aunt Zhao's words, reflecting on how he too should learn from her approach. He felt a genuine gratitude towards Aunt Zhao for caring for them and resolving their livelihood concerns. The 3 families promptly counted out 900 won for Shuisheng's mother, covering 3 months of support. They allocated the rooms accordingly, naturally assigning the main room with a writing desk to Scholar Zhou. Shuisheng and Hua Qing helped carry water while everyone cleaned their respective spaces. Once everything was tidied up, Shuisheng's mother boiled water and prepared bowls of kudzu starch for everyone. After they had something warm in their bellies, she declared, having just moved in and with such a splendid kitchen, let us have a delightful dinner tonight. I shall handle the shopping. Shuisheng's mother, having just earned over 2 taels of silver, generously suggested, let us pool our money together. Madame Xiao Tao beamed, patting Shuisheng's mother's hand. Everyone see? I was right. Leave it to Shuisheng's mother, and everything will be organized perfectly. This praise filled Shuisheng's mother with a sense of pride, and she felt compelled to prepare a grand feast for everyone that very night. In the afternoon, Madame Xiao Tao had Brother Zhang drive the mule cart, taking everyone out for a stroll. While at the market, Shuisheng's mother bought vegetables and even ordered a few wen's worth of radish and cabbage seeds. That evening, following her son's considerate suggestion, she took to the fire while asking Madame Xiao Tao to assist with the cooking. Secretly, this was Shuisheng's way of tasting Madame Xiao Tao's culinary skills, all the while fearing his mother might feel uneasy, so he said to her, since we've just moved, and you are unfamiliar with the kitchen, it would be best not to wear yourself out alone. Let Madame Xiao Tao help. This tactic proved effective, as his mother appeared proud of her son's thoughtfulness, which in turn made Shuisheng feel a twinge of guilt. Madame Xiao Tao's cooking elicited admiration from all. Once Shuisheng's mother tasted her dishes, she found it impossible to stop eating, and after they finished, she realized taking on the kitchen duties was perhaps beyond her capabilities. Later, in her own room, she confided in Shuisheng with a hint of anxiety. Shuisheng, considering how marvelous Madame Xiao Tao's cooking is, do you think I will be looked down upon when I cook? Even I find her food divine. She continued to lament. To think I could enjoy such delicious meals in my lifetime is truly a blessing. It is a shame your father passed away so early. He never got to taste such exquisite food. Shuisheng recalled the hardships his father endured, never tasting a good meal or wearing a warm cotton garment, and ultimately succumbing to illness without proper care. He felt his eyes redden, nearly exclaiming one day, I will have Madame Xiao Tao prepare a grand feast to place before my father's grave, so he can savor it. Before he could dwell on his sorrow, his mother shifted the conversation, sighing, look at Madame Xiao Tao, who does not even need to wash the tea shells. Observe her culinary skills, her embroidery talent, and her knowledge and courage. She is not someone just anyone can match. I cannot imagine what she will become in a few years. No wonder Aunt Zhao wishes to take her as her daughter. They truly resemble mother and daughter, both so beautiful. Not to mention, she has a mule cart and several hundred taels of silver, while even the village chief's daughter cannot compare to her. Xue Xing keenly sensed that even his own mother had begun to feel that a girl like Madame Xiao Tao was beyond their reach. A girl like her was no longer something someone in his position could dare to dream of. That night, he tossed and turned in bed, troubled until the early hours. On the following day, Xue Xing's mother instinctively organized her tasks, rising early to clean, cook, and do laundry, while Xue Xing and Madame Xiao Tao tidied the courtyard. Hua Qing, with his strength, was responsible for disposing of waste. Madame Xiao Tao's mother cleaned the windows, and Scholar Zhou, seeing the dust gathering on the books at the desk, berated himself for neglecting such treasures, spending the entire day sorting through the volumes. The others dedicated the day to making the courtyard neat and tidy. On the third day after breakfast, Scholar Zhou called Madame Xiao Tao for a discussion. He gestured to the chair beside the writing desk, inviting her to sit while he warmly said, "Madame Xiao Tao, several books left by the previous owner are quite remarkable and indeed rare for me. This is a unique opportunity, so I plan to copy these books this morning. If you wish to learn to read or wish to venture out and experience the world, you will have to wait until I can arrange some time this afternoon. As for reading, it depends on your desires. If you simply want to recognize characters, I can purchase a copy of the 1,000-character classic for you, and we can study together with Jingyu. If you are willing to endure hardship and earnestly learn, 3 months will suffice. In addition to recognizing characters, I can also personally teach you how to write." Madame Xiao Tao raised her eyes to meet Scholar Zhou's gaze, then lowered them again. He looked upon this girl, who fought valiantly like a weed, and felt a softening in his heart. "You may regard me as your elder. Feel free to express any thoughts you have." Madame Xiao Tao hesitated, uncertain how to voice her thoughts, fearing that speaking out might reveal her naivety. She opened her mouth, only to retract her words, thinking it foolish to ask, "Could you teach me how to become someone as accomplished as you?" Concluding that such an inquiry was absurd, she remained silent and felt no regret. After all, one must take life one bite at a time. She smiled brightly, saying, "Uncle Zhou, it is a blessing for someone like me to receive your guidance. If I ever act inappropriately, please treat me as your junior and offer your advice." She then inquired, "Uncle Zhou, how much does a copy of the 1,000-character classic cost?" Scholar Zhou replied with a smile, "The price of a book does not solely depend on the similarities in text. For instance, was this book copied by a student or by a scholar? Whose handwriting is more neat and elegant? What kind of paper was used? All these factors influence the price of a book. Just as when we visit a bookstore, if one is dressed in ordinary attire, the shopkeeper may only present commonplace calligraphy books, reserving the truly exquisite ones for those deemed worthy." Xiao Tao continued to inquire, "How might I gain access to fine literature? Must one spend a fortune to acquire them?" Scholar Zhou chuckled softly. "It is akin to your purchase of a vase. I, too, cannot afford such luxuries. How then can I discern the exceptional among a plethora of vases? During my youth, as I traveled to pursue my studies, I encountered many learned individuals, including the offspring of noble families, who did not disdain me due to my humble background. We would often embark on discussions, whether it be about the 4 treasures of the study, or the meticulous details shared by collectors when they sought to elevate the value of their own collections. Buyers, in their quest for a bargain, would readily point out flaws. To learn, one must observe and listen. Much wisdom lies beyond the teachings of a master. Life itself is a continuous lesson, do you not agree?" Xiao Tao smiled and remarked, "If it were you, Uncle Zhou, could I not showcase my own calligraphy and request the shopkeeper's assistance in copying a book, thereby gaining access to fine literature?" Scholar Zhou simply smiled in response. Upon learning that Xiao Tao wished to accompany Scholar Zhou to the bookstore, Xue Xing volunteered to drive the carriage. He skillfully guided the vehicle, delivering Xiao Tao and Uncle Zhou to a grand bookstore. Upon their arrival, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Xue Xing's eyes, though he remained silent. Accompanying them into the establishment, Scholar Zhou gently inquired, "Esteemed shopkeeper, might you have an abundance of fine editions of the 1,000-character classic?" The shopkeeper, glancing at the refined Scholar Zhou, produced several different calligraphy books without elaborating, merely stating, "Please take a look. I hope they meet your satisfaction." Scholar Zhou gestured for Xiao Tao to peruse them herself. Xue Xing stood by, observing as Xiao Tao examined the volumes at her leisure. Ultimately, Scholar Zhou selected the first book, calmly requesting, "Additionally, I would like 10 sheets of premium Xian paper." Xue Xing was astounded by this request, not only him, but even the shopkeeper was taken aback. This seemingly ordinary individual was boldly purchasing 10 sheets of Xian paper. After a moment of hesitation, The shopkeeper retreated inside to retrieve another edition of the 1,000-character classic. Xiao Tao leafed through it gently. Aside from the different styles of writing, she could discern no significant variation. However, Shuixing was secretly impressed. The calligraphy was indeed exceptional. The shopkeeper addressed Scholar Zhou with courtesy. "What do you think of this particular book?" Upon opening it, Scholar Zhou could not help but nod repeatedly in approval. "Quite good indeed. The strokes are smooth and flowing, vibrant and spirited, with lines that are rich and ample." The shopkeeper nodded in agreement, refraining from urging a purchase, for he knew this particular calligraphy book would attract connoisseurs effortlessly. Scholar Zhou inquired, "Esteemed shopkeeper, this calligraphy does not resemble the work of an ordinary scholar." The shopkeeper stroked his beard, swelling with pride. This was transcribed by a student of Hanshan Academy, who achieved the rank of Jinshi a few years ago. He is a prodigy of Lingmo Prefecture. Should he attain further academic accolades in the coming years, his transcriptions will likely become exceedingly rare. Shuixing mused quietly. In Mingda town, one could acquire a hand-copied 1,000-character classic for merely 300 won. Yet the quality of the writing was incomparable. Scholar Zhou remarked, "Shopkeeper, I am fond of this calligraphy. Do you have other works transcribed by him?" The shopkeeper personally returned from the inner chamber with a stack of books. "I have gathered all the works transcribed by the Jinshi for your consideration. I originally intended to hold on to them until the following year." He trusted that Scholar Zhou understood his implication. Scholar Zhou meticulously examined each volume, nodding in agreement. "The calligraphy is indeed splendid. What would be the total price for this entire set along with the calligraphy book?" The shopkeeper replied, "For the complete set of 16 books and 1 calligraphy book, the total is 60 taels, no bargaining. The Xian paper is 3 taels per sheet. You have requested 10 sheets, and for the books, I shall offer you a discount of 2 taels." Scholar Zhou nodded. "Shopkeeper, having purchased so many, might you include a few sheets of rough-edged paper as a courtesy?" The shopkeeper turned to instruct a young attendant to fetch a considerable stack of rough-edged paper. Among these are some that have developed mold spots due to being stored at the bottom. "Would you mind them? If not, I shall gift you the entire stack. However, if the young lady requires better quality, I shall provide an additional 5 sheets of superior rough-edged paper." Xiao Tao reflected on the fact that good paper was more precious than meat. The few sheets Scholar Zhou acquired could indeed be exchanged for a hairpin of gold. No wonder it was said that scholars were difficult to sustain. Did she truly need fine paper for her practice? Hastily, she pointed to the stack with mold spots and requested, "Kind sir, please help me load this pile." Chapter 46. The Temple Fair. Upon exiting the bookstore, Xiao Tao could not help but scrutinize Scholar Zhou repeatedly. Scholar Zhou, unable to bear her gaze any longer, inquired, "What is it?" Xiao Tao sighed. "Uncle Zhou, I have always known you are different from us, yet you are exceedingly exceptional. You seem to be a figure sculpted from silver." She could scarcely fathom the amount Scholar Zhou must have spent or the extensive knowledge he possessed to achieve the rank of Xiao. Scholar Zhou chuckled. "Did you gain anything from our outing today? Do not hesitate to share your thoughts, even if they may be mistaken." Xiao Tao rapidly recounted her observations from the bookstore, finally stating, "You mentioned that if we dressed plainly, the shopkeeper might only present us with ordinary calligraphy books. Yet, upon your mention of Xian paper, requesting 10 sheets immediately signaled to the shopkeeper that you are an expert with discerning taste. Thus, he retrieved his prized calligraphy books. However, Uncle Zhou." She cautiously glanced at Scholar Zhou. "I recall you mentioning that you only had a few taels of silver left, having even pawned some belongings for your travel permits. Unlike us, who seek refuge in the northern lands and are thus more frugal with our spending, why then would you purchase such expensive paper?" Noting the shopkeeper's generous offering of a large bundle of paper, the disparity was evident. Scholar Zhou, with a smile, countered, "What do you suppose?" Xiao Tao murmured, "If I could guess, why would I ask you?" She replied aloud, "It should not be for practicing calligraphy." Reflecting on how Jing Yu could find joy in a pig's trotter, she concluded that Scholar Zhou's family must not be affluent. Therefore, the paper must serve a significant purpose. "Uncle, is it that your calligraphy is particularly renowned among scholars, necessitating the use of fine paper for your writing and painting?" She had heard tales in the county about how renowned calligraphers and painters were often sought after by scholars. Scholar Zhou shook his head with a smile. Suddenly, Xiao Tao recalled the precious tomes on the main desk that were covered in dust and faded with age. Scholar Zhou had mentioned that several of those books were exceedingly rare. She ventured, "Could it be that you wish to transcribe those precious books? You would be willing to use such costly paper to copy them because ordinary bookstores do not carry these volumes?" She jested. Was it that you went to the cart to retrieve silver, when in fact you were merely removing the edges of your clothing? Scholar Zhou, unperturbed, chuckled and nodded. You have guessed correctly this time. Indeed, I did go to the cart to remove the edges of my clothing to obtain the silver note. The paper I purchased is indeed intended for transcribing the books in my possession. Those volumes, just as you conjectured, are nearly impossible to acquire for scholars of our modest means, even if one possesses wealth. I cannot fathom why they are so neglected, gathering dust. The books on that desk do not belong to us. They cannot be claimed. The only recourse is to shamelessly transcribe them. Seeing Scholar Zhou in good spirits, Xiao Tao playfully pressed on, Uncle Zhou, I had not previously heard you express a desire to purchase an extensive collection of books. Your reluctance to break the silver notes was telling. Was this acquisition a spur-of-the-moment decision? That hefty stack, judging by the shopkeeper's remarks, must have cost significantly more than before. Scholar Zhou replied, as soon as I praised the quality of the calligraphy in the book, the shopkeeper informed me that it was transcribed by a talented individual from Lingzhou, who has already achieved the status of Jinshi. Furthermore, the shopkeeper has great confidence in his future success in the imperial examination. Consider this, as a scholar from an academy and a prodigy, he is expected to prioritize his studies. Yet, he still undertakes such a multitude of transcription work. Could it merely be for a meager livelihood? Xiao Tao speculated, perhaps he, like you, initially faced financial hardships and relied on transcription for income. Yet, even after achieving the status of Xiaocai, he continues to transcribe extensively, which suggests that these books hold significant value for his academic pursuits. Transcribing not only provides income but also allows him to delve deeply into these invaluable texts, truly a twofold advantage. Scholar Zhou's expression brightened with approval, and he nodded slightly. Little Tao suddenly realized, Scholar Zhou, being a learned man himself, is a scholar who is willing to spend a significant sum to acquire the books copied by the Jinshi. He must deem these tomes beneficial for his civil service examinations. Perhaps Scholar Zhou will one day achieve the rank of Jinshi or even higher. As for the thoughts that Scholar Zhou finds somewhat inconvenient to express, such as the critical importance of these books for his examination, or the notion that the copyist might one day be honored on the list of successful candidates, especially as they hail from the same hometown. She then inquired, Uncle Zhou, are we returning now? However, Scholar Zhou replied, the books have been purchased, the paper has been bought, yet we have yet to acquire the brush. Little Tao gazed at him in confusion, her eyes seemingly questioning why they hadn't procured everything at the bookstore. Scholar Zhou elucidated, it is still early. Let us take a leisurely stroll to Yunlai Temple in the western part of the city. Today coincides with the first day of the temple fair, which is bound to be lively. Previously, the floods were severe, and many affluent families from the disaster-stricken areas have flocked into the capital for safety. We shall explore the temple market. If we come across any reasonably priced writing materials, we might save some silver. Little Ta thought to herself, just moments ago, he was spending money like water, and now he is reluctant to part with even a single copper coin. However, someone of her disposition naturally cared more about any bargains that might arise, hoping to turn a profit. Upon arriving at the temple, Little Tao noticed the bright red mountain hawthorn fruits glistening in amber syrup by the roadside. With just a fleeting glance, she diverted her gaze. At the foot of the mountain, indeed, they encountered numerous weary travelers, their faces marked by fatigue, setting up makeshift stalls along the path to sell their wares. The sight tugged at their hearts. Of course, there were also wastrels from the capital, peddling trinkets that even pawn shops would refuse to accept. The group followed Scholar Zhou as he wandered about. Little Tao, being skilled in embroidery, quickly spotted a man with oiled hair and a painted face, dressed in satin, who had laid out an old garment before him, atop which rested a basket. Inside the basket was a large bundle of exceptionally fine silk thread. Little Tao couldn't bear to purchase such premium silk, as it would cost no less than 4 or 5 taels of silver. Beside him was an exquisite hollowed wooden box, adorned with lotus flowers on the lid, slightly ajar to reveal an assortment of premium embroidery needles. Noticing Little Tao's fixation on the needles and threads, the man immediately called out, Miss, would you like to buy? All of it is of excellent quality, just 3 taels of silver. Little Tao continued walking unfazed. The man attempted to reach out and grab her, but Scholar Zhou's expression darkened as he stepped forward. However, Xue Sheng had already extended his slender arm to block the man. Little Tao replied nonchalantly, Do I look like a girl who would spend 3 taels of silver on silk thread? The man hurriedly asked, How much money do you have? Little Tao scowled, thinking to herself, I have plenty of money, why would I reveal that to you? Instead, she retorted, I am merely a girl who buys silk thread for a few dozen won. If this exceeds 200 won, my mother would surely deduct half a month's worth of meals from me. As she spoke, she feigned an intention to leave. Desperate, the man grasped Shuisheng's arm and called out to little Tao, just 200 won. 200 won. Miss, please come back. Come back. His voice rose with each plea. Shuisheng, filled with indignation, thought to himself, if only I had Brother Zhang's abilities, I would surely knock this rogue out with a single blow. Turning around, little Tao looked at Scholar Zhou with pleading eyes. Father, could you buy this for me? Scholar Zhou once again assumed the role of the money-spending father. With a stern expression, he counted out 200 won from his pouch and handed it to the man. Little Tao quickly picked up the basket, her heart brimming with joy. Scholar Zhou quietly reminded her, be more restrained. This child's smile is stretching from ear to ear. Little Tao immediately composed herself, adopting a calm demeanor as she followed. She quietly said to Shuisheng behind her, Brother Shuisheng, keep an eye out for anything useful that can be resold for a profit. Then, covering her mouth, she whispered, I brought money, if it's not enough, I can lend you some. Upon hearing this, Shuisheng's face broke into a smile, and his steps became lighter. In front of a man dressed in loose satin, looking as if he had been drained by indulgence, a cloth displayed a pile of books, several brushes, 2 inkstones, and a few ink cakes. Little Tao's eyes sparkled at the sight of the brushes, inkstones, and ink, while Shuisheng fixated intently on the stack of books. Scholar Zhou glanced over, noting that the collection included both introductory texts and essential classics. He pondered over it, stealing a few glances at Shuisheng. Shuisheng asked, how much for these books? The seller replied, 50 taels. This price was considerably lower than at bookstores, where they would fetch 80 or 90 taels, yet Shuisheng reluctantly walked away. Little Tao, having previously inquired about the value of this collection, stepped forward, saying, I'll take them for 30 taels. Shuisheng stared in astonishment at little Tao. What would a girl, who had no need for the imperial examinations, want with such an expenditure? The seller squinted, eyeing little Tao intently. Scholar Zhou stepped in front of her, feigning an intent to pull her away. The books were indeed rare and priced reasonably, but he could not persuade Shuisheng to make the purchase. To buy the books on credit would lead to further expenses for tuition at the academy, and clearly, Shuisheng's family could not afford such a burden. This was not merely a one-time transaction. Many would spend their lives in pursuit of knowledge only to find themselves unsuccessful. It all depended on Shuisheng's own resolve. The seller, having previously visited a pawnshop, knew that they would only offer 30 taels for the books. After all, pawnshops need to make a profit. It was difficult to find a buyer willing to spend lavishly on books at a temple fair. He conceded 40 taels, not a single copper less. At this point, little Tao found herself in a quandary. Her plan was to purchase the books, lend them to Shuisheng, and perhaps benefit herself. Even if she had no use for the examinations, she could learn from Scholar Zhou and later teach her own children. Even if she were unable to instruct, having the books for her children would still be worthwhile, though it felt a bit shameless for a girl to be thinking so far ahead. The books were not burdensome to carry, and who knows, they might become even more valuable in the northern regions in the future. Ultimately, she decided to buy the books and said to the seller, 38 taels, it's an auspicious number. The seller, being a gambler, found the number 8 propitious. And sensing that he was only 2 taels short, he feared losing this customer and agreed. Little Tao signaled to Shuisheng to wrap the books in cloth. She pulled out her silver and made the payment. Chapter 47. Learning to Read. After a lengthy browsing session, Scholar Zhou finally discovered a pair of plain purple sandalwood rulers at a stall, spending 3 taels of silver. Next, he spent 15 taels on an ancient, weighty inkstone. He then found several brushes for 6 taels of silver, and finally, he purchased a few ink cakes for an astonishing 20 taels. His extravagant purchases even prompted little Tao to rush back to the mule cart to retrieve the hidden silver she had tucked in her clothing. Little Tao exclaimed in shock, Uncle Zhou, why are the items at this stall still so expensive? In truth, she wished to ask why he was buying such costly items. Scholar Zhou replied, I use high-quality paper, which naturally warrants a good brush. A fine brush leads to beautiful writing, and a good inkstone allows the ink to flow well. As for the ink, the seller mentioned that it is prized Huizhou ink, inherently valuable, with a delicate texture, a color like lacquer, and crucially, it does not fade over time. He added, I usually use brushes that cost a few dozen won, inkstones worth 100 won, and ink at several dozen won each. However, you know how precious the books I am copying are. The brushes you bought today are quite good. They include goat hair, weasel hair, and mixed hair, which are perfectly suited for your use. When we return home, I will teach you how to distinguish between them. Upon returning home, Shui Sheng assisted little Tao in moving her purchases into her room, while Scholar Zhou's items were carried inside with the help of Sanya's husband. Little Tao's mother was astonished at the large pile of books little Tao had brought back. Although her husband was a scholar, she understood how costly books could be and teased. Could it be that women are now allowed to participate in the imperial examinations? Little Tao playfully whined, Mother. Little Tao's mother chuckled. At a glance, it seems you are preparing to take the top honors. Noticing that little Tao appeared somewhat shy and seemed to want to speak with Shui Sheng, she concocted an excuse. I will go help in the kitchen. Shui Sheng, you assist little Tao in tidying up. With that, she left the space open for the two children to converse. Little Tao, recalling what she wanted to say but fearing Shui Sheng would feel awkward standing before her, imitated Scholar Zhou and invited him to sit in the nearby chair. She spoke earnestly, Brother Shui Sheng, the paper I received from the bookstore today, I do not know how many years it will take for me to use it all. You can take half of it to practice writing. There is plenty of paper, and you can practice well. Seeing that little Tao was considering him, Shui Sheng could not help but smile, and without pretense, he gratefully replied, all right. He learned from Uncle Zhou and Brother Zhang that a man must possess skills. He was uncertain about how to acquire such abilities, but for the moment, with Xiao Tao providing paper and excellent calligraphy practice sheets, honing his writing skills could be considered a step towards personal development, could it not? Xiao Tao continued, Shui Sheng, I can see that you are quite taken with this collection of books. For now, I am still learning characters and practicing my writing under Uncle Zhou's guidance. And I am not yet ready to read these books. You should take them and read. After all, there is no harm in broadening one's knowledge. When she noticed Shui Sheng was about to refuse, she hurriedly added, do not overthink it. Once you have read and learned from them, you can return them to me without any loss on my part. Shui Sheng felt that no one cared for his future more than Xiao Tao. He looked up, his heart brimming with gratitude, and replied, all right. There were so many thoughts he wished to express, but did not know where to begin. He recalled the old student from Mingda town, who often gazed at him with a sigh, lamenting his own limited knowledge and his inability to teach Shui Sheng more. The old student was so impoverished that he could not even afford a decent calligraphy manual, let alone good books. Shui Sheng sensed that Xiao Tao was offering him a ladder to climb. Whether he could become capable depended on whether he could ascend this ladder and gaze further into the horizon. After lunch, Scholar Zhou suggested a brief rest before the class commenced punctually at the hour of the rat. Xiao Tao sat beside her mother on the bed, recounting the events of the day and inquiring, Mother, am I spending too much? Xiao Tao's mother gently pressed her daughter's head against her shoulder, affectionately stroking the now slightly glossy hair. With a serious tone, she replied, Xiao Tao, I cannot indulge you with nonsense like money being spent frivolously. In this world, every meal and every piece of clothing is exchanged for silver. You live in the temple and sell cloth, rising at midnight to go out for a mere few coins of profit. You understand well how hard-earned money is. However, if this money can help you acquire genuine skills, then it is worth it. Look at Scholar Zhou, who does not spend money carelessly. He does not indulge his own son with money. Yet the books he purchases are not only beneficial to him, but can also be passed on to his children. Now that you have bought these books, you must devote yourself to studying them diligently, do you understand? We are temporarily residing here for a few months, and since I have some idle time, I might as well embroider some pouches. Xiao Tao eagerly replied, I will embroider with you. Her mother ruffled her hair and said, nonsense. We are not daughters of nobility, who can invite tutors to teach whatever they wish. It is our fortune to have encountered Scholar Zhou. If he is willing to teach you, you must dedicate all your time to learning, putting aside other matters. He has bought so many books, which must be extremely important for his imperial examination preparations. Thus, while he still has some time and is willing to teach, you should exert every effort to learn. Xiao Tao nodded earnestly. Her mother urged her to lie down and rest while she sat nearby, organizing the silk threads Xiao Tao had purchased. She rummaged through the remnants of cloth given by the shopkeeper when they bought fabric in the city, meticulously selecting a large bundle of high quality, elegantly patterned or luxurious fabric pieces to pair with the fine silk threads. She thought that such embroidered pouches would surely fetch a good price. In the afternoon, When Xiao Tao went to Scholar Zhou's to begin her studies, she encountered Sanya in the courtyard, who was slowly turning about while supporting her waist. Upon seeing Xiao Tao, Sanya's eyes sparkled with joy. The two exchanged glances, and their eyes brimmed with tears. Sanya grasped Xiao Tao's hand and whispered, "Xiao Tao, I am truly happy for you. With this opportunity, you must study with all your might." Xiao Tao managed a faint smile, "Sister Sanya. This time I am being taught by someone truly skilled. Alas, you cannot join me in this endeavor due to your condition. Once I have learned, I will teach you." Sanya quietly replied, "Yes, when you have mastered it, you can teach me." She nudged Xiao Tao, urging her to hurry to Uncle Zhou's study. Xiao Tao turned away, gently wiping the corners of her eyes, standing outside the door for a moment to compose herself and mustering a cheerful smile before knocking. Upon receiving permission, Xiao Tao stepped into the study separated from Scholar Zhou's room and was pleasantly surprised to find Xueqing there as well. Xueqing whispered, "I asked Uncle Zhou if I could sit in and listen while you learn. I wish to learn alongside you." Scholar Zhou was not only knowledgeable but also possessed the ability to explain concepts clearly and engagingly. He began with the origins, evolution, and uses of characters, effortlessly weaving in excerpts containing those characters. Xueqing was utterly captivated, reflecting, "No wonder the old student from Mingde town often sighed. The depth of knowledge is truly worlds apart." Having just become a student, Xiao Tao remembered her mother's words about the rarity of such opportunities and listened attentively. Moreover, Scholar Zhou's teaching was fascinating, devoid of any dullness. Meanwhile, Jingyu sat nearby, his expression calm, as if he had already mastered the material, yet he continued to listen earnestly without showing off to Xiao Tao. Scholar Zhou glanced at the children and suddenly recalled something, pondering for a moment before instructing Xueqing to go outside and call Huiqing in. When Huiqing entered, Sanya unexpectedly followed behind. Scholar Zhou noted the excited expression on Sanya's face, while Huiqing remained composed. Scholar Zhou was secretly astonished, thinking that Huiqing might have potential. He doubted Huiqing would fail to grasp the purpose of his invitation. Huiqing respectfully bowed to Scholar Zhou, who nodded and said, "Sanya is about to give birth. You must stay home and take care of her. If you wish, you can join the other children in learning characters." Huiqing hurriedly replied, "Thank you, Uncle Zhou. I am grateful that you, despite considering me a rough man, are still willing to teach us." Sanya shyly added, "Uncle Zhou, I apologize for following in without understanding the rules. Please forgive me. We are indeed hoping for the chance to learn characters, so when you called Huiqing in, I thought that if you agreed to let him study, I would come in to express my gratitude." She leaned on her husband for support, sincerely bowing in thanks and adding, "I will not disturb everyone further." As Huiqing assisted Sanya out, in truth, she did not need his support. She had something to convey to her husband. "Huiqing, you must learn to recognize all the characters in a book. Teach me again tonight. If it weren't for my condition preventing me from sitting for long, I would have knelt to beg Uncle Zhou to let me study as well." Hearing this, Huiqing could only respond, "Studying depends on talent. Otherwise, everyone would pass the exams and become officials. I genuinely want to learn a few characters to avoid being blind. I will do my utmost to study hard and teach you tonight." Chapter 48, Clothing. Xiao Tao's mother stood by the window, observing the scene of Sanya and Xiao Tao holding hands with teary eyes, and she understood how to treat the couple. Having more people care for Xiao Tao was a good thing, especially since she lacked brothers and a father to support her. Seeing Sanya exit Scholar Zhou's study, Xiao Tao's mother kindly waved her over, saying, "Sanya, come in and chat with me. Are you tired?" Sanya quickly replied, "I was just looking for Aunt Xiao to talk." The two entered the room, where Xiao Tao's mother poured a cup of warm water for Sanya. Just the right temperature. Sanya attempted to rise, but how could she let her elder pour water? Noticing her movement, Xiao Tao's mother quickly pressed her gently down, patting her shoulder and kindly saying, "You are carrying a heavy burden now and tire easily, and there is no elder around to look after you. It is only right for me to bring you a cup of water to drink, so do not mention it." As she spoke, she picked up her embroidery frame. Sanya gazed at the lifelike plum blossoms embroidered on the frame and sincerely praised, "Aunt Xiao, your embroidery is truly exquisite." Xiao Tao's mother smiled and said, "If you think it's decent, whenever you are not too tired, feel free to come find me, and we can embroider together. We will use this fabric and silk thread. The remnants were given by the shopkeeper when I bought the fabric, so there was no cost. The silk thread was bought at a bargain by Xiao Tao, costing very little. Do not feel like you owe Xiao Tao anything." Sanya was so moved that she could hardly find words. It was uncommon for someone to share their skills so readily with others. Furthermore, in the countryside, nearing childbirth, one would still have to cut grass, feed pigs, and cook. Who could afford to be so delicate? She also understood that now Huiqing, unable to hunt in the city and without a job, was only spending money without any coming in. Xiao Tao's mother was willing to teach her a skill and had even prepared the fabric and silk thread, clearly intending to assist the couple. An hour later, Scholar Zhou called for a short tea break. Xiao Tao took Jingyu to the courtyard to admire the morning glories when she spotted Shuixing's mother tilling the land with a hoe. Having just settled in, she was already contemplating the prospect of tilling the land and sowing vegetable seeds, eager for everyone to soon relish the fresh produce from her own cultivation. Time flew swiftly, and before long, Xiao Tao and her companions had studied under Scholar Zhou for half a month. In the afternoons, Xiao Tao could recognize about 30 characters in an hour and practiced writing for another hour. Each morning at the hour of the rabbit, she would rise early to recite the characters learned in the previous days for half an hour to reinforce her memory, followed by a morning dedicated to writing practice. Before lunch, she allocated half a stick of incense's worth of time for Jingyu to teach her new characters for the afternoon. Scholar Zhou had her practice copying a collection of examination candidates' calligraphy, which was executed in a flowing and elegant semi-cursive script, perfectly suited for Xiao Tao's training. Her determination greatly pleased Scholar Zhou. Huiqing, on the other hand, displayed mediocre aptitude for his studies. Learning 30 characters daily proved to be a formidable challenge for him, and he often struggled to retain what he had learned in previous days. Initially, Xiao Tao intended to teach Sonia how to read, but upon discovering that Jingyu had already mastered all the characters, Sonia took it upon herself to pull Jingyu aside each morning to practice their reading together, allowing Xiao Tao to focus on her writing. Under Sonia's supervision, her husband managed to keep pace with the reading lessons, yet after half a month, his writing still resembled a series of unintelligible symbols. To Scholar Zhou's surprise, Shuixing initially struck him as somewhat unremarkable. After all, he had attended a private school for a few years and seemed to possess limited knowledge beyond recognizing characters. Shuixing had once shyly inquired about the books necessary for passing the examination for scholar status, to which Zhou casually replied that mastery of the 4 books and 5 classics was essential. Shuixing was, of course, familiar with these texts, otherwise he wouldn't have been so captivated by the books he had encountered at the market stall near the temple. Scholar Zhou, having risen in the middle of the night, overheard Shuixing softly reciting the Analects. When passing Shuixing's room at the hour of the rabbit, he noticed the lamp was already lit, and the sound of Shuixing reciting the Analects resonated with diligent fervor. Scholar Zhou could not comprehend why Shuixing exerted himself so diligently yet seemed to know so little. While tidying his desk, Scholar Zhou stumbled upon a calligraphy manual by Yan Jinqing, whose vigorous strokes and commanding presence were quite impressive. He thought of Xiao Tao, who had ample resources for her practice, while Shuixing lacked such a guide. The robust and upright style of Yan's calligraphy was ideally suited for a man to emulate, so he kindly offered the manual to Shuixing, earnestly advising him to cherish it. In the afternoon, while Xiao Tao practiced her writing, he also provided Shuixing with some guidance. Remarkably, after just half a month, Shuixing's calligraphy had undergone a remarkable transformation. Scholar Zhou, catching a glimpse, noticed that Shuixing's fingertips were perpetually reddened from his relentless practice. As for Scholar Zhou himself, he too arose at the hour of the rabbit, dedicating an hour to reading from the examination candidate's manuscript. After breakfast, he began transcribing the texts left by the homeowner. He spent the afternoons teaching and, following dinner, would read for another hour before continuing his transcription. Before they knew it, a month had passed and a day of rest was due. Coincidentally, it was the first day of the month, perfect for visiting the temple fair. After breakfast, everyone invited Scholar Zhou to take a seat in the center of the hall. Typically, no one would sit alongside him, the children, being younger, would not presume to do so, and the 2 women of his generation, bound by propriety, felt it inappropriate to sit beside him. Xiao Tao approached with 2 exquisite garments of brocade, presenting them with both hands. "Uncle Zhou, these are 2 outfits I made for you, a token of filial respect. I hope you like them." Upon seeing them, Scholar Zhou noted one outfit in a deep blue hue and the other in a bamboo green, both colors exuding elegance and gravitas. The craftsmanship was meticulous, with exquisite embroidery, and the cuffs adorned with delicate bamboo branches. Most striking was the luxurious brocade that shimmered in the light, reminiscent of flowing water. Even Scholar Zhou found himself momentarily at a loss for words, marveling at the beauty of the garments. He had never donned such opulent attire, especially crafted by the hands of his own student. A profound sense of satisfaction radiated from him. Jingyu, catching sight of the resplendent garments, glanced at his own hands and exclaimed, "Father, wait a moment. I must return to touch them." With that, he dashed out like a gust of wind. His words reminded Shueisheng's mother, who also wished to feel the fabric. Following closely behind Jingyu, she called out, "Jingyu, don't spill any water. I want to wash my hands too." Sonia, observing the scene, could not help but stifle her laughter. In a matter of moments, Jingyu returned, cautiously using his fingertip to touch the fabric. Scholar Zhou inquired, "What are you doing?" Upon hearing this, Jingyu responded, "Am I really allowed to touch it?" He then gently caressed the fabric, before touching his own face, puzzled. "Didn't they say it feels like a child's skin? Why is the fabric so smooth, yet my face is not?" He turned to Xiao Tao earnestly and said, "Sister Xiao Tao, don't work so hard. Save some knowledge for me. I'll return with the skills to surpass even my father and teach you in turn. When that day comes, you should honor me with a garment like this so I too can wear such splendid attire." Scholar Zhou, hearing this, was filled with indignation. "Do you understand the rules?" he said, rising to reprimand his son. At this, everyone could no longer contain themselves, their shoulders shaking with laughter. At this moment, Shueisheng's mother was also contemplating touching the brocade garments, but Shueisheng hurriedly intervened, blocking her. She was confused, as there were no shops in Mingda town selling such brocade. Even if there were in the capital, she would never dare enter, let alone touch the fabrics. Her hands were riddled with tiny cuts, and she feared damaging the silk. However, upon reflection, she realized that since Scholar Zhou's garments were at home, she could certainly be gentle and would not risk any damage. Just as she was about to explain her caution to her son, Shueisheng found it difficult to articulate that it was inappropriate for a woman to touch garments made for men. Xiao Tao's mother surveyed the group and beckoned Jingyu, gently pinching his now fairer, childlike face. She then opened another bundle. "Jingyu, what do you think of these two outfits?" Jingyu's attention was immediately captivated. One was a royal blue crossover robe adorned with a fierce tiger head embroidered in dark crimson silk thread, the tiger's eyes outlined in black, exuding an air of majesty. The other was a deep red garment, featuring a playful little tiger embroidered in brown silk, its eyes also highlighted in black. Sparkling with a lively glint, the little tiger's head tilted cutely. Xiao Tao's mother spoke softly, "Unfold the garments completely." Jingyu carefully spread the outfits, and a gasp of astonishment escaped him. "Father." He scanned the room, exhilaration swelling within him. Such small sizes could only fit him. His joy was boundless. "Even if I don't take the examination, I can still wear splendid clothes." At this point, Scholar Zhou could no longer remain seated. It was not merely for disciplining his son, but also because he had single-handedly raised his children, attending to every detail himself. He had refrained from remarrying to ensure his young children were not deprived, and the burden of parenthood had hindered his ability to concentrate on his studies, extinguishing his aspirations for advancement. Now, someone had thought of his younger son and crafted such precious clothing for him. How could he not be moved? Moreover, he found himself in a situation where someone was willing to show kindness to him and his children. He turned to Xiao Tao's mother, his gaze laden with complex, unspoken emotions. Xiao Tao's mother feigned ignorance of Scholar Zhou's gaze. She smiled and took Shueisheng's mother's hand. "Sister, I usually focus solely on my embroidery. Managing the household has been all on you. I haven't been of much help. I can only offer this small token of my skills." She then presented a vibrant moon-white silk pouch. "What do you think?" The pouch was embroidered with 2 lotus flowers, delicately blooming with dew, and the lush green leaves added a touch of vitality. Shueisheng's mother held the pouch, stammering, "Sister Zhao, such a precious and beautiful item. How could it be given to me? What if I accidentally damage the silk?" Xiao Tao's mother smiled as she wrapped Shueisheng's hands around the pouch. "You must accept it." Shueisheng respectfully expressed his gratitude to Xiao Tao's mother, understanding that Aunt Zhao had intentionally embroidered this pouch for his mother's dignity. At that moment, Shueisheng's mother no longer wished to touch anyone else's garments. Instead, she mimicked Jingyu, carefully using her fingertip to gently caress the pouch. Indeed, as Jingyu had said, the silk shimmered and felt soft to the touch. Jingyu, captivated by the lotus flowers on the pouch, remarked, "Thank you, Auntie. This pouch is truly beautiful." Shuixing's mother graciously replied, "You may touch it gently, but be careful. I must find a piece of fine cloth to wrap it up and keep it safe." Xiao Tao and I gazed at Shuixing, a gentle smile gracing her features, realizing that Shuixing, too, possessed such unguarded moments. With an air of delight, Shuixing proudly held up her purse for all to admire. Zhou Xiaokai, ever the charmer, complimented, "The vibrant colors are splendid, they evoke a sense of festivity. Surely, your household shall thrive." Shuixing relished these words, her face beaming with joy as she turned to Xiao Tao and I, exclaiming, "Sister Zhao, I truly adore it." Once everyone had admired, Shuixing prepared to return indoors to safeguard her purse. Just as she reached the threshold, she paused and turned to Sanya, saying, "Sanya, are you not learning craftsmanship from your Aunt Zhao? You must dedicate yourself to mastering it. I have never witnessed embroidery skills as exquisite as yours in Mingda Town. Even our village chief's daughter lacks such an opportunity to learn." Sanya replied brightly. I heed Aunt Xia's words. Yet, she understood that Aunt Xia's advice was grounded in truth and concern for her well-being. Zhou Xiaokai intended to first take Xiao Tao and the others to broaden their horizons by exploring the esteemed four treasures of the study, followed by a visit to a fine jewelry shop, primarily for Xiao Tao to learn and discern. His own knowledge in this realm was limited, thus, it was essential for Xiao Tao to observe and reflect. Should time permit, they might even venture to the temple to test their luck for any bargains, especially since they had a mule cart for convenience. In preparation for their excursion to the jewelry store, Zhou Xiaokai and his son, along with Xiao Tao and her mother, donned brand new satin garments. When Xiao Tao emerged, clad in a verdant green top paired with a delicate lavender skirt, the green accentuated the alabaster of her neck, while the lilac skirt swayed gracefully with her steps, complemented by embroidered satin shoes, exuding an aura of refined elegance. Shuixing exclaimed ahead of everyone, "Oh my! Miss Xiao Tao, you and Sister Zhao are truly fated as mother and daughter. You both are ethereal beings." Unbeknownst to her, her son and Zhou Xiaokai, upon hearing this, struggled to divert their gazes from Xiao Tao, each battling their own thoughts. The group first arrived at the largest bookshop in the prefectural city. Huaiqing, aware of his own limitations in scholarship, volunteered, "Shuixing, you accompany Uncle Zhou and the others inside to explore. I shall guard the mule cart. I am already content to recognize a few characters, thanks to Uncle Zhou." Shuixing expressed her gratitude to Zhang Dege and followed Zhou Xiaokai into the bookshop. Upon entering, the shopkeeper, having merely glanced at their attire and demeanor, approached with warmth. Zhou Xiaokai gently remarked, "Shopkeeper, we are merely here to let the children take a look. If anything catches their eye, we shall trouble you then." Xiao Tao feigned nonchalance as she inspected the brushes and inkstones within the shop. At that moment, a dapper young gentleman, dressed impeccably, entered with his attendant. His gaze inadvertently brushed across Xiao Tao, a flicker of admiration lighting his eyes before he politely averted his gaze. The gentleman inquired softly, "Shopkeeper, any news regarding the inkstone I previously asked about?" The shopkeeper hurriedly replied, "Please wait a moment, young Master Zhang." He personally retreated to the back and returned with 2 exquisite rosewood boxes. Xiao Tao recognized the fine material of the boxes from Zhou Xiaokai's ruler, understanding that the inkstone within must be precious. The shopkeeper introduced, "Young Master Zhang, please take a look. This one is a Duan inkstone, crafted from old material from the Xiaoyan pit. The stone is smooth and delicate, exuding a subtle elegance, with flowing and natural ink pool lines." He then opened the other box, revealing a Su inkstone, also from old material, featuring a carved dragon pattern along its edge, with a flat and sleek surface, topped with a dragon's head reaching for water, an overall embodiment of opulence. "Which one do you prefer?" Young Master Zhang scrutinized the pieces closely before finally stating, "Please wrap up this Duan inkstone. It would be a fitting gift for an elder of noble character who would surely appreciate its refined spirit." When the shopkeeper quoted 700 taels, young Master Zhang merely nodded, signaling to his attendant to settle the bill. Though Xiao Tao had heard Zhou Xiaokai speak of the high value of finding stones, witnessing a stone priced at 700 taels left her secretly astonished. Such an extravagant item was merely an ordinary choice for gifting in the eyes of others. The shopkeeper then added, "Young Master Zhang, we have just received a fine piece of Tian Huang seal stone. Would you care to take a look?" Young Master Zhang replied with a smile, "Then I shall trouble you to broaden my horizons." The shopkeeper delicately presented a brocade box, revealing a stone no wider than 2 fingers, devoid of any blemish. its golden hue reminiscent of congealed fat. Was this truly Tianhuang stone? The shopkeeper elaborated. Young Master Zhang, observe this Tianhuang stone. Its color is uniform and pure, with no dispersion, its texture as delicate as an infant's skin, crystal clear and lustrous. As he gently placed the stone in young Master Zhang's palm, the latter examined it against the light and could not help but exclaim, indeed, a fine stone. The color is concentrated and undispersed, entirely smooth and delicate. Truly a rare gem. The shopkeeper smiled. Young Master Zhang, being a person of refinement, it is only right that I present you with the finest. At that moment, young Master Zhang's attendant stood respectfully behind him. Young Master Zhang instructed, shopkeeper, please settle the bill at the Zhang residence later. The shopkeeper beamed, very well. This piece of Tianhuang stone is priced at 900 taels. 900 taels. Xiao Tao felt her head spin. A single exquisite seal stone could be exchanged for a multitude of golden hairpins. Today, through the lens of this cultured yet lavishly generous young Master Zhang, she had certainly gained insight. Chapter 50, Daughter. As they exited the bookshop, Zhou Xiaokai inquired with a smile, Xiao Tao, what did you learn from your visit to the bookshop? Xiao Tao replied softly, standing beside young Master Zhang. I gained knowledge of the famous Duan and Su Ing stones and was introduced to Tianhuang stone. Zhou Xiaokai nodded. Indeed, life is a continuous learning experience. These items, if I had brought you here alone, the shopkeeper may not have presented them. The opportunity to witness them would have been diminished. However, by leveraging the influence of a noble youth, you were able to behold them firsthand. In learning, one must be adaptable. He further praised. You conducted yourself admirably in the shop. Shui Sheng silently registered Zhou Xiaokai's guidance to Xiao Tao in her heart. The group then proceeded to the jewelry shop. Upon entering, Xiao Tao and I led Xiao Tao, instantly captivating the attention of everyone present. The shopkeeper marveled at the striking beauty of the mother and daughter duo. However, upon closer inspection, he noted that the elegant woman adorned no jewelry, yet her attire, composed of high-quality satin in harmonious colors, exuded an exceptional grace. The family's meticulous choice in clothing assuaged his initial curiosity, prompting him to approach with warmth. Xiao Tao and I, maintaining her composure, remarked, please continue with your business. We are merely here to let my daughter browse at her leisure. Xiao Tao's gaze swept over a row of hair ornaments when an eager shop assistant promptly presented a box atop the counter, enthusiastically introducing Miss. Please take a look at this hairpin. It features a gold frame with a gold butterfly, its wings adorned with rubies. Observe how lifelike the butterfly appears, as if it wishes to take flight when worn. Xiao Tao pursed her lips, revealing a faint smile, yet she did not exhibit overt enthusiasm. At that moment, several young ladies, accompanied by their maids, approached, veiled in exquisite silk. Mimicking her mother's demeanor, Xiao Tao calmly instructed the shop assistant, please attend to the other customers first. I shall browse at my leisure and call for you if anything catches my eye. Soon, Xiao Tao caught sight of the shop assistant fervently pitching to the young ladies, Miss, this hairpin is crafted from this year's freshly harvested South Sea pearls, each one perfectly round, lustrous, and delicate. And this ruby hairpin features a gold base, with garnet red rubies set in it. After a while of browsing, Xiao Tao and her mother found nothing of interest. The shop assistant and the shopkeeper began to harbor doubts. As Xiao Tao and I casually adjusted her hair, her sleeve unintentionally slipped, revealing a wrist as delicate as white jade, adorned with a jade bracelet that glistened with a vibrant emerald hue. The shopkeeper and assistant instantly understood that the pair merely held no interest in the shop's wares. They graciously escorted the mother and daughter outside, as Xiao Tao and I smiled and nodded slightly to the shopkeeper before departing with poise. Zhou Xiaokai jested, now you know which jewelry holds true value, don't you? Xiao Tao responded earnestly, indeed, I understand now that high-quality pearls and gemstones far surpass the worth of gold. She also grasped a profound truth, ostentation pales in comparison to genuine substance. Her mother had merely revealed a bracelet, yet the shopkeepers treated them with utmost respect. With time pressing, the group hurried off to the temple, hoping for a stroke of fortune at the fair. Regrettably, fortune is a fleeting companion. After a few turns, one must return home. Despite the month-long holiday, Scholar Zhou did not hold classes, yet Shuixing diligently immersed himself in memorizing the analects, while Xiao Tao continued her calligraphy practice as usual. Not to mention Scholar Zhou himself, who had ventured out merely for a breath of fresh air. returned in the afternoon and immediately resumed his studies. Before long, half a month passed, and everyone had completed the Qianzuan. Sanya was on the brink of childbirth. Her husband steadfastly by her side, thus she ceased her studies. Xiao Tao, pondering the necessity of not letting knowledge go to waste, began her studies of the Sanzijing. Shui Sheng remained focused on his calligraphy and memorization. Sanya's mother had already prepared several delicate cotton garments for the newborn, and with winter approaching, she crafted 2 quilts, one thick and one thin. Shui Sheng's mother had polished 2 pairs of scissors to a brilliant shine and meticulously boiled them in scalding water. She also thoughtfully purchased half a basket of eggs. Reminiscing about her own confinement when she had Shui Sheng, yearning for a bowl of red sugar eggs, which her mother-in-law and sister-in-law denied her. It was only Shui Sheng's father who secretly provided her with a bit of lard mixed into her rice. These eggs were intended for Sanya. Occasionally, she would boil one for the children, and given that Scholar Zhou was teaching Shui Sheng's mother initially intended to pay her respects, but Scholar Zhou stopped her. After a day and night of labor, Sanya finally became a mother on the morning of October 26th at the break of dawn. Shui Sheng's mother immediately prepared a large bowl of 6 red sugar eggs and brought it to the bedside, her tone exuding the confidence of one who had been through it. Sanya, eat up. With 6 red sugar eggs, your milk will surely be abundant. Huaiqing has even bought a basketful for you. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh Sanya, you have no idea. A single egg has skyrocketed to 18 won. At this price, Huaiqing bought them without batting an eye. You must finish this bowl. I can hardly keep track of the coins spent. I spent a month in confinement, and this bowl is worth more than my entire stay." At this, Xiao Tao's mother couldn't help but chuckle. Shui Sheng's mother efficiently tidied the room and, upon raising her eyes, noticed Sanya holding the bowl, her eyes red but silent. Growing anxious, she urged, "Why aren't you drinking it while it's hot? If you don't drink, how will the child have milk? You'll be able to have chicken soup by noon. I've been simmering it in the pot." Sanya held back her tears and resolutely consumed the entire bowl of red sugar eggs. Shui Sheng's mother remarked, "Are you so moved that you could cry, having 6 red sugar eggs at once? Don't think about it. If I could eat 6 red sugar eggs during my confinement, I would surely cry too." Xiao Tao's mother hastily interjected, "Sister, you've been busy all night, not a wink of sleep. Go rest for a bit. I'll handle lunch and call you when it's ready." With that, she assisted Shui Sheng's mother out of Sanya's room. Upon encountering Huaiqing outside, holding their daughter, she said, "The room is tidy. Huaiqing, go in and see Sanya." As Huaiqing entered, he noticed Sanya shedding tears, and immediately grew anxious. "You can't cry during confinement. Be careful not to strain your eyes. Does it still hurt? I'll fetch the doctor." Sanya quickly grabbed Huaiqing, pleading, "Give me the child. She hasn't had any milk yet." Huaiqing promptly restrained Sanya from rising, placing an old cotton coat behind her while watching the baby nurse, proudly proclaiming, "Sanya, look at our daughter. She is so robust. She clearly takes after me." Sanya remained silent, gazing at her nursing daughter, fighting back tears, and said, "Please go fetch Xiao Tao for me. I need someone to talk to." Huaiqing replied, "Isn't it said that unmarried girls shouldn't enter the delivery room?" Seeing Sanya's tears flowing more freely, he quickly amended, all right, I'll go get her." As Xiao Tao entered, she was greeted by a strong scent of blood. She hurried to hold Sanya's hand, noticing her trembling, and quickly embraced her. Sanya glanced at her daughter and trembled even more. Xiao Tao held Sanya tightly, her eyes also reddening, softly comforting, "Sanya, don't be afraid. No one will sell her. She will not endure the same fate as we did." Only the two of them understood the reason for Sanya's trembling. Sanya cried, "He's such a big man, I cannot overpower him. I was sold myself without the support of my family." Xiao Tao reassured, "Brother Zhang is not that kind of person. He was just outside holding the baby and was very affectionate." Sanya's expression sharpened. "I don't care about others. I will cherish her and ensure she never faces the same fate as you and I. Whoever dares to entertain the thought of selling her will pay with their life." As she spoke, her teeth clenched in fury. She turned to Xiao Tao. "Xiao Tao, you're growing up. You'll be 12 next year. Please help me look after her. You will be her aunt." Xiao Tao immediately responded, "I will be her aunt and cherish her." At that moment, Huaiqing called from outside, "Sanya, how are you?" implying that Xiao Tao should hurry out so he could see Sanya. Xiao Tao comforted, "Sanya, don't overthink it. Focus on the baby and yourself. I'll step out for now and return to see you." As Huaiqing entered, he asked, "Are you feeling better?" Sanya softly replied, "I'm fine." He observed the adorable sight of their daughter nursing vigorously and couldn't he help but beam with pride. "I've heard that some babies are weak sucklers and need help to draw milk. Look at our daughter. She is so capable." Only then did he notice the tear stains on Sanya's face and asked in confusion, "Why are you crying again?" Sanya, with a quick change of thought, feigned a smile and replied, "I was reminded of being sold by my parents. It feels like just yesterday. And today I've become a mother. I can't help but worry for my daughter, fearing she might live a life like mine." Huaiqing's expression darkened, and he tugged at the scar on his face, looking particularly fearsome. "Who dares to sell my daughter? That would be a death sentence. I'll shoot them with an arrow." Sanya suddenly felt a weight lift from her heart, her face brightening as she gently cradled her daughter, cooing softly, "Look at you. You are so fortunate. Your father loves you dearly." Huaiqing mused internally, "As a father, isn't it only natural to cherish my own daughter?" Before long, Xiao Tao called from outside. "Sanya, I'm back." Sanya cheerfully replied, "Come in." Xiao Tao produced a shiny, exquisite little silver necklace. "As your aunt, I present this gift for our precious one." Huaiqing felt the gift was too extravagant and was about to protest, but Sanya happily accepted it, saying, "It's from her aunt. We'll save it for her. When she grows up, we'll tell her it's her aunt's heartfelt gift." Xiao Tao and Sanya exchanged a knowing glance, seeing the contented smile on Sanya's face. Xiao Tao discreetly glanced at Brother Zhang nearby and gently poked the child's cheek. "She looks just like Brother Zhang, with such wide, beautiful eyes." Huaiqing, pleased, but also concerned for his daughter, couldn't he help but say, "Xiao Tao, the baby is still little. Her skin is tender. Wait until she is older before poking." Sanya and Xiao Tao exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Chapter 51. The Chaos Unfolds. As Sanya completed her confinement, winter was drawing to a close. Huaiqing extravagantly purchased half a basket of taro, a chicken, a fish, several pounds of meat, 2 blocks of tofu, a pound of peanuts, and used the seedlings from Shuisheng's mother's garden to prepare a lavish feast for their daughter's full moon celebration. After the meal, Huaiqing, beaming with joy, announced, "My daughter has a name now. She shall be called Zhao Zhao, Zhang Zhao Zhao." Shuisheng's mother chimed in, "Huaiqing, I see you've held this name in for a month. Even though I cannot read, I know it must be a splendid name." Xiao Tao's mother laughed in agreement. "That makes sense." Scholar Zhou nodded in approval. "Indeed, it is a fine name." Xiao Tao glanced at Sanya, their eyes meeting in silent understanding. The quality of the name was secondary. What mattered was that her father regarded this naming as of utmost importance. Sanya stepped forward, respectfully thanking Shuisheng's mother. "Ever since we began living together, I am immensely grateful to Aunt Xia for her care, especially during my confinement. You treated me like your own daughter." However, these words instantly darkened Shuisheng's mother's expression. Shuisheng tried to intervene, but it was too late. His mother launched into a tirade, exclaiming angrily, "Sanya, aside from cooking, I may not match Xiao Tao's skills, but when you gave birth, I ensured your meals were plentifully filled with eggs, and you had all the chicken soup you could drink. Although the chicken was purchased by Huaiqing, I assure you that I did not steal a single bite. The dishes are plentiful with oil and flavor. Just look at your daughter's delightful chubby face. Isn't it a testament to your good health and ample milk? How could my treatment of you ever resemble that of a mother-in-law?" As Shuisheng's mother grew increasingly agitated, her expression turned to one of indignation. "When I bore Shuisheng, the pain was so excruciating I nearly lost my life. My maternal family sent over 20 eggs, but my mother-in-law only allowed me to eat 2. The brown sugar and egg soup was so bland that I could barely taste the sweetness. The remaining eggs were said to be reserved for when the harvest came, to nourish everyone working in the fields, and since then, I haven't caught a whiff of an egg." Shuisheng's father suggested killing a chicken to help with my milk production, and after much ado, they finally caught a molting hen. The resulting soup was laden with feathers. Even then, I was allotted barely half a bowl of broth, with just 2 small pieces of meat and no second serving. During my confinement, my mother-in-law insisted that I mend 10 ragged garments, claiming I should sew light tasks. Yet here I am, a far cry from the treatment of a mother-in-law. It was at this moment that everyone finally comprehended why Shuisheng's mother was so furious. It was indeed a delicate matter to address. To say you treat her like my own mother would be inappropriate, for Sanya's biological mother had exchanged her for money. Xiao Tao hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Shuisheng's mother's hand, and spoke gently, "Sister, do not let your anger with Sanya fester. This child simply lacks the words to express her gratitude. She knows you care for her deeply, even more so than for Shuai. Just think, when your conditions improve, will you not provide your daughter-in-law with eggs and chicken soup? Shuai's mother patted her chest in assurance. As long as I can afford it, I will prepare a hearty bowl of brown sugar eggs for my daughter-in-law. I will certainly treat her well with a rich broth made from a plump hen. Tears welled up as she spoke. After all, childbirth often costs half a life. Xiao Tao gently patted her hand. Exactly. In this world, there are individuals like your mother-in-law. And then there are compassionate and understanding mothers-in-law like Shuai's mother. Anyone fortunate enough to be her daughter-in-law is truly blessed. Just look at how fortunate Sanya is. Receiving your care, her complexion is so radiant during this confinement period. If she were to accompany you outside, how envious the other daughters-in-law would be. Shuai's mother, uplifted by these words, transformed her anger into joy, feeling understood by Xiao Tao and boldly addressed Sanya. Sanya, I am not boasting, just as your Aunt Xiao said. If you accompany me outside, those unaware might mistake me for your mother-in-law, and I cannot fathom how many daughters-in-law would envy your good fortune. Sanya, grateful, cast a look at Xiao Tao and quickly echoed, Aunt Xiao is right, I truly owe my good fortune to you. Only then did Shuai's mother relax, observing how her son's demeanor shifted under Aunt Xiao's coaxing, with even her chest thumping proudly, resulting in a harmonious atmosphere. Zhou Xiaocai and Xiao Tao, witnessing this exchange, couldn't help but smile. After Sanya's full moon celebration, the group soon realized their food supplies were dwindling and began discussing the need to purchase grain. Sanya asked Xiao Tao to assist in selling the embroidered pouches she had made. They arrived at a large fabric shop in the city, intending to sell the pouches. The shop assistant merely cast a fleeting glance at them, showing no interest. Inside, the shopkeeper was busy directing the workers to pack materials and organize the shelves, too preoccupied to acknowledge them. The group exchanged glances, baffled by the lack of customer service. Zhou Xiaocai exited the shop, a sense of worry creeping in. With the new year approaching, it seemed illogical for such a large store to be devoid of business. He pondered for a moment before suggesting, let us visit another larger shop. They proceeded to the jewelry store that Xiao Tao had visited previously, only to find it tightly shut as well. Zhou Xiaocai's expression turned grave. This is troubling. He decisively instructed everyone to hold off on selling the pouches and immediately head to the city gate to assess the situation. Upon reaching the city gate, they encountered a long line of luxurious carriages departing the city. Occasionally, a male passenger would disembark, exchanging pleasantries with fellow travelers. Witnessing the scene, Zhou Xiaocai's heart quickened. Quickly, we must return to purchase grain. He instructed Hua Qing, head to the smaller grain shop. We must avoid the long lines at the larger shops. We might miss out altogether. They hurried to a small grain store, where Zhou Xiaocai entered briskly and inquired, Shopkeeper, what are the current prices for flour and rice? The shopkeeper replied, this year's new rice is 61 per jin, last year's old rice 57 won. This year's new flour is 51, while the old flour is 41. Zhou Xiaocai attempted to negotiate. We intend to purchase a significant amount, 100 jin of new rice and 300 jin of new flour. Would you be willing to offer a discount of 2 per jin? The shopkeeper shook his head, not a single one less. Prices were even higher during the recent disaster. This rate is already lower than it was 2 months ago. However, prices have begun to rise again. And there is no shortage of buyers. Zhou Xiaocai gritted his teeth. Very well, shopkeeper, we will take it. Nearby, Shuai's mother, upon hearing the grain prices, turned ashen. On the return journey, they passed by the earlier fabric shop and noticed that all the fabric had been neatly bundled. Xiao Tao thought to herself, with such a large store clearing out its inventory, perhaps they could purchase some quality fabric at a discount. She disembarked, and Shuai hurriedly followed her. Xiao Tao carefully positioned herself by the entrance, raising her smile and calling out cheerfully, Excuse me, good sir. I see you are reorganizing the store. You must have accumulated quite a bit of leftover fabric that is cluttering your space. I would like to buy some if it is convenient. The assistant, overly busy, internally grumbled, If you know you're interrupting, why bother? Can't you see we're occupied? The owner is in a hurry to leave, and we must swiftly clear out the store's contents. Without lifting his head, the assistant grabbed several bundles of fabric and headed into the back room. The fabric was too long, causing one bundle to slip out, and Xiao Tao, quick-witted, stepped forward to catch it. The assistant, who had been about to dismiss her, swallowed his words, suppressing his impatience, and asked, Are you interested in purchasing fabric remnants? Xiao Tao eagerly responded, yes, good sir, if there are any other discounted fabrics. We would be interested if the price is right. The assistant replied, the shop is currently being tidied. Please wait by the entrance. He turned back with a beaming smile to consult the shopkeeper. Sir, should we process the remnants stacked in the storeroom, along with a few bundles of slightly discolored cotton fabric from previous years? It would save space. The shopkeeper glanced at Xiao Tao and Xuexing at the entrance and said, ask that customer if she buys all 4 bundles of discolored fabric. It will be 8 won per foot. If she only buys 1 bundle, it will be 12 won. No individual sales. If she takes all 4, I'll throw in those 3 bags of remnants for free. Xiao Tao had indeed overheard this. The assistant lowered his voice and said to Xiao Tao, that fabric is thick and of good quality, usually selling for over 20 won per foot. It just has a few spots of discoloration the size of an egg. Each bundle contains about 50 zhang. He hesitated, assessing Xiao Tao. Can you afford that much? Xiao Tao quickly calculated in her mind. Please tell the shopkeeper I'll buy all 4 bundles and the 3 bags of remnants for 15 taels of silver. Is that acceptable? The assistant hurriedly ran to relay the message. The shopkeeper nodded in response. Xuexing promptly entered to assist the assistant in moving the fabric. Xiao Tao opened the fabric bundles at the entrance for a closer inspection. The fabric was indeed thick, with minimal discoloration, and she was quite pleased. Smiling at the assistant, she said, thank you, good sir. I will certainly return to purchase more from you in the future. The assistant, however, hesitated to respond, merely casting Xiao Tao a complex glance. A sudden unease gripped Xiao Tao, and she recalled Zhou Xiaocai's earlier tension. Could it be that chaos was truly brewing in the city? Chapter 52, Departure. Hua Qing assisted in loading the fabric onto the cart. Xiao Tao hurried over to Zhou Xiaocai, her heart racing. Uncle Zhou, I just tested the assistant. And when I mentioned returning to buy fabric, he didn't respond but merely stared at me, wanting to say something but holding back. All the fabric on the shelves has already been taken away. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaocai immediately lowered his voice, summoning Xuexing and Hua Qing into the wagon. I fear the city may soon descend into chaos. Large fabric shops and jewelry stores either have powerful backers or are owned by officials themselves. Their haste to leave indicates that turmoil is imminent. They may not be able to depart if they delay. If the counties begin to riot, it would be catastrophic. Xuexing glanced at Xiao Tao, knowing she intended to head to Liaodong, and he would certainly accompany her. Zhou Xiaocai spoke gravely. Xiao Tao, the travel permits for you and your mother are falsified, using the names of my wife and daughter. I am aware that my hometown has been ravaged by disaster, a fact that, by all accounts, remains unknown to others. However, should the situation come to light, I would undoubtedly face the loss of my scholarly title, and we would all suffer severe penalties. Xiao Tao, as your household registration is linked to your father, and your mother's status is dependent on her master's family, it would be exceedingly difficult to obtain a travel permit on your own. You and your mother are the saviors of my father and me, thus, it is my duty to assist you to the best of my abilities. In these calamitous times, seeking refuge in Liaodong could provide a viable escape. The court usually permits disaster-stricken citizens to settle in places of exile, thereby increasing the population. My status as a scholar can offer you both some protection. Given the current perilous circumstances, I shall escort you to Liaodong. Xiao Tao felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. At that moment, she had merely sought to save the 30 taels required for the travel permit, never anticipating the danger it would pose to Scholar Zhou. It seems that ignorance of the law can bring harm to oneself and others. Scholar Zhou glanced at Xiao Tao, perceiving her remorse, and comforted her. Do not dwell on other matters. Every cause has its effect. Had you not rescued my father and me, I would not have taken such a significant risk to arrange a travel permit for you and your mother. Hua Qing inquired. Will there be any issues with our travel permits for the Water family? Scholar Zhou replied, under normal circumstances, permits must be reported through various layers. But in light of this major disaster, the county office can issue travel permits directly. Moreover, both you and the Water family are heads of households, so there should be no issues. Scholar Zhou continued, if you choose to remain in the capital city, you will be unable to establish residency. Consider this carefully. A man from Sanya asked, Uncle Zhou, is it truly impossible to return to our hometown? Scholar Zhou responded, the future is uncertain, but presently, several surrounding counties are in disarray. Taking Sanya and her mother with you would be quite challenging. Is Liaodong indeed vast and sparsely populated with ample land? Hua Qing queried. Indeed, Scholar Zhou nodded. I intend to take Xiao Tao and the others to Liaodong Prefecture. The area has the sea and is not excessively cold. It is a decent place. However, many fear the chaos of war and are hesitant to go. Huiqing looked at Scholar Zhou, as if to say, how can you dare to go? Scholar Zhou replied, this region holds significant importance for the court and is not far from the capital, so they will undoubtedly defend it fiercely, and it is unlikely to face immediate danger. After a moment of contemplation, Huiqing remarked, I have no brothers or parents to support me in Jia County, so I shall shamelessly accompany you. Scholar Zhou nodded, inwardly hoping for Huiqing's company, as his presence would provide additional reassurance on their journey. Scholar Zhou added, now that we have Zhaoao and provisions, it would be best to acquire another carriage. Aside from Jingyu and Zhao Zhao, we all must learn to drive. Xiao Tao understood that the more people there were, the greater the hope for survival, and volunteered, I shall purchase the carriage. Scholar Zhou instructed, let us also acquire a sturdy mule. A mule cart is more practical than a horse cart, especially since we are few in number. We shall rely on Huiqing to guard it. They hurried to the livestock market, where Huiqing noticed a robust 3-year-old mule, accompanied by a sturdy cedar cart in excellent condition. The seller initially quoted 40 taels, prompting the Water family matron to murmur to herself, had I known, it would have been better to buy a mule in the town and sell it here for a profit. After some haggling, they ultimately settled on 36 taels. Scholar Zhou urged, let us also purchase enough bean cakes for the livestock to last 3 months, and 10 jin of salt. Hurry! After procuring their goods, they returned to the inn where they had previously stayed. Scholar Zhou instructed the attendant to promptly inform the landlord that they had urgent matters to attend to and needed to vacate their room that afternoon. The Water family matron discreetly slipped the attendant 20 copper coins, politely requesting his assistance in ensuring that the landlord arrived at the courtyard that afternoon. Scholar Zhou observed the Water matron with a keen eye. The group hurried home. Upon seeing the pallor of the Water matron's face, Sanya sensed trouble. Before she could inquire, her husband exclaimed, we must gather Zhao Zhao's belongings quickly. We are all leaving together. Chaos may soon ensue outside. The Water mother and son had little to pack and quickly gathered their belongings. Considering the exorbitant prices of food, which were now more precious than cotton, they swiftly harvested the radish greens and mustard from the courtyard, tying them up to load onto the mule cart later. The landlord was approaching, and Scholar Zhou glanced at the beautiful Water matron, gently advising, you, along with Sister Xia, Xiao Tao and Sanya, should prepare to wait on the mule cart. In the afternoon, a rotund, boisterous young man, reeking of alcohol, entered the courtyard behind the attendant. Upon entering the main room, he unceremoniously seated himself at the head of the table, propping up his legs, and addressed Scholar Zhou. The rent still has a month remaining, but I will not refund any of the remaining rent. Scholar Zhou had anticipated this and replied, please inspect the room. We will return the keys to you. The attendant, following closely behind, ingratiatingly smiled, Sixth Master, this family consists of respectable scholars. Just look at how cleanly they have maintained the furniture. Upon reaching Scholar Zhou's room, he gestured toward the desk, saying, these books were left on the desk before, and they are all here. The landlord dismissed it, saying, these few worthless books are of no interest to me, and I do not understand them, so I shall leave them here. The Water matron understood that any book for which Scholar Zhou had paid a substantial price for fine paper must be a rare find. She smiled and said, we are leaving early, so we cannot expect a refund on the rent. Might you consider giving us those few books? She added with an awkward smile. Our family rarely has the means to buy books. The landlord cast a disdainful glance at the Water matron's coarse clothing and scoffed, want them? Take them. Scholar Zhou and the Water matron exchanged glances, each recognizing the uncontainable joy in the other's eyes. They exited the courtyard and reached the city gate, where a long line of carts was forming. By now, everyone understood that their suspicions were correct. Lingo was indeed on the brink of chaos. Chapter 53. Leaving the city as the sun dipped toward the horizon, the line of carts awaiting departure from the city gate remained long, with the crowd growing increasingly anxious. When it was their turn, the soldiers at the gate scrutinized the 2 mule carts laden with belongings and families, taking a moment to examine the travelers closely. Once they finally exited the city, Scholar Zhou immediately instructed, we cannot linger, let us proceed directly onto the official road toward Jianzhou. After a few months of stable conditions, the Water matron had grown unaccustomed to traveling by night and questioned, now that we have a mule cart, which moves swiftly, Why not travel during the day when there are no disaster victims around? Scholar Zhou patiently explained, the situation in Ling-O is currently unstable, and we must reach Jianzhou as swiftly as possible. By taking the official road, we can arrive in just over 2 days. Once we reach Jianzhou, we can rest properly. Since Scholar Zhou began teaching water to read, the water matron held him in high regard. Furthermore, Scholar Zhou, as a scholar, never looked down upon her as a mere farmer with limited knowledge. He willingly broke down explanations for her. She felt that his arrangements were indeed the most sensible. On the official road, they encountered numerous carts lined up during the day to exit the city. However, the other carts moved swiftly and soon left Scholar Zhou and his party behind. They traveled under the starlit sky. As they approached the end of the Hour of the Rabbit, just as they were about to find a place to rest, Huiqing remarked, "Uncle Zhou, there is a long line of carts ahead taking a break." Scholar Zhou paused for a moment and then replied, "Let us rest here. But do not get too close to them." This group comprises influential individuals from the capital who are likely acquainted with one another. By getting too close, we risk drawing unnecessary attention. By noon, with the sun high in the sky, they had rested for 2 hours. Huiqing wrapped his daughter warmly in a thick blanket and, having fed Zhao, took her out for some fresh air. He spoke to Sanya, "It must be exhausting for you to carry her all this way. She must feel cramped as well. Once we reach Jianzhou, we need to find a large basket for her to lie in so you can rest a bit, and she can be more comfortable." Though they were fleeing from disaster, witnessing the man's tenderness toward his daughter filled Sanya's heart with sweetness and joy. She leaned in to gaze at her daughter cradled in her husband's arms and softly said, "Huiqing, you are right. Our daughter is quite robust." At such times, having a sturdy constitution is of utmost importance, regardless of her size. Gently, she took her daughter from him, while Huiqing helped tuck the blanket securely to shield her from the chilly wind. The water matron gathered stones from the roadside to build a makeshift stove, while Xiao Tao accompanied her mother to gather firewood. At noon, everyone consumed a bowl of stir-fried noodles mixed with a handful of radish greens, followed by a pot of taro, with each person eating a few pieces, thus resolving their meal for the day. After lunch, noticing that the caravan ahead had already set off, Scholar Zhou instructed everyone to follow immediately, maintaining a respectful distance behind. The journey progressed with intermittent stops. On the 4th day, as dawn broke, the imposing and majestic city walls of Jinzhou finally came into view, causing a collective sigh of relief among the group. The 2 mules, worn out, refused to move even when prodded with whips. As the group contemplated entering the city to find an inn for both themselves and the animals to rest, Xiao Tao cheerfully approached Scholar Zhou and said, "Scholar Zhou, my daughter, and I have a matter we wish to discuss with you." Scholar Zhou cast a glance at the mother and daughter, noting their calm demeanor and that their exposed skin had been thoroughly washed to a dull yellow. This appearance, coupled with their expressions, inexplicably led Zhou to believe that the matter they wished to address was not trivial. He immediately adopted a serious tone and inquired, "Is there something troubling you?" Xiao Tao replied, "We, mother and daughter, shall not enter the city. We intend to find a nearby place to rest. We are unaware of the law and, in an attempt to save a few coins, have used a fraudulent travel permit, causing you significant trouble. A travel permit requires a stamp from each city. We thought to circumvent the city by going around, and if we absolutely cannot use your family's permit anymore, we will deal with it then. We are exceedingly grateful for your protection along the way." She continued, "If we can avoid the city gates and make our way to Liaodong, perhaps we can find a way to establish new identities. It is best to err on the side of caution." Scholar Zhou's expression turned grave. He understood that this must have been a premeditated decision between the mother and daughter, a matter of considerable significance. Unsure of how to proceed, he began to pace back and forth beside the mule cart. After a long moment, he scrutinized the expressions of the mother and daughter once more, observing that they seemed resolute in their decision, merely informing him of it. He realized that, for their party, this choice would mean more hardships and detours for the mother and daughter, but it was, in fact, the most prudent arrangement for himself and his son. Looking at the rain cover on the cart, he remained silent for a moment before finally stating, "Since you have made your decision, let it be as you say." The others were taken aback by his words. Scholar Zhou continued, "If you enter the city, you could take the official road out. But if you do not enter, you will have to take the back roads, passing through Mingyun County and then to Yangjiang. We will wait for you in Yangjiang to regroup. You might need an additional 5 days. We can reach Yangjiang in a day via the official road." He hoped that Huiqing could accompany Xiao Taonyang and her daughter, providing them protection along the way. With Sanya carrying a newborn, he and Shuixing would care for them. And it would not do to have them also take the longer route, fearing the child would not withstand it. Yet he hesitated to voice this concern, knowing it was unreasonable to expect someone to abandon their wife and daughter for the sake of another. At that moment, Shuixing stepped forward, saying, "I will accompany Aunt Zhao and the others." Sanya glanced at her husband. Huiqing then stood up and calmly declared, "Shuixing, I will go. You are safe in the city." Shuixing, Aunt Xia, please assist Scholar Zhou in looking after Sanya and her daughter. Scholar Zhou secretly breathed a sigh of relief. There was no one more suitable than Huiqing for this task, as it was essential to have someone who could maintain order during their escape. He felt increasingly pleased with the level-headedness exhibited by Sanya and her husband. When Shuixing's mother heard her son volunteer, she became anxious, fearing for his safety on the road. However, she could not bring herself to stop him from protecting Xiao Taonyang and her daughter, particularly since they were utilizing their mule cart and had saved Shuixing's life. She contemplated accompanying her son to provide additional support for Xiao Taonyang and her daughter, believing that having another person would afford her son a bit more safety. Shuixing lowered his head, wishing to follow and care for the mother and daughter, as he knew that with the clever Scholar Zhou and the formidable brother Zhang accompanying his mother, they were relatively secure. Yet, he also understood that brother Zhang was a more fitting choice to accompany Xiao Taonyang and her daughter. Before the group could reach a consensus, a cloud of dust suddenly billowed down the main road outside the city gates. A troop of mounted soldiers galloped in, the hooves of their horses kicking up a cloud of dust. The city guards immediately grew tense, moving forward to block and question them. The leading officer hurriedly displayed his command insignia before charging into the city with his troops. Onlookers curiously peered to see what was amiss. Scholar Zhou's expression darkened, and he muttered, "It seems something grave is afoot. I will enter the city to procure some provisions and will return promptly." Chapter 54. A Change in Circumstances. Huiqing, understanding Scholar Zhou's intention to enter the city, entrusted him with a request. "Scholar Zhou, if it is convenient, please procure a basket for my daughter to lie in." Upon entering the city, Scholar Zhou sought to inquire with the street vendors about where to find steamed buns, only to find them discussing the troop of soldiers that had just entered. It was terrifying. The street was filled with galloping horses. We barely had time to dodge. "I wonder if anyone was trampled in the chaos?" one vendor exclaimed, visibly shaken. "What could possibly be so urgent to cause such a scene?" Another echoed. After successfully locating a bun shop, Scholar Zhou discovered that the price of buns in Jinju was merely 5 won each, while meat buns sold for 12 won. He paused momentarily before purchasing a large bag of buns and a substantial quantity of meat buns. Considering the stark contrast in grain prices between this location and Lingzhou, he navigated another street to inquire about the cost of grain. A vendor informed him, in recent years, the weather has been poor, leading to reduced harvests. Last year, rice was around 22 to 23 won per pound, now it has surged to 41. Flour, previously 12 to 13 won per pound, has also risen to 21. I've heard that in neighboring Lingzhou, grain prices have increased even more drastically. 2 pounds of rice can now be exchanged for a piece of cotton clothing. Scholar Zhou pondered the situation carefully, lamenting the lack of further avenues for inquiry. Realizing that the north would grow increasingly cold, he hurried to a fabric shop to purchase thick cotton jackets for everyone. After gathering the necessary items, he rushed out of the city. Outside the gates, the group consumed their meat buns, lamenting the soaring grain prices. Even Shuixing's mother felt that the 12-won meat buns were now somewhat acceptable. However, Scholar Zhou remained deep in thought. Why were the grain prices in Jinju so much cheaper than in the severely affected Lingzhou? Why not transport grain from Jinju and other areas to the disaster-stricken counties? Suddenly, he recalled the travel permit he had successfully obtained, as well as the reports of Jia County exchanging land contracts and labor agreements for grain for the disaster victims outside the city. Could it be that this grain was originally intended for disaster relief? Was someone deliberately inflating the grain prices to buy vast tracts of land cheaply and hire laborers at low wages? This thought filled Scholar Zhou with indignation. It was a blatant disregard for human life. Noticing that everyone was looking at him, Scholar Zhou stated, "Let us first observe the situation at the city gate before making further arrangements." Just as noon approached, the soldiers at the city gate suddenly swung the gates wide open. A battalion of fully armored cavalry, brandishing weapons, charged out from within, their steeds galloping fiercely. A passerby, caught off guard, was knocked to the ground by the leading horse, and the following hooves trampled the fallen figure into an unrecognizable state. Amidst the swirling dust, the heart-wrenching cries of the deceased's family echoed through the air. By the time the dust settled, the city gates had already slammed shut. Scholar Zhou had never witnessed the gates of the government office close at such an hour. Alarmed, he urged, "Quickly, get on the cart. We must leave." To Mingyun County, the group hastily resumed their journey, arriving at a village by nightfall. As the cold intensified, Scholar Zhou decided to seek lodging for the night. Given Sanya's husband's imposing appearance, he took along the more genteel Shui Sheng to visit the village head. Upon conversing with the amiable and refined Scholar Zhou, the village head quickly took a liking to him and warmly invited them to stay. He arranged for a room and sent his grandsons to stay with a cousin, even inviting several respected members of the clan to join them for the evening. Xiao Tao, exhibiting grace, entered the home with her children, Xiao Tao and Jingyu, and respectfully greeted the village head's wife, presenting her with a piece of new cotton fabric that she and Xiao Tao had meticulously tailored in the mule cart, enough for a full outfit. Upon seeing the village head's 4 daughters-in-law, she expressed her gratitude for their late-night efforts by gifting each a beautifully embroidered pouch. Initially, the village head's daughters-in-law had resented their father-in-law for being overly concerned, insisting on killing a chicken to prepare a meal for strangers. However, their dissatisfaction was dispelled as they warmly engaged with Xiao Taonyang, inquiring about her well-being and showing special concern for Xiao Tao and Jingyu, ensuring that even the livestock were well taken care of. During the banquet, Scholar Zhou exchanged toasts with genuine sincerity and measured eloquence, his vast knowledge earning the respect of the village chief and several accompanying guests. Seizing the opportunity, he subtly inquired about various matters. Meanwhile, Shui Sheng observed Scholar Zhou's adept handling of social interactions, wishing fervently to memorize every word he spoke to enhance his own abilities. That night, the group dined well and slept warmly, finally enjoying a restful night. The following morning, the village chief's family presented them with half a basket of eggs. Shui Sheng's mother marveled at Scholar Zhou's talents, noting how his conversation could secure them good food, drink, and warmth, and even a gift of eggs upon their departure. She whispered to Shui Sheng, urging him to diligently learn from Scholar Zhou, for with skill, they too could enjoy such benefits, feasting without expense and receiving gracious hospitality. Upon hearing this, Shui Sheng's expression darkened at his mother's words. During a break in their journey, Shui Sheng's mother asked Scholar Zhou if they would be seeking lodgings in villages from now on, believing it far more economical than paying for an inn. Scholar Zhou, intending to guide Xiao Tao, smiled and asked, "Xiao Tao, do you wish to stay in a village as well?" Xiao Tao, initially inclined to jest that everyone would want to, caught sight of Shui Sheng's mother and altered her response, "It depends on the circumstances. If it's a village like ours that has suffered calamities, we would be seen as a feast for them. We cannot let our guard down simply because one village treats us well. For safety's sake, Brother Zheng refrained from drinking too much last night." She paused, then continued, "My mother and I brought enough fine cotton fabric to make ourselves clothes. That is no small gift. The pouches my mother gave were crafted from exquisite satin and fine silk thread, and with her embroidery skills, they would be worth 50 or 60 coins in the county. This is why the village chief's wives were eager to prepare a lavish meal for us. Furthermore, with Scholar Zhou's reputation, they are naturally curious about the disaster situation and eager to hear his insights, which would benefit their village as well." Xiao Tao cast a glance at Shui Sheng's mother, worried that her tendency to seek advantages might harm everyone, and sighed, "In this world, there are no easy gains to be had." Upon hearing this, Shui Sheng's mother appeared somewhat unsettled, realizing that the money saved came at the cost of others' gifts and efforts. Shui Sheng, upon hearing Xiao Tao's final remark, pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent, his complexion fluctuating between ashen and pale. Xiao Tao's words clearly indicated that his mother was merely seeking to take advantage, while everyone else made contributions, leaving the two of them of no use. In that moment, the young man's pride was shattered. Scholar Zhou, initially intending to commend Xiao Tao for her astute analysis, found himself in disagreement with her last statement, but refrained from correcting her in front of Shui Sheng and his mother, so as not to further embarrass them. Xiao Tao's mother, sensing the weight of her daughter's final remarks, quickly approached Shui Sheng's mother, raising her voice dramatically, Look. This is what happens when children are ignorant. If it weren't for Aunt Sia's frugality at the market, could you all have enough to eat every meal? Aunt Sia has endured countless hardships in the countryside and faced many a cold night on Mount Daoguan. She is wholly devoted to ensuring you eat well and sleep warmly. And yet you dare to find fault? Her words also served as a reminder to Shui Sheng's mother, do not forget the hardships faced in their hometown, nor the current blessings that came through someone else's efforts. She turned to Shui Sheng's mother with a smile. Sister, how did you manage to raise Shui Sheng so well? I, lacking experience, have been too focused on embroidering pouches and neglected her. Now I understand why people say raising children is so difficult. One misstep, and they develop a temper, unaware of the world's harshness. Chapter 55, Injustice. Xiao Tao felt a twinge of discomfort as she observed her mother trying to smooth things over with Shui Sheng's mother, even flattering her excessively. Sanya, meanwhile, smiled warmly. Listening to Aunt Zhao share her experiences of raising children and chiming in, Aunt Xia speaks wisely. From now on, please teach me more. Shui Sheng's mother, flattered by the compliments from Xiao Tao's mother, and Sanya, was beaming with joy. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Sanya, while maintaining her smile, gently pinched Xiao Tao's arm. Startled, Xiao Tao wondered why Sanya had suddenly treated her this way. Sanya smiled and said, You, Aunt, are busy all day. Come here and give me a hug so I can take a break, my arms are sore. Although Xiao Tao was surprised by the pinch, she bore no ill will, knowing that even if Sanya received 100 coins, she would not meddle in others' affairs. Sanya lifted the cover from the child's blanket and softly said, Xiao Tao, take the child to the cart. She is about to fall asleep. It's easy for her to catch a chill if she sleeps outside in the wind. Shui Sheng's mother leaned over to look at the child, fearing to awaken Zhao Zhao, and mouthed quietly, She is indeed falling asleep. Hurry and take her to the cart, lest she catch a chill. Xiao Tao took Zhao Zhao, and with Sanya helping to lift the curtain, they both entered the carriage. Once inside, Sanya took the child in her arms and began to gently rock her, no longer glancing at Xiao Tao. At first, Xiao Tao was oblivious, but soon she realized that Sanya was deliberately ignoring her. Once the child was sound asleep, Sanya carefully placed her in the basket, her smile warm as she gently kissed the chubby face of the girl, who squirmed, unwilling to be disturbed from her slumber. Seeing this, Sanya affectionately nuzzled the child's belly, appearing insatiable in her affection. In that moment, Xiao Tao truly felt the weight of Sanya's earlier declaration that anyone who dared to sell her daughter would face dire consequences. It was not merely an empty threat. Sanya maintained her icy demeanor toward Xiao Tao for a while longer, observing that she bore no resentment. Before her expression softened slightly, she sighed, her gaze lingering on the child's basket, before finally turning to Xiao Tao and speaking softly, Xiao Tao, though our acquaintance in the tea house has been brief, I remember you when you first arrived, thin and frail. Your pitiful appearance tugged at my heartstrings. Having witnessed my sister being sold when I was young, I was haunted by nightmares. We are all pitiable souls, unloved. Therefore, in the tea house, I always wanted to treat you kindly. Xiao Tao was puzzled as to why Sanya suddenly brought this up. She was already aware of it. Sanya continued, If you still consider me your sister, I shall speak plainly. If you have matters to attend to, I shall remain silent. Xiao Tao, stealing glances at Sanya, thought it was not the time to claim busyness. She took Sanya's hand, tilting her head with a hint of grievance. Sanya, you and my mother are the closest I have. If I err, please teach me, why the cold shoulder? Her eyes glimmered slightly with unshed tears. However, Sanya did not comfort her this time, her expression neutral as she replied, If you still acknowledge me as your sister, I shall speak frankly. Xiao Tao, I was genuinely pleased to hear your earlier remarks to Scholar Zhou. Your analyses were astute, and I hope for your success. But when you spoke of Aunt Xia, aside from Zhao Zhao, who could not tell what you meant? If you truly believed you were in the right, your mother would not have been so eager to appease Aunt Xia. Xiao Tao opened her mouth, ready to defend herself, but upon seeing Sanya's downcast gaze, she swallowed her words. Sanya continued, Do not presume that my silence means ignorance. Do you still think you did nothing wrong, that you were merely speaking the truth? Xiao Tao felt a swell of indignation but ultimately fell silent. Sanya, without another word, began rummaging through her bundle. Confused, Xiao Tao asked Sanya, What are you looking for? Perhaps I can help. Sanya ignored her, continuing to search until she produced an old garment pieced together from scraps of fabric she had gathered during her time in the tea house. She attempted to drape the garment over herself, but her ample and towering figure rendered it impossible for the side ties to fasten. She could only manage to wear it loosely. Sanya fixed her cold gaze upon Xiao Tao and asked icily, "Am I currently clad in a tattered garment?" Xiao Tao opened her mouth in surprise, unaccustomed to Sanya's severity, and tears began to well up in her eyes. In a voice that was soft yet exceedingly stern, Sanya pressed, "I am posing a question to you. Indeed, I am wearing a ragged piece. But Xiao Tao, will you not mockingly say to me, Sanya Jia, your attire is quite shabby?" Xiao Tao immediately, feeling wronged, replied in a lowered tone, "Sanya Jia, how could I ever speak to you like that? Of course. I know you would not address me so. If you truly did, you would not be seated beside me now. Deep down, you understand that such words would be unkind." Sanya's gaze was piercing, "Yet, Xiao Tao, you are aware that speaking ill of others is hurtful, yet you insist on doing so, even in front of a multitude. Reflect upon that." Xiao Tao, feeling both wronged and distressed, dismounted from Sanya's cart. At that moment, her mother, who was sunning a cloth atop a stick, glanced at her and called out, "Xiao Tao, come help me sort some threads." Once aboard the cart, her mother said calmly, "Sit down, let us converse. Fear not. There will be no interruptions. Zhou Xiaotsai is perceptive enough to know we are in the cart together. Shui Xing and his mother have gone to gather firewood." Xiao Tao cast a glance at her mother, who continued, "Seeing you disembark from Sanya's cart, it is evident you feel aggrieved. Yet do you still believe you are blameless?" Her mother went on, "Do you know why I felt that waiting for death in the cave was acceptable? Because I understood that for a woman on the road of fleeing calamity, life can be more unbearable than death itself." She glanced at the quietly listening Xiao Tao previously. "In the Taoist temple and in the cave, how did Shui Sheng's mother treat us?" Xiao Tao had to concede, "Quite well. You cannot deny that, can you?" As long as her son's life was not threatened, and under the condition of survival, Shui Sheng's mother could indeed be generous and amiable. When descending the mountain to fetch grain, did they not show us consideration and care? Suddenly, her mother spoke with a grave earnestness, "Xiao Tao, Shui Sheng's mother had never witnessed such horrors before descending the mountain. Yet upon that slope and below, there are heaps of white bones everywhere. She, a widow from the mountains who had never stepped beyond the town and without a penny to her name. Can you imagine how terrified she must be while bringing Shui Sheng along? She lacks experience and capability, fearful of traveling, fearing that her only son might become just another pile of bones by the roadside. Sanya's parents would sell 3 of their own daughters for the sake of their son's well-being, and your parents are no exception. Shui Sheng's mother, fearing for her son's safety on the journey, would rather perish herself than see Shui Sheng die. Do you comprehend?" Xiao Tao's mother took a sip of water and fell silent for a moment. "You may look down upon Shui Sheng's mother for being somewhat opportunistic, but Xiao Tao, I am not much better off than she is." Xiao Tao, taken aback, grasped her mother's hand, bewildered by her statement. "Throughout this journey, I have secretly hoped that Shui Sheng could accompany us. His life and death weigh less in my heart than yours. You are my daughter, closer to me. Thus I prioritize you. But have you considered that if those 5 disaster-stricken individuals had ambushed us, without Shui Sheng and his mother, could we have safeguarded our grain?" It's possible that Xiao Tao's mother's voice caught slightly, leaving her words unfinished. "We may not have reached Mingda town and instead become mere bones by the roadside. Shui Sheng's mother's penchant for taking small advantages could lead to dire consequences on the road of escape. This truth should be communicated to Shui Sheng in private, gently advising him to remind his mother, rather than ridiculing her in front of others, especially in front of Shui Sheng. How could you put him in such a difficult position? Why must you humiliate them in front of everyone?" Xiao Tao wished to explain that she had not intended to embarrass Shui Sheng, that her words were aimed at his mother, but upon seeing her mother's expression, she ultimately refrained from retorting. "In the future, if someone deliberately mocks you in front of a crowd, saying, 'Xiao Tao, isn't your mother just a concubine?' would you appreciate such remarks even if they were true? Do not presume that only you are clever. Shui Sheng's mother can discern your sarcasm. She can hear it. Yet throughout this journey, in her need for us and for Shui Sheng's sake, she has endured it. Xiao Tao, listen carefully, no one is perfect. Disunity on the road of escape is a significant taboo. Reflect upon that." Chapter 56. Reflection. Xiao Tao dismounted the cart, stacking stones, and prepared to boil water in a pot. Jingyu flitted around her, but she lacked the enthusiasm to tease him as she usually did. Just as she secured the pot atop the stones, she noticed Shui Sheng and his mother returning with firewood. Upon seeing Xiao Tao, Shuixing immediately lowered his head, silently placing the firewood aside. Noticing Xiao Tao's gaze upon him, he evaded her eyes and hurried off to find brother Zhang. Xiao Tao felt a pang of concern. Shuixing's mother observed her son's silent demeanor, pained by his humiliation at the hands of others. Yet, should she speak of Xiao Tao's harsh words? She found it difficult to do so, for in both the mountains and on the road, they had relied on Xiao Tao's kindness and benefited from her presence. She forced a smile and greeted Xiao Tao. "Xiao Tao, let me handle this. You'll end up covered in ash. I just gathered the firewood, and my clothes are already dirty." Saying this, she took over the task. Xiao Tao recalled the days in the small courtyard of Lingzhou Prefecture, where Shuixing's mother had taken on nearly all the chores. Though their families had paid monthly wages, Shuixing's mother had sincerely cared for them, ensuring that they need not worry about domestic affairs, allowing Sanya to rest comfortably after childbirth. Moreover, despite her tendency to take small advantages, during their lengthy stay in Lingzhou Prefecture, Shuixing's mother had never been greedy for food money, nor had she ever hindered Shuixing from protecting her when danger was afoot. Xiao Tao observed Shuixing's mother as she busied herself. Once she had placed the firewood into the stone opening and ignited it, Xiao Tao quickly handed her more firewood. She discreetly studied Shuixing's mother, noting that there were no signs of displeasure on her face. In a hushed voice, Xiao Tao said, "Auntie, I shouldn't have spoken so harshly today. Please don't hold it against me. I was simply anxious, hoping we could all safely reach Liaodong." Seeing Shuixing's mother still listening, she felt slightly reassured. In the past, she had often witnessed schemes in the county where people tricked rural folk out of their money, and she feared that they might suffer a greater loss by being overly covetous. Shuixing's mother clutched the firewood, staring at the bright flames, appearing lost in thought as she replied calmly, I have grown fearful of poverty. You all possess money, and thus your hearts remain untroubled." Back in the cave, as soon as I learned that Shuixing wished to accompany you to Liaodong, my heart was in turmoil. She added more firewood to the stone opening and continued, "I do not know where Liaodong is. I had never even left Mingda town before. Outside, disaster-stricken people swarm, and I am but an illiterate woman, unlike your mother, who can embroider purses for money. I fear that if Shuixing were to fall ill or suffer an accident on the road, we would be unable to summon the funds needed, leaving us helpless. Shuixing's father and his own brother would not allow him to take extra medicine, ultimately leading to his slow demise. Even his uncle, for the sake of marriage, would scheme against his own nephew. Such tragic events." Shuixing's mother recounted in a calm tone, without a single tear. Yet Xiao Tao felt that every wrinkle at the corners of her eyes was steeped in silent sorrow. Shuixing's mother turned to Xiao Tao and said, "What you have said is indeed true. You have also faced difficulties, and you have helped us mother and son greatly. However, this truth has caused me, at my age, to lose face before everyone. Not only do I feel embarrassed, but my son suffers for it as well." Noticing Xiao Tao's anxious gaze upon her, she sighed and gently patted the back of Xiao Tao's hand, which was covered in numerous small, thread-like wounds. Xiao Tao's heart ached as she suddenly realized that her sarcastic tone towards Shuixing's mother had been entirely inappropriate. Just as her mother often said, no one is perfect, and she indeed needed to reflect upon her actions. The pot lid rattled vigorously as steam began to escape, signaling that the water had boiled. Just as Xiao Tao was about to find a cloth to lift the pot, Shuixing had already rushed over with a cloth in hand, deftly lifting the pot from the stone stove. Shuixing's mother stood up and said to Xiao Tao, "The fire has just burned out, and it is warm below. Warm your hands." This kind gesture, imbued with warmth, conveyed to Xiao Tao that she bore no grudges. As Xiao Tao observed Shuixing set down the jar and turned to leave, she hurriedly called out, "Shuixing, go," her voice trembling slightly. "You should roast some fire as well." With that, she shifted her position on the stone she was sitting on, offering Shuixing a spot beside her. Shuixing lowered his head in silence for a moment before he found another stone to sit upon. Xiao Tao discreetly glanced around, noting that they were alone, and cautiously whispered, "Shuixing, go." Shuixing lifted his gaze to meet hers, his expression suggesting he was ready to listen. "I spoke too hastily, and I truly worry," she continued. "Having witnessed the deceptive antics in the county town, I fear for Auntie being swindled, losing much for little gain. If my words have caused distress to you and Auntie, I sincerely apologize." Shuixing turned his head, gazing at the mist-laden mountains in the distance. "How can I blame you? My mother has never left the town, and her lack of experience, compounded by her poverty after losing my father, has left her terrified. With me, her incapable son. Far from home, she worries about our survival, hence her desire to seize every small advantage. This is not your fault. It ultimately falls upon my inadequacy, he spoke. His voice laced with profound sorrow and helplessness. Xiao Tao quickly replied, Shuixing Ge, my only wish is for all of us to reach Liaodong safely. I should not have spoken ill of Auntie. I regret it. Shuixing turned to look earnestly into Xiao Tao's eyes, saying, You have saved me and later brought me along to earn money for food. Without you, we might have starved during the flood. Therefore, I wish to treat you well. His voice faltered with emotion. Though I may lack your talents, I will strive to care for you, as well as for my mother. You are all important to me. Xiao Tao lowered her head and replied softly, I believe your worth is not determined by your abilities. Shuixing was taken aback, his eyes fixed on Xiao Tao's face, attempting to discern whether her words were merely a form of consolation. In Chapter 57, the call for conscription echoed in the air. As Shuixing pondered Xiao Tao's sentiments, Jingyu rushed over, clutching a bundle of steamed buns, urging him, Shuixing Ge, Auntie wants you to heat the buns quickly. He had been hungry for quite some time and had taken it upon himself to add the urgency to the message. Shuixing quickly gathered a few sticks, washed them in the waterlogged field, and laid them over the embers in the stove. Once the moisture evaporated, he placed the buns atop to roast. After everyone had their fill, they resumed their journey, reaching a small town adjacent to Yangming County under the cover of night. They found an inn to rest their livestock and enjoyed a hearty meal at a reasonable price. By the 5th day, they arrived in Yangjiang, a county closely tied to the bustling city of Shenzhou. The cold weather preserved their provisions well, and Zhou Xiaocai had spent 3 or 4 days in the city gathering supplies. Zhou Xiaocai mapped out their route after passing Yangjiang and circumventing Qingyang. They would exit Shangzhou territory, a journey of merely a day. The group hastily consumed a few buns before setting off once more. The following evening, as they neared the boundary of Shangzhou, the sky darkened and snowflakes began to fall, quickly blanketing the ground. Observing Shuixing and watching braving the wind and snow while driving the cart, Zhou Xiaocai resolved to find a village to take a break. Just as they approached the village entrance, the sound of galloping hooves echoed behind them, growing ever closer. Startled, Shuixing instinctively tightened his grip on the whip and turned to look back with caution. Zhou Xiaocai immediately instructed Shuixing, watching, hurry and steer the cart behind that grove. Let us hide while it's still dark. As they concealed themselves behind the trees, a group of constables rode into view, halting their horses with a loud, commanding call. One constable struck a gong and announced, the court is urgently conscripting soldiers. Each household must send forth one able-bodied man. Assemble at the village entrance by the hour of the pig tonight. This proclamation reverberated like thunder, igniting a flurry of alarm within the village. Villagers gathered to inquire about the situation, and upon learning of the conscription, women began to weep while men displayed expressions of dread. Night soon enveloped the area. Zhou Xiaocai observed the chaotic footprints in the snow at the village entrance, noting that the villagers had been summoned by the village head to urgently deliberate on whom to send, ensuring that the conscripts had enough to eat and could pack their belongings. The village head also needed to resolve disputes among families with multiple brothers, arguing over who would enlist. In less than a cup of tea's time, only the constables remained at the village entrance, while the sounds of quarrels, scuffles, and cries echoed from within. Zhou Xiaocai sat in the cart, his expression solemn and silent. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved the satin garment that Xiao Tao had sewn for him, donning it outside the cart. He meticulously checked his appearance and hastily swapped his shoes for a pair of black boots, carefully wrapped in cloth. He addressed Huaqing and Shuixing, Huaqing, Shuixing. Scrape some snow from the ground and throw it on my head and shoulders. Huaqing and Shuixing exchanged puzzled glances. I intend to gather information in the village, Zhou Xiaocai briefly explained. It's too cold, I should go. Huaqing insisted, believing himself to be the sturdiest, accustomed to the mountain's rigors. Zhou Xiaocai shook his head, asserting, I am the more suitable choice. You would attract too much attention. If you cannot escape, it would be troublesome. Huaqing recalled the scar on his face, which indeed drew attention. Shuixing, perhaps I should go instead? He suggested. But Zhou Xiaocai remained resolute. Without delay, Huaqing and Shuixing began to scrape the newly fallen snow from the ground, tossing it onto Zhou Xiaocai's head and shoulders with great vigor. Throw more. My clothes are still quite dry, Zhou Xiaocai advised, touching his head. A wet head invites chills. Huaqing hesitated, holding a handful of snow. There's no time for that. Just throw it, Zhou Xiaocai urged. Once Zhou Xiaocai noticed specks of snow accumulating on his shoulders, he instructed Huaqing to stop. He slung the large bundle over his shoulder, picked up a stick, and made his way back along the roadside. Just as Shuixing's mother was about to suggest that Zhou Xiaocai inquire about the news in the village rather than retrace his steps, she held her tongue, realizing Zhou Xiaocai was not foolish. As they observed Zhou Xiaocai's figure retreating into the distance, almost a mere speck, he suddenly turned and walked into the center of the road, heading towards the village entrance. A few constables noticed this elegantly dressed, refined figure, battered by the wind and snow, making his way into the village, leaving behind a long trail of footprints in the snow. The constables scrutinized Zhou Xiaocai's exquisite satin robe, and his black boots further confirmed his distinguished status, prompting them to adopt a more courteous demeanor. Zhou Xiaocai clasped his hands in greeting and, under the cover of night, discreetly slipped a heavy purse into the leading constable's hand. With a wry smile, he spoke. A cousin of mine, raised alongside me, is the only son of his family. He injured his back in the spring, and it has been troubling him since winter set in. I wonder where this conscription will lead? I worry that the journey may be too arduous for him. The leading constable whispered back, not far, just 2 prefectures away. Concerned that the village head might return and disrupt the constables, Zhou Xiaocai replied, "Thank you for the information. I fear my presence may hinder your business, so I shall take my leave." The constables, perplexed by his intention to leave before returning home, questioned, "Why are you leaving without going back?" Zhou Xiaocai smiled wryly. "The village is in turmoil. If I return, my relatives will surely urge me to gather more information. Now that I know my cousin's whereabouts, I can rest easy. I do not intend to inform my cousin and uncle and aunt, lest the news leak from me and cause trouble for the officers. I shall wait for you to finish conscripting soldiers, and once the crowd disperses, I will return home." The leading officer cast a grateful glance. Scholar Zhou turned and walked toward the village entrance. In the span of a tea break, his figure vanished into the vastness of the night. Several officers were exceedingly pleased with his conduct. Upon returning to the mule cart, Scholar Zhou removed his brocade gown and changed his shoes. He instructed Huaqing to smooth out the footprints leading to the cart with a stick. Waterborne promptly said, "Brother Zhang, I will accompany you." He understood that Brother Zhang, being a hunter, was adept at tracking and erasing traces, and he wished to learn from him. Zaidaronian quietly instructed Xiao Tao, "Fetch a clean cloth, shortly. You will deliver it to your Uncle Zhou to wipe his head." Xiao Tao hurriedly found a piece of new cotton cloth. As Scholar Zhou climbed into the carriage, she immediately handed him the cloth. He paused for a moment, suddenly reminded of his deceased eldest daughter, and a wave of sorrow surged within him. He accepted the cloth and turned away to wipe his head, seeking to calm himself. Jingyu looked at his father with concern, stepping closer and nuzzling his head against Scholar Zhou's embrace. He had been terrified when his father went alone to meet the group of officers wielding swords. Scholar Zhou gently patted his son's back and ruffled his hair, comforting him. "Do not fear, father has returned," fully aware of his son's worry. Chapter 58. The Snowy Night. Upon the return of Waterborne and Huaqing, Scholar Zhou's expression turned grave. Lingzhou Prefecture is in turmoil. The others were immediately struck with shock and dismay. Scholar Zhou continued, "I have inquired indirectly. The officer stated that the conscription is directed towards a location 2 prefectures away, which is indeed our Lingzhou Prefecture. Lingzhou itself has 2,000 garrison soldiers, and the thousands we observed departing from Jianzhou City days ago were likely en route to support Lingzhou. If such a multitude cannot maintain order and has begun conscripting from Shangzhou, it is evident that Lingzhou Prefecture has succumbed." Waterborne's eyes widened in astonishment. How could this happen? What shall we do? Huaqing also furrowed his brow, his face etched with concern. Scholar Zhou sighed. This calamity has left the common folk bereft of livelihoods, hence this upheaval. Although Shangzhou remains stable for now, we must plan ahead and leave as soon as possible. Waterborne eagerly nodded. "We will heed your counsel, Uncle Zhou." After a moment of contemplation, Scholar Zhou stated, "We must depart tonight through the snow." He glanced at Waterborne and Huaqing, acknowledging that these two would have to brave the storm to drive the cart. Both Waterborne and Huaqing expressed their agreement, prioritizing safety and the peace of mind that an early departure would bring. Waterborne's mother questioned, "Shall we leave immediately?" Scholar Zhou patiently explained, We must wait until the officers have departed with the conscripts before we can leave. If we depart now, the snow will not cover the tracks of our mule cart. And this is not a time for unrest. Drawing attention would be unwise. Waterborne's mother worried, Uncle Zhou, will it be difficult to quell the rebellion? Scholar Zhou solemnly nodded. Indeed, it will be challenging. Waterborne's mother, upon hearing of impending conflict, grasped her son's hand in fear, expressing gratitude. We are fortunate to be leaving, thanks to you. Scholar Zhou, your foresight has allowed us to escape. Scholar Zhou replied kindly, we are all in this together. There is no need for thanks, Waterborne's mother. He then arranged. I will take Jingyu to Waterborne's cart shortly. Casting a worried glance at Sanya, he thought to himself that if Xiao Zhao awoke, they must ensure she does not cry out. Xiao Tao quietly remarked, the child is so young, she cannot comprehend our words. If she cries, we will have no way to soothe her. Waterborne's mother laughed heartily. Scholar Zhou, do not fret. Xiao Zhao is a child who has come to repay kindness. She sleeps soundly after eating and will not cause a fuss. If she awakens at this hour, it is either due to hunger or needing to relieve herself. The moment she wakes, Sanya will feed her. Xiao Zhao is a child who will not fuss as long as there is milk to drink. Sanya and her husband beamed with pride, completely overlooking Waterborne's mother's remark about their daughter merely growing in a foolish manner. Even the typically taciturn Huiqing nodded in agreement. My daughter seldom cries. Xiao Tao and her mother exchanged glances, utterly baffled by the confidence Sanya and Waterborne's mother had in Xiao Zhao. The sound of officers striking gongs echoed through the village, tightening everyone's hearts. An officer began to call out names from a list presented to him by the village head. With each name announced, cries erupted from below. Families of those named realized their loved ones were about to embark for a perilous battlefield, leading to heart-wrenching sobs. There were also families with only sons, fearing for the elderly left behind at home, who clung to one another in despair. Waterborne's mother peeked through the cart's curtain, unable to bear the sight, and turned her head away. As the last few names were called, the faces of those conscripted were filled with hopelessness. Waterborne and the others hid within the carriage, anxiously listening to the commotion outside. Once the officers led the conscription party beyond the village, villagers followed, crying and pleading. Until an officer brandished his sword and shouted, "Delay in our journey will lead to punishment for the soldiers conscripted from your village." The villagers, terrified, wept as they assisted the elderly back into the village. Once all the villagers had returned home and silence fell over the village, Scholar Zhou softly declared, "We may set off now." Waterborne and Huiqing hastily harnessed the mule cart, and the group cautiously ventured out of the village, stepping onto the snow-covered path. Traveling through the snowy night, the snowfall intensified, and the mule cart struggled to advance through the thickening snow. Waterborne and Huiqing were entirely focused on steering the cart, fearful of slipping into the roadside ditch. After an hour's travel, as they approached a mountain path, a large pit appeared ahead, causing the cart to jolt violently. The occupants were thrown about, startling Xiao Zhao awake, who let out a wail. Sanya quickly scooped up the child, offering her milk to soothe her. The little girl smacked her lips and suckled, immediately quieting down. Waterborne's mother exclaimed happily, "I told you Xiao Zhao would not fuss with milk." Even Xiao Tao's mother had to concede, acknowledging the wisdom that comes with motherhood. The wind and snow grew fiercer. By the time dawn broke, the storm threatened to engulf the mule cart. The mule, despite the whip, refused to move. Fortunately, they had finally left the confines of Shangzhou. Before them loomed a majestic, endless mountain, towering as if it pierced the heavens. Waterborne's mother marveled, "Good heavens! Why can't we see the summit of this mountain?" Xiao Tao's mother agreed wholeheartedly, craning her neck but failing to catch a glimpse of the peak. Scholar Zhou stated, "This is Yunling Mountain. However, this mountain is treacherous. We estimate it will take us 3 or 4 days to traverse. Once we cross this mountain, we shall pass through Anfeng County and then Kong'an County before reaching Shaogue." Sanya's husband, along with Waterborne, sought out several sturdy trees nearby, parking the mule cart beside them. They fetched an oilcloth and gathered branches to construct a shelter around the cart. Once the day brightened, the group pushed aside the oilcloth to reveal a landscape blanketed in glistening white snow, thickly accumulated. However, the snowfall had lessened. The group was disheartened, realizing that under such conditions, the mule cart would struggle to cover any significant distance. Scholar Zhou gazed into the distance and remarked, "Though we have left Shangzhou, we are still not safe. We must continue our journey swiftly." Waterborne gritted his teeth. Uncle Zhou, I will attempt once more to get the mule moving. He tugged at the reins with all his might, yet the mule merely snorted, refusing to budge an inch. Scholar Zhou quickly regained his composure, deciding to rest for a day and wait for the snow to abate before they would set off again. Waterborne's mother donned an old cotton coat over her new one, preparing to venture out to gather firewood. Xiao Tao's mother intended to accompany her, but Waterborne's mother urged, Sister Zhao, do not go. The snow is deep, and the branches are weighed down. Pulling them out may injure your hands. If that happens, you will be unable to do your embroidery work. I can go alone. You can focus on your embroidery, which is valuable. Sanya quickly interjected, Thank you, Aunt. Wait for me. I will go with you. You cannot go. You are feeding Zhao Zhao. If you catch a chill and need medicine, you won't be able to nurse. I will return shortly. Saying this, she wrapped herself in an old garment and ventured into the biting snow. Huiqing, armed with a bow and arrow, prepared to scout the mountain. Waterborne declared, Brother Zhang, I will accompany you. Two individuals donned old garments to shield their heads and commenced their ascent up the mountain. After nearly an hour, Shui Sheng's mother returned, dragging a substantial bundle of firewood, drenched from the melting snow. Xiao Tao hurried to assist her in bringing it into the shed. They carefully spread the firewood inside, leaning it against the oilcloth to await drying in the breeze. Shui Sheng's mother found her pant legs soaked from the melting snow, the chill prompting her to stomp her feet in discomfort. Noticing that Shui Sheng had yet to return, she anxiously peeked through the seams of the oilcloth. Sanya quickly reassured her, Aunt Xia, do not fret. With Huiqing present, they shall return shortly. You should change your clothes and warm your feet in the blankets. Your shoes are thoroughly soaked. As chapter 59 unfolds, Xiao Tao's mother observed Shui Sheng's mother. Her nose reddened from the cold, and promptly ushered her into the carriage, urging her to remove her wet garments and wrap herself in a blanket. In but a short while, Shui Sheng returned, carrying a light, plump mountain chicken, while Shui Sheng held a few empty bird nests. Jingyu's eyes sparkled with delight as he rushed over to stroke the vividly colored wild chicken, exclaiming, How beautiful! I wonder how many bowls of soup this will yield? He then recalled the time when Sanya had given birth to Zhao Zhao, and the chicken soup was solely for her. He pondered whether there would be enough for everyone now. Running back to Shui Sheng, he curiously inquired, Why did you bring back those empty bird nests? Shui Sheng playfully teased Jingyu, Without these fragrant nests, how shall we ignite the fire to simmer the chicken soup? Jingyu paused, feeling slightly embarrassed, and added, Well, it's not that fragrant. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Seeing the amusement directed at him, Jingyu's cheeks flushed with indignation. Why do you all mock me? It's clearly Shui Sheng who didn't he mention that they were for the fire. If I had known their purpose, I wouldn't he have noticed any scent. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. Zhou Xiaocai adopted a stern demeanor, beckoning Jingyu into the carriage. Grasping Jingyu's shoulders, he compelled him to meet his gaze and spoke coldly, Whose fault is it, yours or Shui Sheng's? Jingyu, intimidated by his father's icy expression, remained silent, reaching for his father's hand, his voice trembling as he pleaded, Father, father. Zhou Xiaocai's heart did not soften. He had raised this child with great care, having lost his mother at birth, and he worried whether he could nurture him properly. Although the boy was intelligent, it was unacceptable for him to shift blame onto others. While he felt a pang of sympathy as he noted the tears in his child's eyes, he gently patted Jingyu's back and patiently instructed, As a child, it is entirely normal not to understand everything. You should ask Shui Sheng about the utility of the empty nests. Would he not enlighten you? If you behave this way around unfamiliar individuals, you risk missing the opportunity to learn. Today, the situation arose because you were too proud to inquire, and now you find yourself the subject of ridicule. Is that just? Wiping away the tears that had streamed down Jingyu's face, he continued, Shui Sheng thought of you and understood that the firewood gathered by Aunt Xia had become dampened by the snow, rendering it unusable. Thus, he climbed a tree to fetch these empty nests. A person of his stature would not bring back something without purpose, don't you realize? Feeling ashamed, Jingyu buried his face in his father's chest, mumbling, Father, I was wrong. Zhou Xiaocai gently stroked his son's head. In just over a month, you will turn 5. Another year older. You must learn to contemplate matters more thoughtfully. Jingyu replied softly, Zhou Xiaocai encouraged him, You may go and play now. Wiping his tears away, Jingyu descended from the carriage and noticed Shui Sheng rolling up the oilcloth to prevent it from being smoked. The stone stove was also prepared, And once the oilcloth was neatly rolled, Shueisheng crouched down to ignite the fire with the bird nests. As the nests caught flame, he placed the twigs his mother had collected atop them, releasing a plume of white smoke as the damp branches began to burn. Jingyu approached Shueisheng, his voice bright. "Next time you go after bird nests, take me along. I can help you catch them from below the tree." Zhou Xiaocai peered through the carriage's curtain, marveling at his son's cleverness. He resolved to devote more time to guiding him, ensuring the boy did not stray from the right path. "Certainly," replied Shueisheng. "On sunny days, there will be dry firewood on the ground, eliminating the need to fetch nests. However, I can take you along to search for nests. There may even be eggs within." Jingyu tilted his head thoughtfully. "But won't you have to climb each tree to find them?" "I generally look for fresh droppings beneath trees to determine if birds are nesting, and then climb up to check." While speaking, Shueisheng blew gently on the fire. The white smoke thinned, and the flames grew brighter. He hastily moved the nearby damp firewood closer to the blaze, causing more white smoke to waft upward. "Wonderful! The fire is lit," Jingyu exclaimed. "Can we simmer the chicken soup soon?" "Not quite yet. We must dry the firewood first. Go check on your elder brother. He's busy preparing the chicken. The feathers are quite splendid. Be sure to ask him to save some for you." Jingyu dashed off to see about the chicken. In the snowy expanse, Shueisheng scooped up a handful of snow to clean his hands before entering the carriage. He opened the cloth bundle and resolutely took out the analects, preparing to recite it with focus. Outside, Shueisheng's mother heard her son's faint recitation and tiptoed away to avoid making noise in the snow. As noon approached, the savory aroma of chicken soup wafted throughout the oilcloth shelter. Jingyu noticed his elder brother placing a stack of bowls beside the soup pot, instantly reassured that everyone would have their share. Aunt Xia was already toasting the bottoms of the steamed buns to a golden hue on the branches. Excitedly, Jingyu rushed to the mule cart, calling out, "Shueisheng, lunch is almost ready. Hurry out, lest the soup cools." Zhou Xiaocai, reading in another carriage, felt a bit embarrassed at his son's exuberance. Jingyu watched as Aunt Xia filled a generous bowl of chicken soup for Sanya, while the others received smaller portions. But his bowl contained an extra piece of meat. Everyone savored the rich, warm soup, feeling comforted. Zhou Xiaocai observed his son devouring buns without touching the soup and gently urged, "It's cold. Do have some warm soup." Jingyu quietly replied, "Father, I want to finish the buns first. I'll drink the soup afterward, otherwise, I'll just taste chicken soup when I burp." Zhou Xiaocai promptly placed a larger piece of meat into his son's bowl, planning to help him study more diligently in the future to prevent his mind from being solely preoccupied with food. As Chapter 60 begins, the following evening saw the snow cease. The group was preparing to depart when a large throng of horse-drawn carts appeared in the distance, approaching the mountain. Zhou Xiaocai's expression darkened. The situation in Lingzhou is dire. Suddenly, his face paled, and he shouted urgently, "Huaiqing! Shueisheng!" Huaiqing and Shueisheng rushed to Zhou Xiaocai's side, alarmed by his panicked demeanor. "Uncle Zhou, what is it? Quickly, quickly. Do you recall any places we can hide after your trip to the mountain yesterday?" Huaiqing replied, "In such a vast mountain, it's easy to conceal ourselves and the livestock, but we must find a spot for the carriage." Zhou Xiaocai swiftly directed, "Hurry. Erase all traces of the stone stove and firewood from our time here. Huaiqing, Shueisheng, carry the grain to the mountain and find a secure hiding place. We will devise a plan for the carriage later." Shueisheng's mother, possessing considerable strength, quickly loaded a basket of grain onto her back and set off up the mountain alongside Huaiqing and Shueisheng. Xiao Tao tossed the stones used for the stove and the remnants of the fire into the brush. The remaining firewood had dried by the flames, and Sanya gathered it up, preparing to carry it up the mountain. As Shueisheng's mother descended, she spotted the ashes of the burned firewood and hastily dug a hole against the mountainside, scraping the ashes inside and leveling the soil above. As Jingyu gazed at the peacefully slumbering Zhao Zhao, a few individuals lifted a wooden tub and ventured to a snow-laden area to gather snow, transporting it back to their dwelling to lay a bed of snow. Shueisheng, Huaiqing, and Shueisheng's mother carried the cart shelter, seeking refuge within a thicket of bushes. Once everything was tidied up at the mountain's base, the group ascended the hill. Shueisheng and his mother led a mule, while Huaiqing bore firewood, and Sanya cradled her daughter as they all sought a wind-sheltered cave to take cover. Once settled, a sense of bewilderment enveloped them. The arriving individuals were affluent merchants driving horse-drawn carriages, wealthier than themselves. What reason did they have to be fearful? Surely, The wealthy would not dare to rob them simply because they traveled in greater numbers? Scholar Zhou remarked, this throng of over 100 is all comprised of carriage drivers, indicating they are likely acquainted with one another. Their wealth is evident, yet, instead of taking the official roads, they traverse the mountain paths, suggesting the city gates are barred to them. Despite this, many believed that traveling alongside such a multitude of affluent individuals would provide safety in numbers. After all, the wealthier would not target them for robbery. Scholar Zhou elaborated. The recruitment of soldiers in Shangzhou has left Jianzhou and Shangzhou's garrison troops dispatched to quell the rebellion in Lingzhou. The surrounding prefectures lack the resources to combat bandits, their primary focus being the suppression of insurrections. A gathering of wealthy individuals like this will undoubtedly attract the attention of various opportunistic brigands. The expansive Yunling Mountains present an ideal locale for such nefarious acts, which bandit would not be tempted by such a bounteous fortune. His words instilled a sense of urgency among the group. Scholar Zhou continued, let us rest, for should bandits approach, they will likely strike under the cover of night. About half an hour later, the caravan of horse-drawn carriages arrived at the mountain's foot, seeking a place to settle. Servants busied themselves with building fires and erecting shelters for their masters to rest. As night fell, Sonia's husband, Shui Sheng, and Xiao Tao concealed themselves within the thicket adjacent to the caravan, vigilantly observing the activities of the newcomers. 6 men clad in brocade gathered to drink, each attended by a servant. One rotund man, dressed in dark clothing, somberly spoke, the counties of Jia, Yan, and Feng and Lingzhou have been the first to rise in revolt. The county magistrate has distributed grain, with records showing the marks of the common folk receiving rations, while another ledger records those signing for labor. They have even exchanged grain for vast tracts of fertile land, which, in truth, were meant for disaster relief by the government. After taking a sip of his drink, he continued, the laborers were told to commence work at dawn, receiving but a single dish of cornmeal for their toil, with no food if they faltered. Consequently, in Feng County, a group of disaster victims banded together, killing the overseer in the morning and seizing the grain. Word spread among the other laborers, and by afternoon, they too had killed their overseers. Within a day, the entire county erupted into chaos. The neighboring county's victims followed suit the next day. Before the magistrate could send troops to suppress the uprising, the well-fed victims, realizing the overseer's supplies were meager, stormed the county office, slaughtering all within and setting it ablaze. Another man, lean and in his 50s, chimed in, Brother Wang speaks the truth. The Lingzhou government dispatched 1,000 soldiers, only to be defeated in a single day, with the victims seizing their weapons. The disaster victims across 3 counties rallied, claiming to act on behalf of justice, redistributing grain to sustain their lives. They amassed tens of thousands, raiding other counties under Lingzhou's jurisdiction. Farmers from neighboring counties who did not join their ranks met a grim fate, their families entirely wiped out. A man in his 40s remarked, it is no wonder that Jianzhou and Shangzhou, having lent their soldiers, have also faced defeat. The gates of Jianzhou are now barred. The first man, surnamed Wang, retorted, who would dare open the gates? The Lingzhou government is now under the control of the disaster leaders, and it is said that the prefecture has been cleansed of all officials. The victims are preparing to march on Jianzhou and Shangzhou. As both regions have only seen a reduction in grain production, many landlords and farmers still possess stores of grain, and those in rebellion will not spare them. The others nodded, expressing their hope that the imperial court would swiftly dispatch troops to quell the unrest. The second lean man added, even Jianzhou has fallen to the disaster victims by over half. The court has conscripted 30,000 soldiers, and many from Jianzhou are fleeing with their families to escape the chaos. It is likely that our Shangzhou will soon see a mass exodus as well, making the roads perilous. Someone questioned the lean man, cousin, why do we not journey to the capital? The lean man responded, my sister has informed me that the prefectures are no longer issuing travel passes. The court has forbidden the issuance of passes to the capital, rendering them useless and potentially endangering my brother-in-law. The court cannot risk allowing those from our regions to reach the capital, fearing it might incite turmoil there. On the bright side, at least we have managed to escape, while those from Jianzhou remain trapped, living in constant dread. Our primary concern is that if Lingzhou falls to the disaster victims, the chaos will inevitably spread to Shangzhou, and the ensuing influx of refugees will jeopardize our safety. The group could only raise their cups in lamentation while secretly feeling fortunate. They were grateful that Brotherly had a relative serving as a concubine to the governor, which allowed them to gain some forewarning. Suddenly, a panicked servant rushed in, shouting, "Master! Master! Quickly! A vast horde of bandits on horseback is approaching." Barely had the words left his mouth when the sound of thundering hooves echoed. A troop of bandits clad in black, their faces obscured by black cloth, charged forth with a menacing roar. The womenfolk began to scream in terror from within the carriages, and chaos ensued as everyone scrambled to flee. Just as a servant managed to climb atop a carriage to brandish the whip, arrows whistled through the air, striking directly into the carriage. A blood-curdling scream erupted within, soon followed by a barrage of arrows raining down upon the carriage, eliciting a chorus of anguished cries. In no time, a band of marauders, clad in black and armed with bows and knives, had arrived before the caravan, indiscriminately hacking down anyone within reach. The valley was filled with the echoes of despair. The bandits ignited torches, and when some attempted to flee into the mountains under the cover of darkness, they were met with arrows before they could get far. Within the span of a single incense stick, every member of the caravan had been slaughtered, including even the 2-year-old children. The bandits began to plunder the valuables. The leader barked, "Search each one thoroughly. Be meticulous." He then brought 10 men beside him to supervise. The bandits, surprisingly well-trained, swiftly dispersed, with each one searching 4 of the deceased. They were thorough in their search, even removing the shoes of the dead to inspect the souls. All recovered valuables were piled together. 10 men were tasked with searching the horse-drawn carriages. One bandit, spotting a young lady, reached out to caress her smooth, unblemished skin, still warm to the touch. The leader, wielding a knife, lifted the bandit's chin and coldly admonished, "What do you think you're doing? If you delay the master's business, you and your entire family will pay the price." The bandits' companions were surrounded by various ornaments and a pile of silver notes taken from the deceased. As they searched the bottom of the carriage, they discovered rows of gleaming gold bars concealed within the compartment. Once the bandits had completely gathered their spoils, the leader distributed a bundle to each of the 5 men beside him. They quickly stuffed the treasures into their bundles and handed them back to the leader. After a meticulous inspection, he placed the gold bars onto 2 of the carriages. Once the looting was complete, the leader ordered that the women's clothing be torn, their skirts shredded, and that everyone be stabbed randomly a few times. Torches were raised for a final inspection, checking footprints for any potential survivors. Confirming that no one had escaped, the leader set off with 2 carriages laden with treasure, flanked by 10 men on either side, with the last group serving as the rear guard. In the span of 2 incense sticks, the ambush concluded. All that remained were the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, evidence of the bandits' brutal visit, as the night fell silent once more, much like the previous evening. Chapter 61 Analysis. Once the bandits had departed, Shuai-Sheng struggled to stand, his legs numb from the cold. He rubbed his calves and quietly asked Xiao Tao, "Can you still walk?" Xiao Tao softly replied, "I can manage." As she rose, she wobbled slightly, grasping Shuai-Sheng's arm and kicking her frozen legs to regain sensation. Huiqing fashioned a small torch to illuminate their path. Shuai-Sheng walked ahead to shield Xiao Tao from the brush as they made their way back to their hidden cave. Scholar Zhou urged Xiao Tao to recount what she had overheard about the situation at the foot of the mountain. Xiao Tao diligently recounted the men's words from the caravan. Zhou Xiaocai pondered for a moment. Now that the victims in Lingzhou have occupied the Lingzhou prefecture, they shall be deemed as rebels. The imperial court will undoubtedly dispatch a formidable army to quell the insurrection. Before the imperial forces arrive, it is likely that the rebellion will escalate rapidly. Their numbers are vast, plundering county after county, exterminating landlords and wealthy households, seizing all their riches. The populace of Shangzhou will probably soon embark on a desperate flight. With such a mass exodus, the gates of Xiangui will likely not dare to open. Zhou Xiaocai continued, "We must act swiftly, ahead of the refugees. There may be tens of thousands fleeing, and each state will hesitate to take them in. As the desperate victims are driven by hunger, they will resort to theft, pillage, and even murder in the locality. The meager local garrison will be unable to maintain order." Xiao Tao interjected, to prevent chaos in other regions. The court should open the granaries in Xiangui to provide relief, ensuring the victims are fed, thereby containing the situation. This would deter them from migrating to the next city and inciting disorder elsewhere. Zhou Xiaocai replied, "It is a difficult proposition." He then turned to Shuai-Sheng, who had been listening intently yet remained silent, asking, "Shuai-Sheng, what is your opinion? Will Xiangui open its granaries for disaster relief?" Zhou Xiaocai primarily aimed to encourage Xiao Tao to listen and observe, using Xuexing as a teaching opportunity. Taken aback by Zhou Xiaocai's inquiry, Xuexing hesitated, his voice involuntarily lowering. Uncle Zhou, I lack knowledge and understanding, so I may not articulate my thoughts well. Zhou Xiaocai urged, do not hesitate to express your thoughts freely. Say whatever comes to mind. Xuexing lowered his head. I do not comprehend much. I prefer to listen to Uncle Zhou and gain insight. However, Xuexing's mother disagreed, believing that this was a valuable opportunity for Zhou Xiaocai's guidance. She urged her son, your Uncle Zhou wishes to enlighten you. Speak up and share your thoughts. Zhou Xiaocai nodded, eager to see if the child, having traveled so far, had made any progress. Xuexing, feeling nervous, stated, if tens of thousands of refugees converge upon Xiangui, even if the granaries are opened, it may resemble Jia County, where the gruel contained only a few grains of rice, leaving the people unable to endure, ultimately pushing them to seek sustenance elsewhere. Zhou Xiaocai glanced at Xiao Tao, who responded, the court could allocate grain from other states. Why not resolve the issue right there in Xiangui? Xuexing countered, if Xiangui opens its granaries for disaster relief, the victims will not depart. The rebels in Lingou will likely swiftly capture Jinju and Shangzhou. With hundreds of thousands of rebels, by the time the imperial army arrives, they will certainly have to engage in battle for some time. Even if the court manages to quell the rebellion, the planting season will soon be upon us. By April of next year, the people of Jinju and Shangzhou will be unable to return home to farm. If these victims miss the sowing season, the government will have to provide for them until the autumn of next year. Xuexing raised his gaze slightly to observe Zhou Xiaocai, who remained composed and patiently listened to his discourse. He continued, if so many people need to be fed until next autumn, and if the victims in Xiangui are not adequately nourished, they will resort to seizing the local populace's grain. Disorder will ensue, making farming impossible. And Xiangui will also be thrown into turmoil. Xiao Tao exclaimed, does the court not wish to resolve this matter decisively? Why prolong the situation? Xuexing lowered his head, murmuring, wanting and being able to act are two different matters. My mother was previously bedridden with a cold, unable to rise. I desired to purchase medicine to cure her, but the kudzu root I dug up could only exchange for grain to fill our stomachs. If I bought medicine, we would lack funds for food. If I went without food, I would lack the strength to continue digging for kudzu. Thus, I could only gather a meager amount each day, and so it dragged on. The court needs to sustain the military to combat the rebels, requires military supplies, and must also accommodate such a vast number of victims. I wonder if they can manage as I have? Zhou Xiaocai couldn't help but scrutinize Xuexing more closely. After a moment of silence, he addressed him, in your spare time, read the books you have acquired. By the way, how well have you memorized the Analects? Xuexing replied quietly, not very proficiently. Zhou Xiaocai was taken aback, realizing that this meant he had indeed memorized it, demonstrating his diligence. Xuexing took a sip of water from his mother, then continued. I observed that those bandits kill with precision, each strike lethal, and their searches are not indiscriminate. They are well organized, with each member trained. The loot is carefully monitored. And ultimately, the spoils are managed collectively by their leader. Xuexing pondered, by the way, Uncle Zhou, before they departed, they stabbed the deceased multiple times, tearing the clothes of the women, yet they did not engage in lewd behavior. They are not like us, needing to practice. Xiao Tao and Huaqing quickly added, yes, Uncle Zhou. We didn't have the chance to mention earlier, these bandits are indeed suspicious. Zhou Xiaocai affirmed, you are correct, these bandits may not be genuine brigands. We must hasten our departure. We need to pack the grain down the mountain tonight, prepare everything, and leave at first light. As dawn approached, Xuexing's mother fidgeted restlessly. Xuexing quietly inquired, Mother, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Xuexing's mother covered her mouth, whispering, should we not check on that group of horse-drawn carts? If the bandits have not thoroughly looted, we might find something valuable to sell and repay Uncle Zhou. Xuexing glanced around, helplessly responding, Mother, they have cleaned it out. I saw it with my own eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Xuexing's mother imparted wisdom to her son. In the future, when you see many refugees, be sure to wear an old garment over your new cotton jacket, understand? You see, this group was targeted because they appeared wealthy. Xuexing nodded earnestly, you are right, Mother. I will be mindful, so you need not worry. The group hastened to depart, and Xuexing quickly encouraged his mother to board the cart. They traversed through Xiangui, crossed the Hedong, and reached Yunzhou by the 27th of the 12th month. Zhou Xiaocai ventured into a county beneath Yunzhou to gather intelligence. The townsfolk were abuzz with news of sudden conscription and new taxes. Some reported that the rebels had seized Jinju, with most counties beneath Shangzhou also captured, leaving only the prefectural city unconquered. A large number of victims from Jinju and Shangzhou, amounting to tens of thousands, were blocked by the thousands of soldiers hastily summoned in Xiangui, preventing their escape and compelling them to return to their original homes. The victims resisted, clashing against the barricades, though it remained uncertain how long they could withstand this blockade. There were reports that some areas of Xiangui had been pillaged by the refugees, and the authorities were incapable of intervening, nor did they dare to act. Zhou Xiaocai felt a surge of anxiety. He purchased some provisions, realizing that they would likely be traveling during the new year, and hurriedly bought a few pounds of meat. After completing his purchases, he rushed back to discuss plans with the group, urging them to leave quickly. Unfortunately, fate was unkind. Zhao had caught a chill and had to remain behind to recuperate, unable to endure the journey. Chapter 62. Official Trust. Zhao Zhao's face was flushed with fever, and Sonia was both heartbroken and anxious, seeking a doctor in the small town to procure medicine. By the second day of the new year, Zhao remained weak and listless. Zhou Xiaocai was in a state of agitation. Watching suggested, "Uncle Zhou, you should set off first. The child cannot withstand the strain. Traveling will only exacerbate her illness. We must wait until Zhao recovers before we can embark. It is truly difficult to care for a sickly child. Many children in the countryside cannot stand, and even a mere cold can prove fatal." The couple dared not take the risk of traveling with a frail Zhao. Zhou Xiaocai, having raised his eldest son on his own, was acutely aware of the challenges of nurturing a child. He frowned and shook his head. "No, we shall travel together. How could we leave you behind? We will wait until Zhao is well before we leave." The cold was biting, and the nights were unbearable. Moreover, with Zhao still ill, they certainly could not spend the night outdoors. To save money, they found an inn in the small town to stay at. In the inn, Shuixing's mother gazed blankly through the window towards the gray skies of the north. The barren branches lining the roadside occasionally bore a few lingering yellow leaves, swirling in the snowflakes carried by the chilling wind, akin to her and her son's aimless search for home. The dried grass stalks peeking through the snow drooped under its weight, mirroring her current despondency. Hearing her son's voice as he recited his lessons, she remained silent. Her son was increasingly diligent. She noted that he had lit the lamp at dawn to study. Each afternoon, Zhou Xiaocai would voluntarily dedicate an hour to teach him. In the evening, the son would practice his calligraphy until the final hour of the night, often until the time of the boar. She once overheard scholar Zhou praising her son's writing, remarking that it had gained more strength and character. The joints of her son's fingers had developed calluses from gripping the brush. Seeing his mother standing by the window for a long time, Waterborne grew concerned she might catch a chill, so he rose to take her hand, only to discover that the frostbite on her skin had worsened due to the biting cold. Bowing his head in silence for a moment, he then looked up and said, "Mother, do not fret. I am already 16. I am no longer a child and can find ways to support you." Waterborne's mother replied gently, "But I am not old. There is no need for you to support me. Focus solely on your studies. Such opportunities are rare." The students in Mingda town earned 3 taels for a year of teaching. She could not bring herself to tell her son that she had secretly inquired with the innkeeper about employment for cleaning, due to her accent. It took the innkeeper some time to comprehend her request, and he informed her that his small establishment was already adequately staffed, with no funds available for hiring outsiders. She had also considered offering her services for laundry, but was uncertain when others would set out, so she refrained from seeking work. Meanwhile, Xiao Tao dedicated her days to reading, memorizing texts, and practicing calligraphy. However, Scholar Zhou had decided to teach her for only half an hour after lunch, recognizing that she was not preparing for the imperial examinations, thus allowing her to devote most of her time to her writing. Sanya understood that her husband had little interest in studies and could not be coerced. Once the children were asleep, she would take Huiqing by the hand and practice writing a few characters each night, hoping that frequent practice would help them retain their skills. On the 12th day of the new year, Scholar Zhou learned of alarming news. It was said that the refugees from Xiaogui had incited unrest, plundering the surrounding towns. Somehow, A rumor spread among the refugees that some intended to journey to Liaodong, where land would be allocated to them in exchange for merely paying a tax of 35%. Others warned of the harsh winters there, claiming that crops could only be harvested once a year, yet some countered that this was advantageous, allowing for several months of rest. Regardless, with their homeland seized by rebellious forces and land lost, the Xiaogui authorities had little to distribute among the multitude. Thus, the notion of traveling to Liaodong for land seemed to offer a glimmer of hope for survival. This idea spread like wildfire among the refugees, prompting many to petition the authorities to open the city gates and allow passage along the official road to Liaodong. Ultimately, the governor of the city stood atop the city wall and proclaimed, for those who did not partake in the unrest, "You shall be rewarded with 3 acres of land in Liaodong, with no taxes due the first year and only 35% the second year. This reward is exclusive to those who remained peaceful, and no stops are permitted in other towns. You must proceed directly to Liaodong. The first 2,000 to arrive shall receive the prime land." The city guard soon announced that those who had not participated in the upheaval could queue to enter the city, becoming the first group to claim prime land in Liaodong, with the day's entries restricted to 2,000 individuals. Initially, many refugees believed that the government would eventually quell the rebellion, allowing them to return home, and thus were reluctant to venture into the frigid Liaodong. However, they soon observed that numerous scholars were fervently pushing forward with their families to secure their spots in line. This sight instilled panic among the others, and the crowd surged, blocking the city gates. The gates were quickly surrounded by a dense formation of archers, and thousands of armed soldiers shouted sternly for the refugees to arrange themselves properly. Soon, the refugees formed 6 long lines. Each entering refugee would be rigorously questioned by a soldier. "Did you participate in the unrest?" One by one, they replied no. Merely uttering those 2 words allowed them passage into the city. As the soldiers confirmed 2,000 individuals, those in charge commanded the remaining refugees to step back. The soldiers swiftly retreated into the city, and the gatekeepers hastily closed the heavy gates. Upon entering the city, the refugees discovered that all shops were shuttered, the streets deserted, save for the soldiers standing guard with bows and swords. No lingering was permitted. They were instructed to march forward, guided by soldiers. Upon reaching the intersection leading out of the city onto the official road, large cauldrons had been set up, boiling fragrant and rich rice porridge. A soldier riding a magnificent warhorse beat a gong and proclaimed, "You have all behaved admirably today. The governor wishes for you to be well fed for your journey. May you swiftly arrive in Liaodong to claim your prime land and lead prosperous lives." Naturally, along the way, local governments will reward the first arrivals with porridge as rich as today's. The refugees were astonished by the thick porridge, so dense that chopsticks could stand upright in it. They had never received such generous provisions from the authorities before. A single bowl equated to several days' worth of rations. They silently rejoiced in having followed the scholars into the city. Once they exited the city and embarked on the official road, the refugees were determined to reach the next prefecture swiftly for another helping of rich porridge, with the more pressing desire to arrive first in Liaodong to secure prime land. They feared that if they lagged, others would overtake them and seize their opportunity. Nevertheless, the group of scholars who had rushed to the front soon found themselves exhausted and breathless, falling behind. Ultimately, they declared themselves incapable of continuing and decided to rest until the following day. The farmers among the refugees, however, rejoiced, for they were accustomed to hardship and could continue their journey. The governor of Xiaogui, upon hearing that the first batch of refugees had successfully set out, finally exhaled in relief. Had his jurisdiction succumbed to rebellion and chaos, his position would have been forfeit. Fortunately, his aides had been resourceful, finding dozens of informants to blend in among the refugees and guide them. By the time these informants returned discreetly that evening, they could stage another performance. He recalled how the governor of Jianzhou had been imprisoned and taken to the capital for trial due to discrepancies in grain stockpiling numbers, leaving him in a precarious position. In such tumultuous times, even relatives dared not plead for mercy, as preserving one's life was paramount, lest they endanger their entire family. Conversely, the governor of Shangzhou had managed to align his grain counts with the authorities during their inspection, narrowly escaping his own peril. He knew he must exercise utmost caution. Concerned for his own fate, he and his aides meticulously devised a plan to admit another 2,000 refugees into the city the day after tomorrow. This would prevent congestion and enable better management of the situation. Once that group had departed, they would let the remaining refugees cool their heels, spreading word that only 3,000 prime land allocations remained, exclusively for those who had not participated in the unrest. Once these 7,000 had left, the remaining refugees would panic upon seeing so many depart, losing their collective resolve to rebel. Then, they could announce another 4,000 allocations for mid-tier land, stirring concern that even those might be snatched away. Thus, within half a month, they could dispatch 20 to 30,000 refugees, stabilizing the situation. The newly recruited soldiers needed to be promptly sent to support the front lines in Changzhou. On the following day, the refugees awaited the opening of the city gates in vain. Among the crowd, some respectable scholars quietly conferred with their families. We cannot afford to wait any longer. The moment the government opens the gates to let people leave for Liaodong, we must rush in to secure our positions before the prime land is all claimed. Chapter 63. The Race for Passage. On the third day at dawn, as soon as the gates of Shaogui opened, countless refugees surged toward the entrance. Among them were those who had previously engaged in pillaging in the town, now feeling at ease as the authorities showed no intent to pursue. They pressed forward with fervor, eager to reach Liaodong and claim prime land. Soldiers on horseback beat their gongs and shouted, "Form 6 lines. Today, there are only 2,000 spots available for the second batch." Upon hearing this, the refugees erupted into a frenzy, jostling and shoving to reach the gates. A number of scholars hoping to travel to Liaodong found themselves pushed to the back of the throng. The gates remained heavily guarded by archers. Once 2,000 fortunate refugees managed to enter the city, soldiers immediately proclaimed, 2,000 spots filled. 2,000 spots filled. Those still desperately trying to squeeze in found themselves confronted by hundreds of soldiers forming a blockade at the gates, their blades gleaming ominously, compelling them to retreat reluctantly. The gates closed once more with a heavy thud. Many refugees, wrapped in blankets, camped at the gates, hoping to secure prime positions for the following day. However, when the gates remained shut the next day, panic ensued among the refugees, who realized that the opportunity to journey to Liaodong was indeed rare. Many lamented their earlier hesitations. On the third day after the second batch of refugees departed, at the end of the sea hour, the gates finally reopened. Archers stood ready, and a large contingent of soldiers armed with swords poured forth from the city, taking positions at the entrance. Horse-mounted soldiers fervently beat their gongs, hoarsely shouting, "Listen closely. Listen closely. Only 3,000 spots remain for those wishing to claim prime land in Liaodong. Today is the final batch." The crowd of refugees erupted once more into chaos, and amid the surging tide, many elderly individuals were trampled and could not rise again. As the third batch of 3,000 disaster victims hastily made their way into the city, clutching bowls of thick porridge, a mounted soldier loudly proclaimed, "The governor eagerly anticipates your arrival in Liaodong, where you shall live well. We have made every effort to prepare the porridge. There are orders from Liaodong that the first 7,000 to arrive will receive prime land. Do not dawdle on the road." The throng of 3,000 devoured their meals ravenously before hastily setting off, with tens of thousands still behind them. Being overtaken would spell disaster. That night, among the victims at the city gate, a hushed conversation unfolded. "I hear that Xiangui will levy more troops this year, and taxes have increased again." A nearby individual sighed. "Staying behind may not guarantee survival. It is better to go to Liaodong and at least have land to cultivate. We must not end up without even medium land." The surrounding crowd fervently discussed the merits of departing for Liaodong as soon as possible. After waiting 2 more days, the mounted soldiers struck their gongs and shouted, "Today, the fourth batch, for 1,000 spots for medium land in Liaodong." Henceforth, any remaining refugees would be conscripted, with males enlisted and females employed for labor in the military. The faces of those queuing to enter the city were etched with profound regret. They were just 2 days late, and prime land had turned into medium land. As the 4,000 exited the city to partake of porridge, the mounted soldiers reiterated the regulations from Liaodong state that only the first 7,000 can claim prime land. The eyes of the disaster victims shifted dramatically. The previous group had merely left 2 days earlier. If they hurried, could they not also secure prime land? 2 days later, the fifth batch of victims, spurred on by the soldiers' encouragement that early arrival might yield prime land, rushed towards the road. Once these 5 batches had departed, the governor and his aides exhaled deeply in relief. The remaining victims were either reluctant to leave their scant possessions or were encumbered by the elderly and young in their families. No significant disturbance was likely to arise. One aide remarked, "We must urge the remaining individuals to hasten to Liaodong. If they linger, we fear new victims may arrive." The next day, a large contingent of armed soldiers harshly drove away the lingering disaster victims. "Return to your perilous homes, where war may strike at any moment, or perish from hunger on the cold, treacherous road to Liaodong." Ultimately, the victims had no choice but to plead desperately, and the governor finally showed mercy, allowing them to proceed to Liaodong. Within the span of an hour, the city gate of Xiangui was cleared of victims. The aides clasped their hands in salute. "Congratulations, sir. The immediate trouble has finally been resolved." A steward entered, whispering in the governor's ear, "Those few individuals have all been dealt with." Upon hearing this, the governor's expression softened slightly. He had instructed his cousin, a court official, to submit a proposal suggesting the relocation of the victims to Liaodong for settlement and cultivation, thereby replenishing the population. With a military presence of 100,000 in Liaodong, these victims would not stir unrest, and their agricultural contributions would support the army, alleviating the burden on the court. He could not allow such a multitude of victims to linger, otherwise, should chaos erupt, he feared he would share the fate of the governor of Lingzhou. Just as he began to feel a sense of relief, a new worry crept in. He still needed to procure provisions to supply the imperial forces suppressing the rebellion, and it was uncertain how long the conflict would endure. On the 21st day of the first month, preparations were finally in order, and everyone was ready to set forth, only to receive news that the gates of Yunzhou had opened early. Armed soldiers were already lined up at the entrance, and notices had been posted prohibiting entry to anyone other than disaster victims bound for Liaodong. The streets within the city were also filled with soldiers, strictly forbidding the victims from lingering. This news filled Sanya and her husband with guilt, feeling they had burdened everyone. The day after the influx of disaster victims into the city, Scholar Zhou asked Shui Sheng to find a beggar to gather intelligence. The beggar reported that 8,000 or 9,000 victims had entered, with several thousand having perished along the way. These were all in pursuit of prime land, and there were still more victims yet to arrive. Sighing with relief, Scholar Zhou hurriedly organized their departure, planning to meet up with the victims in Yingzhou. After Yingzhou, they would fall under the jurisdiction of Liaodong Prefecture. By mid-February, Scholar Zhou and his companions were nearing Yingzhou. They learned that the victims had been gathered and were on the move from the previous prefecture, with a remaining total of around 7,000, expected to arrive in Yingzhou in 3 or 4 days. To ensure they could settle with the victims without complications, they made early preparations, concealing their wealth, selling their conspicuous mule cart to purchase a sturdy, nearly new pushcart, bringing along provisions, and washing their faces with gardenia tea-shell water to appear haggard. Except for Scholar Zhou, Shui Xing, and Huai Qing, the others donned patched headscarves. Even Scholar Zhou and Xiao Tao changed into coarse cloth garments. Finally, they spent money to hire someone to guide them and settled in a grove by the official road, 300 miles from Yingzhou, awaiting the arrival of the victim caravan. On the evening that Xiao Tao and her companions reached the roadside, they saw a group of emaciated victims, stumbling as they approached their resting place. The victims noticed the flesh on Jingyu's face and the tightly swaddled infant in Sanya's arms, involuntarily swallowing hard. As night fell, more and more victims gathered, darkening the official road with their presence. Many large families huddled together, resting by the roadside. Xiao Tao and her group endured until the first watch of the night, preparing to rest. Shui Xing and Huai Qing took turns keeping watch. The moon shone brightly and the stars were sparse, while Shui Xing and Huai Qing remained vigilant, attentive to their surroundings. Before long, dozens of men armed with clubs silently encircled them from the surrounding darkness. Shui Xing immediately shouted a warning. The group quickly formed a protective circle. Xiao Tao and her mother gripped hatchets, while Shui Xing's mother held a bandit-esque machete tightly beside her son. Jingyu and Sanya, cradling her child, were shielded between Scholar Zhou and Huai Qing. The encroaching victims, wielding clubs, cautiously advanced towards Sanya. Without hesitation, Huai Qing drew his bow and shot an arrow straight at the chest of the foremost man. He intended to intimidate, but before he could knock another arrow, a throng of victims lunged at Xiao Tao and her mother like ravenous wolves. Shui Xing and his mother fought fiercely with their knives, while Huai Qing quickly redirected his bow to target the assailants attacking Xiao Tao and her mother. Suddenly, Sanya let out a heart-wrenching cry, "Huai Qing! Huai Qing!" Hearing his daughter's piercing scream, Huai Qing's heart jolted. In that moment of distraction, Sanya and her child were overwhelmed and thrown to the ground by several victims. Scholar Zhou swung his knife desperately, trying to rescue Sanya and her daughter, but in the commotion, others seized Jingyu. He endured several blows to his back and arms as Jingyu struggled fiercely, crying out, "Father! Father!" Huaiqing's eyes widened in fury as he swung his bandit-s machete savagely at the victims, pinning Sanya and her daughter. He felt no pain from the blows to his back. In an instant, the victims atop Sanya and her daughter were felled to the ground. His body was splattered with the victims spurting blood, a horrific sight that finally sent the remaining assailants fleeing into the night. Huaiqing kicked aside the body lying atop Sanya and pulled his wife up. Sanya clutched her daughter fiercely, her clothes torn into strips, her hair disheveled. Her face scraped and bleeding from being pressed to the ground, and she had taken several blows, barely able to stand. Nearby, Xiao Tao and her mother had also received multiple blows. Shuisheng's mother, trying to shield her son from the clubs, nearly had her arm broken. The entire group bore injuries. Seeing Huaiqing strike down the victims with the ferocity of chopping vegetables, the assailants shrank back, quickly disappearing into the darkness. Huaiqing supported his wounded wife and the group, dragging their injured bodies, staggered to find another open space to rest. Just as they moved away, a few lurking victims immediately pounced on the bodies, scrambling to seize whatever they could, while several factions fought amongst themselves over the corpses. Chapter 64, Benevolence. Not far from the new resting place of Xiao Tao and her companions, a cluster of 30 or 40 individuals had gathered. Upon noticing the presence of infants and children among Xiao Tao's group, they were taken aback. Huaiqing secured his daughter tightly in a swaddling cloth against his chest, his back adorned with a bow, and his bloodied machete gripped firmly in his hand. Sensing the group's gaze fixed on his daughter, he shook off the blood from his knife. Witnessing Huaiqing's fierce demeanor, the group averted their eyes in fear. In the midst of the crowd, a woman in her 20s, with high cheekbones and slanted eyes, cautiously surveyed her surroundings. After weighing her options, she deemed that little Tao and her companions posed no threat. So she turned her back, rose to her feet, and opened a cloth bag, distributing a piece of something to each person. As she shared, she lamented, "Come. Let us divide this. Once consumed tonight, it shall be gone." At that moment, a gaunt girl in a gray outfit, around 18 or 19, caught sight of the distributed items, her eyes brimming with indignation. Clenching her fists, tears streaming down her cheeks, she seethed, "Bah! You wretched beasts! Are you not ashamed to share? Can you even swallow food gained this way? This vile scheme crafted by your heartless sister-in-law. Exchanging her own niece for scraps, how can you stomach it? I curse you to death. May the king of hell carve out your hearts." At her words, the surroundings fell into an immediate silence. The sister-in-law stammered, attempting to defend herself. "If you choose not to eat, that is your decision. But how can you slander me so? Look around. How many children do you see on this road? There are countless lost." The gray-clad girl scoffed. "Humph. My daughter is lost, and you have meat to eat. Do you think me a fool? I have suffered untold misfortunes to marry into the Yuan family, surrounded by a nest of swine and dogs." No sooner had she finished speaking than a man dealt her a vicious slap, causing her head to turn sharply. His voice cold as he warned, "Speak like that again, and I shall divorce you." The girl spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. "If you do not divorce me, I curse your entire family to extinction." The man trembled with rage, "Yet you have not uttered the word divorce." In this throng of thousands, young women had become scarce. And in the sparsely populated Liaodong region, finding another wife would be an arduous task. Truly, a spineless coward. The girl mocked, twisting her mouth in derision. The man menacingly threatened, "Use your wits. Without us, you shall be devoured." The girl retorted coolly, "Whether it be death or life, I refuse to become a ghost of the Yuan family." The slanted-eyed woman interjected, "Sister-in-law, one must not speak so indiscreetly. Children can still be born when we reach Liaodong." The gray-clad girl abruptly sprang to her feet and lunged at the slanted-eyed woman, clawing at her face with all her might, her nails embedding into flesh. You madwoman!" the sister-in-law cried, bloodied and in pain, as she forcefully shoved the gray-clad girl to the ground. "I only regret that I lack the strength to avenge my daughter by killing you. Even if I were to bear 100 more, they would never be my precious child." The gray-clad girl's face was a tapestry of sorrow and fury, struggling to rise again, but collapsing from exhaustion. She raised her eyes to see little Tao and her group casting sympathetic glances her way, and with all her strength, She crawled towards them. Sensing this, little Tao's group retreated a few wary steps, thinking to themselves, in this world, one can truly only be ruthless. A mere display of sympathy invites trouble. The girl crawled several paces before stopping about 6 or 7 steps away from little Tao's group. Her in-laws glanced at little Tao and her companions, concluding they were not the type to strike women, and thus paid her no further mind. Shui Sheng's mother and little Tao's mother took on the watch for the night. The men needed to rest well. Should trouble arise, it would be upon them to fight desperately. As the night deepened, the weary people gradually succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, Shui Sheng's mother noticed the gray-clad girl crawling towards her. Startled, she quickly glanced at little Tao's mother, seeking to confirm whether the girl had made a mistake in her approach. She is no harmless creature. Shui Sheng's mother anxiously waved her hands, signaling the gray-clad girl to stay away, careful not to alarm her in-laws. Little Tao's mother was equally startled and hurriedly gestured for the girl to refrain from coming closer. Shui Sheng's mother speculated, could she be seeking revenge and wish to borrow my knife? But she is so famished she can barely stand. If I lend her the knife, she might fail to kill and instead have it taken from her, leading to her demise and my loss of the weapon. As the girl drew nearer, Shui Sheng's mother had no choice but to lower her voice, saying, do not rush for revenge. Wait until you are well-fed and strong. I cannot lend you my knife. The girl lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes. With her proximity now only 2 steps away, Shui Sheng's mother felt an urgency. Should this girl die before her, her in-laws could seize the opportunity to cause trouble. With dozens in their family, she could not afford to provoke them. She cautiously surveyed her surroundings, ensuring no one was watching before bending down and stealthily approaching the girl. Observing the gray-clad girl's sunken, yellowed face streaked with tears, Shui Sheng's mother felt a pang of sympathy, yet could only maintain her stern demeanor as she whispered, young lady, you must not crawl any closer to us. Rest if you are weary. However, the gray-clad girl struggled to reach into her sleeve, finally extracting a small pouch. After a moment, she emptied its contents, 2 taels of silver, 100 or so copper coins, and a silver hairpin. Clutching Shui Sheng's mother's leg tightly, she implored in a hushed tone, Auntie, I beg you. If I were to perish by morning, could you exchange some food with my family for my corpse? Obtain a divorce for me. Then take me to the pond ahead and cast me into the water. It is still cold and no one will come to retrieve me for food. Consider this as compensation for your troubles. Please, have pity on me. I do not wish to die only to become a ghost for them. She had observed that this group did not appear to be starving, and among the 3 women, this auntie seemed strong enough to bear her. After a moment's thought, she returned the copper coins to the pouch, stowing it back into her bosom, and forcibly stuffed the silver and hairpin into Shui Sheng's mother's sock. Feeling the cold silver and hairpin in her sock, Shui Sheng's mother's heart raced like a drum. She yearned to awaken her son for counsel, but feared that too much noise would alert the girl's family. In a state of turmoil, she hesitated for a moment, then bent down, intending to return the silver hairpin. However, the girl clung desperately to her leg, her eyes filled with pleading. In a moment of bewilderment, Shui Sheng's mother instinctively pulled out a dry biscuit from her bosom and handed it to the girl, then offered her water. In a hushed voice, she urged, become a well-fed ghost. I have only these 2 biscuits left, and I must save one for the journey to Liaodong. You must handle your own affairs if you are still alive by morning. If you are not, I shall see if it is feasible, but do not hold me accountable. The girl whispered back, if I am still alive by morning, I will pretend to be dead. Upon hearing this, Shui Sheng's mother felt a surge of frustration. With my son absent, others scheme against me. The girl, however, gazed at her with gratitude. Auntie, you shall be rewarded for your kindness. As she attempted to return the biscuit, she insisted, please, have one more. It will help you bear me. Shui Sheng's mother, exasperated, urged, stop with the nonsense. Be careful not to attract attention. Eat quickly. As she spoke, she bent down and firmly pressed the biscuit into the girl's mouth. The girl paused momentarily before accepting the kindness and began to nibble. Shui Sheng's mother then offered her the water container, quietly warning, make sure to drink plenty. Do not let anyone see you have eaten, or it will bring trouble upon us. Shui Sheng's mother watched intently as the girl finished eating, ensuring no crumbs were left, before finally exhaling in relief and sternly reminding her, remember, do not crawl any closer to us. Do not bring harm upon us. Chapter 65, The Couple. Shui Sheng's mother observed the gray-clad girl sprawled upon the cold ground and sighed. She rummaged through her old bedding, contemplating covering the girl, but hesitated, thinking that the girl might not survive the night, rendering it a waste of resources. She would need to spend money on bedding when she arrived in Liaodong. This thought led her to retract the bedding and bundle it up again. Noticing the girl still alive after a while, she pondered, could it be that she had become so starved? If I give her food, how many more days could she endure? Ultimately, she rationalized that her tattered bedding could hardly equate to 2 taels of silver and a hairpin. Providing her with the worn bedding would not cost her anything. With this reasoning, she reopened the bedding and gently draped it over the girl, whispering, "This is on the house." In the latter half of the night, Shui Sheng and little Tao took turns with their respective mothers to keep watch. Shui Sheng's mother pulled her son aside to quietly relay the gray-clad girl's plea. Shui Sheng stared wide-eyed, unable to believe, and whispered, "Mother, how could you accept this girl's money?" Shui Sheng's mother, exasperated, insisted softly, "This was not my intention. She forced it upon me." Once morning dawns and her husband's family discovers her demise, will they not seize her possessions, including her silver? Would she not resent such a fate even in death? Waterborne, feeling helpless, lamented, "Mother, I have already given her water and food." He pointed with indignation at the bedding beneath the woman. "I have even sacrificed the mattress. Tomorrow I shall bear her, were it not for the silver. Would I willingly carry a corpse? Do you think I am unafraid? Do you not sense the bad omen?" As he spoke, a pang of sorrow pierced his heart. Their shared expenses had to be divided, and the two of them barely possessed over 2 taels of silver, not even accounting for their debt to Scholar Zhou. At this moment, reproaching his mother seemed futile. He could only think of a way to resolve this predicament. In a hushed and anxious tone, he asked Mother, "Do you have a plan? If all else fails, we could summon Uncle Zhou for assistance." Waterborne's mother replied, "Scholars have their own methods, just as we farmers have ours." While speaking, she tucked a piece of cake into her pocket, counting over 300 copper coins to conceal within. She bound over a pound of fried noodles around her waist with a cloth strip and stashed a 3-pound bag of fried noodles in their bundle, with other provisions hidden beneath the rolled-up quilt. She even concealed her son's food, tying a little over a pound of fried noodles onto him with a cloth strap. Tomorrow, they might need these to exchange for a divorce certificate from the woman's family. Waterborne's mother patted her son's hand. "We shall discuss this tomorrow. I am weary. Let me rest." Waterborne quickly encouraged her to lean against the cart for support. With her eyes closed, Waterborne's mother had not truly slept. She feared her son would worry if she opened her eyes. Her heart raced tumultuously, acutely aware that money was hard-earned. As dawn broke, the woman's husband approached, giving her a slight kick. He barked, "Get up. Who do you blame for going days without food? We are leaving now." The woman weakly shook her head, her voice barely a whisper. "I cannot rise. My legs feel as soft as the mud in our hometown's rice fields." A mocking sister-in-law sneered, "Oh, you chose not to eat, and now you expect someone to carry you? Do you see anyone willing to do so?" The man tugged at the woman forcefully, but as he released her, she slipped to the ground, struggling to say, "I cannot stand." In the distance, several people had begun to notice the woman in gray, and someone quietly approached her father-in-law. Shortly thereafter, a man in his 30s whispered a few words to the woman's husband, who revealed a hint of sorrow. "Cousin. She is still alive." The husband's cousin replied, "What people say is only worth that much. I want to make decisions for you. The money is yours." The husband looked at the woman in gray with pity. "If I assist you, can you walk?" The woman clutched at her husband's trousers with all her might, gazing up at him. "I lack even the slightest strength." Seeing that everyone was preparing to depart, her husband fell silent, his eyes betraying his sadness. "Do not blame me. Blame the world we live in." Waterborne's mother intentionally made some noise, brandishing a knife as she approached the woman's husband, speaking mysteriously, "What price are you offering?" The husband appeared somewhat uneasy. "What can you offer?" "I have a brother who succumbed on the journey to the front. He was not yet married, and I intend to procure a marriage for him posthumously." At this, even the woman in gray was uncertain whether Waterborne's mother truly harbored such an intention. Worried for his mother, Waterborne stepped closer, shocked by her words. His mother glared at him, her tone rather sharp. "Mother's brother did not survive for nothing. Without him, would we still have food? When the time comes, we will settle down, retrieve their bones, and consult a geomancer for a date." Waterborne's mother continued, "Dear sir, You were once a couple. Please spare her a complete corpse. The man truly did not wish for the woman to end up in a fate akin to his own daughter S. Moreover, it was evident that this lady had provisions. The fullness of her face suggested she had been eating, a rarity in a refugee group. Besides, they were soon to enter Liaodong. More food would be essential for survival. The man probed, "How much do you have?" "It cannot be less than 1 tael. People are offering that much." Waterborne's mother cautiously glanced around, revealing a portion of the patched bag she carried, whispering, 2 to 3 pounds of fried noodles. "Do not think of taking advantage of us. My relative's arrows could easily take out dozens of you." The man feigned indifference. "How can this compare to silver?" Waterborne's mother pursed her lips, reluctantly producing her pouch. "I have over 300 copper coins left." The man's cousin approached, and they whispered for a moment. The man declared, "This will not suffice. Add more. We are many, and it will not be enough to share. You must contribute more food." Waterborne's mother retorted, "With food so precious, you still dare to be choosy? If it were not for my brother, do you think I would entertain such nonsense?" The man conceded, "Then forget it." As he spoke, he assessed Waterborne's mother's expression. A look of hesitation crossed her face. Waterborne interjected, "Mother, let it go. Besides, he did not die on the road. He had a brother who is already married." Under her son's persuasion, Waterborne's mother began to consider relinquishing her intentions. The man, noticing her indecision, urged, "Add a bit more, and we will settle." Waterborne's mother hesitated again, turning her back to untie the cloth bag from her waist, revealing to the two men, "This is what I have hidden. It weighs over 1 pound. There is nothing more." She gestured towards her stomach, indicating the lack of bulge. The two men scrutinized Waterborne. "Take out whatever is on your son. That will seal the deal. Since this lady is food, we doubt your son has none." Waterborne's mother immediately objected, "No, I cannot let my son starve for the sake of my brother." The two men reasoned, "Your nephew must contribute something as well. Does he not? With such formidable relatives, how did you end up in Liaodong?" Waterborne's mother glanced at Huiqing. "You must draft a divorce certificate. A posthumous marriage cannot have a husband." The two men internally scoffed, for while others sought unmarried partners, she sought a married woman. What a convoluted affair. Waterborne's mother beckoned Huiqing, who stood behind her, bearing arrows. She untied the cloth bag from her son's waist, fiercely declaring, "Do not think that your numbers can intimidate us into relinquishing our provisions. My relative's arrows have tasted much flesh. If you wish for this to proceed, write the divorce certificate promptly." With that, she instructed her son to fetch paper and ink, allowing the woman's husband's family to draft the divorce certificate, affixing their handprints. The surrounding crowd eagerly gathered, exchanging the certificate for the promised goods. As the arrows were drawn, Waterborne's mother asked her son to inspect the divorce document for accuracy. Upon receiving his nod of approval, she instructed the other party to find a piece of cloth to toss her, placing the money and provisions together, even opening the bag of fried noodles slightly for them to see. The woman's husband took the divorce certificate, and one of the men hesitated. Waterborne's mother approached with the money and provisions. "If you wish to play tricks, take a good look at my relative's arrows." The other party handed over the divorce certificate, and Waterborne's mother exchanged it for the money and provisions. The mocking sister-in-law stepped forward. "The items on my sister-in-law cannot be given to you." As she spoke, she searched the woman in gray and ultimately retrieved a pouch, seizing it and departing. The woman's family retreated, clutching the money and provisions. Chapter 66, Benefactor. The woman in gray watched her husband's retreating figure, tears streaming down her face. She gently turned her head, burying her face in the bedding. Waterborne's mother hurriedly expressed her gratitude to Huiqing, her gaze shifting to the still-breathing woman in gray, desperately wanting to ask, "When will you breathe your last? We must continue our journey." Observing the woman still alive, she grew anxious. "Dear lady, we must leave. Let us lift you onto the cart." "Of course." The thought of discarding her once she had passed remained unvoiced. Xiao Tao rushed forward to offer assistance. Shuisheng embraced the emaciated woman, whose frail body seemed little more than a collection of bones, and laid an old quilt on the cart to make her comfortable. Without delay, Shuisheng began to push the cart. The woman felt a profound sense of guilt for being a burden to Shuisheng and lamented, "Madam, there is a pond ahead. You may as well leave me behind so as not to delay your journey. After all, who on this road does not wish to reach Liaodong first to secure a piece of good land?" Shuisheng simply replied, "You should rest for now. We shall discuss it later." The woman turned her head and caught sight of the pond not far from the roadside. Shui Sheng glanced at it, pressed her lips tightly together, and remained silent. Quietly, Shui Sheng continued to push the cart along the path. After nearly half an hour of travel, when Xiao Tao and her companions prepared to take a break, a tall, thin man holding a baby approached with his wife. Upon seeing Sanya, the man knelt down with the infant in his arms. "I beg you, please provide my child with some milk," he choked out, tears streaming down his face. The child hasn't fed for days and can no longer cry. His wife, kneeling beside him, bore a face streaked with tears. Sanya stepped forward to examine the infant in the man's arms, noting that the child was about the same size as her own Zhao Zhao, yet was gone to the point of being skeletal, with no flesh around the joints. The infant's little head drooped weakly, unlike her own child, who had been robust and full of life before his illness. Sanya gently said, "Please rise and hand the child to me." She entrusted Zhao Zhao to Shui Sheng and took the frail infant, turning her back to the onlookers as she leaned against the cart. Sanya's husband and Xiao Tao, who held a hatchet, stood protectively on either side of her. The baby's mother, filled with concern, attempted to approach but was restrained by her husband's shake of the head. As soon as the infant caught the scent of milk, he clenched his tiny fists and began to suckle fervently. Sanya patiently patted the child's back. After some time, the infant, having quenched his hunger, drifted into a deep slumber. Only then did Sanya gently shake him and return him to his mother. The woman took her child and, overcome with gratitude, began to kneel before Sanya, tears streaming down her face. "My milk has long since dried up. I haven't been able to produce a drop in the past few days. Thank you, benefactor. We have encountered no other families with infants along the way." "We were fortunate to meet you," she said, dabbing her tears with her sleeve. After a moment of silence, Sanya replied softly, "Bring the child back to me this afternoon, and I shall feed him once more." The infant's father was about to kneel again, but Huaiqing quickly supported him. To express their gratitude, the father of the infant said, "Our clan consists of over 60 members, all of whom are honest folk. Seeing that you are few in number, why not travel together? You have done us a great favor, and we will never repay kindness with malice, nor place you in danger." He gestured towards a nearby group of people. At that moment, several men in their 40s or 50s emerged from the crowd and approached Sanya and her husband, bowing in gratitude. One of them said, "Thank you, benefactors, for saving my grandson." The infant's father whispered a few words into his father's ear. After a moment of contemplation, the grandfather of the infant addressed Sanya and her husband, "Rest assured, we will keep a distance of about 2 yards from you, ensuring we do not intrude. If you require assistance, simply call out and my son Shanju and his 3 brothers will be ready to lend a hand." His words conveyed clarity and restraint. Nearby, Scholar Zhou nodded at Huaiqing, who then responded, "Thank you very much." The grandfather of the infant led his kin back to their original position. Soon after, they followed closely behind Sanya's group, maintaining a respectful distance. In the afternoon, Sanya signaled to Shanju, who hurriedly brought his wife and child over. Sanya once again fed the baby until he was full. The little one, now noticeably stronger, opened his eyes and turned his head in search of his mother. His mother, overcome with joy, wiped her tears and exclaimed to Sanya, "My Baoshu has finally survived." Shanju and his wife expressed their heartfelt gratitude upon witnessing their son's survival. As dusk approached, Sanya and her companions sought a flat, spacious area to set up camp for the night. Just as everyone was about to light a fire to boil water, they noticed shadows moving around them, with several people stealthily approaching Sanya, who was cradling the child. The relatives of Baoshu quickly sensed something amiss and rushed over with sticks in hand. Huaiqing also grasped his bow and arrow tightly. Those encroaching upon them, upon seeing the numerous members of Baoshu's clan, were compelled to retreat in disappointment. The group hastily boiled water, anxious that the flames might attract unwanted attention. Once the water was boiling, they extinguished the fire and poured the flour into the pot, stirring it into a batter. Shui Sheng observed that the gray-clad woman was still alive and decided to pour half of her batter into a bowl for her. "You're still with us. Drink half a bowl, perhaps it will help you recover. If you can hold on until Liaodong, there will be 3 acres of land for you," she encouraged. The woman, holding the bowl, felt her eyes welling with tears from the kindness. Shui Sheng added, "You must endure to reach those 3 acres. It's only a few days away." She thought to herself that if she were in the same situation, she would do everything possible to reach Liaodong and secure land for her son. Seeing that his mother only had half a bowl left, Shui Sheng promptly poured a small portion from his own bowl into hers. Just as they were preparing for the night watch, a sudden clamor of galloping hooves echoed from afar, sending everyone into a state of alarm. Huaiqing tightened his grip on the bow, while the men from Baoshu's clan quickly grabbed their weapons, urging everyone to hide in the nearby woods. The sound of hooves grew louder, kicking up a cloud of dust. Upon recognizing that the approaching figures were soldiers carrying torches, they realized it was a contingent sent by Liaodong County to escort the refugees. The leading officer called out loudly, "Do not panic. We are here to safely escort you to Liaodong." Hearing this declaration, the tense nerves of the crowd finally relaxed, and they collectively sighed in relief. Chapter 67. The Next Life. The leading soldier was a tall, robust officer in his 30s with a thick beard, named Lin, who held the rank of 100 households. He had brought along 80 elite soldiers and 15 carts of grain to assist the refugees. Riding on horseback, Lin announced loudly, "Each person will receive 2 pounds of fried flour to ensure everyone can endure until Liaodong. No disturbances will be tolerated on the road. Line up and receive your rations one by one. Anyone caught stealing food from others will be executed on the spot." Upon hearing this, the refugees were filled with excitement. With food, they could survive until they reached Liaodong. As soon as Baoshu's parents received their share of the fried flour, they hurried over to Sanya, presenting her with 2 portions of grain. Baoshu's mother gratefully said, "Thank you, sister, for saving my son's life. You are nursing 2 children. You must eat well." Sanya smiled gently, saying, "It's enough that the child has started to recover. I appreciate your kindness. Take the grain back with you. Right now, we all rely on this little food to survive, and your well-being is vital for the children. I have enough food to last until we reach Liaodong," she added. "I will still need to nurse the child 3 times a day. This is also my bond with Baoshu." The couple had no choice but to return with the grain. Upon hearing of Sanya's generosity, the clan members looked at her with eyes full of gratitude and respect. Xiao Tao, observing nearby, gently stroked Xiao Tao's head and softly remarked, "Did you see that? There's much you can learn from your sister Sanya." Thanks to the soldiers' arrival, the journey became considerably safer. With grain in hand, the threat of theft diminished. Once the distribution of food was completed, Shui Sheng's mother joyfully declared, "Now we can finally cook." Previously, they had been too afraid to bring out their rations, fearing envy from others. She turned to the now somewhat revitalized gray-clad woman and said, "After you eat, you must gather your strength to make it to Liaodong and claim your land." The gray-clad woman, feeling rejuvenated after receiving 2 meals from Shui Sheng's mother, smiled and replied, "Thank you, madam. You may call me Guizhi. This journey has been arduous for brother Shui Sheng." Shui Sheng's mother replied, "You are fortunate to have endured this far." As she spoke, she handed Guizhi a letter of divorce. Guizhi, touching the letter, thought of her misfortuned daughter, and large tears began to roll down her cheeks. Shui Sheng's mother encouraged her, "Guizhi, you must look forward. Many have perished along this route, yet you have survived to reach Liaodong and claim your land. That is no small feat." After the soldiers finished distributing the grain, the group resumed their journey towards Liaodong County. With food in hand and the anticipation of soon acquiring land, the refugees moved at a much quicker pace. After several days of arduous travel, the group finally arrived at Yunyang Mountain. Beyond this mountain lay the expanse of Liaodong Prefecture, now within their sight. As night fell, a large number of disaster victims startled the wolves residing in the mountains, their howls echoing ominously across the slopes. Lin Baihu promptly commanded his soldiers to set up defenses, leaving a portion to guard the base of the mountain while he ascended with 20 men to hunt the wolves. Noticing Huaiqing, who bore a quiver of arrows, he greeted him with a smile. "Brother, your archery skills must be commendable. Would you care to join us?" Huaiqing glanced at Sanya, then equipped himself with his bow and followed Lin Baihu's party up the mountain. Upon descending, the soldiers, brimming with excitement, carried several wolves, their pelts intact. Lin Baihu joyfully patted Zhang Huaiqing on the shoulder, praising, "Brother Zhang, your archery is impressive. Today's success is largely due to your efforts. I see great potential in you. I would like to invite you to join my ranks. What say you?" Huaiqing looked toward Sanya, who cradled her daughter, and after a moment's contemplation, politely declined, "Thank you for your kind offer, sir. However, my wife and daughter require my care, making it impossible for me to enlist." Lin Baihu's face fell with regret. Had Huaiqing not been a disaster victim, but rather a soldier, he would have seized the opportunity to recruit him. He then produced 10 taels of silver, pressing them into Huiqing's hands. This is your due reward. Accept it. It is a shame indeed. For the army is in dire need of skilled archers. The 2 pristine pelts we acquired today are entirely your merit. Conveniently solving the dilemma of a gift for Lord Qianhu. Observing from the side, Zhou Xiaocai sighed inwardly, lamenting Huiqing's missed opportunity. He had recognized Huiqing's exceptional archery at Menglang Mountain and believed that had he joined the military, he would surely rise to prominence. Zhou Xiaocai had even taken the time to teach Huiqing literacy, hoping that should he pursue an official career, they could support one another. Witnessing Huiqing's refusal, a hint of regret crossed his face. Xiao Tao, perceptive as ever, caught the expression and felt a pang in her heart, lowering her head in silence. At long last, after 6 days, the disaster victims reached Liaodong Prefecture. Within the governor's office, the staff expressed their concerns to the prefect, "My lord, we have received 6,000 to 7,000 individuals, none of whom possess travel permits. Might this lead to complications in the future?" The prefect waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for undue worry. Lingo and Jianzhou are in turmoil, and among the disaster victims are those from Shangzhou, making it impossible to verify each individual's travel documents. However, with over 10,000 victims congregated in Xiangui, the potential for unrest is high. Thus, we have opened the official roads. Notices have been posted in various prefectures warning that any disaster victim found off the official road will be conscripted into the army. We need only to disperse these people across 10 counties. Once they are scattered, the likelihood of chaos diminishes. We must prioritize the greater good. Moreover, having such a large number of people can be advantageous. In a few years, as we gather provisions, the pressure will lessen." The prefecture arranged for 10 county clerks to come and assist with the new household registrations. Xiao Taonyang pulled Xiao Tao aside, solemnly inquiring, "Xiao Tao, I cannot register under Zhou Xiaocai's name. What of you? What are your plans?" Xiao Tao replied softly, "Mother, do you not hold Zhou Xiu in high regard?" Implicitly, she wished to inquire, "Do you not have affection for Zhou Xiu?" Yet, such a question seemed inappropriate for an unmarried daughter to pose to her mother. Xiao Taonyang forced a bitter smile. "If he were merely an ordinary scholar, I would wish to register under his name. In a small town, perhaps I could find a few days of genuine care and affection. Yet, as you have witnessed on this journey, Zhou Xiaocai harbors grand ambitions. He possesses talent and a keen understanding of human nature. He would never be content to remain confined to a small place. His recent return to the rigors of the imperial examination reveals his determination to pursue an official career." Her eyes grew misty. "My past identity would only serve as a hindrance to his aspirations," Xiao Tao gently urged. "At such a distance, no one will know." Previously concerned, she noted that here, the registration process did not inquire into one's past. Xiao Taonyang shook her head. "If he were merely a scholar, our circumstances would be inconsequential. But what if he were to succeed in the examinations?" She pointed towards the heavens, suggesting, "The one seated upon the dragon throne. Is there anything he wishes to know that he cannot uncover? Should our past be revealed, it would be treason against the emperor, potentially leading to his demise. Furthermore, should he acquire political enemies, they would surely exploit this to ruin him. At that moment, no one would remember our mutual support. They would only mock him for being led astray by lust, even marrying a mere concubine from another family. I do not wish for him to regret his choices in the future, nor do I want to feel guilty for being a burden to him." Xiao Tao sought to console her mother, but Xiao Taonyang instead placed a reassuring hand on her daughter's, fighting back tears. "The timing of our encounter with Zhou Xiu is unfortunate. If there is a next life, I hope to meet him sooner." By the end, her voice broke into sobs. Xiao Tao, filled with compassion, embraced her mother, urging, "Mother, you still have me. You still have me." Xiao Taonyang wiped her tears with a handkerchief, taking a deep breath. "All is well. While I cannot change the past in this life, I have saved him and his father. If he truly can rise to great heights, remembering this kindness, he may protect us in return. He is a man of wisdom and integrity. I hope he can ascend to a position of power, allowing the people under his governance to experience a few more days of peace." Chapter 68, Arrival. As Xiao Taonyang's emotion settled, she softened her tone to explain to Xiao Tao, "While I cannot adopt his name, you may be recognized as his adopted child. You saved his life on the road. He would take you in without tarnishing his reputation. This way, you will not only have his protection, but also a more favorable standing when it comes time for marriage." Xiao Tao paused for a moment, then replied, "Mother, we initially aimed to Liaodong for a fresh start. Now that we can settle here, I am content. Here, no one can sell me off. We have our household registration and newfound freedom. With our wealth, we can establish ourselves. If Zhou Shu achieves success in the examinations, he can still look after us, and that is sufficient." Xiao Taoniang gently pressed, "Are you truly certain you do not wish to reconsider?" Xiao Tao shook her head, "No. I am resolute." Xiao Taoniang then declared, "I will say that I adopted you, and you shall take your grandfather's surname, Zhao. Do you have any objections?" Xiao Tao firmly replied, "I am your daughter. My grandfather has no sons. I shall naturally take his surname." Once they reached an agreement, the two returned to Zhou Xiaocai's side. Xiao Tao took Jingyu aside, while Xiao Taoniang calmly addressed Zhou Xiaocai, "I will register under my name and Xiao Tao's, claiming my original home as Yizhou. I was released from servitude by my former masters and adopted Xiao Tao." Zhou Xiaocai gazed intently at Xiao Taoniang, his voice trembling with hope. "Shall we become a family then? Here, no one will verify our story, nor will anyone know." Yet, glancing around at their fellow travelers, Xiao Taoniang turned away, her heart heavy. Zhou Xiaocai felt as though he had a stone lodged in his throat, rendering him nearly speechless. "I am grateful to have you accompany me thus far," Xiao Taoniang murmured. Zhou Xiaocai, witnessing the sorrow etched on her face, could find no words of comfort. Xiao Taoniang forced a smile. "It is not easy to survive anywhere, especially for disaster victims like us. I have noticed your dedication to your studies. I hope you can excel in the examinations soon, so that we may rely on you." Zhou Xiaocai's heart ached further. Xiao Taoniang wished for him to focus solely on his studies. After all, two beautiful women would struggle to find safety without some influence. He felt as though a heavy cotton ball had lodged itself in his chest, making it hard to breathe. After deliberation, Zhao's party chose to settle in a village called Baiwei Bay in Wenshan County, located not far from the sea. This matter required Zhou Xiaocai to take the lead in negotiations. Upon declaring his status as a scholar, the clerk in charge of household registration in Wenyuan County treated him with respect, for Liaodong was in dire need of literati. However, Zhou Xiaocai's academic title required approval from higher authorities to confirm whether he needed to return to his original residence for examinations. Once he received the green light, the clerk permitted Zhou Xiaocai to settle there, retaining his scholarly title. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Xiaocai requested that several relatives, including women, be allowed to settle together. As cultivating new land was arduous, the clerk consented to this request. The household registration of Scholar Zhou has been established, and next in line are the mother and daughter, Xiao Tao and Zhao Jingshu. The mother, originally from Zhaojia village in Yizhou's Bafeng County, has relocated to Baiwei Bay village in Daling Town, Wenshan County. Her daughter is named Zhao Jiao. The scribe, noticing the shared surname, looked up in curiosity at Xiao Tao's mother. Xiao Tao's mother quickly clarified, "I am my father's only daughter." The scribe assumed that she had married into a different family and thus did not inquire further, facilitating the smooth establishment of their household registration. Following them were the Sanya couple, the Shuixing mother and son, the divorced Guizhi who established her own household, and members of the Baoshu clan, all of whom were similarly registered in Baiwei Bay village. Once the household registrations were sorted, everyone followed the soldiers dispatched from their respective counties to their new homes. Upon arriving in Wushan City, each individual received 30 caddies of wheat and was granted an hour to purchase supplies. Xiao Tao, contemplating the need for livestock for farming, planned to buy a mule. Scholar Zhou and the Sanya family also pooled their resources to acquire a sturdy mule. In private, Xiao Tao approached Shui Sheng, offering to lend him money for a mule, but he graciously declined her generosity. After purchasing a mule cart, Sanya invited Baoshu's mother and son to ride in her cart, while Xiao Tao's cart was driven by Shui Sheng, accommodating both Shui Sheng's mother and Guizhi. Scholar Zhou's cart also welcomed several elder members of the Baoshu clan. They enlisted the help of the Baoshu clan to push the carts. Shui Sheng's mother, upon seeing Guizhi who could now walk, returned the silver and hairpin that Guizhi had once given her, saying, "Take this and quickly procure a kitchen knife and bedding. Do you wish to lie on the ground like a refugee again?" Though she felt a pang of regret in returning such a substantial sum, recognizing that she might never come across it again, she could not deny the fact that Guizhi was still alive. She had referred to it as the money of the deceased, yet it had regrettably not been earned. Shui Sheng comforted his mother, suggesting they take their time with the financial matters. Seizing the opportunity while in the county seat, Shui Xing visited a bookstore to inquire with the proprietor about any available transcription work. The proprietor, despite Shui Xing's travel-worn appearance, did not dismiss him. Upon observing Shui Xing's handsome demeanor and cultured manners, he felt a favorable impression. Learning that Shui Xing had come seeking refuge, he courteously asked him to write a few characters for evaluation. When the proprietor saw Shui Xing's writing, which displayed a certain elegance, he nodded in approval and offered 301 for a volume of transcribed characters. Shui Xing promptly produced his imitation of Yan Jinqing's calligraphy, inquiring whether the proprietor required transcriptions of such works. His primary aim was to hone his skills while earning a living. After examining the manuscript, the proprietor expressed his appreciation, stating that if Shui Xing focused solely on copying that particular style, the bookstore would supply the paper and, upon completion, they would buy back the finished work for 301 per volume. Shui Xing expressed his gratitude and exited the bookstore, exhaling a long breath of relief. Before entering, he had felt a mixture of apprehension, fully aware that his writing paled in comparison to the refined calligraphy he had seen in Lingo or Scholar Zhou's balanced script. Securing this transcription opportunity was likely due to the scarcity of scholars in the area, and he silently vowed to apply himself with greater diligence. By noon, the village head of Baiwei Bay arrived to receive them. The head, a robust man in his 50s with a square face and a cheerful demeanor, had initially expected only a handful of refugees, considering how few had survived the journey to Liaodong. To his astonishment, he encountered a considerable number of families, predominantly composed of strong laborers, which filled him with unexpected joy. When he learned that among them was a scholar, his smile broadened. Their village had yet to produce a scholar. Throughout the journey, he treated Scholar Zhou with great respect, leading the way in his ox cart. After approximately an hour of travel, the group arrived at Baiwei Bay Village, which consisted of merely 20 or 30 tightly clustered households nestled at the foot of a verdant mountain. Behind the village loomed a lush, towering mountain, its deep green occasionally interspersed with fresh foliage. A clear, 2-zhang-wide stream meandered past the village, revealing colorful stones at the bottom, glistening under the spring sun. The riverbanks were adorned with willows that had just begun to bud. Outside the farms lay vast tracts of fertile black soil, already plowed and awaiting the spring sowing. Women, with their heads wrapped in cloth, foraged for wild vegetables, while children frolicked along the banks, picking vibrant wildflowers. Upon seeing the group enter the village, the children shyly peeked from behind their elders, curious about these newcomers. It was indeed a picturesque scene of spring, with verdant mountains to the east and the gentle breeze stirring the willows along the brook. As Xiao Tao and her companions entered the village, the villagers busily engaged in household chores paused to lean against their door frames, curiously observing the new arrivals. The sight of 3 robust mules in their procession sparked whispers among the women, speculating that they must be wealthy, for even the village head possessed only a single ox. Scholar Zhou, noticing the village head had halted the cart, promptly disembarked, prompting the others to follow suit. The village head, with a hearty laugh, introduced the newcomers to the villagers, proclaiming, "They are the new residents of Baiwei Bay. This is Scholar Zhou." Scholar Zhou bowed slightly to the villagers, expressing, "I hope to receive your kindness and support in the days to come." Jingyu, spotting several children peeking shyly from behind their parents, adopted a calm demeanor reminiscent of his father, standing tall beside him while secretly resolving not to reveal too much about himself, lest he become an easy target for bullying in the future. The village head invited the refugees to rest in a clearing, apologetically explaining, "Our village is small, and we have no vacant houses. You will need to find your own accommodations." Scholar Zhou had anticipated this, with such a large group. It was unrealistic to expect many empty homes. Fortunately, spring had arrived, and the weather was warming. You can seek assistance to build houses. There are contractors in the town who lead groups to construct homes during the off-season. Our fellow villagers can also lend a hand with some minor tasks. Scholar Zhou promptly stated, "At that time, we may indeed need to trouble the villagers for assistance. After all, we are all part of the same community, which gives us a greater sense of security." The village head could not have been more pleased with Scholar Zhou's response. He marveled at how smoothly the scholar had grasped the essence of his words, knowing that everyone would appreciate the opportunity to earn a little extra. Scholar Zhou continued, "May I inquire about how the allocation of land for housing is managed? Each household is entitled to 1 mu of land free of charge. Should you wish for a more spacious dwelling with a larger courtyard, additional land can be acquired at the rate of 1 tael of silver per mu. Where is the land designated for housing? You may build adjacent to the few households at the back of the village. Of course. If you have other preferred locations in mind, feel free to propose them. Thank you for going out of your way to welcome us, and I appreciate your efforts today. Please return home and rest well. Once we are settled, I would be honored to share a drink with you. The village head felt a swell of appreciation for the refined scholar Zhou, whose straightforward manner made communication effortless. He immediately turned and called out to a sturdy young boy. Gooden, Gooden, come out. Having just observed the commotion, Gooden, the village head's grandson, rushed out, wiping his nose with his sleeve. Gooden, take Scholar Zhou and his party around our village to familiarize them with the area. Grandfather, I don't know where to take them, Gooden replied, looking puzzled. Just don't lead them into another village. Jingyu scrutinized Gooden, the village head's grandson. He was robust, towering a head taller than himself, with a round, ruddy face marred by cracks and snot resembling tiny worms creeping from his nostrils, only to retract with a loud sniffle. His sleeves were stained with dark mud, as if he had mixed wet clay and let it dry, and his deep blue cotton jacket bore numerous splotches of dirt, along with stains of vegetable soup. His shoes were also caked in mud. Jingyu took a deep breath. He was the only larger child among the refugees, and he knew he had to befriend the village head's grandson to avoid being bullied in the future. Adopting a sweet smile, he approached and took Gooden's filthy hand, saying, You must be Gooden. I've heard you're quite impressive. During a leisurely chat with his father on the road to the village, it was mentioned that the family had a grandson who was 2 years older than him and could play with him. Dog Dan felt a tinge of embarrassment, but couldn't help but feel a bit proud. He gestured towards a vast expanse of land outside the village, saying, Look, that is our village's land. Indeed, it was immense, spanning several thousand acres. In the distance lay a large area overgrown with wild grass, yet to be cultivated, which made the onlookers envious. How much land does your family have? Jingyu inquired. Dog Dan casually replied, About 300 acres or so. What? Jingyu exclaimed in astonishment. Didn't I just say around 300 acres? After they finished viewing, Dog Dan urged, Let's go explore elsewhere. It dawned on Jingyu that Dog Dan was a little landlord. He quickly changed the subject, asking Dog Dan what he usually played and where he went. He also wondered if he got scolded for playing too late, sharing that he often lost track of time and faced his father's wrath. Upon hearing this, Dog Dan was taken aback to discover that this ethereal child also faced reprimands, and he eagerly opened up about his adventures, recounting tales of catching fish at the riverbank with friends, foraging for mushrooms in autumn, and gathering wild birds when it snowed. Seeing the moment was right, Jingyu pulled 2 pieces of candy from his pocket and handed them to Dog Dan. Dog Dan felt his mouth watering, but hesitated to accept. Jingyu insisted, We are good friends now, don't be so distant. As he unwrapped a piece and placed it in Dog Dan's mouth, he casually asked, Why is our village called White Moon Bay? Because there is a bay that resembles the moon. Is it far? Not far. Just walk up this main road from the village, and you'll get there in no time. Do you want to go? I can take you. Dog Dan's enthusiasm surged. When they arrived at White Moon Bay, the sight was breathtaking. The bay lay gracefully at the foot of the mountain, its tranquil waters reflecting the verdant mountains surrounding it, prompting everyone to exclaim in awe, It is truly magnificent. In fact, White Moon Bay was quite expansive, resembling a lake. On the left side of the bay stood the mountains, while the right side opened up to a vast plain of over 1,000 acres, with wild grass beginning to sprout. Water Shengyang could hardly contain her excitement, exclaiming, Heavens! What a vast expanse of flat land! Just as Xiao Tao said. It seems endless. With water right next to them, she wondered why no one had come to cultivate it. The people from Baoshu shared her sentiments, with one already using a machete to pry up a handful of soil, exclaiming, The soil is rich. It can be cultivated. Zhou Xiaokai asked Dog Dan, Dog Dan. Whose land is this? Dog Dan, somewhat perplexed, answered, I don't know, I haven't heard it belongs to anyone. The land we cultivate is by the river as we enter the village. No one comes here. Zhou Xiaokai exchanged knowing glances with the group, noting the excitement sparkling in their eyes, and quickly glanced at his son Jingyu, who understood and promptly took Dog Dan off to play elsewhere. Among Baoshu's kin, someone could no longer contain themselves and rushed to the bay's edge to take a sip of water, rejoicing, It's sweet. He hurried back, shouting, Unlike what others say about bitter water in the northern lands, this water is sweet. Let's not search elsewhere, let us settle right here. It's convenient for building houses, gathering firewood, and there's no worry about drinking water. Water Sheng Miang immediately concurred, yes. We won't have to fight with the villagers below over boundaries. Another from Bao Shu's kin remarked, didn't the court say that early arrivals would get first dibs on good land? Isn't this all prime land? Zhou Xiaokai merely smiled in silence. Zhou Xiaokai proclaimed, since everyone has made up their minds, that is excellent. Are there any other opinions? Perhaps we should deliberate further. Seeing that everyone agreed, they all headed down the mountain to consult with the village leader about acquiring the land. The village leader was somewhat taken aback that the new arrivals had selected the land at White Moon Bay, considering it was a significant distance from the village. Zhou Xiaokai explained, everyone thinks it's quite nice here, so they didn't wish to wander anymore. The village leader nodded, acknowledging, very well. Our families prefer large yards to plant vegetables conveniently. My household has a 5-acre homestead. The yard takes up 4 acres. According to regulations, 1 acre is free. I purchased the additional 4 acres for 4 taels of silver. Naturally, the yard can only cover 5 acres. Anything larger must be purchased at the farmland rate. Each person is allotted 3 acres, and the land across at White Moon Bay is considered medium-quality wasteland. If purchased, it would cost 4 taels of silver per acre. The village leader glanced at the excited disaster survivors and continued, you families should choose your yard locations carefully. Those who wish to buy land should think it over. Tomorrow we will go to the county to handle the land deed. They will send someone to measure the land. Chapter 70, Dividing the Land. In the afternoon, everyone discussed and settled on the location to settle at White Moon Bay. Xiao Tao, with ample funds, opted not to buy a vast expanse of land alone to avoid drawing attention from the villagers, so she purchased 60 acres. Her mother held high-quality silk pouches and a batch of discounted cotton cloth bought in Lingzhou, planning to sell them at the year's end for cash. Thus they were not concerned about money. Zhou Xiaokai, being a scholar exempt from taxes, held over 100 taels in silver. He bought 20 acres, saving the remainder for building a house. Shui Xing and his mother had only over 2 taels and could not afford land. Sanya and her husband had purchased a mule and were also financially strapped. Xiao Tao suggested lending money to Sanya and Shui Xing's families, but they both politely declined. Zhou Xiaokai found the homestead arrangement favorable, as a 5-acre yard would allow for both vegetable and grain cultivation. The members of Bao Shu's kin were united in purpose, seeing that Zhou Xiaokai and Xiao Tao's families chose 5 acres for their homesteads. Those with extra funds lent money to their kin, and every household earmarked 5 acres for their homesteads. That night, Xiao Tao and her companions huddled together in the mule cart for the night. Sanya kindly invited Bao Xunyang and her child to sit in her cart to avoid exposing the child to the cold. Xiao Tao and Sanya lent their oilcloth to Bao Shu's kin, allowing them to construct a makeshift shelter against the wind and rain. The next morning, the village leader accompanied the county surveyors to White Moon Bay. Zhou Xiaokai led the surveyors to measure each family's homestead at the foot of the mountain, then proceeded to measure the 3 acres each person was entitled to on the flat land to the right of White Moon Bay. Zhou Xiaokai discreetly handed 2 green pouches to the surveyor, courteously stating, "Thank you for your hard work. Please enjoy a cup of tea." The surveyor accepted the pouches and, while measuring the homesteads, excluded the irregularly shaped corners from the area counted as farmland. The arrangement for the homesteads was as follows: Sanya's family first, followed by Zhou Xiaokai's family, then Xiao Tao and Shui Sheng's family, with Guizhi's family adjacent to Shui Sheng's, and finally Bao Shu's kin. Xiao Tao's mother was once again touched by Zhou Xiaokai's thoughtful arrangement. Considering that her family and Guizhi's had no men, residing next to others could easily lead to trouble. Xiao Tao bought 60 acres, and along with the 6 acres her mother was entitled to, amounted to 66 acres in total. After the measurements were completed, everyone followed the surveyor to the county to process the land deeds. Xiao Tao intended to register the purchased land equally between herself and her mother, but her mother quietly suggested, to avoid future complications, let us put everything under your name for your dowry. Thus, only the 6 acres allotted to her mother remained in her name. In the county, they found the contractor for building houses. Xiao Tao and her mother planned to construct according to the style from their southern hometown, 5 main rooms, for side rooms on the east, 2 on the west, and an additional 2-room shed, 1 for firewood and the other for livestock. A brick and tile house without a yard would cost 120 taels. while a mud-walled house with a tiled roof would only require 20 taels. Determined to put down roots, Xiao Tao and her mother resolved to build the brick and tile house. Zhou Xiaokai and Sanya's family opted for the mud-walled, tiled roof house. Xiao Tao lent 20 taels to Sanya for their house construction. The contractor indicated that work could start the following day and agreed to hire villagers from White Moon Bay as laborers at 20 won per day, excluding meals. With his head bowed, Shuixing declined Xiao Tao's generous offer to lend him money for house repairs, merely stating that as the weather warmed, he would first erect a temporary shelter and later renovate when finances permitted. Upon returning to Baiwei Bay, the group felt a profound sense of relief as they clutched their land deeds. These refugees, who had traveled great distances to escape disaster, finally had a place to call home in this northern land. Xiao Tao, Scholar Zhou, and the Sanya family, who possessed a mule cart, opted to rest in the vehicle for the time being, delaying the construction of their own shelters. In the afternoon, Shuixing took his father's carpentry tools and, guided by Duden, ventured to a designated area to harvest timber, which he then transported home alongside his mother. Meanwhile, Guizhi busied herself with cutting the overgrown wild grass, arranging it neatly so that Shuixing's mother could carry it back to dry in the yard for future use in building their house. In the following days, everyone was occupied with constructing their shelters. After more than half a month of hard work, Shuixing's family finally erected a rather impressive temporary structure. When Xiao Tao, Scholar Zhou, and the Sanya family found the time to visit, they were taken aback. They had expected a mere rudimentary shelter for protection against the rain, but Shuixing had constructed 5 rooms. Each space was separated by woven branches, a kitchen, 3 bedrooms, and a storage room. The entire shelter was draped with thick hay curtains, layered meticulously to ensure warmth and comfort. Xiao Tao's mother even speculated that Shuixing's mother must have toiled through the nights crafting these curtains. Xiao Tao felt a sense of confusion. Why go to such lengths for a temporary residence? This shelter appeared capable of lasting several years. Shuixing explained. Sister Guizhi's plot was purchased with the funds she gathered after becoming a silver hairpin. Currently, she lacks the means to build a proper house, so we are lending her 1 room. When I find the time, I will assist her family in constructing their own. I can lend you money for your repairs. Just repay me later, Xiao Tao suggested quietly, glancing at Shuixing with a hint of curiosity. Shuixing lowered his gaze and calmly replied, My family once lived in a shelter even less stable than this one. The ground was uneven and the space cramped. I find this quite satisfactory. I already owe you 3 taels for the land purchase. For reasons she could not quite articulate, Xiao Tao sensed that Shuixing was changing, though she could not pinpoint how. Xiao Tao's mother smiled and remarked, If you are building such a large shelter, you should allow us to lend a hand. Shuixing's mother replied, At this time, everyone is busy. She understood that Xiao Tao and her mother were skilled in delicate embroidery, and tasks such as weaving hay curtains were likely beyond their expertise. Guizhi, on the other hand, was adept at cutting grass. However, she kept this thought to herself. Noticing Scholar Zhou nearby, Shuixing's mother approached him to discuss. Scholar Zhou, could you lend us your mule for a while? If you do, we will help you till your land. She did not wish to be indebted to Xiao Tao. The 60 acres of land she possessed were far beyond what they could manage. By the time they finished tilling, they would have missed the planting season, making it more advantageous for Xiao Tao to hire help to prepare her land early. Scholar Zhou readily agreed. In the ensuing days, Shuixing's mother arose at dawn, accompanied by Guizhi, to work the fields, eating their dry rations for lunch and returning home only after dark. She was determined to clear the roots and stones from the soil so that when the mule came, they could plant immediately. Time was of the essence. They needed to sow wheat before the season passed. Shuixing, meanwhile, was engrossed in his studies, copying texts from morning until night. His mother tread lightly, making no noise to avoid disrupting Guizhi as well. One night, Shuixing arose to use the toilet and discovered that his mother had returned with Scholar Zhou's mule. The next morning, at daybreak, he quickly set aside his pen and rushed to the fields. His mother was rolling up her pant legs, a cloth wrapped around her head as she guided the plow, with Guizhi leading the mule. Next to them, over 20 acres of Scholar Zhou's land had already been cleared by his mother, and the mule was now plowing over an acre. Shuixing felt a lump in his throat as he hurried over to support his mother's hand. Mother, let me help. Upon touching her hand, he noticed how rough it had become from days of crafting hay curtains and clearing land in the early spring. It felt as coarse as the bark of an old pine tree on the mountain. Yet, Xuexing's mother could hardly contain her joy, her wrinkles softening with laughter. Xuexing, look. This entire area, 6 acres, belongs to us. In just one more day, we will finish. By the autumn harvest, we will have grain. When the time comes, we can pay off our debts and buy a large jar for storage, safe from dampness and rodents. Chapter 71. Buying Sheep. The new villagers of Baiwei Bay spent all of March laboring in the fields. Thanks to the 3 mules that were alternately lent to the Baoshu clan, they successfully cultivated their own land while also preparing the plots for Xiao Tao, Scholar Zhou, and the Sanya family, even transforming their courtyards in the process. By April, when the wheat seedlings had sprouted to a height of 2 inches, everyone finally felt at ease. Xuexing's mother envied the other families who had mules, as they could utilize manure to enrich their fields. Thus, she began each day at dawn, carrying a basket to the forest to collect compost to spread in their yard. Next door, Guizhi, having recovered her health, joined Xuexing's mother in gathering compost for their garden. Together, they planted loofah and pumpkin around the yard, as well as scallions and eggplant near the kitchen corner. Half an acre was sown with yellow and red beans, while the remaining 3 acres were intercropped with corn and sweet potatoes. In mid-April, Xuexing informed his mother of his plans and set out early. Carrying 8 notebooks he had copied, he traveled to the county town, spending 3 when on a ride from the village road. The owner of the bookstore examined Xuexing's work closely, nodding in approval. The later copies were markedly superior to the first, showcasing the young man's remarkable perseverance. The final notebook emanated a solemn and majestic aura. The shopkeeper smiled kindly, saying, "Your later 3 books are better than the first 5. The first 5 will be priced at 300 yuan each, while the last 3 will be 400 yuan each. From now on, all your copies will be valued at 400 yuan." Xuexing expressed his gratitude and inquired if the shopkeeper needed more texts copied. The shopkeeper mentioned that copying additional books would be welcome, as his employer had several bookstores in Liaodong County and could send them along. As Xuexing awaited the arrival of fresh paper, an elderly man in his 60s entered the shop. With graying hair, a slender frame, a slight hunch, and dressed in simple cotton clothing, the man brought a copied book. Upon seeing him, the shopkeeper hurried over with a smile, respectfully greeting him, "Welcome, esteemed elder." Without even glancing at the book, he politely asked the man to wait a moment, handing him 2 taels of silver. The old man accepted the money without uttering a word, trembling slightly as he departed. Noticing Xuexing's curiosity, the shopkeeper chuckled. This elder is no ordinary person, nor is his handwriting. Hence, the value of the books he copies is naturally different. Xuexing thanked the shopkeeper, collecting the 2 taels and 700 went along with the new paper before leaving the shop. As he stepped outside, he spotted a young girl of about 8 or 9, dressed in coarse clothes and with a delicate appearance, accompanied by a frail boy of 5 or 6, waiting for the elderly man. The 2 children called out grandfather with a distinct Beijing accent, carefully assisting the old man as the 3 of them made their way toward the grain store. Xuexing then headed to the livestock market at the edge of town, hoping to find some lambs for sale. His mother had lamented daily about the lush grass near Baiwei Bay, wishing they had cattle or sheep to make use of the abundant fodder. Now that he had some silver, he desired to buy a few lambs for her. Moreover, he felt a sense of urgency. Scholar Zhou had been largely reclusive, and Jingyu spent most of his time alone, either studying or playing with Duden. He understood the subtlety of the situation and refrained from seeking further advice. If Scholar Zhou participated in the autumn examination this year, he might be heading to the capital next year. He wished to repay his debts beforehand, and besides, having a few sheep would provide his mother with peace of mind. At the market, he purchased 7 lambs at 400 yuan each. Since the lambs took up space in the cart, Xuexing had to lead the flock back home on foot. By the time he reached the hillside leading to the new village of Baiwei Bay, it was already late afternoon. In the distance, he spotted his mother anxiously pacing at the intersection, awaiting his return. Upon seeing Xuexing leading a flock of sheep back home, his mother widened her eyes in excitement and rushed to greet her son, exclaiming, "Xuexing, are these all ours?" Xuexing smiled and nodded, "Yes, they are ours. For 100 yuan each." His mother, somewhat incredulous, leaned closer and whispered, "But don't we still owe money for the land from Xiao Tao? Have you borrowed money again?" "I haven't borrowed any," he replied. "Haven't I been transcribing books? I copied 8 volumes and earned over 2 taels of silver." "How much?" his mother questioned, doubting her hearing. Unable to believe it, Just a little over 2 taels, Shuisheng said with a grin. At that moment, she began to wipe away tears with her sleeve. Even if I were to descend to the underworld to find your father, I wouldn't be so worried anymore. You can farm and earn money from transcribing. We will surely survive. Mother, Shuisheng gently reassured her, will gradually improve. We have land now. How can your writing be so valuable? Thankfully, you encountered Scholar Zhou's guidance. From now on, focus solely on transcribing. She continued, but not just transcribing, you must study as well. If you could pass the examination like Scholar Zhou, we wouldn't have to pay taxes. In that moment, she fully grasped the tangible benefits of education. Back in their hometown. A year of labor in the fields wouldn't yield even 2 taels of silver, yet her son could earn that in just over a month. Shuisheng looked at his mother helplessly. Was it truly so easy to become a scholar? In their previous village, there wasn't even one scholar, and likewise in Baiwei Bay village. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly beneficial to study more. His mother's smile broadened. Buying sheep is a splendid idea. With so much grass in Baiwei Bay, it's a waste not to have livestock. Plus, sheep dung can fertilize the land. If we had the money, it would be wonderful to buy a couple of piglets too. We have several acres of sweet potato vines. She glanced around to ensure no one was listening and sighed. If only Guizhi hadn't passed away. We could have bought over a dozen sheep with that money. I could easily manage 20 sheep. By winter, selling sheep alone would allow us to repay Scholar Zhou. Shuisheng could only pat his mother's hand, gazing at her with a mix of resignation and affection. His mother whispered, I only speak like this in front of you. You have no idea how my heart thundered when I saw the silver and hairpins stuffed into my socks. Mother, the Dragon Boat Festival is approaching. We need to buy some meat to send to Uncle Zhou. Shuisheng quickly changed the subject. Meat will surely be expensive during the festival. With such a large bay, there must be plenty of fish. We could catch some fish to offer instead, saving money while providing for several families. The smaller ones we can keep for ourselves. I'll head to the county bright and early tomorrow to buy a fishing rod. I can tend the sheep by the bay every day while fishing. Even Shuisheng had to concede that his mother's reasoning held merit. The flock of sheep he brought back stirred a deep yearning within the villagers of the new Baiwei Bay. Unlike their old home where land was scarce and every inch was carefully cultivated, here lay vast expanses of uncultivated land overgrown with wild grass, perfect for grazing sheep. Xiao Tao and her mother had no intentions of buying sheep. Her mother needed to focus on embroidery, while Xiao Tao planned to study and practice her writing. Learning to manage the agricultural tasks. Scholar Zhou intended to guide his son in his studies, and when Jingyu wanted to play with the sheep, he would visit Shuisheng's home. Huiqing, aside from his fieldwork, spent his days hunting in the mountains. Sanya, realizing that tending sheep would not hinder her from caring for her child, urged her husband to buy a flock as well. The relatives of the Baoshu family, having exhausted their savings on purchasing land, began to construct shelters akin to Shuisheng's. Fortunately, the county provided seeds to the disaster victims. So as long as they returned a tenth of the harvest to the county, they could cultivate their land. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to plant. For now, they could only envy Shuisheng, hoping for a bountiful harvest this year, so they wouldn't have to pay taxes and could buy a lamb next year. The following day, Guizhi rode in Sanya's mule cart, accompanying her and her husband to the county to purchase lambs. Shuisheng's mother asked Huiqing to help her bring back a fishing rod. Sanya jokingly remarked to Guizhi, Aunt Xia's idea is splendid. The fish in the bay are free. Sanya and her husband bought 5 sheep, while Guizhi purchased 1. When Huiqing went to the county, he sold 2 wild chickens for 80 yuan and spent 200 yuan to buy a fishing rod for Shuisheng's mother. Jingyu, seeing that Shuisheng's mother had a fishing rod, excitedly ran to the bay to help dig for worms. Under Huiqing's guidance, Shuisheng's mother filled a large bucket with fish by evening. Perhaps it was due to the fish in the bay being undisturbed for so long, but they were particularly easy to catch, and she spent the entire afternoon reeling them in. Guizhi, feeling grateful for the life-saving help from Shuisheng's mother, had long been seeking an opportunity to repay her kindness. Now, seeing Shuisheng's mother tending sheep and fishing, she volunteered to help watch her sheep while they grazed. As Shuisheng's mother returned home in the evening, carrying the heavy bucket of fish, she joyfully called out to Jingyu, who had been keeping watch all afternoon. Quickly go tell Sister Sanya and Sister Xiao Tao to come to my house tonight for fish. That evening, Xiao Tao and her mother arrived early, bringing wine from the bandit's den to assist. Guizhi tended the fire in the kitchen. Shuisheng's mother felt a bit shy and said to Xiao Tao, Would you mind if I observed you while you cook the fish? Sanya, holding her child, chimed in playfully, Aunt Xia. I'd like to learn a thing or two as well. Xiao Tao cheerfully replied, sure. I'll cook, and you can watch and learn. As Xiao Tao ladled several large spoonfuls of lard into the hot pan and dropped the fish in with a sizzle, Shuixing's mother could no longer concentrate on learning. After all, it was her home hosting the gathering. Watching the fish sizzle to a golden brown, she could not help but look on as Xiao Tao added hot water, creating a snow-white fish broth. At the moment of serving, Xiao Tao added a generous handful of wild garlic for flavor. Shuixing's mother prepared a plate of cold dandelion salad as a side dish. While the women busied themselves in the kitchen, Scholar Zhou and Huiqing entered Shuixing's room. Upon seeing Shuixing's increasingly powerful and solid calligraphy, Scholar Zhou was astonished, proclaiming it a remarkable transformation. He pointed at the open text of the Great Learning on the table and asked, "Have you memorized this?" Shuixing humbly replied, "I've managed to memorize it, though I'm still grasping its meaning. As we fled to this northern land, we've become like family," Scholar Zhou said, "this autumn. I intend to take the examination and seek a name for myself. Shuixing, I fear I won't have much time to guide you. Focus first on memorizing the 4 books and 5 classics. As the saying goes, reading a book 100 times, its meaning will naturally become clear. There's wisdom in that." Shuixing respectfully thanked Scholar Zhou for his guidance. Both Huiqing and Shuixing recognized Scholar Zhou's scholarly prowess and believed he would surely succeed in his endeavors, offering their early congratulations. That evening, everyone was surprised during dinner. The fish had no muddy taste whatsoever and was incredibly flavorful, despite minimal seasoning. Shuixing's mother pondered. With several large spoonfuls of lard, it shouldn't taste bland. Yet after tasting it herself, she had to admit the fish was remarkably delicious. Scholar Zhou remarked, "It must be the cold waters of the north. The fish grow slowly, and the water quality differs, making the flesh exceptionally fresh." Watching the astonishing number of fish caught in just half a day, Shuixing contemplated taking advantage of the freshness to catch more before the Dragon Boat Festival to sell for money. Sanya immediately agreed, "Aunt Xia, you should start fishing now. Digging a pond in the yard to keep them. By the Dragon Boat Festival, we can load them up on the mule cart and take you to the county to sell, focusing on the larger ones." Shuixing's mother thought it was a splendid idea. However, considering that having Guizhi tend to her 7 sheep daily wasn't a sustainable plan, she proposed, "In the future, we can have our sheep, my family, Sanya's family, and Guizhi's family grazing together, each marking their own sheep. I'll tend to my 7 sheep for 7 days, Sanya's 5 for 5 days, Guizhi's 1 for 1 day. This way, everyone can free up time to manage their farming." Once the guests departed, Shuixing's mother stealthily began digging a pit in the yard under the cover of darkness. Shuixing dug below while she passed the soil up to him. After an hour of diligent toil, a pit 3 feet deep was excavated. Watersheng then used a hoe to compact the bottom and sides of the pit, awaiting the morrow to fill it with water. Early the next morning, as Watersheng's mother prepared to fetch water, she discovered that the pit had already been filled, with Watersheng nearby, reciting his lessons. A wave of heartache washed over her. The child must have risen before dawn to fill the pit in order not to delay his studies. Now, his dedication to learning had intensified, as if he wished to digest every character, savoring them thoroughly. Xiao Tao had completed her recitation of the 3-character classic and 100 family surnames, while Watersheng had begun memorizing the Great Learning. At the same time, Xiao Tao had returned with the Analects to commence her recitation. When weariness from studying set in, she would tend to the weeds in the fields. Watersheng's mother, realizing that Xiao Tao's delicate hands were better suited for intricate embroidery rather than weeding, kindly offered to assist her after the Dragon Boat Festival by pulling weeds for her. The spectacle of Watersheng's mother fishing by the bay evoked envy among the relatives of the Baoshu clan. As the day progressed, fish weighing 4 to 6 pounds were caught one after another, filling the buckets by the shore to the brim by noon, and again by afternoon. Watersheng's mother mused that the fish were coming too easily, so she decided to give away all those weighing less than 2 pounds, which would likely be hard to sell, to the Baoshu clan. After all, they could not consume it all at home, and it was better to extend a gesture of goodwill. By the time of the Dragon Boat Festival, nearly every household in the new village was able to enjoy the small fish gifted by Watersheng's mother. Xiao Tao reflected that Watersheng's mother had a point, while she could sell a single embroidered pouch for dozens of coins. The Baoshu clan members earned merely 20 coins for a day's labor, and finding work was not easy. Thus, she sought out several members of the Baoshu clan and offered them 20 coins each for a day's labor to help with the weeding. After spending 800 coins, the fields were cleared of weeds. As the Dragon Boat Festival approached, Watershang's mother had caught over 30 buckets of fish, borrowing nearly every bucket in the new village. She took a mule cart to the county town, only to realize that due to the military households and exiled criminals in the area, the population was far less dense than her hometown of Jia County, and there were fewer wealthy individuals. Originally intending to sell the fish for 3 or 4 coins per pound, Watershang immediately decided to lower the price to 2 coins per pound, as the larger fish weighing 3 to 4 pounds would yield less than a pound of meat. During the festival, many were willing to purchase a fish simply to taste it. If she priced them too high, people would prefer to catch their own. By midday, a 3 to 4 pound fish sold for 5 coins. Ultimately, she managed to sell them all, accumulating over 2 taels of silver. Along with the 1 tael earned from copying books, the mother and son had amassed 3 taels, which were also given to Xiao Tao. Inspired by Watershang's earnings from copying books, Xiao Tao devoted herself even more earnestly to practicing her writing, envisioning a future where she could transcribe for a bookstore, honing her skills while earning money. On the 2nd day of the 6th month, Xiao Tao, Scholar Zhou, and Sanya's new homes were all completed. The 3 families decided to host a housewarming feast, inviting the entire village to partake, and they agreed to hold the event at Xiao Tao's residence. Watershang's mother prepared a bounty of fish in advance for the village, specifically selecting 56 fish for good fortune, each weighing 3 to 4 pounds. On the evening of the 1st day of the 6th month, Watershang helped his mother deliver the fish to Xiao Tao's home. Upon entering the grand blue brick house adorned with exquisite furnishings, Watershang's mother felt a mix of envy and bashfulness. Watershang, however, maintained a calm demeanor, sincerely congratulating Xiao Tao and her mother. Noticing the abundance of fish prepared by Watershang's mother, Xiao Tao felt a pang of guilt and wished to offer some money in return. Watershang's mother quickly replied, "You saved my son's life. This is our humble gift to you for your housewarming, a token for a good omen of abundance year after year." Xiao Tao's mother promptly interjected, "Sister, you are too kind. Thank you for considering us so thoughtfully. We shall not stand on ceremony and will prepare a grander feast for you tomorrow." On the way home, Watershang's mother confided to her son, "Thankfully, we have this fishing rod. Fishing requires little investment, just a bit of effort. Since Xiao Tao saved your life and has helped us, it would be inappropriate to present something of lesser value. They would have had to purchase fish for their gathering anyway. Now we haven't spent a single coin, yet we have delivered our gift." Watershang listened attentively to his mother as she imparted her understanding of social niceties, and he smiled, saying, "Mother, your consideration is truly admirable." However, as night fell, the light in his room remained aglow, and his studies were yet unfinished. The following day, the entire Bayou Bay village arrived. Some brought beans, while others offered a few eggs. Only the Baoshu clan members, blushing and embarrassed, hesitated to enter, as they were impoverished and could not afford a proper congratulatory gift. Xiao Tao's mother busied herself at the stove, urging Xiao Tao to invite the Baoshu clan members. Xiao Tao addressed the members of the Baoshu clan. "We are no different from others. We have all fled hardship and supported one another to reach this point. Today, we shall not speak of formalities. In the future, as we cultivate our land, we will still rely on the help of our uncles and brothers." After much persuasion, she finally managed to invite the Baoshu clan members into their home. Chapter 73, The Exam. Today at Xiao Tao's home, a feast was held for the neighbors. Featuring 8 exquisite dishes, a cold dish of coriander and wood ear mushrooms, scrambled eggs with scallions, green beans in sesame sauce, pan-fried tofu, fried peanuts, braised pork, braised fish, and stewed wild chicken with dried mushrooms. The presentation was elegant, with refreshing, crisp flavors alongside rich and savory tastes. The guests from the old village whispered among themselves, clearly impressed by the lavish spread of a wealthy family. Xiao Tao's mother did not make an appearance, while Scholar Zhou donned luxurious and exquisite silks, attending to the guests. He maintained a friendly demeanor towards the villagers while keeping a respectful distance, making him somewhat difficult to approach. Those wishing to glean information about Xiao Tao and her mother dared not wander aimlessly inside. Several women from the old village harbored designs on the widowed Xiao Tao's mother, especially upon learning that the mother and daughter owned a mule, over 60 acres of land, and a splendid blue brick house akin to that of the village head. They thought to themselves, whoever marries into this family will prosper. Go Dan and Jingyu sat at one table, with Jingyu tasked with entertaining the village children. Go Dan inquired, "Why don't we see your Xiao Tao's mother? She is the daughter of a scholar's family, naturally more particular about such things. Why is it that your family built a new house, yet you're hosting the feast at your Xiao Tao's home?" "We're all one family," Jingyu replied. "By the way, why doesn't your father find you a new mother?" Jingyu noticed the nearby women pricking up their ears to listen. He had seen plenty of people trying to win favor with his father in Lingo. "My father is looking for one," he said. "He is fond of learning. And if he wants to discuss matters with me, I must read extensively to keep up. You see, I know that my father prefers someone gentle, cultured, and well-mannered." Jingyu thought to himself, this should deter the women from pursuing further. Then why does your Xiao Tao share her mother's surname? Now Jingyu understood. Go Dan had been sent by his family to gather information since his grandfather knew the name on the household registration. She takes her grandfather's surname. He is well educated and has only one daughter, so naturally, the family follows the grandfather's surname. Has your Xiao Tao been courted yet? What do I know about such things? My Xiao Tao and her mother simply enjoy reading and practicing writing every day. They must inherit from the Zhao family. So wouldn't they need to find someone who also reads and writes? Upon hearing this, the others murmured among themselves, inheriting from the female side? This implies seeking a son-in-law to be adopted into the family. A son-in-law who must also be literate? It seems they're out of luck. The women gazed at the grand blue brick house with regret. Jingyu glanced at Go Dan, who was now eagerly piling food onto his plate, indicating that the adults' inquiries had concluded. Nearby, an elderly woman from the old village, adorned with a silver hairpin, asked Jingyu, "Jingyu, can you read?" Jingyu's heart skipped a beat. "I can recognize a few characters, barely. When does your father teach you?" Jingyu sensed the question coming and casually replied while picking at his food, "My father is too absorbed in his own studies to allow me to disturb him. Occasionally. He teaches me a few characters, sometimes after meals, other times before bed. Let's see how you all plan to proceed." Indeed, the women pursed their lips, focusing on their meals instead. Watching the clever and articulate 5-year-old Jingyu navigate the conversation, Watershang remained silent but politely poured wine for everyone. From a distance, Watershang's mother observed, her heart heavy with bitterness, unable to savor the delicious dishes laid before her. Even little Tao's mother has drawn attention. Yet no one seems to have any designs on her 16-year-old son, who would set their sights on a boy living in a thatched hut. The autumn examination is scheduled for August, and Scholar Zhou must soon make arrangements to depart. That evening, Xueixing arrived with several books wrapped in cloth. Seeking out Scholar Zhou. "Uncle Zhou, please keep these books," he said. Upon inspection, Zhou recognized them as the volumes left by the landlord of the rented courtyard in Lingzhou. "You should keep them," Zhou replied. "I have already transcribed them. I have completed the transcription as well. Initially, I did not grasp the significance of these texts. But Uncle Zhou, you recognize their true value. In your hands, these books shall not be squandered." Zhou regarded Xueixing for a moment longer. The boy's stature had noticeably increased, surpassing Zhou in height, perhaps due to his diligent studies. His complexion appeared somewhat pallid, and his clothing hung loosely on his frame. He gently patted Xueixing's shoulder, imparting earnestly, "Your health is paramount. Even for those of us pursuing the imperial examinations, without good health, we may not even reach the examination hall. Furthermore, engaging in other activities from time to time allows the mind to rest. A clear mind will yield more fruitful study." Xueixing stood upright, expressing his gratitude for Zhou's counsel. Zhou continued, "Since you have brought them, I accept your kind gesture and will keep them." He then carefully wrapped his own manuscript to present to Xueixing. The boy repeatedly shook his head, insisting it was too precious. He understood the effort that went into transcribing those texts. Zhou insisted, "Do not refuse, accept it. Make sure to read it often when you have the chance." After a moment of hesitation, Xueixing ventured, "Uncle Zhou, may I accompany you to the autumn examination? I could help with the carriage and seize the opportunity to broaden my horizons." The eagerness of youth to explore was evident, and Scholar Zhou would not deter him. Not long after Xueixing departed, little Tao arrived, presenting Zhou with 2 sets of clothing, shoes, and socks, which she had crafted herself, including a thick cotton shirt. Additionally, she brought a package of medicinal pills, prepared in advance by a physician to combat any ailments during the examinations, each item neatly wrapped. Scholar Zhou felt touched by little Tao's filial piety. With a smile, little Tao remarked, I don't know much about these matters. It is my mother who understands. My grandfather was a scholar. My mother says that although it is August, the nights in the north can be quite chilly. Sitting still while answering questions can lead to a chill. Wearing thick cotton garments will help keep warm. The pills can be dissolved in water for consumption. Realizing she had mentioned her mother, she hesitated and fell silent. Scholar Zhou smiled warmly as he escorted little Tao from the courtyard. Returning to his room with the clothing and medicine, he refrained from lighting a lamp and sat quietly in his chair for much of the night. The following morning, several families gathered at little Tao's home to see Scholar Zhou off. Jingyu was to remain at little Tao's house. Before his departure, Zhou imparted a few words of advice to his son. Little Tao's mother waved to Jingyu, who ran to her side, grasping her hand, tears welling in his eyes. Scholar Zhou observed his son with little Tao's mother, his voice thick with emotion as he uttered, I am leaving. Little Tao's mother gently caressed Jingyu's head, soothingly saying, Look at you. What is there to worry about? Your father has devoted so many years to his studies, as long as he remains composed during the examination. You need only to have faith in him. Scholar Zhou paused momentarily, turning back with earnestness, Do not worry. He knew she understood. His words were meant for her.